The green tea campus beauty comes to borrow money but doesn't want to take off her clothes. So you directly take out a loan of 1 million using her ID card. Even after learning that she plans to run away, you not only don't show her any mercy but also immediately notify the debt collectors without a second thought. This is because in your past life, you sold everything to lend money to Lu Ruyan, thinking you would win her favor. But to your horror, right after the college entrance examination, you discovered that Lu Ruyan had suddenly disappeared, and even her phone number had become invalid. Thus, in despair, you had no choice but to go out and work. After years of hard work, you finally established a small company. However, just as the company was about to turn a profit, it fell into a business trap set by a conglomerate, which not only led to your company's bankruptcy but also left you with debts of over tens of millions. Faced with the frantic demands for repayment from employees and investors, you had no choice but to flee abroad and became a mercenary. After 6 years of gunfire and chaos, you ultimately survived thanks to your belief in revenge. During this time, you not only paid off all your debts but also spent a large sum investigating the whereabouts of Lu Ruyan and the boss of the conglomerate who had targeted you back then. After many years of effort, I finally got the news that the boss married a remarried woman named Qinya a few years ago, and she also brought along a younger sister, who is Lu Ruyan. At this moment, you can no longer hide your murderous intent. Lu Ruyan, Qinya, you two women have ruined my life, and this time I will make you pay the price. Then you looked down at your phone. It was 4:24 p.m. Last life, Lu Ruyan came to borrow money from her home around this time. Sure enough, after about 3 minutes, there was a knock at the door. You silently opened it, and standing in front of you was a pure girl with fair skin and a curvy figure. It was Lu Ruyan. You immediately said coldly, "What are you doing here?" Hearing the cold voice, Lu Ruyan looked at you with some confusion. This licking dog seemed to have a bit of an unusual attitude, but she didn't think too much about it and still acted like a good girl, biting her lip and blushing as she said, "Du, my sister is seriously ill, and the hospital needs 1 million for medical expenses. Can you lend me 1 million first?" Her voice was a bit soft, seemingly a little shy. "If that's too much, 700,000 or 800,000 will do." "No problem. It's just 1 million. You smiled and interrupted her. "Isn't it just 1 million? Lu Ruyan was shocked by your generosity, covering her mouth in surprise. "Do you really have that much money?" "Of course. My parents left me quite a bit of money." You wore a harmless smile on your face while continuing. "But the transfer amount is a bit large, so I need to verify many things, and you'll need to give me your phone and ID. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan nodded repeatedly and then hurriedly handed you her phone and ID together. Seeing this scene, a cold smile finally appeared on your face. "You want to borrow money, right? You want to run away, right? You want to ruin my life, right? Today, I'll let you borrow as much as you want." Then, you pretended to operate your phone, but secretly opened the browser and clicked on those predatory loan websites from back then, claiming that as long as you dared to borrow, they would dare to lend. More than 30 lending websites, each one notorious. Next, you input Lu Ruyan's identity information one by one, taking photos, authorizing, and agreeing, encountering almost no obstacles. Then you slightly raise your head to glance at Lu Ruyan, only to see her lightly biting her lip, her cheeks slightly flushed, as if she is a bit moved by herself. "What are you pretending for? In the last life, Lu Ruyan used this expression to trick me into fleeing abroad. Now that it's happening again, let's see how I deal with you." With this thought, you immediately raise your phone and openly take a series of photos of Lu Ruyan, casually saying, "The transfer amount is too large, the bank needs to see if it's really you operating." Then you pretentiously take a few photos of yourself. Lu Ruyan saw your serious expression and had no doubts. It seems that Duju is genuinely borrowing money from her, and it was worth giving him the opportunity to flatter her for 3 years. Just as she was thinking this, your voice suddenly rang out. "Ruyan, repeat after me. I solemnly promise that I am Lu Ruyan. ID number." Once this video is recorded, the money will be credited. As soon as Lu Ruyan heard that the money would be credited, she was overjoyed and hurriedly complied. Soon, you finished recording the video, a wicked smile curling at the corners of your mouth. Before long, the loan of 1 million arrived one after another. Sure enough, it's a predatory loan. The money transfers quickly. Immediately, you cleared all the website records and then returned the phone and ID card to Lu Ruyan. "The money has already gone. Take a look." Lu Ruyan hurriedly opened the bank account, and there really was an extra 1 million inside. "Du, thank you so much this time. When I get into the film academy, I will definitely pay you back," Lu Ruyan said with tears in her eyes, holding her phone. At this moment, she is truly a bit moved by your infatuation. However, seeing this scene, you couldn't help but suppress the urge to laugh. This woman is unaware that she is in debt to loan sharks, Does she really think I would be that foolish again? After that, the two of you exchanged pleasantries for a while, and Lu Ruyan left with those loan sharks, and as you watch her figure fade away, your face is filled with a sense of revengeful satisfaction. It won't be long before Lu Ruyan is approached by the loan collectors, and with their temperament, they definitely won't let her escape like in her previous life. When Lu Ruyan was forced into a desperate situation, it was the day she would appear out of nowhere to take revenge on them, and the behind-the-scenes mastermind who caused your company to go bankrupt in your past life. You also want to make his family suffer and be torn apart. Meanwhile, in the hospital ward, Chen Ye, who had just undergone surgery, lay on the bed and looked at Lu Ruyan in front of her, puzzled, and said, "Ruyan, where did you get the money for the surgery?" Chen Ye clearly remembered that the family had very little money left to support Lu Ruyan's art studies. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan, with tears in her eyes, said, "Sister, do you still remember Duja, the one who pursued me at school? I asked him for 1 million. And that's how I gathered enough for the surgery." Hearing this, Chen Ye's face instantly filled with anxiety. "Ruyan, did he threaten you in any way? What contract was signed? Or what price was paid? Quickly talk to your sister." Seeing her sister's flustered expression, Lu Ruyan was very puzzled. "No, sister, Duja took my phone and directly transferred 1 million to my card, without asking me to do anything." As she spoke, Chen Ye's gaze fell between Lu Ruyan's legs, as if checking something. Seeing this, Lu Ruyan immediately blushed. "Sister, he really didn't do anything. He just simply gave me 1 million. Looking at Lu Ruyan's expression that didn't seem like a lie, Chen Ye reluctantly believed it, but still said with some concern, "Ruyan, I've worked hard for so many years just to help you get into the film academy. You absolutely cannot get involved with that guy. What if it delays your future of becoming a big star? If it weren't for the 1 million he gave our family this time, I would have gone to talk to him in person." Listening to Chen Ye's incessant chatter, Lu Ruyan interrupted. "What are you talking about, sis? That was borrowed from Duja, and we have to pay it back later." "Pay it back? That man has been pestering you for 3 years and he can't even bear to give you 1 million. Chen Ye couldn't help but scream. Moreover, the film academy is a high-cost place. If you want to become a big star, your living expenses can't be worse than others. How can you manage without money?" Chen Ye kept instilling her thoughts into Lu Ruyan. At first, Lu Ruyan was a bit resistant, but the more she listened, the more she felt it made sense. In the end, her gaze became increasingly firm. "Sister is right. This 1 million absolutely cannot be repaid now. Once I have connections and resources, I can contact him to pay back a few million." After discussing, the two sisters immediately decided that as soon as the college entrance examination scores were out, they would block his number and fly to Beijing. On the other hand, you have already thought it through. Since you have been reborn, you will absolutely not live the same impoverished life as before. With this in mind, you immediately decide to go to the antique market to take a look, because in your previous life, there was a major news story. Just a few days after the exams, someone brought out their grandfather's relics to sell at a stall, but was driven away by security, who said they needed to pay a stall fee, leading to a dispute between the two. A shop owner intervened to help the man and casually bought a silver dollar from his stall, which was later identified as a signed piece by Louis George, worth a staggering 3 million, shocking the entire nation. Right now, I can try my luck. As you think about it, you walk towards the familiar small restaurant, ready to grab a bite to eat first. As soon as he entered the door, he heard a surprised voice. "Duja, what are you doing here?" A girl wearing a white t-shirt and denim shorts, looking sweet with a long ponytail, happily approached him. You look at the bright smiling Lin Qingning in front of you and can't help but feel a bit emotional. You two have been classmates from elementary school to high school and have a good relationship, similar to childhood sweethearts. However, since you became Lu Ruyan's pursuer in high school, you have rarely spent time with her. Thinking of this, you leaned closer to her and casually played with her ponytail, saying, "Qingning, I'm a bit hungry. Can you cook me a bowl of dumplings?" Lin Qingning saw you fiddling with her braid. Her face turned as red as an apple. "You sit here. I'll go cook for you." After saying that, she ran to the kitchen without looking back. You casually found a spot to sit down and began to organize the information in your mind. Just as you finished organizing, a sudden exclamation came from beside you. "What are you doing? Don't touch me." Lin Qingning looked angrily at the three little thugs in front of her, the leader being a guy with yellow hair, covered in dragon and tiger tattoos, looking like a bad person. At that moment, he leered at the beautiful and pure Lin Qingning. "Beautiful girl, isn't it just adding you on WeChat? Why shout so loudly?" The two little brothers beside him chimed in. Exactly. Our brother Long is willing to add you on WeChat. That's showing respect for you. Don't be ungrateful." The mocking voices of the three grew louder, making Lin Qingning's eyes well up with tears. but the customers in the store seemed unwilling to cause trouble and all lowered their heads. However, at that moment, Aunt Lon, who had been busy in the kitchen, ran out and stood in front of Lin Qingning. Aunt Lon is Lin Qingning's aunt, who raised her alone. She is stunningly beautiful with tender skin, and at this moment, the two of them standing together surprisingly gives off a sense of being twin sisters. I'm sorry, my niece is still young, so let's consider this meal as the restaurant treating you, okay? Upon hearing this, the three guys with yellow hair not only did not back off, but their lewd gazes intensified. Oh, I thought there was just one little beauty, but I didn't expect there to be another one. What luck we have. The three of them lewdly laughed at the two women without restraint. Seeing this scene, Aunt Lon was immediately furious, her pretty face turning red. She was already in her 30s, yet she was still being teased by a few young men. Not only that, but Lin Qingning beside her was so angry that tears came out. You bunch of hooligans, if you don't leave, I'm going to call the police. The yellow-haired man laughed lewdly. We haven't done anything, and the police can't do anything to us. Besides, if you dare to call the police, we'll cause trouble at your store every day, making it impossible for you to do any business. Hearing their threats, Lin Qingning's face turned pale, and she tightly grasped Aunt Lan's hand. Seeing this, Aunt Lan quickly reached out to protect Lin Qingning behind her, and then said angrily, "What exactly do you want to do?" "What I want to do? You'll know soon enough." As he spoke, the yellow-haired man suddenly took a step forward, lewdly reaching out his hand towards Aunt Lan. Aunt Lan and Lin Qingning immediately screamed, but there was no time to dodge. As the yellow-haired person's claws were only 3 centimeters away from Aunt Lan, a large hand suddenly shot out and grabbed the yellow-haired person's fingers. However, due to the close distance, it inevitably bumped into Aunt Lan, who only felt a jolt in her chest. She quickly hugged her body and looked at the person who acted, but then she heard your cold voice say, "Are you looking for death?" At this moment, there was a strong killing intent in your eyes, and years of being a mercenary had made the blood factor in your body exceptionally agitated. Aunt Lan and Qingning are among the most important people in your past life, yet these people dare to provoke them recklessly. Before Huang Mao could finish speaking, you slapped him directly on the face, and in an instant, his face swelled up like a pig's head. Then, without waiting for him to get up, you kicked him again, sending him flying and ultimately crashing into the wall, blood continuously flowing from his mouth. At the same time, his two little brothers finally came to their senses, immediately shouting as they rushed towards you, but the next second they were knocked unconscious by your 2 punches to the chin. "You, how dare you hit me?" The yellow-haired guy staggered to his feet, just finished saying a harsh word when you directly grabbed his throat. Duja's eyes were filled with tyranny. "Apologize to Auntie Lan immediately, or you'll spend the rest of your life lying in a wheelchair." Yellowhair's eyes bulged out, and he couldn't catch his breath at all. For a moment, he only felt as if he had met the heavenly Teyukai. Everyone in the store looked at Dozier in shock. With 3 punches and 2 kicks, this young man had actually beaten a couple of punks into that dangling state. Auntie Lan hugged had just been by Du Zithi Tuan Tuan that, and her soft face was filled with shock. Duanged. Covering his mouth, he looked at Du Zhou incredulously. Lime Lin, on the other hand, was excitedly glowing with both eyes and a face of infatuation. The reader's gentleness used to be her favorite, but I didn't expect him to be so rigid and violent. Simply mesmerizing. Limey Lin heartsuit. P.S. Auntie Lan covers her rosy lips, her beautiful eyes looking at the readers. Are you really not going to consider letting people into the bookshelf to take a look? Chapter 4 Louis George Silver $. 3 million. Inside the store, Duja's eyes were cold. Choking yellow hair, he threw him straight to the ground. The 2 punks also woke up one after another, covering their faces and screaming miserably. Apologize to Auntie Lan right now, or wait to be crippled. Dozier's words were by no means just a threat. Having spent several years abroad as a mercenary made his fighting ability extremely impressive. Also seen a lot of bloodshed. Dozier didn't care about the lives of these scum. If it makes Dozier completely angry, he had 100 ways to make these guys die without a word. Yellow hair took a big intake of breath. Fearfully, he looked at the tall Dozier in front of him. That gut-wrenching feeling. It's simply horrible. After just a few short seconds of hesitation, Yellow hair knew that he had definitely kicked an iron plate. Apologize. Must apologize. Thereupon, Yellow hair hurriedly brought his 2 little brothers and knelt down in front of Auntie Lan and Lin Lime. I'm sorry. It's all our fault. Please forgive us. Auntie Lan's face was red and pink. These 3 people were so overbearing just a moment ago, and in the blink of an eye, they were kneeling in front of her and begging for forgiveness. It left the ever-gentle Auntie Lan a little overwhelmed. How can you call this an apology? There's no sincerity at all. Dozier kicked Yellow hair in the face, kicking out a few more teeth. Frightened, Yellow hair cried out and flung himself to the ground. Mom! Kissing Mom! I really know I'm wrong and I won't dare to do it again. Please forgive me. Auntie Lan's voice carried a hint of trembling. You guys go, and don't come back here again. When the yellow-haired trio heard this, they got up in a panic and tried to escape. But again, Duzha called out, don't you have to pay after dinner? Give. We'll give it right away. Thereupon, the three yellow hair men put together a collection of East and West. I can't believe I can only come up with $58.06. What a yellow-haired punk. A dead pauper. They put the money respectfully on the table. And without waiting for Auntie Lan to find the money, he panicked and fled down the road. Lin Qingling's small mouth was slightly open, and there were little stars inside her eyes. So handsome. How can Duzha be so handsome today? I really envy Chu Mangao. If Duzha was my boyfriend, I'd die of happiness. Auntie Lan at the side also had gratitude in her eyes. Her face was flushed and she looked flirtatious. The way Duzha had stepped in to save the two of them just now, it made her feel safe and secure. One remembers that he was obviously still a small child. How did he become so powerful in the blink of an eye? Auntie Lan clenched her lower lip, which was so delicate that it seemed like she could bite out water. Duzha, this time it's really thanks to you. Duzha waved his hand and laughed. It's fine, Auntie Lan, if they come back again in the future, just call me and I'll teach them a lesson. Thanks. Thank you, Dozher. Auntie Lan looked at Duzha's masculine stance. Her face flushed, and she was unexpectedly and inexplicably a little flustered. Hastily averting her eyes, unconsciously, he stroked the hair around his ears. Lin Qingning happily ran to Duzha, her hands squeezing the corner of her coat tightly, eyes full of shyness and admiration. Duzha, you're so powerful today. You even beat them down by yourself. Duzha touched Lin Lime's head and laughed. It's just a bunch of punks. It's nothing, Lime. I still have things to do, so I'll leave first. Lin Qingling nodded obediently, her face still agitated. So handsome. Dozher actually took the initiative to touch my head. So dizzy. Duzha had just walked to the door when he suddenly remembered something. Turning his head to the admiring Lin Qingling, he said, Qingling, tomorrow, help me ask the grade director for a leave of absence, saying that I won't be going to school tomorrow. Lin Lime was surprised. Why? These days the school talks about the focus of the college entrance exam? But what responded to her was Duzha's confident smile. That key knowledge is of little use to me anymore. Remember to take my vacation. After saying that, Duzha left. For Duzha, who had carefully estimated his score against the answers of that year's college entrance exam, it's just not a thing. Wait until Dozher is far away. Only then did Lin Qingling happily say to Aunt Lan, Auntie, Duzha is so handsome today. Have you noticed that Duzha seems different from before? Auntie Lan, who was a bit mortified at her earlier lapse in concentration, came back to her senses, covering her rosy, glossy face. Right. Yeah. It seems to be a little different. It's gotten more violent, but at the same time it's gotten more manly. Around 3 in the afternoon, Dozher changed his outfit and put on sunglasses, took a cab to the antique market. Today he's going to see if he can stumble upon that silver dollar. After a half hour or so, the cab took Duzha to the door of the antique market. It sells everything inside. It's just not a lot of real stuff, and it's part of the Taba market. He walked quickly, his eyes never lingering above the stores, looking only to the ground stalls that were set up in front of the store, searching for their target. He had been walking for about half an hour or so when suddenly his pupils tightened. Found it. I only saw a young man in black over there looking left and right. Sneakily, he pulled a bunch of broken stuff out of the travel bag he was carrying. A random broken sack on the floor was about to start setting up, but before he could finish posing, he was stopped by a couple of security guards. Had to pay him $100 for the booth. The two parties argued, but the security side was outnumbered. Eventually the youth fell by the wayside. When he was about to be thrown out by this group of security guards, a voice rang out. I paid his stall fee for him. Put him down. Several security guards and young people turned their heads, only to see a handsome man with sunglasses and a height of 1.87 m walk over. It's none other than Dozher. With that he pulled $100 out of his pocket and handed it to the guard. The security guard was happy to see that someone was willing to pay this unjustified amount of money. At that moment, the youth was painfully released. Before leaving, he didn't forget to remind Duzha, handsome, this man's hands are all rags. You can look at it. Never dare to buy it. When the youth heard this, he got angry and said, what are you talking about? This is all good stuff for me. It's worth a lot of money. Dozher crouched down, looked with interest at the various knickknacks inside the sack. Handsome man, really thank you. What do you fancy? Just pick one. I'll give it to you. The youth patted his chest and said generously, there's everything inside the sack. Old oil lamps, broken teapots, the odd one out. Duzha merely swept a glance. Then I saw the Yuan Daitu pressed under an old cowhide book. He moved away from the book, pulled out the heavily encrusted silver dollar and looked closely at the surface. The lower right corner of the silver dollar. It also bears the logo, L. Georgie. Sure enough, it's him. Signed edition silver dollar by George Lewis. It's worth $3 million. P.S. Listening Spring Pavilion. Big open door, standing in the clear sky. Moonlight sprinkling the empty steps. Dreaming of pianoforte playing old music. Waking up from a dream with tears staining the rouge face. Chapter 5 Listening Spring Pavilion. After seeing this silver dollar, Duja was excited in his heart though, but the face was unperturbed. Casually, he tossed the silver dollar aside, as if it didn't matter. Then Duja picked up other old objects and looked at them, put them down one by one again and shook his head. The stuff is old, but it's not much use, so it's better to go back down and sink it. With that he was going to get up and leave, but the youth were anxious. It was hard to wait for a guest who was interested. Can't let him just walk away. Hey, handsome, take a look again. If not, let's buy one get one free, even if it's not useful. It looks more or less dated when you put it in your home. Thereupon Duja was introduced by the youth with enthusiasm, putting on a bored face, crouched down and picked out a few random things. It was followed by an unceremonious picking up of the silver dollar along with it. Just a couple of these. They're kind of a take-home for old people to reminisce about. How much? The young man saw that what Duja took were all worthless contraptions. A small ornament and a couple of walnuts that I wholesaled myself. A tattered book and a silver dollar with a fake glance. Not taking it seriously, he casually said, a small amount of money. Consider it as you helping me pay for the stall. Duja stood up with a smile on his face. Alright then, see you later. With that, he turned and left the market. When you get to the curb, casually stop a cab. After getting into the car, Duja said to the driver, go to Listening Spring Pavilion. 10 minutes later, the cab pulled up in front of a rather classical-looking store. The driver opened his mouth and said, here it is, handsome. Duja nodded his head and got off the bus after taking out the money, walking straight into the interior of the Listening Spring Pavilion. The crisp doorbell rang. Welcome, guest, how may I help you? A uniformed receptionist beauty laughed. Duja walked straight to the counter and looked at the beautifully dressed girl in front of him. The receptionist beauty saw that although Duja was very young, but it was handsome, with a vaguely indescribable aura. She gave a standard sweet smile. Honorable guest, are you looking to appraise something? Dozier pressed one hand on the desktop. In a cold voice, he said, I want to see your boss. Make arrangements. The front desk beauty apologized. I'm sorry, guest, our boss is busy with other things right now. If you're interested in selling something, I can take a look at it for you. Is that okay? Duja shook his head. My things at a glance big open door. Want to pass seriously? You cannot do the main. Take me to see your boss. Hearing the jargon in Duja's mouth, the front desk beauty's eyes showed a hint of surprise. This handsome man doesn't seem to be an ordinary guest. Then she dared not be slow. Excuse me, guest, please follow me upstairs. Dozier nodded and followed him up the stairs. Two men, one in front of the other. The front desk beauty had a very well-proportioned body, wrap-around skirt, black stockings, little heels clacking on the steps, as if on purpose, his body twisted and turned. Duja was watching with great interest. He used to be born and raised abroad, and when he had free time, he basically just drank and indulged. Returning from rebirth, habits still can't be changed for a while. Soon, she led Duja to a cabin on the third floor. After knocking on the door, Duja then entered inside a very upscale-looking room. The walls are filled with a wide variety of antiques. At the wide table sat a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses. When the middle-aged man saw Duja, he warmly extended his hand. Guest, I wonder what object you are looking at. Dozier shook his hand briefly. With that, he pulled the silver dollar out of his bag. It's been passed down from my ancestors and I wanted to pass it on and give it a palm. As soon as the middle-aged man saw the silver dollar, his eyes became grave. He is an expert on ancient coins himself. At a glance, you can tell the silver dollar is real. Nice wrap on it too. But the silver dollar thing usually just sells for about $2,000. In theory, it wasn't his turn to let himself see it. Duja saw the expression on the middle-aged man's face reveal a hint of doubt and smiled blandly. The silver dollar was handed directly into his hand. You take a closer look. The middle-aged man took it and scrutinized it in his hand. Weighted at about 26.7. Material and wear are fine. Hey, weird. The middle-aged man looked at Duja again and saw that he was calm and relaxed. Turned it over again and looked at it. Suddenly, a string of English letters in the lower right corner of the avatar caught his attention. This is L. Georgie. Holy, this turned out to be a Lewis signed George silver dollar. The middle-aged man was so excited that his hands were trembling slightly. Look at it like it's a rare treasure. No wonder. No wonder people are so grounded. It's really in stock. After taking a moment to calm down, the middle-aged man said, "Guests, this good's really full of sincerity. I do not know how much I want to sell." He still wants to try to see if he knows the market. An intriguing smile appeared on Duja's face. "I pass it on with all my heart. One bite, $3 million. You know what you're doing." The middle-aged man hesitated slightly. "This price is actually just about on the border. Even if you strike out on your own, it's only like $3 million at most." He looked at the silver dollar in his hand again, and the more he looked at it, the more he loved it. After a long moment of backhanded deliberation, the middle-aged man looked up and signaled the front desk beauty. The receptionist beauty nodded. The middle-aged man then smiled. "Guest, I need to think about it for a while, so I'll excuse myself." Duja nodded. "Be my guest." When the middle-aged man left, Duja just wanted to get up and walk around, only to see the receptionist beauty reveal a seductive look. Her smooth face seductive. "Guest, your price is not very good to sell. 3 million only auction can come out this price." Duja looked playfully at the fawning front desk beauty. "Interesting, actually trying to paralyze yourself with this tactic. And how much would you say is appropriate?" The receptionist beauty winks and lowers her head. "I don't know. Soon." Half an hour had passed. The receptionist beauty got up and went to the restroom. Before she left, she turned back frequently. Surprised face. "Geez, this guy is too good." The receptionist beauty even suspected that Duja had ended it on purpose. Otherwise, on his own, he wouldn't be able to handle him. 2 minutes later, the middle-aged man and the front desk beauty walked in with a piece of a smile. "Guest, 3 million domestic did not have this price. I just discussed with its experts. I do not know 2,800,000 this price. You think how?" The receptionist beauty who had reapplied her lipstick also walked over and stood behind the middle-aged man. She winked at Doja, wintry and flushed. It was as if she could give Duja any favors tonight as long as he agreed. But Doja was not the least bit impressed. "It's just a woman. You have plenty if you want it. What's that compared to money?" He directly reclined on the chair and laughed. "If I say 3 million, then 3 million. If Listening Spring Pavilion can't take it, I'll go to the National Treasure Gang to take a look at it, and they should be happy to pay that price." The receptionist beauty covered her eyes and froze, and the person was directly dumbfounded. "Doesn't it fit in that you've put in so much effort, and your feelings are all for nothing? How can you whore yourself out for nothing?" The middle-aged man was also a bit confused. "Not that it's been half an hour. Why is your attitude still so firm and your voice so neutral? Shouldn't he have entered the posture of a saint by now? Allowed yourself to be pressured?" The middle-aged man looked back at the beautiful woman in front of him. "You didn't do your best?" The receptionist beauty bowed her head innocently. "It's obvious that they are too powerful for this to work." "Well, Doja didn't have time to watch the two of them act here. How's that for consideration? If it doesn't work, I'll leave now with my stuff and go to the National Treasure to help pal around." Upon hearing that Doja was going to his nemesis, the middle-aged man was immediately anxious. With that, the middle-aged man immediately issued invoices and receipts, as if he was afraid that Doja would regret it. 10 minutes later, Doja then walked out with his backpack, with a smile on his face. In just one day, one had earned a full $3 million. That's not a lot of money though, but it's more than enough to serve as your own startup capital. The next World Cup is when one really makes fast. Big money. Chu Mengyao, Chun Ya. Wait for me. You two will have your knees begging for mercy. High platform master in Miyazaki Shiwan. High platform, voluntary drafting, and by the time I got home, it was almost 6 in the afternoon. Doja opened the door and entered the house. It's still hot at the end of May. Not to mention the fact that he had been wandering around all day and was sweating quite a bit. After casually tossing his bag on the couch, Doja then went inside the bathroom to take a shower. It was a full wash for almost half an hour. It wasn't until his body was refreshed beyond belief that he stepped out with a towel around him. Phew, cozy. The first initial funds have arrived. The whole 3 million. Next one can target the next fast money windfall. Doja's eyes stared at the time on his cell phone. This point in time, I vaguely remember that the Samba World Cup is almost upon us this year. Probably just a few days after the entrance exam. The first game is about to be played. Thinking about this year's World Cup, Doja couldn't help but sigh a little. What a tough Samba in those days. I didn't expect to end up being swept by the Chariot Kingdom in a crushing defeat. 7-1. That game was simply one of the worst World Cup battles of all time. I don't know how many people lost their money. See you on the rooftop. I heard only one Dutchman got drunk and bought Chariot 7-1 Samba. It ended up blowing 6,500x odds, a wild €1.5 million. Doja looked through the various World Cup news on his cell phone. A small smile couldn't help but spread across the corners of his mouth. This year's World Cup. For him who had known the outcome of the race for a long time. Betting was a snap. Just grasp the scale of it. Enough to quickly amass a great deal of wealth on your own. This born-again perk. It's also time for me, Dozier, to eat hard. It was while Dozier was recalling a few of his more impressive ballgames in his previous life. Ding dong. The doorbell suddenly rang. Who's here? Could it be Chu Mengyao? Dozier frowned. He only had a loose bath towel around his waist. Then he walked straight over and opened the door. The door revealed a plump figure in an apron. A beautifully curved body can't be hidden from view even by a white apron. Auntie Lan. Only to see her holding some food in her hand. She smiled and said, Dozier, thank you for helping Auntie today. This is what Auntie has cooked for you. Ah. Halfway through her sentence, Auntie Lan screamed and twisted her head away in a hurry. It was only then that Doz realized in hindsight that he was only wearing a towel. Oops. I should have looked at the cat's eye ahead of time. Isn't this embarrassing for Auntie Lan? So he hurriedly apologized. Sorry, Auntie Lan, I just finished my shower. Auntie Lan's heart raced violently and her face flushed even more. That little boy from back then has grown so big without realizing it. Dozier hurriedly went inside and put a short sleeve over his body, then took the meal from Auntie Lan's hand. Thanks Auntie Lan, I'll bring you the bowl when I'm done. Well, good. Auntie Lan stumbled over her words a bit, then eat it while it's hot. Auntie will leave first. With that, Auntie Lan left at a brisk pace. Dozier put the rice on the table and looked at the routing Auntie Lan, a little puzzled, but didn't think much of it. When we got back to the house we started feasting. Auntie Lan cooked him a bowl of chicken noodle soup and fried 2 meat dishes. It still tastes great when you eat it. After a beautiful meal. After Dozier cleaned all the bowls. Then he went downstairs and delivered the dishes inside Auntie Lan's restaurant. The only person in the store was Auntie Lan, who was busy in the kitchen. On the contrary, I didn't see Lin Lime's figure. Greeted Auntie Lan. Dozier left after placing the bowl on the counter. After returning to his room, Dozier began unarmed training in his room. The movements were all learned from his previous life as a mercenary. Nothing fancy. The strikes are vicious and deadly. Despite being reborn now, it's still in the Dragon Kingdom. But these are life-saving fighting skills at critical moments. Dozier didn't dare to relax for a moment. Maybe something will come in handy. He trained for 3 whole hours, sweating profusely. Asami then took a bath and fell into a deep sleep. On the fluffy bed, Dozier was sleeping soundly. He was suddenly awakened by a ringing cell phone. Casually, he touched his cell phone and pressed the answer button. An anxious female voice immediately came from inside the cell phone. Dozier, why didn't you come to school to review today? Do you realize that today's lecture is all about the key knowledge for the exam? Come to school quickly. Dozier listened to the familiar voice on his cell phone and thought back slightly. Ah, so it was his homeroom teacher. Ms. Miyazaki asked her. She only moved to the school as a classroom teacher in the second half of the year near the exams. Because Gong Ziyuan is really pretty in appearance and has a fierce weapon. That's why Dozier was still very impressed with her. So casually, he said, Mr. Gong, it's like this. I found a gold medal tutor at home and asked him to tutor me. As soon as Gong Ziyuan on the other side of the phone heard that it was because of this, and reassuringly, he said, okay then, but remember to come pick up your pass on the 6th inch. Your grades are great. Make sure you study hard and try to get into a good school. Okay, thank you teacher. Gong Ziyuan then hung up the phone. Dozier smiled faintly and threw over his cell phone. Although there were only 2 days left before the exam, he didn't panic at all. All of them are people who have matched the answers to the exams themselves. Don't dare say on the test those 700 plus, but getting into Tsinghua Yen University is still a breeze. But don't dare suddenly act so outrageous. After all, his usual best score was only just above the 211 level. It's better to play it safe and get a 670 or so and get into a top just 985. He had already thought about going to Marina University. Binhai is not only the economic center now, but will be in the world's attention in the future. Being able to go there early and get a firm footing will definitely help you qualitatively later on. Chu Mengyao, Shanya, you two wait well. When you are approached by loan collectors and have no money to pay your debts, I've had more money than I can spend for a long time. Dozier then opened the book that he had been away from for a long time, cognizantly recalling those questions from the previous life's exams and how they were solved. Some topics he would have already known. It's just that the exams have come up with some more creative puzzles. Fortunately, the memories in his brain became incredibly clear after being reborn. Otherwise he wouldn't have dared to be so confident that he could come out with a high score. It was a full day of struggle in the room. Dozier finally recalled most of the types of exam questions as well as the solutions. He took science in high school. Exam science was basically a solid 270 take. Put a little water on top of the reading in the language and a 130 won't be a problem. Math will be low key. No more perfect scores. Just 145 it is. As for English, Duzha was good in all other subjects in his previous life. The only thing that is really hard to say is English. The test was only 47 points. Otherwise it's at least a late 985 powerhouse. But fortunately, I was a mercenary abroad in my previous life. He dabbled a lot in various languages. Although testable English is not quite the same in the Dragon Kingdom, the path is the same. For myself, who had read the answers, it wasn't even a thing. After closing the book, Dozha rubbed his slightly sore eyes. It's been a long day of learning and I'm really kind of tired. He then went outside to get some food, changed my clothes and went to a gym to work out. The body is what makes it all work. In my previous life if I hadn't worked out as hard as I could, figuring out techniques for surviving and fighting on the battlefield, I'm afraid I would have died on a foreign battlefield long ago. Now, despite returning to the young body of an 18-year-old, there is no slacking off. Strong and fit at all times. Otherwise, when you get old later, you will feel what it means to be one day older than the next. P.S. Gong Ziyuan bit her red lip and looked at the readers. Want to see the follow-up? You can watch it for free with a penny's worth of small advertisements. Chapter 7 Duzha. Don't you only like me? Soon it was the morning of the 6th. Duzha had just finished washing up when he heard someone knocking on the door. Who opened the door? A youthful, beautiful figure stood outside the door with a smile on her face. Lin wore a ponytail and her eyes were clear and bright. She was wearing simple white short sleeves and athletic hot pants underneath, wrapped tightly around his legs. His canvas shoes were spotless. Show off your girlish spirit. Duzha. The college entrance exam is tomorrow, so I have to go to school today to get my pass. Did you just wake up? Duzha swept Lin Qingning up and down twice. I can't believe Lime is in such good shape now. Ready to go soon. Together? Yeah. Lime felt very excited. It's been a while since she went to school with Dozha. Ever since the day Duzha fought off 3 punks in the store. Then it completely took over Lin Qingling's heart. For 2 whole days, she could dream of Duzha at night. That's why I couldn't resist coming to his door today. I didn't expect Duzha to actually offer to go to school together. This made Lime happy. After 10 minutes or so, Dozha packed up his things. Then he walked to the school with Lime. The two were talking and laughing, chatting about some of the fun things I did as a kid. Relationships are also gradually returning to that time when they were once childhood sweethearts. Soon, the two arrived at the school and entered the senior teacher's office. Upon entering, I saw a gorgeous female teacher sitting at her desk. A simple dress with a delicate figure. It was Duzha's senior class teacher Gong Ziyuan. I've heard that a lot of people in the class have been secretly filming Gong Ziyuan. Take it out and read it at night when you're stressed about studying. Duzha, you're here? Gong Ziyuan smiled and got up when she saw him come in. Picking up a copy of the notes from the table, he handed it to Dozha. You were the only one who didn't show up for the lecture yesterday to get to the point. This is what the teacher memorized for you. Take it back and take a good look at it. Dozha took the notes and flipped through a few pages. A little surprised. A full dozen pages of notes. A dense record of the various topics that might be on the test, covering many question types. Thank you, teacher, for your trouble. Gong Ziyuan waved her hand and laughed. It's fine. It's the most important thing for you to review and prepare for the college entrance exam tomorrow. Duzha looked at the beautiful director in front of him and nodded with a smile. With that, he and Lin Qingning asked the director of instruction for their passes. After getting it, Duzha waved goodbye to Gong Ziyuan. After the two left, Gong Ziyuan muttered as she looked at the two leaving together. Strange. Didn't Duzha say that he's been madly chasing after Mangyao for 3 years? Why is he so close to Lime now? Young people's love affairs were something she really couldn't understand anymore. Although Gong Ziyuan herself was only 24 years old. Outside the school gates, Duzha and Lin Qingling were talking and laughing. Lime suggested that we should eat something delicious later. Sort of relaxing before the exam. Duzha pinched her cheeks and agreed with a smile. In his previous life when he was down and out, it was only his childhood friend who treated him the best. Duzha glanced behind the security booth at the school entrance without a trace. Then he took Lin and left. After a while, it was only then that Chu Mangyao behind the security booth slowly poked out her body. After confirming that Duzha had gone far away, she breathed a sigh of relief. I thought I'd be late and not run into Dozha. I didn't realize it almost collided. It would be bad if he asked himself to bring up the $1 million. But then he saw the distant figure of Duzha and Lin together. A touch of unwillingness surged up in Chu Mingyao's eyes. Du Chul, don't you like me? How can you stick with Limey Lin? She knew that Lin and Duzha were childhood friends, but 3 years in high school Dozha was chasing after himself. There was hardly any excessive contact with other girls, including Lime. This still made Chu Mangyao feel quite comfortable in her heart. But see these two talking and laughing today. It also came home in one piece, which made her feel very irritated. Dutcher, would have thought you were so smitten with me. Turns out it's nothing more than that. In less than 3 days, He got mixed up with Lin Lime. Chu Mengyao clenched her teeth tightly, feeling that Duzha was sorry for himself. You've been chasing me for 3 years, though I disagreed with your advances and hung you for 3 whole years, and also took $1 million from you the day before yesterday. But you can't betray me to be with someone else, even if you know I'll be a big star in the future. You don't deserve me, but in case you hold out for a decade or 8, maybe I'll actually be so moved by you that I'll choose to be with you. But how do you do it? Dutcher, I was so wrong about you. Chu Mengyao stomped her foot fiercely. Then he went inside the school to collect his pass. In the office, Mr. Miyagi, I've come to get my pass. Gong Ziyuan looked up and it was Chu Mengyao. She smiled and picked up her pass and handed it to her. Mengyao, cheer up for the exam tomorrow. With your grades, even the acting department of Yanjing Film Academy is no problem. Chu Mengyao's cheeks slightly reddened. Thank you, teacher. I will definitely work hard. With that she took the pass and left. Gong Ziyuan looked at her with some haste. Shaking his head, he felt a bit sad. Chu Mengyao is a score of the art exam atop existence with on, or in the acting category. 247. It can be said that as long as Chu Mengyao passed the undergraduate line on the college entrance exam, Yanjing Film Academy was the nail in the coffin. Ugh, it's just a shame about Dozier. The two still seem to be quite compatible and I didn't realize that they had broken up. Gong Ziyuan sighed. There was a fate. Outside of Yangfu's spicy hot pot shop, Duzha and Lin Lime walked out together. Although it tasted good, Lin Lime still had a heartbroken look on her face. His place sells it so expensive. I can't believe it cost you over $40. And it doesn't taste much better than the others. I'll never eat it again. We might as well make it ourselves at home. Looking at Lin Qingling's regretful and heartbroken appearance, Duzha somewhat wanted to laugh. It's only $40 and you're heartbroken like this. If she knew she had $3 million in her hand, there's no telling what the shock will be like. It's okay, money is for spending. Spend it and then earn it. Duzha wrapped his arm around Lin Qingling's shoulders, causing her cheeks to flush. Come on, it's time to go back. Exams are tomorrow. Lin Lime nodded shyly, and suddenly she seemed to remember something as if she had. Wait, I'll take a picture. With that she pulled her cell phone out of her shorts pocket and turned on the front-facing camera. Duzha was puzzled. There's no scenery. Why take pictures? Lin Qingling gave him a blank look. Standing on Duzha's side, his soft body leaned slightly against him. Today is the first time you've been out to dinner with me in the past 3 years, so of course I had to take a picture to remember it. With that, Lin Qingling clicked a full 24 photos of the two, beautifully picking out the best few in there. Duzha then remembered. It turned out that to the former Lime Lin, he was so important. Even the chance to come out for dinner once, both make her happy enough to take a picture. I blame myself for being blind back then, letting go of the good Lime, but choosing to chase after the Chu Mengyao. Luckily, now that he was in a new life, he would not make the same mistakes as in his previous life. No matter what he said, Lin Lime was still selecting the best shots on her phone, debating to the which ones to upload space. Her cell phone is still a 2-year-old Week 1S phone. Bought at 1,500. The screen has several cracks in it and the charging port is crooked, but Lin Lime can't even afford to repair it, let alone replace it. She knew it had been hard enough for her sister-in-law to raise her on her own. If I still spend money recklessly, how can I face my sister-in-law? It was while Lin Lime was carefully selecting the photos. Duzha suddenly took her hand. Hey, what for? Lin Lime was pulled along by a strong force and asked suspiciously. Duzha directly grabbed her phone. Go get you a newer model. P.S. Lin Qingling blushed and whispered. Brother reader is so good to me. I don't even know how to repay you guys. Chapter 8 Love Crazy 5S. Speedway Driving School. People come and go on the streets. Duzha pulled Lin Qingling all the way, straight to the door of a Lovecraftian cell phone store. XX year. The Love Crazy cell phone has come out in the Love Crazy 5S model, which has taken the country by storm. It is almost the most expensive and at the same time the most popular phone in the country. Sales during the same period were only barely comparable to the Wheat phone, which specialized in the sinking market. Lin Qingling struggled as she was pulled by Duzha to the front of Love Crazy's store. Gee, no, my cell phone still works, and besides, how can I spend your money? Let's just get going. Duzha, we have the entrance exam tomorrow. She took Dozier's hand and tried to pull him home, but it couldn't pull Dozier at all. Instead, Duzha gave it a hard push. Lin Qingling was then torn to his chest. Not to be outdone, he said, no, come in with me right now and get a new cell phone. Lin Qingling leaned against Duzha's chest. Her face instantly blushed and her whole body swooned. What to do? He's so bossy. But, I love it so much. After that, Duzha directly and forcefully pulled Lin Qingling in. Just walked in the door. The clerk then came over with a smile on his face. Welcome, which model of cell phone would you two like to buy? Dozier swept over the counter. It's almost all Lovecraft in their 5S. Prices start at Rs. 5. 288. The price could definitely be considered extremely high back in the day. He pointed to the counter. 3 Acme 5S. All with 32 GB storage. The clerk's eyes lit right up when he heard that. It won't be long before the Lovecraft 6 hits the market. Surprisingly, there are still dirtbags who won't even wait a couple months. Buy 3S straight away 5S. It's definitely a big bill for her right now. So he hastily said, yes, sir, I can give you a discount. Just 17,000. Dozier nodded. 17,000 only. Nothing counts for yourself. But Lin was directly shocked. Why is it so expensive? She had originally thought that she could pay Dozier back after she finished the fight. How can she afford to pay this back? Lin Qingning grabbed Dozier's coat. Heartbroken. He said, it's too expensive. There's no need to buy it. Let's get out of here. With that, he was about to pull Dozier away. The clerk looked at Dozier patiently, obviously knowing that the decision is all on Dozier. Dozier patted Lin's head. It's okay, I'm not that bad nowadays. But, what about 10,000? Lin Qingling's eyes were red and her heart ached to the core. Dozier smiled slightly and looked at the clerk. Pack it up. Money IG Fu Bao transfer you. Okay. The clerk surprised him by packing the 3 phones. And it also thoughtfully comes with a number of great cell phone accessories. With the brand new cell phone cradled in her arms, Lin Qingling was heartbroken and happy. Heartbroken that Dozier spent so much money. The happy part was that Dozier was actually willing to give her such a precious gift. What a fool. I'll pay you back when I work for the summer. The two came out of the cell phone store. Lin was still reeling from the shock of having just spent out so much money. Dozier handed her another cell phone. Take this back to Auntie Lan and tell her it's from me. And one for my sister-in-law? Lin Qingling quickly waved her hand and anxiously said, no, 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 I can't afford to pay back this one alone. I can't ask for more. Who knew that Dozier would just shove the phone into her arms and tug on her ponytail? You don't have to give it back. Consider it my early high school gift to you. Lin Qingling swished and her face turned even redder. In a daze, he was pulled in the direction of his home by Dozier. In the distance, in front of a cell phone business office, Xu Mingyao's eyes spewed fire, and her entire body looked frantic. She just came to get a new cell phone card. It's good to keep Dozier from contacting her in the future. But I didn't expect to see this. Dozier actually bought such an expensive cell phone and gave it to Lin. And 2 at once. You've been chasing me for 3 years. Didn't even see you send me an Avanti phone. Xu Mengyao thought indignantly. Dutcher, you wait. I'll have to drag you out for 7 or 8 years for your $1 million. So you'll be crying and begging me to pay you back. Immediately afterward, Xu Mengyao held her stomach and returned home angrily. Around 1:30 p.m., Dozier sent Lin Qingling back home, seeing that Auntie Lan was still busy cooking for her guests. Dozier then didn't bother and left after saying a few words to Lin Qingling. After arriving home, he traded in his old cell phone for the Lovecraft in his hand 5S, though I know the Lovecraft 6 is coming out soon. But Dozier, who is used to using smartphones for 10 years, simply can't accept the broken in his hand HTC. After waiting for the information to be transmitted, Dozier changed his clothes and went downstairs, took a cab to one of the biggest driving schools in the city. He's going to get his driver's license fast first. Easy to buy and drive a car later and do things. As soon as I entered the driving school's registration office, a staff member greeted me with a smile. Young man, you're early. You won't get the discounted rate for you students until a couple of days from now. It turned out that he was looking at Dozier's young age, like a student in school. Kindly give him a discount. Dozier looked at him and asked directly, I want to enroll in the most expensive class you have here. How long will it take to get my license? The staff froze. Did he look away? This handsome guy is actually a rich kid? The most expensive is the Supreme VIP class, 15,800. And you can get your license in a month if you're the fastest. After listening, Dozier shook his head. 10 years ago the mega driving school. Almost all of them have their own special path. What with the scheduling, test appointments, and manual evaluation, it's almost always a chain. There are even people who are directly paid to take the test for you. Never been to a driving school from start to finish. Dozier didn't talk too much and directly took out his cell phone, shining a light on the hundreds of thousands of dollars in his savings balance. I'll pay $30,000. In half a month, I'm going to get my license. The staff member looked at the balance on his cell phone with a jaw-dropping grin. Richie rich. Definitely rich. Owners made a lot of money this time. Immediately, he enthusiastically said, no problem. I'll help you with the formalities now. One street outside the driving school is the traffic control office. After shelling out the money, Dozier followed the staff directly into the formalities. Follow the whole thing. It was almost just half an hour to complete everything that needed to be registered. Subsequently, at the strong request of Dozier, The staff took Doja to go through the relationship and took the subject 1 test in advance. With a variety of blacktop walks, Doja passed with almost a perfect score. Dutcher then demonstrated his driving skills at the driving school. One-sided bridges, pie presses, and reverse shifts. Skilled as an old driver. The staff saw it afterward. Straight away, I scheduled the subject 2 test for 3 days later. As soon as you can pass, you'll be able to take subject 3 and get your license in 3 more days. By the time Doja returned home, it was already past 7 in the evening. After a little while of reading the questions, it's time for tomorrow's entrance exam. Doja took out his cell phone. Look inside at the advertisements everywhere proclaiming that the Samba World Cup is about to start. The corners of his mouth lifted, and the chance to fly high was finally coming. P.S. Any reader owners who bet on the World Cup back in the day? It should have all made a fortune. Chapter 9 Knowing the answer. Beginning to control the scores. The morning of the 7th, Doja got up early and after washing up, he went downstairs to look for Lin Qingning. In front of the diner, Auntie Lan had already made 2 breakfasts. She kept bugging Lin Lime. Don't be nervous about the test, pass the ones you don't know first, and have a good time. Lin Lime nodded frequently, but her eyes kept looking into the distance. Finally, Doja's figure slowly emerged. Lin Qingning was surprised. Doja, come quickly, my sister-in-law made a copy of your breakfast as well. With that, she grabbed her breakfast and ran towards Doja, handing it to him. Doja took the breakfast and looked at the smiling Auntie Lan in front of him. Laughing, he said, "Trouble, Auntie Lan." Aunt Lan looked at Doja and said in relief, "It's fine. You guys go take your exams and try to both get into a good university this year." With that, Doja and Lin Qingling walked to the examination room together. Their test center was their school, and they made light work of it. The entrance was crowded with thousands of candidates gathered. At a glance, Doja saw a beautiful figure at the entrance of the school, Ms. Gong Zun. There was no other reason. The beautiful director's poise was just too dazzling, attracting the attention of an unknown number of people. In front of her were a few other students from Doja's class, waiting to enter the exam. Doja and Lin Lime walked over as well. Gong Ziyuan's eyes also lit up when she saw the duo, but the eyes were more focused on Lime Lin. Lime Lin's grades are good enough to rank in the top 10 in the first grade. It is a seed candidate for the rush to the top schools. Doja, Lime, how are you guys preparing? Gong Ziyuan asked with a smile. Lin Qingling happily said, "Mr. Gong, don't worry, we're both prepared to be foolproof." Doja also nodded. He didn't put this exam in his eyes at all. Seeing that the two were so confident, Gong Ziyuan put her heart down. Another exam room. Xu Mengyao was wearing a light-colored half-length sleeve with snow-white skin. It attracted a lot of attention from the people around. But Xu Mengyao didn't have a trace of complacency. Instead, his mind was full of the scene yesterday when the two of them, Doja and Lin Qingling, were together. She couldn't settle down to review properly all afternoon yesterday. I go to bed at night thinking about it. Damn Dutcher. No perseverance at all. He gave up after only 3 years of chasing me. And Limey Lamb. Who in the whole school doesn't know that Doja likes me? Shame on you for prying on someone else. You guys wait until I'm a big star. I'm definitely going to clean you guys up. Soon, the bell of the examination room rang, and the candidates entered the room one after another. Xu Mengyao also hurriedly shook her head and cleared her thoughts. One must take the exam seriously and get into the Yinjing Film Academy. Then they followed the crowd into the examination room. On the campus of the first high school, Doja said to Lin Qingling, "Qingling, cheer for the exam." Lin Lime blinked her eyes. "Well, you do your best too, and try to get us into the same school." The two of them then entered each classroom and waited for the test. Inside the exam room, the moment the papers were handed out, Doja looked over the test papers. The corners of his mouth could no longer suppress a smile. The bell rang, and without the slightest hesitation, Doja directly put pen to paper. The paper rustled and was soon filled with answers. In the end, Doja only let up on the reading questions. The rest of it, almost all of it, is correct. After the exam, Doja walked out of the exam room with confidence. Not much of a language problem this time. 135 or so. Not a bad hold. After he walked out of the exam room, looking around at the candidates who had mixed emotions. Some were elated, some were downcast, and even more outright cried. For almost everyone, exams are all a chance to change your destiny. Doing well on the exams can even change class and level the playing field. Doja walked through the crowd, feeling all around him carefully. Life is truly marvelous. If it wasn't for Doja being reborn, I'm afraid there's no such thing as this opportunity. Change your life and reverse everything. At noon, Doja found Lin Qingling, and the two of them ate a bowl of rice nearby afterward. Then you review your next math game outside of school. Around 2:30, thousands of candidates entered the field again. Dozier also played steadily in the afternoon math paper. Less than an hour. Then the answer key was filled to the brim. Math scores are well controlled. Dozier didn't hold back an ounce either. 140 points toward the top. Just take the high scores straight away and put the subsequent control points on science and English. After resting for a while, jingle bells. The sound of the end of the exam rang out. Candidates are coming out of the classroom one after another. The first day of exams is finally over. Dozier and Lin Lime met outside the school and went back home together. In the evening, Dozier casually flipped through the book and stopped reading. Tomorrow's test will be a breeze for him. Day 2. Dozier then walked into the exam room with confidence. The science paper was not the least bit difficult in his eyes now. After briefly controlling the score, it was determined to be around 270. He then put down his pen and began to rest. English in the afternoon was the same old story. The reading and completions were intentionally written a little wrong, and the essay was written randomly. About 120 overall. At last, symbolized the bell that the end of the big test of finally rang. XX. Dozier walked out of the door of the first middle school full of relaxation, finally able to completely let go of his hands and feet. There was no promise that Lin Qingning would invite herself to dinner. Dozier briefly accompanied her for a while and then went home. He hadn't communicated with Chu Mengyao even once in the past few days. It's time to get in touch. Dozier coldly smiled, picked up his cell phone, and sent a micro message to Chu Mengyao. How did you feel about the test? After a while, Chu Mengyao transmitted a message. It's okay, I should be able to get into the Yinjing Film Academy. Dozier replied, that's good. How is Sister Chen's illness? Chu Mengyao on the other end of the cell phone saw Dozier asking about her sister's illness so quickly. Thought Dozier was trying to get her to pay back the money quickly. My sister is almost cured. She just needs to be hospitalized for a while to convalesce. It's pretty much cured, so that means it's time to run. Dozier's eyes are cold. The previous life you can run away even if. This life has saddled you with $1 million in usury. There are those loan collectors watching your every move at all times. Let's see where you can run to. As far as he knew, those loan sharks had intricate relationships behind them. Borrowers who want to buy a ticket and run. Almost immediately you can give a cut back. Take good care of Sister Chen. I'm sure she'll recover soon. After replying one sentence, Dozier dropped his cell phone and stopped paying attention to Chu Mengyao. Chu Mengyao on the other end of the phone was a bit surprised. She thought Dozier was here to press her to pay back the money. I didn't expect a word about money. It's also true that Dozier was so brash at the time. Definitely didn't have that money in mind. Besides, he betrayed himself and got mixed up with that Lin Lime. Where is the face to ask for this $1 million? Chu Mengyao put down her cell phone and looked at Dozier's avatar on Weishuan. Dutcher, you're the one who didn't offer to pay. It's not that I, Chu Mengyao, won't return it. Wait till I'm a big star. Make sure you regret choosing Limey Lam now. Chapter 10. The Samba World Cup is about to begin. The next morning, Dozier got up early. First, I went for a 10-mile jog in the park. Took a hot shower when I got home. Open your cell phone and look. Lin Lime actually sent him several messages. Dozier, we just finished the college entrance exam today. Do you want to go hiking together? Take the pass, and you get free admission. Looking forward. Dozier politely declined. After a while, I'm a bit busy with something. Lin Lime, okay. The two then made some small talk. Lin Lime says her sister-in-law won't accept the acne from Dozier no matter what 5s. It's been sitting there for 2 days and I haven't taken it apart. And she had to go to the cell phone store to give it back. Dozier told Lin Qingning to tell Auntie Lan. Love-crazy cell phones are tightly regulated and can't be returned after shipment. Let Auntie Lang take it. Consider it a gift from yourself to her. He then got up, changed his clothes, and took a cab to the driving school. After arriving at the driving school, he was greeted by the same staff as last time. He said everything was arranged. When the time comes, Dozier is the last one to take the test, and there's no one around. Dozier nodded. Then the staff drove Dozier to the Subject 2 test center. The exams are still very much in demand. Each face was tense. After all, getting a driver's license in this day and age is really not cheap. One failure can mean thousands of dollars in losses. Just waiting all morning. Dozier then saw that the kiosk outside the driving test center had sold hundreds of cartons of cigarettes. Each box of cigarettes is labeled, easy to retrieve from the invigilator's hands when the time comes. After waiting for about 3 hours, it was finally Dozier's turn. And the test center is just as the driving school said it would be. There aren't many left. The invigilator looked at the ID card Dozier handed over. Nodding, he gestured for Dozier to get in the car. Subject 2 was extremely complex at the time. Widening gates, one-way bridges, pie presses, rolling roads. A number of people have died several times, but Dozier's car skills have long been perfected. Soon passed the exam perfectly. The invigilator looked at Dozier dumbfounded. If you're not so powerful, why are you going through the back door? So painfully, he approved a series of checkmarks on Dozier's file. Passed subject 2 perfectly. After you go out, the staff said that in 3 days, you can take subject 3 and get your license in the afternoon. Dozier nodded. This progress has been fast. It's not worth the $30,000 you spent. He then took a cab and went to the nearest internet cafe. The internet cafe has 2 floors, but they were all full. Everyone's playing games. The screen is either Crossfire Dungeons or League of Legends and Speed Racer. Dozier didn't have the patience to wait. He stood directly next to a man who was playing League of Legends, gave him $100 and told him to come back tomorrow. The man took a look at Dozier giving away money so generously. Then he painfully let the machine go. With that, Dozier directly exited the game. Opened the Samba World Cup page. Look at the set of fixtures listed above. Dozier began to compare one by one with the information in his mind. There were 32 teams in total. The group stage is played first, followed by the lineups competing for the 1/8 finals. The opener is the Sambas against the Checkers. This game was pretty much a no-brainer. Samba as the host team. It's also one of the most dominant teams to win the title this year. Countless Sambas are looking forward to bringing back the Hercules Cup. But I didn't expect to end up getting crushed by the Chargers 7-1. Dozier probably looked at the schedule. A good chunk of the matches in there themselves ring a bell. The score of the Sambas kick to the Checkers was 3-1. Game time is about 4 a.m. The day after the big day. One has enough time to watch the spinach odds change. Domestic spinach is not as open and hoity-toity as it is abroad though. But there are still enough fundamentals for such a world-renowned World Cup event. Dozier currently has a balance of almost $3 million on his card. In a previous life this race was the first race though and the bookmakers were heavily invested. But the odds of winning the game aren't too high. After all, everyone knew Samba had a better chance of winning. So Dozier is going to just press the score. 2 million for Samba 3:1 gridiron. 1 million for Samba 2:1. This way it doesn't look too over the top and it's a great book. After about 2 hours, Dozier got up and left his seat. Came to the webmaster's front desk and transferred $2,000 directly. Have the webmaster set him up with an exclusive machine in the upstairs corner for a monthly subscription. The webmaster saw Dozier's generous batch. With a pat on the chest, he guaranteed it. After all, $2,000 is enough to play for months. 24/7. Dozier only wants a month. It's a blood moneymaker. Then after Dozier scanned his ID, then he went straight home. Next, just wait quietly for the World Cup to start. That's when one's chance to make a complete splash. When we get home, Dozier lay down on the sofa, surprisingly feeling a little clear for a while. In a previous life on a foreign battlefield, always mentally tense and could die at any time. So he himself often followed the group of soldiers to take care of the business of young women living alone. Every one of them is very generous with their money. After all, that pressure between life and death can only be released in the most primitive way. Dozier is no exception. In his previous life he was released almost every week. Chickens in places like that abroad are not cheap. It's up to $300 a piece. Dozier was looking for 2 at a time. $600 spent casually. Even so, the feeling of madness that lingered after each return from the dead. It's all those 2 es Chumengyao and Chenya. Dozier's eyes were cold. If it weren't for those 2 people, his own life would never have ended up like that. With that, he decided to go to Chumengyao's house to observe. According to his memories of taking out loans in his previous life when he started his business, just after borrowing from the loan sharks, that group will just go through the motions on their own. Investigate residential address, accuracy of information. All actions of the borrower are then closely monitored. The slightest sign of escape and a direct arrest. He himself had given Chumengyao a full loan of more than 30 websites. Each one is almost about $30,000 or so. Neither too much nor too little, just stuck on the edge. People who want to necessitate accounts won't be in such a hurry. Almost 10 days later, that is, a reminder will be given only on the days when the high school scores are announced. After taking a cab, Dozier then arrived at the place where the 2 Chumengyao sisters had rented. Just get out of the car. Dozier then saw Chumengyao in the distance in a beautiful dress. She was holding several shopping bags. Depending on the size it should be clothes and makeup. Full of happy faces. From time to time, he looked at the valuable items in his hand. Chumengyao lovingly touched the love crazy in her hand 5S and smiled to herself. Dozier, if you don't send me, I'll just buy it myself. Her idea was simple. Yanjing Film Academy itself should be a sure thing. The next step is to wrap yourself up with some good clothes and jewelry. After arriving at the Yanjing Film Academy, blossom into your perfect moment. Attract those studios and established directors. Fulfill your dream of being an actress. She clattered into the house on her heels. Dozier in the distance had a cold smile on his face. Bitchy, buy it all you want. when the time comes for the debt collectors to come to your door, let's see what you have to pay. P.S. Zhu Mengyao looked pitifully at Du Zhao and cried, please, as long as you're willing to help me pay back the money, I'm willing to do anything. Chapter 11 Raving for $15 million. And so it was for 2 days. Dozier is constantly thinking about perfecting his earning plan at home. You don't have to do the cooking when it's time to eat. Auntie Lan will make it and bring it to him. Perhaps it was because he had given her and Lima a cell phone worth tens of thousands of dollars. The meal Auntie Lan made for Dozier was unusually hearty. It's a 4-course meal, almost never a repeat. Instead, Dutcher had a good time at home. It was the night afterward in the twinkling of an eye. Dozier came to the internet cafe and sat down in front of his monthly subscription machine. 3 or 4 more hours until the World Cup opener, to see the dynamic odds of the ballgame in real time. He first logged on to the Spinach site to watch the win/loss ratio, another entry into the various World Cup posting forums. Then the TV5 channel was pulled up, which was showing the Champions League and Premier League fixtures from previous years. Dozier looked around to make sure there weren't many people after that. Take out your cell phone, open the Zhifubao, and transfer all the remaining money into the Zhifubao. The energy of the year of Richmond is really too great to be imagined. XX. It is possible to spin online the entire time, and the earnings usually arrive a few hours later. Soon you can make your next bet. The goal is to draw people into this quadrennial bash in a big way. I wonder how many people have lost their homes because of gambling. A leap from the rooftop. But these things simply don't happen to Dozier. The score and all that has long been firmly in the back of your mind. He then spent $2 million to score Samba 3-1 against the Checkers. A single bet of 50x bought 20,000 bets. Then spent another $1 million on Samba 2:1 gridiron. Single bets are also 50x, 10,000 bets. The million is used to obfuscate. After all, many people still feel that the Checkers are not to be underestimated either. Dutcher sat quietly in front of his computer, watched the replay of the ballgame highlights playing on it, waiting for the official arrival of the World Cup. There was a lot of noise around them, and there were constant shouts of rage from the gamers. Nobody? Put the sniper down. A big 99. One shot to death. Screw this. The old man hit 97 and didn't die. Asterisk at $%. Defy the transporters to snipe. Catch Lucian. What the are you doing grabbing Hammerstone? Have some balls solo. The vast majority of people inside internet cafes are playing games. The shouting, the insults were constant. It made Dozier feel good. A familiar era. A familiar life. After spending some money to get the webmaster to go down and buy himself some kebabs and beer, Dozier was watching the ballgame while enjoying a cozy meal. The computer screen was showing the Champions League semifinal. Real Madrid vs Bayern. It was at Real Madrid the peak of BBC. Bale, Benzema, Crowshine at Real Madrid. The game started not long after. The narration process is then exciting. The first corner kick of the first half belonged to the visiting Real Madrid. Modric takes a corner kick and the soccer ball arcs long, close in front of the goal. Ramos. Header. Away lead. Real Madrid 1 o'clock. Bayern then frantically counterattacked and brought down Crow for a yellow card, but by playing too eagerly, another free kick was given to Real Madrid. Ramos. Header double. Ouch. Hit God. Ramos today. Next, Bayern clearly panicked and organized their attack in a big way, but the Real Madrid backline is just too solid. Pepe, Ramos, and Carvajal are defending more fiercely than one another. Di Maria finds Benzema with a long ball. Bale in the middle and at the far post. Crow. Look at the red-haired Bale of men. Handed to Crow. Hit the door. 3 o'clock. Big game. Real Madrid's BBC 3 forward line is just too strong. And since the Champions League was reformed, Crow has scored 15 consecutive goals. Soon the referee sounded the whistle for the end of the match. Real Madrid eliminated the previous Champions League allies. Bayern Munich. 5 o'clock. Reaching the Champions League final again after 12 years. Seeing the end of the Champions League replay, Dozier looked at the time. It's almost 2 o'clock and the world's favorite Samba World Cup is about to begin. Soon after, the opening ceremony of the World Cup officially kicked off. The whole show is over an hour long. A star-studded crowd of over 60,000 fans reveled in the stadium. Dozier looked at it for a while. It was kind of fun at first, then it got a little tiring. Might as well start the fight early. Finally, near 4 o'clock, Samba's opener against the Checkers officially kicked off. The strength of both parties should not be underestimated, and the match was incredibly intense just after the opening bell. 10 minutes of small nodes. Auric pushed forward and his teammates followed. A bit slow. Samba's Marcelo steps up to clear. Oops. Marcelo inadvertently touched the ball into his own goal. And oops. Plaid take the lead and score a point. The Gridiron fans in attendance were jubilant and enthusiastic. And the Samba fans were not to be outdone. After all, the Sambas are better than the checkers on the hardwood. Soon the score changed when it did. Samba turns the ball over in the middle. Neymar takes the ball, dodges past one man and breaks through in style. The ball went in. Neymar, worthy of the #1 goal. The Samba fans in the crowd instantly hooted and hollered. Next, the Sambas had it like a charm. Had a penalty kick opportunity in the second half. Neymar takes the penalty. The yellow number 10 jersey flashed across the field. A pop shot. The checkers goalie made a desperate save. Although the ball was blocked, it was too fast due to the speed of the ball. Still hit inside the dead center. Samba 2-1. The battle then scorched into a final period of injury time. By this point, even Duja, who had known the outcome of the match for a long time, couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. Finally, at the very end of the game, Samba's Oscar bursts through the middle at breakneck speed, caught the checkers off guard. The ball went in. Oscar. 3-1. Samba takes the first win of this tournament. Seeing the end of the full match, Dozier let out a light breath. A light smile played at the corners of his mouth as he looked at the spinach page on Toastmasters. I'm afraid to wait until tomorrow. Immediately, he or she is transformed into a multi-millionaire. With that he looked at the major forums. There's not much nutritional stuff in there. Most of them are betting on winning and losing games. The odds are at best few. 1. There are only dynamic odds in spinach sites. To be able to attract him, the odds for Samba finalized above 3:1 Grizzlies are 7. 6. Although the finalization does not represent the final odds, but it won't float too much. $2 million bet in and it comes out to be over $10 million. Dozier shut down the computer. I packed up my things and went home, got into bed and fell asleep. After staying up all night, even he was a bit overwhelmed. It wasn't until almost 11 that Dozier woke up groggy. The first thing I did when I woke up was to open Toastmasters and check my balance. 15520,715. 15,520,000. Du Chul. Millionaire. He couldn't hide the excitement on his face. Profiteering. No wonder so many people are willing to go spinach with their entire family. This scene of overnight wealth is so shocking. 2 million goes in. 15 million comes out. And no single winning bet is over $10,000. You don't have to pay a penny of tax yourself. Compared to the millions earned only by fighting to the death on the battlefield in his previous life, the money was nothing short of ecstatic for Dozier. But that's just the appetizer. The craziest, most lucrative opportunity of that time at the World Cup. It's always the semifinals when the Sambas kick the Chargers. 7:1. An astounding 6,500x multiplier. It won't be that ridiculously high domestically though, but it will never pull too far apart either. That's when one takes a step across the class. Many people think that getting rich overnight is too exaggerated and unreasonable. But who is the protagonist? It's Dozier. He's so handsome, even if he wins $10 million every day. It's simple. Chapter 12, Anode. Phew. After a light exhale, Dozier dresses and gets up, getting ready to go downstairs to Aunt Rance for dinner. Day after day, he asked Auntie Lon to bring himself food. Dozier was a little embarrassed. Just walked to the door. Just saw the bag on the couch that he had casually thrown somewhere the other day. It still got some rags in it from the antique market. With that, Dozier poured out the contents, ready to take it downstairs and throw it away. But an old, tattered book inside caught his eye. When he first picked it up, Dozier didn't look at it carefully. Now that I'm holding it in my hands, the material of the book feels quite chic to the touch. Dozier was kinda curious about what was written in this book. With that, he sat down on the couch and eased the book open. Just 2 big words written in felt-tip pen on the first page. Yang Jie. This book in no way cultivates immortality. This is just a plug-in for the main character to strengthen his body. Ha. Strengthening the body, oh. What's that supposed to mean? Dozier had sort of read a lot of novels and had heard of Extreme Yang, but it's the first time I've seen a book named after an anode. Turned another page and began to read slowly. There are not many words on each side, just a handful of dozens, and it has illustrations on it. It's all about the look of a person in various odd poses. The book had thick paper, and after flipping through about 2 dozen pages, it was done. This book? How come it looks like that kind of martial arts mind trick that fools people? It says something in there about moving the yang energy, goes all over the body, cleanses the bones and refines the marrow, generating a sense of qi. The more he looked at Dozier, the more interesting he felt. But there was an inexplicable urge in him. Want to try practicing those moves and essentials as described above. Dozier had always believed that there were definitely some high achievers in the world. Tai Chi is not also a simple stance, but it can also have some strengthening effects. The moves on this don't look too hard to learn, so why not give it a try? Say it and do it. Dozier looked at the top carefully. Start with the first page. Yang Qi rises from the dantian and goes up the abdomen and through the whole body. Follow the instructions in the book and move slowly. At first due to these movements are rather awkward, and the book's catchphrases are rather obscure. Dusha did it twice enough before he barely grasped some of the essentials. Halfway through the third time, Dutcher still didn't feel anything strange. It doesn't seem like a big deal, does it? It still seems a bit whimsical on my part. If there really is any secret book or something good in the world, it's not like it's your turn. Let's just forget about it. With that, Dusha was not going to finish the third time, so he was going to get up and go downstairs. But just then, something changed. An indescribable burning sensation violently exploded from the small of Dusha's back. It instantly filled his entire body. What's going on here? Dusha was shocked in his heart. The burning sensation flowed through his entire body. It was as if it was going to set his entire being on fire. He immediately thought of the passage from the book. Could this be Yang Qi traveling throughout the body, cleansing and refining the marrow? Wouldn't that mean that the book really does work? Dusha was overjoyed. If you keep practicing on your own, maybe you can really practice the Qi sense that the book talks about. Forcing himself to endure that burning sensation, Dusha continued practicing the subsequent movements. The whole body seemed to melt and warm up. Extraordinarily comfortable. It was like being in a hot spring for hours. Dusha's body also became hotter and hotter. His face was dripping with sweat and his mouth was dry. The burning sensation finally dissipated by the ninth practice. The whole body is instantly cool. The only subtle breath was at the location of the dantian in the lower abdomen. Gas sense. This must be what the books call Qi sense. Dusha was overjoyed. I can't imagine that this random book really works. I just don't know if I can make myself a martial arts expert too. He walked over to the mirror and scrutinized the changes in his body. The skin is fairer and tougher. The muscles look as if they are more pronounced as well. Not too much change, but the whole thing has a whole new vibe. It's like a man who just got out of the shower and is glowing. Dusha looked at himself in the mirror with satisfaction. Lament the strange effect. I just don't know how fit I am now. Will it be far more than it is now? It's a good idea to try it this afternoon. With that, Dusha went downstairs, walked straight inside Auntie Lan's restaurant. Dusha, you're here. Auntie still wants to send it to you. Just as he entered, he saw Auntie Lan, who had already packed a meal. Dusha laughed. Don't bother, Auntie Lan. I'm a little embarrassed to keep making you run around. Sat down at the table and just opened the bag and ate it. Auntie Lan looked at Dusha with a smile on her face. I don't know why, but as soon as Dusha came in just now, the whole aura of the person seems to be a bit different from before. It's become more masculine and handsome at the same time. 4 dishes and a soup, with a big bowl of rice added. It was swept away by Dusha in less than 20 minutes, but he still didn't feel full. It was as if the meal that had just been consumed was quickly consumed. No wonder they say that practicing martial arts collapses a family. That's a lot of practicing and a lot of eating. With that, Dusha gave an embarrassed smile. Auntie Lan, I'm not full yet. Bring me another bowl of noodles. Ha? Not enough to eat? Aunt Ran covered her mouth in surprise, a little incredulous. She had just cooked a lot already. I didn't realize that Dusha still didn't have enough to eat. But yeah, 18 and 19-year-old boys are the time to eat a lot. Auntie Lan's cheeks heated as she absently glanced at the muscles on Dusha's arms. Hastily shaking his head, he went inside and gave it to Dusha below. What's going on with myself lately? Could it be that you've been widowed for too long and now you're kind of coming back to life? After that, Dusha finished 2 big bowls of noodles one after another. Only then did he leave under Auntie Lan's surprised gaze. When we get home, Dusha spent the entire day immersed in the wonders of cultivating the young pole. This feeling of getting stronger at all times simply mesmerized him. Enough to do 200 diamond push-ups. Dutcher's body was only slightly sweaty as well. It's really gotten a lot stronger. In the past, push-ups of this size, doing 100 by myself would be very tiring. He then tried curls and one-handed push-ups. Again, more than a few times higher than before. I didn't realize it had only been an afternoon of practice. It's that remarkable. Toward the end of the afternoon, Dusha bought a full 3 pounds of barbecue meat at the barbecue restaurant outside. I bought some cooked beef after eating it. It was only then that I felt the hunger fade slowly. Looking at the time, it was just after 7 in the evening. The game doesn't start until 12. Better get some sleep. After practicing for a whole day, Dusha also felt very tired. But there had been an inexplicable evil fire in the small of his back. Steamy. It made Dusha toss and turn for a long time before he slowly fell asleep. In Chu Mingyao's house, she had a delicate face with light makeup, dressed in a designer outfit. He smelled slightly of alcohol. Chenya brought her a cup of hot water. Yo, you're going to be a big star. Stay away from the bar from now on. Chu Mengyao took the water and took a sip. Don't worry, sis. I went to with my classmates the KTV. I didn't go to the bar. Today she went to A with her girlfriend's karaoke. They were all of the designer clothes and Lovecraft they were wearing envious. 5S. Said he would definitely be able to stand out at the Yenjing Film Academy in the future. Become a big, hot star. This made Chu Mangyao so happy that she drank until now before going home. Suddenly, Chenya gathered her hair and whispered, "Yao yao. Sis's chest feels a bit painful today. Can you give Sis some money so she can go to the hospital?" "Want money?" Chu Mangyao bit her lip. Somewhat hesitant. She spent $100,000 in the last few days on name brands. If Sis goes to the hospital again, then you'll have less money again after you go to college. Doesn't that take away from being a big star? P.S. Chu Mangyao tightly covered her bank card. This is the money she wants to become a big star. Even if she's a sister, she can't touch it. Chapter 13, Spinach for Data. But Chu Mangyao also couldn't watch her sister Chenya be in such pain. Said, "Sister, where else are you uncomfortable besides your chest pain?" Chenya frowned and covered her full chest. "No, it's just chest tightness, vague pains, and trouble sleeping." Once I heard that my sister's condition was not serious, Chu Mangyao was somewhat relaxed. With that, she hugged Chenya's arm and said, "Sis, you're fine. It must be because it hasn't been long since you had the surgery and you're still a little weak. Just take plenty of rest and eat something nutritious and you'll be back in no time." When Chenya heard this, she felt that her sister had a point. He had only just had surgery himself a few days before. It's hard to avoid some physical discomfort. It's going to be because of this little thing, and then go to the hospital and spend a ton of money. Isn't that delaying your own sister from going to college? That's right. It's Sis who thought too much. Chenya forced a smile to unfold. "Yao yao. Do you want to eat something? Sis even made you soup in the pot?" Chu Mangyao didn't know how many fruit plates of pastry she had eaten outside. "Not hungry at all right now. I'm not eating. Sis, I'm a little sleepy tonight. I'm going to my room to sleep." With that she walked into the room. The door slammed shut. Chenya was depressed outside. "It always feels like my sister since the high school entrance exam. The whole thing has become a little different. Not only do you stay out at night, and every day after I get home, it's just getting into the house and not knowing what you're doing. Alas, it's not easy to manage when your sister is older. I also blame myself for the fact that I used to work my ass off to earn money. Didn't spend much time with Yo-Yo." Chenya sighed and silently went to clean up the dishes. Then she felt another pain in her chest. It took a while to slow down on the couch. Forget it. Wait for Yo-Yo to go to college. After becoming a big star, one is relieved. Dusha slept until 10:30 p.m., which was when he was woken up by the alarm clock. After rubbing his bleary eyes, he probably looked at the time. There's just over an hour to go before the second game of the World Cup begins. With that, Dozier got up and dressed. After a little bit of anodizing twice, the whole thing cleared up quite a bit. That's when he went downstairs and bought some fried skewers of kebabs and such to go to the internet cafe. As long as tonight's score remains consistent with the previous life, then Doe stopped going to the internet cafe at night to keep an eye on it at all times. "I basically bet right every game myself anyway. It doesn't matter what the odds are. You're still holding a game in your own hands. 7-1 Kingpin." It was exactly 11:30 when I entered the internet cafe. Dozier ate the grilled meat while waiting for the match to start. Tonight at 12 o'clock it's the Mex Chicken Tacos versus the African Lions. The score was 1-0. Nothing to see here. Not too much of a difference between the two teams. The Bulldogs at 3 o'clock versus the Orange. The score was 1-5. A superb blowout. The Bulldogs are the previous World Cup champions. Everyone thought they were going to win. I didn't expect to actually get beat by the Orange in such a grueling situation. This game was a surprise to everyone. No one expected the mighty Bulldogs to experience such a crushing defeat, being beaten without the slightest ability to fight back. It was one of the most surprising in the days leading up to the World Cup. I wonder how many people cried wildly about it, and how many people have leapt off the rooftops. Long before bedtime, Dozier had bought spinach, still chose to keep the score down, but this time Dozier was more insured, because of the Mex Chicken Wrap and the African Lions, both of which are pretty average. Not a lot of people bought them. He bet 2 million on the Mexican Chicken Tacos 1-0 the African Lions. Bought another 2 million Mexican Chicken Tacos 0:1 African Lions, creating the illusion that he favors a draw between the two teams. The multiplier isn't too high on this one, but it still earns you a little bit. And the Bulldogs at 3 o'clock versus the Orange. The odds on this game are a full 500 times. The world was shocked, though the odds on this fight are very much in Dutcher's favor. But he stopped the desire in his heart. 2 million buys 1:2. 1 million buys 1:3. Dozier deliberately chose to lose the 3 million, in order to continue to create the illusion. Show that you know your stuff, but nowhere near enough to be able to predict a Cold War game. The more you want to take the big end of the back, the more steady you have to be. Online spinach. Funds no matter what. Both go through various processes such as recharging, withdrawing funds and so on. There is always someone behind the scenes who can investigate everything about themselves. If they knew they were a student just a few days ago, turning around and being able to come up with that much money for spinach, and you can still bet on it every time. Even the on this big cold 1/500x odds are accurate. It's bound to arouse suspicion. Even tying myself up to specialize in the prevalence of various matches. More serious words. It's possible to be dragged off to be sliced and studied. You can't get fat in one bite, so it's better to be cautious. Soon enough, the race was on. The opening game between the two teams was extremely close. The Mexican chicken tacos went 3 and out on offense. The African Lions were a bit underpowered in midfield and possession was lost all the time. But fortunately the back four was extremely strong and stopped a number of attacks. The first half ended quickly. The two teams still can't do anything about it. But as the second half progressed, the game was completely white-hot. Well, look at this wonderful opportunity for Team Mex Chicken Tacos to break into the box with the ball. Hit the door. Blocked. Hey, shoot again. Goal. The ball is in. Mexican Chicken Tacos 1 o'clock African Lions. The game lasted a full 90 minutes. Even though the African Lions are long in dangling passes and ground shoveling sacks, but it still didn't result in a goal. The final game ended around the 94-minute mark with the big game in the bag. The fans in the stands went wild, screaming with excitement. A hint of a smile also appeared on the face of Dujo in front of the screen. It's all matched up, and the score isn't even close. Do exactly what you did in your previous life. You don't have to keep an eye on the internet cafe every day yourself. There's time for more. Afterwards, Dozier shallowly lay down on the table and squinted for a while. 3 points in a match where you lost $3 million outright yourself. No matter what, he was going to see this game through. The battle between the Orange was quickly fought. The Bulldogs versus. The game continues to culminate. The duo of Robin and Van Persie simply played their hearts out. Fishy header and goalbound direct kick. Straight up. Matador's goalie Casillas is out of value. Even the Bulldog's peak was covering his face and shaking his head in a difficult strain. Such a situation. Even when he faced Real Madrid at Barcelona, he wasn't this clueless. Soon the curtain came down on the race that had shocked the world. Bulldogs versus Orange. 1-5 loss. Dozier lost a whole $3 million. He then shut down his computer and went straight home. To eat that 500 times the big score. Sacrificing a little money up front is definitely worth it. Right now the World Cup is fine. Next it's time to think about the longer term. His own next high school entrance exam school was definitely to choose Marina University. It will also be based in Marina in the future. It was time to take a trip to Marina City myself. Who remembers Germany back then? The pain of Esbrazil. I wonder how many people became poor overnight. 7-1. Chapter 14, Apricot Tanaka. A female real estate salesperson's house sale. In the previous life, Marina City was the economic center. The development has been unprecedented and is known as the Magic City. It's Thuff's years. But the number of people who have gone there to invest and grow has long been countless. Dozier lay on his bed, contemplating his next move. In his previous life, he had no choice but to go to Marina City to work in order to pay off his debts. Touch and go for 3 or 4 years. Know the place fairly well. If there is any program worth fighting for right now, that's nothing but real estate. The average house price in Marina is around 15,000 right now, and the prices in those upscale neighborhoods even scurried up to 40,000 or more. There are a lot of people who are speculating in the Marina, hoping to reach the sky. But except for those who can only get great listings with connections from above, who knows where prices will go up next? The only exception was Dozier, who was fully aware of how the situation was. Right now he has about $10 million or so in his own hand. Fish inside the World Cup for a few more days. Save up to about $40 million or so. Just about ready for a lap of the Marina. After a brief sleep, Dozier woke up and looked at the wealthy treasure. $3,600,000 was credited. Minus the $5 million for making the illusion and the $2 million for betting on it. It's also a $3.4 million loss for the game. Compared to making Dozier a multi-millionaire the night before, it was indeed a loss. But he's not panicking in the slightest. The World Cup jackpot. The further back you go, the bigger it gets. The same money is earned very differently in the group stage and the semifinals. Get the betting data right up front. This way, even if you subsequently make a lot of money, you won't be too suspicious. After squinting a little, Dozier then got up and continued to cultivate Yangji. There is something about practicing martial arts that is truly addictive, especially after Dozier had fought on the battlefield as a mercenary in his previous life. Understand more about being strong in yourself. Even if you are rich later, you will inevitably be blackmailed. With the anode in his possession, at the very least, he felt considerably safer in this part of the country where guns basically don't exist. But the anode also caused Dozier some distress. That's always pressed to get laid. There was always an evil fire filling the small of his back, and he couldn't suppress it. Dozier let out a deep breath. Looks like a trip to Shanghai in a few days. It can be a great way to release some stress in the meantime. It's better to block it than to keep it bottled up and uncomfortable. Might as well let it out in pain. The next few days, Dozier is almost a game of millions of bets. Win is a small win. Lose is a big loss. It's almost a loss of almost $3 million or so. Of course, everything is about making your own spinach data. There are losers and winners. That's what you call an average player. If it stays high, I'm afraid that people will wonder if he has a system on his side. Of course, in order to raise money, Dozier won't keep pretending to lose. For example, in a group match, when he had only $5 million left in his hand, he took out $4 million straight away. Bet on chariots that grapes game. Versus 1-4 to 1, 1-4 to 0. And that's exactly what happened in the final game. 4 o'clock, absolute zero. The charioteers are in an unrivaled position. Strongly crushed, then led by superstar the Grapes. Crow shocked the entire football world. Everyone thought that even if the Grapes didn't beat the Chariots, at the very least, they could have scored a goal or even two. But not even the official spinach company could have predicted such a disastrous ending. The odds of winning this game are just not good enough. But like Dozier put up $2 million to bet on a score make people who a lot of money. 4 to 0. He is the equivalent of eating more than 90% of the betting score buyer's money. Although spinach's dynamic odds are always being adjusted. But with the score so lopsided, the odds are still extremely explosive. A full 34 times the shocking odds. Though Dozier didn't know how much those in the upper echelons of spinach could earn. But he's already won 99.9% of them. Du Chul. Once again, it was an overnight success. 68 million. What a horrible number it is. The money didn't arrive until well into the middle of the day the next day. And this time because the amount is too high. Toastmasters still automatically deducts 20% of the windfall income tax. Sent down 54.4 million. See the series of numbers displayed on the Get Rich page. Dozier nodded darkly. It's time to take a trip to the marina. Over the course of a few days, he carefully observed the movements of the two sisters, Chu Mengyao and Chenya. For several days in a row he didn't send a single message to Chu Mengyao. Similarly, Chu Mengyao did not dare to contact Dozier, afraid he'd bring up the $1 million thing. He observed that Chu Mengyao continued to leave early and return late these days, hanging out with people from high school who are also taking art exams, showing off their various designer clothes. It was also said to be an early preparation for going to Yenjing Film Academy. In response, Dozier sneered, "Bitch, now you show off. You'll be crying when the debt collectors come to your door." Following that was Chu Mengyao's sister Chenya. She's been out twice in the last 2 days. One time it was to go inside a small clinic and get some medicine prescribed. One time it was to pack some herbs in an herbalist's shop. It cost a small fortune. Dozier learned that those were pain-relieving and gas-reducing drugs. Could it be after the surgery? What other after-effects have not been cured? But Dozier knows. Chenya did not continue her observation in the hospital in order to save Chu Mengyao some money. Instead, he went straight home to recuperate. Now it seemed that Chenya's body really had some problems. Now things are even more interesting. Dozier looked at the floor where the two women lived and smiled coldly, then returned home. The next morning, Dozier brought a few changes of clothes, embarked on a flight to Marina. Around 1 p.m. The departure gate at Marina Airport. A casually dressed Dozier walked out with his suitcase, stopped a cab and headed to the Pearl Real Estate Center. More than half an hour later, the cab stopped steadily at the front door of the real estate center. Dozier opened the door and got out. The entrance to the real estate center. There stood a man in bright young woman uniform with black high heels and breasts so full that she could not be grasped with one hand. Oh well. She stepped forward quickly, her heels clattering. "You must be Mr. Dozier. I'm Pearl Real Estate Sales, Tian Xingli. Glad to be of service." Apricot Tian held out a small hand with on a DR diamond ring. "Hello, I'm Dozier who contacted you the other day," Dozier said with a smile after his gaze lingered on the diamond ring for a moment. The two men shook hands briefly. Then they entered together into an office inside the real estate center. Tian Xingli enthusiastically poured a cup of water for Dozier and sat in front of him. "I don't know if the chest can't be pocketed or if it's intentional." A snowy white was revealed. It was so clear to see from Dozier's 6'7" perspective. "I didn't expect Mr. Do to look so young, chatting on WeChat. I thought you were as old as me." Dozier let out a laugh. "Ms. Tian is too polite. I'm just given some spare money from my family." His eyes rested directly and blatantly on that gash. "Anyway, it's what she wants, so it's a no-brainer. Where does it count as free money to be able to buy a house here?" Tian Xingli gave a petulant laugh. "Mr. Du, would you like to take a look at the current home first? Or, she noticed Duja's sight, but was not at all shy about it. Instead, it seemed to puff out his chest. This is supposed to be the means by which sales should be made. In a place like the marina, the last thing you need is a big boss with money in his hands. If you don't rely on the fact that you still have a little bit of poise now, how is it possible to successfully sell a house and get results in commission? Duja lightly sipped a mouthful of tea and said with a smile, "The scenery here is too big. It's better to show me the current house." Ah! It was only when she heard this that Tian Xingli seemed to realize it as if it was an afterthought, covered his chest in a hurry, eyes shyly looking at Doja. "Okay, Mr. Du, I'll get the car. Please wait." After saying that, Tian Xingli got up. Tapping her heels she walked outside. Doja also retracted his eyes from Tian Xingli's voluptuous back. The main reason one is here is for that house with the crazy price increase in the future. Though Apricot Tanaka is indeed a plum peach in the extreme. But the most important thing right now is to finalize the house first. In the future these houses are a tenfold price increase. Make a good investment now and you can definitely make a lot of money later. P.S. Tian Xingli pursed her lips tightly. Handsome readers here. If you want to buy a house, you can look for Xingli. And Xingli will definitely work hard. Chapter 15. The Workstay building was transformed into a school district house. It's a good 20 kilometers from the location of the current house. Duja sat on the co-pilot, enjoying the along-the-way scenery. Apricot Tanaka isn't very tall. Even with the seat up to the max, you can still only stand up to see the road. Doja's eyes also stayed on the steering wheel and the pair of headlights. With nothing else to do, Tian Xingli also chatted with Duja, making it easy to draw the relationship closer. It turned out that she was not a native of Binhai either, but only came from abroad to work. Not much of a degree though, but with the ability to talk and over-the-top looks, still became a competent real estate salesman. Duja glanced at the on Tian Xingli's hand DR diamond ring and smiled. "MS. Tian has already been married? Ha?" Tian Xingli gave a surprised cry, then said, "Not yet, Mr. Doja. It's just an engagement ring. We're not getting married until next year or the year after." Duja nodded. "Does your fiancé also work in Marina?" "He didn't. I'm the only one here." Tian Xingli sighed, a little glumly. "He opened a small supermarket in his hometown. Can earn 2,000 or 3,000 a month. I let him and I a piece of coastal, but he just can't give up the supermarket at home. It can't be helped. I still have to fight alone in the coastal area, and when I save enough money, I'll go back to my hometown to live a good life." "So it is." Duja looked at the obviously valuable clothes and jewelry that Tian Xingli was wearing. In a developed city like Marina, after seeing countless famous scenes of high society, how many people can stay true to their hearts? The one who earns enough money to go back home and marry her fiancé? There may be. But a woman as beautiful and capitalized as Tian Xingli definitely won't. "Then I wish Ms. Tian happiness," Duja said. Tian Xingli's face is delicate, and her mature young woman style is revealed. Smiling, he joked, "I don't know how it will be in the future, but if Mr. Du takes care of my business today, maybe I'll be happy as can be today." "Ha ha, sure." Duja laughed and nodded. She thought she was just buying a random house, who do not realize the performance of today alone. It would have made her money that she wouldn't have made in years. Soon the car pulled up to a clearer area, a forest of 3x3 unit blocks. Behind the neighborhood, there is a large area of barren wasteland. It's a good 20 kilometers away from those skyscrapers, far from the city center, so to speak. In Marina, this is one of those areas where rentals are among the cheapest. Not many people would even want to buy a house here. They'd rather take out a loan to buy a smaller house downtown. "Mr. Du, wait a moment, I'll fetch my shoes." Tian Xingli smiled shyly, then unbuckled her seatbelt. The buxom body peeked out of the driver's seat into the back seat, her pasty ass full and revealing endless temptation. I don't know if the heels were placed further back or what. Apricot Tanaka fetched her shoes for a good 2 minutes, just when she was all a bit hungover. With a pop, opened the car door and walked out. "Doja, Ms. Tian, I'll go up and take a look first." As soon as Doja got out of the car, Tian Xingli immediately drew back. The breath was fragmented and there was some disappointment. This business today, I guess it's going to be yellow. A trip out for nothing. She had already tried Doja twice in succession, but Doja just didn't react much. Even if Doja had simply flirted just now, or get your hands on it and shoot it. Tian Xingli all felt that this business was solid today, but she really didn't expect it. Doja was surprisingly indifferent to a great beauty like himself from the beginning to the end. This deflated Tian Xingli. Don't think there's much hope for today though. Still, she dutifully followed her upstairs and narrated the listings for Doja. "You see, Mr. Du, this suite of rooms is also extremely high quality right now. A 2-family, north-south, classic layout, and rooms that have been finely decorated. The total area is 180 square feet. The common area is about %. 4 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, and a separate balcony checkroom. 15. Tian Xingli stepped on her high heels and led Duzhe around the room for a tour of the facilities. One by one, he explained everything to Duzhe in detail. The decor is cozy and more comfortable, but of course you can change it subsequently if you don't like it. Also, Mr. Du, if you look at the empty land outside, I heard that a factory will be built in the next few years, and the price of the subsequent houses will definitely go up. So if you buy it now, you'll definitely only make a profit and not lose money. Dozher looked at Tian Xingli with interest. But how come I've heard that plant hasn't been approved for years? Hearing this, Tian Xingli's small face flushed with some embarrassment. It's one of her home selling tactics. Everyone knows that houses with amenities around them are more expensive. When the building first opened, there are a lot of people who are buying just because the factory is about to be built. But it's been 5 or 6 years. There is a delay in getting approval for the plant. So the house is mostly empty now. Even she doesn't come to this part of the country to sell very often. Dozher walked towards the balcony and looked outside. That clearing was the key target of his trip. In his previous life he was working in Marina. It's because you can't afford to rent a house closer to work. So rent it in the suburbs, in a small house of only a few square meters. And it's not too far away. And sometimes you can still see this open space from work. It was all about the fact that a factory would be built here. The surrounding house prices went up all of a sudden. But with the subsequent plant things don't go away. Home prices here have dropped to the bottom as well. Just after everyone thought this housing estate was about to collapse, a policy was suddenly enacted. The city of Marina is trying to bring in talented people to settle in the city, solve the problem of schooling for the children of talents entering the coastal area. The huge open space was purposely planned as a major school. The situation has turned around and the industrial lodging building has been transformed, changed to a school district. The prices of several buildings in this neighborhood have skyrocketed. The total property value went up by almost $2 billion. People who didn't buy a home here in the first place, or people who have long since gotten out and sold, weeping bitterly and gutted. Dozher let out a light breath and looked over at Tian Xingli. Tian, what is the current price of the house? Ha? The house price? Tian Xingli woke up like a dream. She had just been dismantled after her words. Thought Dozher didn't want to buy a house anymore. I didn't expect to actually ask a mouthful about house prices. The lowest price right now is 12,919 a square foot. If you sincerely want it, Mr. Du, I can make it 12,550 a square foot. What do you think? Duzhe didn't reply and just looked down and thought, 12,500 a square foot, so a suite would be about $2 million. It's really not expensive for a property in the marina these days. He himself still has more than $50 million in his hand now. Taking a big chunk out and buying it as a house would be an absolute sure thing. Tian Xingli, who was on the side, saw that Duzhe didn't reply for half a day. Thought he was weighing the pros and cons and couldn't help but get a little anxious. Hurriedly, he said, Mr. Du, let's put it this way. If you don't think it's good enough, I can take the lead and give you another underground parking space. Normally a parking space is 50,000 apiece. What do you think of this offer? Dozher froze for a moment. Haven't even said a word myself. Straight up hoard out a parking space. You know, when the school board policy comes down, the price of a parking space here has also skyrocketed to over $100,000. Without saying a word, Tian Xingli sent herself so much money. What if I say something? Will there be any more perks? Duzhe pretended to be hesitant and said, it's still a bit too expensive. The location here is really not worth the price. Mr. Du, you were saying earlier that you wish people happiness? They work at the marina and don't get paid much. So if you keep haggling, Apricot Pear is going to have to drink the northwest wind this month. Tian Xingli's tone was whiny and rather pouty. A young, beautiful young woman, dressed in an OL suit and living alone in a suite with a man, leaning so close and acting so coquettish. This made Duzhe a little playful. When I was in the office earlier, I hadn't thought about it myself. Now, Mr. Du, I don't think you're that calculating, so let people earn a little money. I have to go back home to marry my fiancé, okay? Tian Xingli gathered her hair and took a few more deliberate steps forward. The fullness of her body was almost touching Dozher's arm. Dozher saw the winks on Tian Xingli's face, where there is still no idea what's going on. He had been tossed around by Yangji for days long ago. In the face of this meat delivered to the door, there is no reason not to eat it. Reaching out, he yanked on Tian's lamp. Amidst Tian Xingli's exclamations of desire and subtle struggles, pulled her straight into the hardcover bedroom. Whether you'll be happy or not, my mouth doesn't count. It still depends on how good your kung fu is and whether it's worth my money. Geez, Mr. Dozher, you're so bad. I love it so much. Practice? What's the point of practicing? I hoarded a piece of, and I admit I took a gamble on it, but I got it right. A rotten building has become a school district house. Chapter 16. I'm going to buy 20 sets. Room. Dozier lay flat on his back on the floating window of his bedroom. Clothes hung neatly on hangers. Some salespeople are just so eloquent that they can coax their guests into a frenzy in half an hour. Content comment section display? Tian Xingli respectfully said to Du Zhe. Mr. Du, I'm going to take a shower first. Wait a moment. Dozier waved his hand, signaling her to hurry. Not a moment too soon. Apricot Tanaka stepped out in her bathrobe and just walked over to the bed to tie her hair back. Suddenly, I heard Du Zhe say, "You don't have to take off the diamond ring." Apricot Tanaka froze and didn't say anything more, turned around and went back to the bathroom. 2 hours later, it's already past 1 in the afternoon. Dozier put on his clothes and walked out of the room. Looking at that like rotten Tian Xingli, Dozier said with some amusement, "Do you need to go get you some medicine?" Tin Apricot gasped, her voice breathless. "No, Mr. Du, I have it in my bag. Please take it for me." Dozier nodded. A pill was fished out of the bag she had with her. It was handed to Apricot Tanaka in the room. With that, he stepped out, ordered 2 takeouts, and waited quietly in the living room. More than half an hour had passed. It was only then that Apricot Tanaka came out of her room, wobbling, full of blush, his eyes pulled back to look at Dozier on the couch. "It's awesome. Gosh, he's practically Superman." On the couch, Tian Xingli rubbed her cheeks. It took a while to feel comfortable talking. Soon the takeout arrived and waited until after dinner. Tian Xingli's face was springy. Smiling, he said, "Mr. Du, then you see this house." Du Zhe smiled and spoke. "This listing is very good, and Ms. Tian's service is very enthusiastic. Buy it." Hear that? Little stars were sparkling in Tian Xingli's eyes. Her sales commission is 1.8%. If this house manages to sell enough to make $40,000, that's a lot of money already. A lot of times Field Apricot can't sell a set for months. This one is really earned. Then Mr. Du, wait a moment, I'll get you the contract. Tian Xingli said and got up to rummage through her bag for the contract. But Du Zhe stopped her. "Ms. Tian, there's no rush first." Tian Xingli stiffened in her movements. "You don't think so? He all but put me to sleep. Is this the time to back out?" But then came Du Zhe's next words. Directly put Tian Xingli in downtime. "Just get me 20 sets at the discount on this one." Next to the couch, Tian Xingli's entire body froze. Keep the position of holding the contract motionless. Did I hear you right? He's buying 20 sets? That's over $40 million. He's so young, how could he possibly come up with so much money for a house straight away? This must be an excuse to not buy a house. Tian Xingli gritted her teeth, getting angrier and angrier as she thought about it. Feeling white-knuckled, Dozier must be lying to himself, even if he did manage to come up with that much money. And how could one buy 20 houses in such a remote place? He had just learned that no factory would be built here at all. Even if it was an investment, this business is losing money up to its eyeballs. Seeing Tian Xingli's surprised and skeptical look again, Dozier also knew that she didn't seem to trust herself very much. So straight away, he took out his cell phone and flashed the balance on his card. Choose to break the skepticism with strength. The series of numbers on the cell phone sucked Tian Xingli's eyeballs right in. $50 million. Du Zhe is surprisingly more than $50 million. Tian Xingli was so excited that she was almost ready to jump right on Du Zhe. Jesus Christ. He wasn't kidding. It's surprising that Du Zhe is really buying 20 houses. The profit one can get from this is unimaginable. Du Zhe let out a light laugh. How about it? 20 houses. All at the same level of discount as just now. 12,500 a square foot and a free parking space with every house. Can you do the job? Tian Xingli held back her excitement and nodded repeatedly. Able. Too able. Mr. Du Zhe, the first time I saw you, I knew that you are absolutely extraordinary. Really too powerful. Are you sure you want to buy 20 sets? I can go and get all the contracts now. Gosh, 20 sets. Tian Xingli's entire body was squeezed directly onto Du Zhe. The smile was extremely flattering. It's been a great day. It not only comforts the body, but also elevates the mind. One thought. Tian Xingli couldn't help but get excited again. Eyes flirtatiously looking at Dozier. The corner of her mouth nuzzled the bedroom. Dozier understood it by heart. Pick up Tian Xingli directly. Crashed through the bedroom door. Du Zhe looked at his cell phone. 2:30 p.m. With that, he slapped the unconscious Tian Xingli aside. Ms. Tn, can you still move? Tin Apricot rolled over lazily. After struggling for a while, that's when he got up and put on his clothes and jewelry, ready to go back for the contract. Suddenly, she yelped in surprise. What's wrong? Dozier queried. Tian Xingli covered her head in chagrin. Watering. I suddenly remembered that the company has a rule that for a single client, I can sell up to 10 houses a month. And such a strange rule? Duja was surprised at first, then he turned his mind. And yes, real estate now. There are indeed some places where this is the rule. Before someone buys a home, they often arrange for one of their own to enter the real estate company as a salesperson. Both minimize the price and earn a rebate. It is a two-way moneymaker. The developer didn't lose much money, but it still felt bad. And so there is this provision. After all, people who can sell 10 houses a month, except for open period homes, all that's left are the undercover agents that were planted. Like Dozier. It's a rarity. Then you're on your own. Find another reliable one in your company and you two can just sell it together. Tian Xingli pouted. It's a shame you can't get such a big fat piece of meat in your mouth. But that's as far as it goes. Or else follow the strength of the offer you gave yourself. There's a good chance you'll be laid off outright by your boss. Soon after, Tian Xingli went downstairs and drove back to the office. She'd have to think hard about who to make her partner, so that I can get a little referral fee from her as well. Soon, Tian Xingli arrived at the company. As soon as she went up the stairs, she saw a beautiful woman whose posture and temperament was even more above hers walk past her. Tian Xingli's eyes were delighted and she stopped directly in front of the beautiful woman. Paige, are you in business or not? Chapter 17 Buying a House. In the office, two in young black silk women's suits sat facing each other. Oh well, Tian Xingli advised bitterly. Sister Bai, what exactly are you still hesitating for? Why don't you know how to take advantage of such a great opportunity? Sitting across from her, Bai Jia looked at her face and was only 35 or 36, slender and full, with a shapely figure. At a full 6'8", she was tall and slender. Bai Jia's cheeks flushed and she said weakly, "No, I still can't do it." What a big boss, Tian Xingli just told her. The wave is to buy 20 houses. The commission alone is hundreds of thousands of dollars. It made Bai Jia's heart flutter. But that owner favored the one who agreed to buy it only after doing that with apricot pear. If you want to earn money yourself too, doesn't that mean it's going to be like that big boss too? How does that make you feel good about yourself? I've been in sales for a few years now, but I've never had to use that kind of tactic to increase my performance, although colleagues around me are making a killing with it. Still, Bai Jia has always stood by her principles. There has been a reluctance to trade principles and innocence for performance. This has led to her being underpaid for several years. If it weren't for the extremely impressive appearance, there would be people buying a couple of houses to try and hit on them. I guess the boss fired her a long time ago. Seeing that Bai Jia was still refusing, Tian Xingli was also a bit anxious. Not only was this sister soft and talkative, but her appearance and figure were even more impressive than her own. That's why she was willing to give up her commission on 10 houses. Otherwise, in case Boss Dozier felt that he hadn't grasped his meaning, not buying it. What then? Tian Xingli hurriedly sat next to Bai Jia and took her arm. Sister White, the other guy is a young guy, not one of those dry old men. And even if you don't feel like earning this money, but you have to think about your sister. Her condition may deteriorate at some point, and she can't keep putting it off. Hearing the word sister, Bai Jia was a little disoriented, her heart's defenses shaking. She was saving up for her sister's treatment in the first place. It was only then that I came to the marina alone. Right now there is such a great opportunity. If you give it up for nothing, then the sister may not have money for treatment for the rest of her life. For a while, Bai Jia's shell teeth lightly bit her lower lip, her eyes complex. Dumbly, he sat on the couch, not saying a word. Seeing that Bai Jia was somewhat moved, Tian Xingli struck while the iron was hot. Sister Bai, if you want to treat your sister's illness, you can only come to the top hospital in Binhai. Around here, it's simply impossible to cure without a couple $1 million. Think about it. Is a moment of innocence or your sister's condition important? Once the words were out of her mouth, Tian Xingli stopped trying to persuade her. She knew that her sister had always been foremost in Paige's mind. Just throw in this killer idea and she'll definitely not hesitate any longer. Sure enough, after less than 3 minutes, Bai Jia wiped her eyes and said in a somewhat hoarse voice, "Okay, Xingli, I promise you." At those words, Tian Xingli was overjoyed. One hugged Bai Jia's body. Sister Bai, don't worry, we are good sisters. I'll make sure you don't lose out on this deal. Two beautiful women embracing one another is extraordinarily pleasing to the eye. Inside the room, Dozier just finished placing his bets for tonight's World Cup. Then a knock was heard on the door. It looks like Apricot Tanaka brought the other one with her. It's also good to get these things done as soon as possible. Then there was the prior trip to buy a villa near the Marina University. Prepare yourself for subsequent schooling while starting your own business. Kala. The moment the door opened, two women of extreme voluptuousness stood in the doorway. All were in their well-tailored curvaceous, tight-fitting uniforms. Oh well. A small burgundy silk square scarf tied around her neck is elegant and pretty. Short skirt underneath. Black stockings. Thin high heels. The two of them headed for the doorway in style. Dozier looked at Tian Xingli in wonder. Did you misunderstand me? I told you to just find someone. What are you doing? Tian Xingli smiled at Dozier. Mr. Dozier, what do you think about letting her take over the contract signing? Are you still satisfied? Bai Jia flushed, lowered her head, and said nothing, not daring to look up at Dozier at all. Extremely shy, couldn't see her face though, but Dozier just swept Bai Jia up and down. I knew that she was still above Tian Xingli in terms of beauty. He glanced at Tian Xingli. He or she had merely asked her to find a random person to sign the contract. It seems that this woman has the wrong idea. Bai Jia raised her head nervously and looked at Dozier for a moment. Her face was even more flushed, her eyes crystallized. This Dozier, he looks so young, and so handsome, and I wonder if he'll mind that he's already in his 30s. But to cure my sister, she simply didn't have a choice anymore. Bai Jia's two jade hands rubbed the corners of her clothes and carefully said, Hello Mr. Dozier. I'm a salesperson at Pearl Real Estate. I'm Bai Jia. This is my first time meeting you. Please take care of me. Dozier nodded and stepped aside. Come in. Tian Xingli laughed as she pushed Bai Jia into the room. The three of them then sat down in the living room and took out all the contract documents. The formalities are comprehensive and all that is required is a signature for the contract to take effect. Dozier is going to buy a total of 20 houses, all of which are hard-covered and turnkey, at a price of $12,500 per square foot. A set is $25 million, which is equivalent to what an ordinary person earns in a lifetime. And each home will also come with an exclusive parking space, for a total of 20 parking spaces. All the costs add up to a total of 45 million yuan. What a horrible number this is. It's safe to say that the cash piles up and can crush a person. The two of them, Tian Xingli and Bai Jia, had never seen so much money in their lives. Both of them looked at Dozier nervously, fearing that he would temporarily back out at this point. But Dozier just scanned the contract for a few moments and confirmed that there was nothing wrong with it. Then he signed right on it. It's only 40 million or so, and when the policy of establishing schools comes out, one can backhandedly earn more than 10 times the profit. Because the house transfer will take a few more days, it is impossible for Dozier to transfer all the money so quickly, so he just paid over a $10 million deposit up front. Wait until all the house paperwork is done before you make the rest of the payment. When the two women saw that $10 million had really appeared on the company's account, Apricot Tanaka's entire body was thrilled. Mr. Do, you are so generous. It is truly an honor for Apricot pair to be in your business. Thank you so much. A deposit of $10 million is given when she says so, and this deposit alone will make her more than $100,000. Dozier looked at her lips and smiled. It's nothing, it's all the result of your own efforts. Tian Xingli blushed. She's still a little sore from it until now. Aside, Paige stared blankly at the money in the company's account. 10 million. That's a whole $10 million. I can't believe I actually sold 20 houses. She was so moved in her eyes that there were even teardrops glistening. When she came, Tian Xingli talked to her. She withdrew $50,000 in referral fees from herself and kept the rest. One house is about $40,000 commission. 10 is $400,000. He could take a full $350,000 in commission for himself this time. The money wasn't enough for her sister's treatment, but it certainly gave her hope to keep going. With that, Bai Jia raised her head and looked at Dozier gratefully. Now Dozier is her and her sister's savior. As long as he serves this boss Dozier next, then the funds for my sister's treatment will be more than $300,000 more. At the thought of this, Bai Jia couldn't help but redden her eyes. After 10 minutes or so, Dozier saw that the contract and everything was almost ready, so he took the lead and got up and walked into the room. Paige took a deep breath. For her sister's sake. With that she stepped on her heels. 4 hours later. At the moment Dozier stood quietly in front of the window, looking at the lights and greenery of the marina in the distance. Exam results are out in a few days. It wouldn't be long before he himself would set out to come to the marina. Xu Mengyao, Chun Ya, you two laugh for a few more days while you can. Chapter 18, Dozier, help me. Early the next morning, the reader wakes up in a quiet room. The woman beside him was still asleep. He opened the wealthy man and saw that he had credited another $8 million. It was the result of last night's own bets on the kangaroos in Orange, and the matadors in Chile. Lost about $6 million doing data during that time, which equates to about $2 million earned. It's been in the profit phase for a few days now, and it's been working pretty well. Some of the not-so-popular matches in here, Dozier can't quite remember. The game can only be won or lost by virtue of the teams inside the elimination rounds. Basically, All of them are pressed for a win or a draw. Occasionally a couple of overtime games are played and all bets are lost, but it didn't care. His own biggest target remains that world fiasco Samba 1-7 chariots. That's the biggest opportunity to win the turnaround capital completely. After a while, Dozier got up and took a shower, practiced Yangji Kung Fu a few times in the living room. He then sat down on the couch and messaged Lin to chat. About half an hour or so later, Paige just stumbled out of the house, but she couldn't even walk well at the moment. Dozier had long ago ordered a large table of food, all of which was meat with extremely high protein content. There were enough servings for 7 or 8 people, but they were still being swept away in a frenzy by the man who had just finished practicing Yang Qi. After Bai Jie and Tian Xingli brushed their teeth and washed their faces, just sat on the sofa. Quietly, he watched Dozier eat. They both weren't hungry at all right now, just looking at Dozier in surprise. That meal was for several people, and he ate it all by himself? Bai Jie stared blankly at Dozier's face, unable to help but lower his head. His cheeks burned. Shame on you. Shame on you. One is clearly doing this to earn money. How to act like you're demented instead? Tian Xingli covered her face and looked at Dozier obsessively. The more she looked, the more fascinated she became. He sure is good. Gosh, I'm going to love him. When Dozier finished eating, the three of them then went downstairs, ready to go back to the real estate office to complete the closing process and other materials. Just as soon as she got into the car, Tian Xingli exclaimed. What's wrong? Paige asked. Tian Xingli glared at Dozier angrily and said, my legs cramped up and I can't drive now. Dozier's eyelids jumped. He then looked to Bai Jie in the backseat and gestured for her to drive. But Bai Jie's situation was even worse than Tian Xingli's. Dozier sighed helplessly. Forget it, I'll drive. Tian Xingli happily gave up her seat and sat in the back seat. Dozier put on his seatbelt and stepped on the gas. The car was soon headed for the Pearl Real Estate Center. There was not a moment's delay after arriving. Dozier asked Bai Jie to bring out all the formalities and sign directly after reading them himself. Any subsequent problems will be handled solely by them. Hearing that Dozier was so forthcoming, Bai Jie and Tian Xingli were overjoyed. Tens of millions of dollars of assets were all handed over to them. This is the rhythm of completely trusting Nama. The eyes of the two men looking at Dozier became more and more drawn out, their hearts swirling. With that, Dozier, after signing all the formalities and transferring the remaining 35 million to their company account, Tian Xingli's eyes were soft and charming as she raised her eyebrows at Dozier. Seeing this scene, Dozier rubbed his eyebrows. Don't you have to work today? It's not good to be in there for hours, is it? Tian Xingli directly started tying her hair and whispered, Boss Dozier, you can rest assured. Having made such a big deal, now I'm just going to miss a month of work straight away and no one will dare say anything about me. The sofas at the real estate office are expensive and soft. It's so comfortable to lay on. That's a lot of time to lie down. And more than 3 hours have passed. Dozier had gotten up and left. He bought a plane ticket for 1 p.m. Today. Expect to be home around 4. Inside the room, Bai Jie frowned and said to Tian Xingli, who was getting dressed, Xingli, can you help me go buy some medicine? Tian Xingli had just fastened her buttons and was surprised. Sister Bai, didn't you take your pills last night? Bai Jie blushed and pursed her lips, saying, I am trying to buy live blood. Tian Xingli looked to Bai Jie. Her gaze shifted downward, and then she understood something. Dozier is horrible too. Marina Airport. Dozier carried a dozen or so delicate boxes. It's loaded with clothes and jewelry that you bought yourself from a mall. Dresses, heels, bracelets and necklaces galore. Dozier also didn't know what style they liked, so he simply wore 3 sets directly with each other. It's all inside where the clerk gets it for himself. She also said it was exactly as she said, it was paired with a woman in her early 30s and 18 or 19. The top is absolutely explosive. With that, Dozier embarked on a plane to his hometown. When you have money in your hand, you naturally can't treat yourself poorly, so the ticket Dozier bought was the most expensive first class. After refusing the warm service of the flight attendant, in her sultry eyes, Dozier let her pull the seat right out into a bed and lay down on it to rest, though he didn't mind being on the plane. But today has been many times. After all, let's just forget about it. With that, Dozier closed his eyes and waited quietly for the plane to arrive. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Dozier got into a cab and returned home. The phone suddenly rang when he was still a dozen kilometers from home. It was Lin who called, and Dozier just clicked on it. Immediately, Lin Qingling's cries with panic came out from the cell phone. Dozier, a group of people broke into my store and vandalized everywhere. I'm so scared. Can you come and save me and my sister-in-law? Before the words were finished, an arrogant voice could be heard. Bitch, how dare you call? This was followed by a loud slap and the sound of a cell phone hitting the ground. Still want to ask for help? I'm telling you, if you don't pay up today, neither one of you two will have a good time. Stop it, don't you touch her. Auntie Lan's crying voice rang out. Get the outta here. Boom. The phone went completely dead. And not a sound could be heard anymore. Duja's eyes were instantly bloodshot as endless anger burst out. The entire person's aura became extraordinarily furious. Seek death. Duja's eyes stared dead ahead. With it he pulled out a large handful of bills from the bag he had with him. Press it directly in front of the driver. In an icy tone, he said, I don't care what method you use. Now use your fastest speed to get to Mex Road. Get there in 10 minutes and this money is yours. The driver of the car took one look at the huge bill in front of him, and various luxury brands of clothes on the trunk. That doesn't even know that Duju is a super rich kid. Don't worry about it, boss. I'm known to be fast with this car. With that he stepped on the gas, sprinting forward as fast as he could in his life. Downshift to overtake. Keep the horn on and the gas on. Stopped an unknown number of cars, fueled by a big pile of bills in front of him. This driver froze the cab and made it look like a race car. All the drivers who were forced to stop rolled down their windows, constantly screaming at the rampaging cab. Where's Nima's race car? You want to get killed driving that fast? Green belt over the bend. P.S. I lost to an AE86 that drifted through a corner with inertia so fast all I saw was a sign called Reader Too Cool. Chapter 19 Crown Club. Inside the bistro, all the tables and stools were overturned on the ground, and the dishes and cups and saucers broke in a big way. The normally neat and clean store is now a mess. Auntie Lan's hair was disheveled, and she fell into the glass ballast, holding the crying Lin Lime tightly in her arms. Lime has a bright red slap mark on his face. At his feet was the Lovecraft whose screen was cracked 5's cell phone. In front of them, on the other hand, there were a dozen or so tattooed hulks surrounding them, looking at the two of them with unfavorable expressions. The leader, a fat man with a full face, had a thick gold necklace around his neck, staring at Auntie Lan with a lecherous smile. What a voluptuous beauty with hips bigger than her shoulders. Picked up a treasure this time. The cross-fleshed man manipulated a bottle. Bang smashed in front of Auntie Lan. The glass slag scattered and splashed, cutting her calf. What the hell are you guys doing? With tears in her eyes, Auntie Lan held back her fear and questioned the cross-fleshed man. Lin Qingning covered her reddened face and stared angrily at the punks. The cross-fleshed man cursed and shouted, Cut the crap. You guys cooked and ate my brother's stomach. Now hurry up and get me $100,000 in medical bills. After saying that, a little brother next to him covered his stomach and pretended to scream. Auntie Lan clenched her silver teeth, endured the injury on her calf, and slowly stood up. You guys obviously didn't order anything for dinner, so how can you possibly have a bad stomach? I've called the police, so if you guys keep it up, let the police judge. The cross-fleshed man laughed out loud, his eyes looking lustfully at Auntie Lan's plump to the core body. He rubbed his hand on his chin and smiled lewdly. The police? By the time they get here, I'll be done with my business. Ha ha ha, said his obese body as he kept pressing forward. Auntie Lan was so alarmed at the sight of his wanton face that she backed away, her face pale. What are you doing? The police will be here soon. The cross-fleshed man had a sickening grin on his face and licked his lips, eyes roaming recklessly over Auntie Lan. It's the police that really came, and they wouldn't dare to say more than half a word when they see old me. Today this matter either you take $100,000, or, hey, just accompany me to have a good time. A group of minions also rubbed their hands together and gathered around, laughing lewdly. Big brother, let your little brothers have a good time too after you're done playing. The cross-fleshed man waved his hand and laughed. Good point, as long as you follow me, there will be soup for you. With that he kept pressing closer and closer, with disgusting drool coming out of his mouth. Auntie Lan's eyes were terrified, and she had already retreated to the wall, unable to retreat, just as the cross-fleshed man was about to pounce. No bullying my sister-in-law. An angry voice rang out, and Lin Qingling directly picked up a beer bottle. It hit the cross-faced man on the head with a thud. The cross-fleshed man screamed, covering the blood on his head. Lin Qingling clutched the shattered bottle top in her hand, her delicate body trembling. It was the first time she had ever done anything so violent. It was scary, but for my own sister-in-law, Lin Lime still summoned up the courage to strike out righteously. Bitch. The cross-fleshed man pinched Lin Qingling's wrist with a grimace. The pinch made Lin Lime's wrists turn purple. No matter how much she struggled, she couldn't free herself. Get off me, asshole. Auntie Lan rushed forward anxiously when she saw that Lin Lime was in danger, but he was stopped by a group of punks and pressed against the wall, unable to move. Auntie Lan cried out anxiously, Let go of my niece. If you have any big you can come at me. The bottle in Lin Lime's hand was snatched away by the cross-faced man. A few big men pressed Lin Qingling's arms with deadly force. The cross-fleshed man wiped the blood from his head and viciously walked over to Lin Qingling. Stinking. I'll see who can save her today. Lin Lime was teary-eyed and her legs kept kicking and punching. The cross-fleshed man with a demented look on his face looked at Lin Qingling's legs with a lustful look. Damn! Those legs are so white and long. Let go of my niece. You beast! Auntie Lan shouted in grief. How could she live if something happened to her niece? Tears crossed Lin Qingling's face. Her eyes filled with despair. Dozier, where are you? I'm so scared. Help me. Dutcher. The cross-fleshed man grinned lewdly and removed his shirt, revealing his fat, pig-like torso. Unbridled. He walked up to Lin Qingling. Auntie Lan was desperate beyond words and kept crying. Asterisk 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 you bunch of. Lin Qingling, on the other hand, looked bleak and ashen. Dozier, I'm sorry. I've liked you for so long. I haven't had a chance to tell you. The cross-fleshed man laughed lewdly and stretched out his hands. Don't worry. I'll take care of both of you beauties today. Lin Qingling smiled miserably, her mind once again recalling the sweet time she had spent with Dozier in the past few days. It's too late for that, but I'll say it anyway. Dozier, I like you so much. Liked you for a whole decade. Even if I die, I don't want to be defiled. With that, she was about to bite her tongue off as hard as she could. Boo! Suddenly there was a shocking bang. The walls instantly crumbled and dust rose in all directions. A cab crashed in ferociously, sending several people flying in quick succession. Everyone was stunned by the scene. Even Lin Lime stopped moving. The group of henchmen were also so frightened that they hurriedly let go of Auntie Lan and Lin Lime and hid deeper into the room. The cross-fleshed man saw his little brother get knocked off his feet. Angrily, he cursed, asterisk 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 what kind of ungrateful person. How do you drive? With that he walked menacingly to the car, pulled the door open and was about to teach the driver a lesson. Bang! The passenger door was kicked in violently. Immediately after that, a man who was 1.87 meters in height, incredibly handsome and upright and magnificent walked out. It was Dozier who happened to arrive here. When Lin Qingling saw that it was Dozier who had come, the fear in her heart instantly erupted in a tidal wave. Straight away, he ran over and jumped into Dozier's arms, crying, Dozier, you finally came to my rescue. Ooh, I was so scared. I thought I'd never see you again. Dozier tightly embraced Lin Qingling, his eyes majestic with murderous aura. To the side, Auntie Lan collapsed helplessly to the ground, revealing the bleeding wound on her leg. The slap marks on Lime's face were also clearly visible, constantly stimulating Dutcher's heart. Dozier coldly swept everyone present with a murderous aura. I don't care who you are. No one can save you today. Seeing Dozier so arrogant, the cross-fleshed man broke into a rage. What are you? And you dare to pretend in front of me? All of you. Beat him to death. With that, a dozen or so big men copied the glass bottles on the ground and rushed towards Dozier. Dozier let go of Lin Qingling and stepped forward. A square kick directly sent the first big man who rushed up flying 5 meters away, and then dodged the incoming glass bottle with a ferocious straight punch. It smashed into a man's jaw, directly breaking his mouth full of teeth and fainting. At the same time, a dozen people came forward and surrounded Dozier, but it couldn't help Dozier at all. One punch and one elbow. People in front of the heel all were broken bones and tendons, and wailed everywhere. In less than 3 minutes, more than a dozen punks were destroyed by his group. Just these stinking fish and chips who don't know what's good for them when they have a little tattoo on them. Not to mention that Dozier had already practiced Yang Qi and had greatly increased his physical fitness. Even if he hadn't practiced, with his several years of experience as a life and death mercenary, he was still good enough to handle it. Dozier looked at the last cross-fleshed man with cold indifference. Your turn, bastard. The cross-fleshed man's legs were trembling with fear at the moment, and he sat down on the ground. Geez, who the hell is he? How could he hit so many of his own brothers so quickly? Dozier slowly approached, a murderous aura oozing from his body. It brought the temperature of the entire room down to freezing. The cross-fleshed man was so scared that he backed up on the ground. What do you want? I'm from the Crown Club. Mess with me and you're going to die. Crown Club? Humph. What a thing. Dozier didn't give the cross-fleshed man's backstage a second thought. Striding forward, he was ready to take him on hard. Suddenly the alarm bells were ringing loudly outside the store. Immediately afterward rang the voices of the police. No one in there is to move. Stand still and be honest. The cross-fleshed man was overjoyed and got up in a hurry, looking at Dozier with a big smile. Asterisk 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 what's the point of being able to fight as well as you can? The cross-fleshed man pointed to the duo of Auntie Lan and Lin Lime on the side. With a sardonic smile, he looked at Dozier. Why don't you get me killed? There's an absence, right? You'll see how I'll get them both killed. With that, the cross-fleshed man turned and was about to head outside. The police outside the door couldn't see inside for a while because the wall had collapsed and the cab was blocking it. Lin Lime was anxious when she heard that the police station was their backstage. But Dozier didn't care about that much and took a big step forward. Want to go? Did you ask me? The cross-fleshed man turned around violently and saw Dozier coming forward. Fearfully, he cried out, What are you doing? What are you doing? Ah! Duzha flew straight up and kicked the cross-fleshed man's nose. The cross-fleshed man screamed, blood pouring out, passed out on the floor like the rest of the punks. By the time the police outside finally peeled off the cab and came in, only a dozen punks were seen on the ground, dead or alive. In front of him was an incredibly handsome man with two beautiful women, one large and one small. In his arms, Duzha, who had an upright posture and cold eyes, standing quietly in the midst of a mess. Chapter 20 Duzha, I like you. 9 o'clock at night. In front of the police station, Dozher supported the mobility-impaired Anti-Lan with one hand. With one hand, he pulled the infuriated to the core Lin Qingning. The three men walked slowly out of the police station. Lin Lime charged as he walked. They're the ones who are in league with the gangsters. It's obvious that the group bullied us first, and he actually characterized fighting each other. It's simply an umbrella for the dark forces. Anti-Lan's arm was resting on Duzha's shoulder, and most of her body weight was squeezed onto Duzha. The wound on the leg was treated briefly though, but it still kept oozing blood. She looked towards Lin Qingning, whose red marks on her cheeks had not yet disappeared, her eyes miserable. Well, Lime, it's all my sister-in-law's fault for not being able to afford to put a surveillance camera in the store and not having the evidence to sue them. Luckily, Duzha came back in time, or else. Ugh. When Lin Qingling saw her sister-in-law crying, she hurriedly hugged her arm, constantly comforted. The two were in tears. Duzha, who was on the side, looked at the two women who were crying sadly beside him, and the killing intent in his heart could no longer be suppressed. Crown KTV, and the police station chief who clearly harbored them, colluding, woefully incompetent sons of ES. How dare you make Anti-Lan and Lime sad like this? If I don't get you all killed, I, Duzha, will be sorry for the care that Anti-Lan and Lime took of myself back then. With that, Duzha comforted the two girls. Hailing a cab, he took the duo back to his house. The walls of Anti-Lan's house were broken and the outside of the house was a mess. I can only stay at Dozher's house for the time being tonight. 9:30 at night. Aunt Ran sat on top of the small bench. Duzha sat on the floor and carefully rubbed the medicine on Aunt Lan's long, round legs. Auntie Lan is just 34 years old and in her prime. That's why Duzha's eyes were half open and half closed, not daring to look above his legs. The potion carried a stinging pain that made Auntie Lan clench her teeth. The legs kept twitching from the tingling. Duzha frowned. That's shaky? The potion is spilled on the floor. What else does it do? With that, Duzha didn't think much about it and directly pressed him down with one hand. Auntie Lan, don't move until I'm done first. What? Auntie Lan was a little shocked. Then Dozher apparently didn't expect any ambiguity in what he said. Still concentrating on rubbing Auntie Lan's medicine, water gurgled in the bathroom off to the side. It's Lin Lime in the shower. Auntie Lan sat on the sofa, her eyes staring straight ahead at Duzha, her eyes bright. It was him again who saved both himself and Lime. Without realizing it, that little boy had grown into a huge tree. The two of them could be sheltered in the afterglow. The last time those three punks were there, Duzha stepped in to save them once. This time a dozen or so triads made trouble. And again Duzha arrived in time. Otherwise, Auntie Lan can't even imagine that group what will do to them. Duzha is simply the savior of the two of them. Thinking of this, Auntie Lan's eyes became more and more tender as she looked at Duzha. After a while, Dozher got up and took a roll of bandages out of the medical kit. Well, Auntie Lan, I'll put another bandage on it and your leg will be fine in a week or so. Trouble you, Duzha. Auntie Lan smiled shyly. Dozher looked at the neighborly aunt who had practically watched him grow up. It's okay, Auntie Lan, you did the same thing to help me when I was injured before. Auntie Lan covered her mouth and laughed. Yeah, I forgot. You used to always stick with Lime and run to my house every day. The two laughed and talked constantly. With a bang, the bathroom door opened. Dense hot air whistled out. Lin Qingling's wet hair was coiled up high and wrapped in a bath towel. She walked out graciously, revealing a large expanse of snow-white skin that rolled with water droplets. The legs were slim and slender, polished like jade. Aunt Lan was greatly embarrassed. Lime, why did you come out like this? This is at Duzha's house. Oops, silly niece. We're in Dozher's house, not our own. Well, at least pay attention. Duzha got up and smiled. It's fine, Auntie Lan, just treat this place like your own home. To Auntie Lan and Lime, Duzha was truly willing to give them everything he had. Lin Qingling looked at Duzha with affection. See, Auntie, Duzha doesn't even mind. Auntie Lan looked at her niece's eyes that were almost moist, where she didn't know what she was thinking. It seems that Lime is completely in love with Duzha, and this is clearly for Duzha to see. You yourself are not just a big brightness light bulb here. 36G. With that, Auntie Lan got up and said to the two of them, holding her forehead, Mom's a bit sleepy, I'll go back to my room to rest first. Dutcher's house is a 3-roomed house. Auntie Lan pushed the door and went in the one on the right. with Duja's house in the center. The only two people left in the living room were Duja and Lin Qingning, who was clad in a bath towel. Duja looked at the time, 10:20. Revenge doesn't last overnight. And tonight he wanted to go straight to destroying the triads that bullied Auntie Lan during the day. Simply nodded at Lin Lime. Lime, it's late, so go to bed when you blow dry your hair. After saying that, Duja turned around and went into the house. Ja. Before Lin Qingling could finish her sentence, the door to Duja's room had already closed. What's going on? Don't they say that the most irresistible thing a man can do is to see a woman freshly showered? It's all like that yourself. Why didn't Duchul react at all when he saw me? Does he still love Chu Mangyao in his heart? Just thinking about this, Lin Qingling felt her heart sting a little. After entering the house, Duja first took out the black long-sleeved pants from inside the closet, pulling out another hoodie and mask. He made sure the hat covered his face. Standing in front of the mirror, Duja looked at himself in the mirror dressed in black and strong clothes. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but turn up slightly, and he really did feel a bit like Batman. From his own pen case, he took a ballpoint pen and cupped it in his hand and kept pressing it. Nice and sharp nib. With that he sat on the edge of the bed and waited quietly for the time to pass. But not much time passed before a knock sounded on the door. Dozier, are you asleep? Hearing that it was Lin Qingling, Duja opened the door. Lime Lin, t-shirt, stood hydrated at the front door, wearing a cute cartoon, head down, shy. The reader was just about to inquire when a soft body jumped right into his arms. Lin Lime was not a bad figure, slightly taller than Auntie Lan. The moment I touched the reader's chest, the soft, slippery feeling was simply wonderful. Lin Qingling buried her head in the reader's arms and said in a trembling voice, "Reader, take me. I don't care if you're still in love with someone else, only if you want me to. I'll follow you for the rest of my life." Seeing this, the reader laughed. "I'm a very flamboyant person, and it certainly won't do for you to be the only one with me in the future." Lin Qingling's face was blushing and she kept twisting her body. The bathrobe was slipping down to her waist. The voice was low and inaudible. "As long as you have me in your heart, I don't care who it is." The reader's eyes glaze over and he tries to flirt with her, saying "I want Auntie Lang, okay?" But then it felt as if that was somehow inappropriate. With that, he hugged Lin Qingling's delicate waist. Another slow slide too. As Lin Lime's breath caught, the reader picked up Lin Lime's body in one arm and closed the bedroom door to her shrieks. And next door, Auntie Lan was full of black lines. These two little ingrates. Don't you consider that there's a woman next door who's been a widow for over a decade? 2:00 in the morning. Duja gently moved away Lin Qingling's hand on his waist, the eyes that looked at her lovingly. "I can't believe I still can't hold back. Abominable. Blame it on the anode. Let yourself lose so much self-control." After quietly getting out of bed, Dozier gently dressed and pocketed the ballpoint pen. Then it went out the door quietly and unnoticed. Chapter 21, Kill Them All. Dozier specialized in secluded streets and paths, avoiding all the cameras that were already few and far between in this day and age. It went all the way to a big stall 3 kilometers away. That's before taking a cab to the Crown Club. 20 minutes later, Duja then got out of the car and arrived at the entrance of a slightly luxuriously decorated club. It was 4 stories high, with 4 security guards in front of the door. The average club doesn't have that kind of stance. Seems like there's a lot of unseemly hookups going on in there. With that, Dozier came behind the club. Take advantage of the night and follow the pipes in the wall and the outside air conditioner unit and climb upwards. 4th floor penthouse. Inside a huge room, there were more than 2 dozen of them. Almost all of his body was covered in bandages. Ouch 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 ouch. It's the same group that was there during the day. The cross-fleshed man at the head had a cast on his body, cursing viciously. Asterisk 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 it. Call someone right away and get that tomorrow asterisk 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 asterisk. Bring back that mother and daughter again and make them serve me every day. That. I can't believe I was beaten up by a brat like this. How can I hang around in this area if I don't kill him? Sitting on the opposite couch, the man in the police uniform frowned. Don't overdo it. I'm already having a hard time with what happened today. In case it gets photographed and posted online, it won't end well. The cross-fleshed man grunted coldly towards the police station chief in front of his face. You too. Why don't you just sentence him to a custodial sentence today and let me lead the men to his death? The police station chief took a drag on his cigarette and exhaled a smoke ring. It would be nice to set you straight after all the commotion you've made. The investigation has been tight lately. There are ways to clean him up after a while. Otherwise even Master Tiger won't be able to do it. Hearing the words Master Tiger, a flash of fear flashed in the cross-fleshed man's eyes. One is merely helping others to watch the scene. Master Tiger is the mobster behind this. There are countless gray industries. Gambling and lending, kidnapping and smuggling and drug trafficking. Do almost anything. A lot of lives are lost every year. The cross-fleshed man gulped. Got it. Big deal. Let them off the hook for a few days. Wait until the wind passes. Then get them. Well, enough about that, let's not get drunk tonight. The gang then turned the music up to maximum and unwrapped bottles of champagne to drink. In a bathroom on the 3rd floor, Debtor knocked out a waiter, changed into his clothes and put on his gloves, as if no one else was looking for the wave inside the club. The 3rd floor is almost all closed boxes, excellent soundproofing and privacy, but topped off with a waiter's outfit. Debtor still saw a lot of things. It's not just the out-of-work women who are forced to sell their bodies. There are even prohibited items like syringes and powders. I can't imagine that the Dragon Kingdom has such a strong crackdown on such items. It's amazing how many people still take the plunge. Just as Debtor was about to step onto the stairs of the 4th floor, 2 janitors by the stairs stopped him. Don't even know the rules anymore. Big Brother is in the box waiting for guests. Is up there where you can come? Debtor looked at the 2 watchdogs and a smile spread across his face. Looks like it's right here. With that he took the ballpoint pen out of his pocket and slowly walked towards the duo. The 2 men in black were furious when they saw that this waitress was a bit uneducated. Brat. Looking for death. It just doesn't take us seriously. With that, he was about to rush up and grab Debtor. But the 2 were in front of Debtor. Just like Chicken Little. It didn't even last one move. Pust. Pust. Ordinary ballpoint pens seemed to be transformed into the most deadly weapon in his hands. Accurately lodged in the throats of the 2 black-clad men. Instant death. For these drug-related assholes. Debtor didn't have the slightest bit of weakness. With that, he strides deeper into the 4th floor. There is only one huge box here, pressed against the wall. The sounds of revelry could be faintly heard inside. Found it. He was in no hurry to make a move. Instead, they found the distribution box on the 4th floor and pulled down the electric switch. With that, the entire 4th floor was plunged into darkness. What's going on? Power outage? Call someone to fix it. For S sake. At this time of day, the cross-fleshed man and the others were arguing in the box. Unbeknownst to me, the door opened quietly. Debtor's figure slowly moved in, quickly covered the mouth of a large man. The ballpoint pen went straight into his throat. The man didn't even scream out a single time before he was killed on the spot. It's dark and noisy in there. No one even noticed a dead person. It wasn't until Debtor had solved 7 or 8 people. Only then did someone realize something was wrong. Why are the men gone? Not good. Someone's blending in. Ah. As soon as he finished speaking, the person who shouted was directly stabbed to death by Debtor in one go. The cross-fleshed man and the police station chief heard the scream. Dang stood up. The chief of the police station, in particular, had a stony look in his eyes. If word gets out that he's here at the Crown Club, then it's all over. Who's got the nerve to not know that this is my territory? The cross-fleshed man shouted in color. Order the men around to draw a machete from under the table and chairs. There was a flurry of vigilance in the darkness. The chief of the police station even took out his gun directly to protect the people in front of him. There! One man, realizing that his companion was dead beside him, cried out. With that, all of them had machetes in their hands, killing in the direction where Debtor was. Debtor coldly grunted, then threw the body aside. Then a man rushed up. The figure passed back and forth between these people. The ballpoint pen in your hand is like a butterfly knife, plunging it precisely down everyone's throat every time. One hit kills. Holy! The cross-fleshed man heard a scream from one of his men, sitting straight up on the couch in shock. In the twinkling of an eye, almost all of the 20-odd brothers under his own command had been taken out by the opposite side. Bang! A gunshot. It was the police station chief who fired the shot. With his gun held high in his hand, he shouted, "Who the hell are you? Stop this criminal behavior at once, or I will shoot to kill." Debtor instantly heard his voice. A sneer spread across his face. It's really a nest of snakes and rats. The police station chief who harbored them was even here. Isn't this a coincidence? And you don't have to go through the hassle of making an extra trip yourself. With that he held up the dead henchman, all the way to the firing position. Bang! 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 Several more shots were fired in quick succession, but the bullet didn't even hit Debtor. All of them hit the body held high in Dozier's hand. Just as the police station chief heard footsteps already coming before him, a body slammed him straight to the ground. Before he could move out of the way, a familiar voice was heard ringing in his ears. "You're characterizing your case pretty well. Fighting each other? Is that the young man from the daytime? It's amazing that he was able to single-handedly kill and tackle so many people." The director of the police station is in a state of remorse. How did one provoke such a killing star? Just about to open his mouth and beg for mercy, suddenly a sharp pain came to his throat. His eyes stormed out and blood flowed from his mouth. He died with a crooked neck. Inside the entire box, the smell of blood from more than 20 corpses was overwhelming. Debtor walks on the floor. The sound of clattering footsteps echoed through the room. Boo! Flying up and kicking a couch right off the ground. revealing the horrified and terrified cross-fleshed man hiding behind him. The cross-fleshed man saw that everyone was dead. Hurriedly crying and kowtowing, he kept begging Duzha for forgiveness. "Master, please spare me. I'll give you all the money, please." Duzha took out his cell phone and turned on the flash. It illuminated the front of the two men's faces. "Didn't you threaten me today? Threaten me again and I'll see." The cross-fleshed man looked up shakily. In an instant, he could see Duzha in front of him. It's you." He was just about to pounce. Poof! A ballpoint pen went straight down his throat. The force was so great that it went through almost the entire neck. Dozher pulled out his ballpoint pen and rubbed it across the cross-fleshed man's body a few times. After checking and leaving no survivors, that's when he turned to leave. Before leaving, Dozher searched the rest of the fourth floor and found a number of syringes and powders, all thrown inside the box. Leaving the Crown Club. It's almost 4 in the morning. Dozher checked the time. The World Cup is also about to start tonight. He didn't want to take another cab back either. Solely, he went straight to a nearby internet cafe. Get ready to watch the last 2 games. By the way, do some more data. Conveniently setting up the Chariot's absolute shutout of Samba in the semi-finals. Chapter 22 by Qingning. 4 in the morning, Chu Mengyao, who was slightly drunk inside the bar, wandered back home. Seeing the exquisite circle of friends that you have posted being liked by many people, Chu Mengyao's face overflowed with a bright smile. This is the kind of life you want for yourself later on. When you get yourself into the Yanjing Film Academy, become a big star in the limelight, must make more money, become a true upper-class socialite. Snap! Chu Mengyao pushed open the door and just turned on the light, but he suddenly realized that his sister Chunya was lying on the ground. Coma. Sis, what's wrong with you? Hospital beds. A doctor looked at the test report and said to Chu Mengyao, "Your sister still has some after effects of her illness and will need to remain hospitalized for a while." Chu Mengyao's face was anxious. "Doctor, so how long will it take to cure my sister? And how much more will it cost?" That doctor held up his glasses and said seriously, "It'll take another half a month or so, about 100,000 or so." 100,000? Wouldn't that be half the money again? Right now he's left with $400,000 in his hand. If it were half as much, the doctor is gone. Only Chu Mengyao was left sitting in front of the hospital bed. The eyes kept flickering. After a while, Chunya slowly woke up. "Yo, what's wrong with sis?" Immediately afterward, Chu Mengyao fainted her because of the aftermath, and the follow-up hospital treatment were detailed. Once Chunya heard that she still needed more than $100,000 to cure her disease, and the eyes dimmed. To cure himself, Yo-Yo has already spent a lot of money. If you spend any more money on your sister's schooling, then he had worked so hard for so many years to pay for Yo-Yo to go to the arts and learn acting. Wouldn't it be a halfway house? With that, Chunya sighed and said in an astringent voice, Yao, there's no hurry to cure sis. You go to school first. When you become a big star and have money, then you can cure sis. Hear that? Chu Mengyao pounced on Chunya and cried continuously, though she had originally felt nothing more than aftermath as well. It's not fatal, so it shouldn't be a big deal to put it off for a few years. But hearing the words in person from my sister, it still moved her. Sis, I asked the doctor and the after effects are only minor and not life-threatening. Don't worry, sis, the results will be out in a couple days. I'll definitely be able to get into the Yanjing Film Academy and become a big star in the entertainment industry. When the time comes, I'll make sure to hire the best medical team for you and treat you. Seeing his sister so dutiful, Chenya's beautiful eyes contained tears as she hugged her. What a great sister for a sister. All these years, I haven't hurt you for nothing. Just after 6 in the morning, Dozher yawned, bored with fiddling with the computer. Belgium 1-0 Woolly Bear Nation. M Nation 2-2 Portugal. M's draw with Portugal was a blowout. Dozher intentionally bet and lost $4 million on this. Only pressed the win/loss game on Belgium and Woolly Bear, which returned $2 million. Tonight's numbers did okay. Dozher twisted and looked at his cell phone. Sent a message to Lin Lime. Said he was out for a run in the morning. Let her rest a little longer and get well. After all, last night was her first taste of clouds and rain. Just got tossed around by myself for almost 3 hours. Lime Lin didn't reply to the message, so she shouldn't have woken up yet. With that, Dozher felt a bit bored. Then he opened League of Legends on his computer. It's been a while since I've played LOL. Dozher also looks for memories of a time when that hot blood was there. Open the interface. Valor Brass. Click to match and hit the keyboard. Mid-ranking Yasuo. Give it or take it. Half an hour. The crystal explodes. Dozher slapped the keyboard. Luckily, he withdrew his force. Otherwise the keyboard would have to be smashed by him. It's really convincing. It's so hard to get a win to play a game. I can't believe I'm being abused like this. Dozher was filled with speechlessness. Drops. A boot-up sound was heard. It's the position to the right of Doja. A tall and straight girl with a fair complexion sat next to Doja. Turn on the computer. Again, League of Legends was chosen. But when she just turned on the game, an icy machine tone resounded throughout the internet cafe, instantly stunned all those who came to the internet cafe to pack for the morning. The player, a sparkling diamond from Black Rose, wishes you a good mood and a good time. Sitting on a 49-inch diamond segment. At this time inside the internet cafe many people who came to pack early, all of them looked at this beautiful girl with a cool appearance. Diamond segment in XX. It's basically the strongest person inside the League of Legends. At this time of year, the Masters segment has not been updated. Diamond level. It can be said to have surpassed 99% of players, ignoring the awestruck eyes of the crowd. The pretty girl drove a straight row, waited a full almost 5 minutes before going in. She took Yasuo as well. The opening iron sword goes out. In less than 2 minutes, it took the opposite side center single blood. In 25 minutes it was 6 gods, floating around inside the opposite crowd for less than 30 minutes. Just with a horrible won the qualifying victory record. 16-2. Doja's eyes were a little dull. Diamonds. That's it. That easy? I'm afraid this is all comparable to the pros. Owners just got blindsided in the brass innings. She's so powerful for a woman? Doja just watched the pretty girl play the game all morning. She seems to be taking orders to help people with their numbers. 3 or 4 numbers were changed during that time. The segments are almost always around platinum and put up messy kills. Looking at a beautiful girl with such great skills, Doja had an idea sprouting in his heart instead. After the Samba World Cup, should have a few $100 million of his own. But if this money wanted to knock down the stepfather that Chu Mengyao had found in his previous life, it wasn't enough. I heard that guy is not only rich and powerful, and there seems to be official backing. That's why Du Zhu intends to establish his own industry in Shanghai. Shanghai is a huge gold mine of paper and gold. To get started there myself, other than all that booze and entertainment, it's all about the windfall industries. And it was the time when webcasting was on the rise. XX. Accumulate popularity by attracting a large number of followers. The future transformation into a variety of Netflix and even e-commerce industries. There's a profit in it. It can simply be described as horrible. At 12 o'clock, the time for the girl to wrap up her morning is over, and she gets up to leave. Doja followed a piece of it out. On the way out the door, he was just in time to see a police car pull out and gather in front of the Crown Club, but it was blocked by a group of men in black. Both sides were furious and neither side would give way. Doja ignored the group. What business is it of one's own to have a murder caused by a gangland firefight? I've been watching the game at the internet cafe. Doja followed the pretty girl. As he walked, he pondered how to convince the pretty girl. After following for a while, Doja's eyes gradually moved downward. TSK. Those legs are long and white. It's about 1.5 meters long. Wait until you've gone through several intersections. The pretty girl couldn't hold back any longer. Staring back at Doja with disgust in his eyes, he said, "If you keep following me, I'll call the police." See the contempt in the eyes of the pretty girl. It was only then that Doja remembered what he was here for. Cam, just look at the legs. Forget about business. Doja touched his nose and laughed. Don't worry. I'm not a bad person. I was your neighbor inside the internet cafe earlier. The pretty girl saw that Doja was sunny and handsome and didn't look like a bad guy, but the guard in his heart remained intact. Coldly, he said, "Oh, what's the matter with you? It's like this." Doja walked closer to her. "I see that you are very good at playing games, and I want to introduce you to a job." As soon as the pretty girl heard Doja's words, his expression suddenly turned cold, and he directly twisted his head to leave. "Scram! If you take one more step forward, I'll call the police immediately." Seeing the girl get angry somehow, Doja rushed forward to stop her. "Don't get me wrong. I'm not a scammer. I genuinely think you're skilled and want to give you a lucrative job, or at least more money than you'd make typing lists." The pretty girl looked at Doja's face. A few moments of sarcasm appeared in his eyes. "Don't you just want a good-looking, game-playing mistress? I've seen a lot of disgusting people like you." With that, she bumped away from Doja and walked straight ahead. Only a dumbfounded Doja remained. Little lover? You don't have that in mind yet, do you? Wait a minute. You've got it all wrong. I mean, a live game? What's that? A bench. The pretty girl looked at Doja with a curious face. Doja saw that the pretty girl didn't know too much about it, so she was given a detailed account. 10 minutes later, the pretty girl nodded. "That means I just have to sit there and play the game. And you'll have the computers, live streaming equipment and all that for me." Doja snapped his fingers and laughed. "That's pretty much it. What do you think?" The pretty girl bowed her head in contemplation for a moment. Then he looked brightly at Doja. Asked, "How much can you pay me a month?" Doja seriously said, I'll give you 8,000 for basic salary. 50-50 split for gift proceeds and whatnot. And bonuses will be calculated separately. $8,000 base salary. Still an XX. Even a graduate student from a major university. It's also time to be taken down yourself. I hear the paychecks are so good. The pretty girl couldn't even believe her ears a little. How can you be worth so much money? It's still a little hard to believe. Though, but the least you can do is talk about it first. It took a while before she reached out her small white hand. Bai Qingning. Doja smiled and held her soft little hand. Dozier. Chapter 23 Foot speak convincingly. The top floor of a building. Doja followed Bai Qingning all the way down the steel ladder that extended down from the skylight. Until you climb up to the highest rooftop. There is a small loft on the rooftop. Doja was a bit incredulous. Is this where you live? Crawling around like this all day? Bai Qingning nodded bashfully. Because it's quiet and the rent is cheap. Dozier circled around. It says here that it's an attic. How about this is a small house built separately on a rooftop? It's only a dozen square meters big. Surrounded by clutter. Outside, there is a simple shower made of a plastic shed. The environment looks terrible. But as he followed Bai Qingning, go inside the attic. However, he was surprised to find that although Bai Qingqing's room looked very simple, but the inside is cozy and well appointed. The bed of steel is covered with lace sheets. The combination bookshelf also has hand-sewn fabric curtains. There are also white flower arrangements next to the bookshelf that have a light scent. Batik canvas calendars hang on the walls in a very dated way. On one side of the table is an induction cooker. On one side were various condiments and uneaten dishes. You live in a place like this? Dozier asked. Bai Qingqing said indifferently. It's the same wherever you live. It only costs $200 a month here. Dozier really didn't know how to describe the feeling in his heart. Your mom and dad would be heartbroken if they knew. Mom and dad died when I was little. Bai Qingqing's face was expressionless. My sister also went away to work, and I'm the only one living here. Dozier was a little embarrassed and froze in place. Summer is still hot in June. The only thing in the attic was a small, broken fan. The two just climbed up. While Dozier was fine, Bai Qingqing was sweating a lot. Bai Qingqing picked up a towel and dipped it in the water, wiped the fine sweat from his face. With that, he sat on his knees on the bed. Sideways he was about to take off the short sleeves he was wearing. Instead, she realized that Dozier was looking at her with unblinking eyes. Hey, she said. Dozier was still looking at her. Hey, she said again. What's wrong? I need to change. Oh, Dozier suddenly realized. Hurriedly, he turned around and turned his back to Bai Qingqing. Bai Qingqing bit her lip. Her face slightly flushed. She was going to let Dozier out, but seeing Dozier turn around, and no more. It's okay. After a while, Bai Qingqing said behind Dozier. Dozier turned around. Seeing Bai Qingqing in front of him, his eyes lit up. The pale yellow short sleeves added to the whiteness of her skin. Full breasts and long legs. Plus that cold look. Surely a natural beauty. Bai Qingqing's heart pounded and her cheeks flushed at Dozier's look. After all, this was the first time a boy had come to her house. And still changing up behind his back himself. There is one thing I must tell you beforehand. Dozier said with interest. What is it? I probably won't be able to work under you for long. A few years at most. Bai Qingqing's expression dimmed. How many years? How does that work? The development of a great anchor is definitely long-term. It took a couple years to just get started. It's the early starting numbers that burn the most money. Making money basically only depends on the later stages. Rookie anchors who can only do a couple years. It can be argued that there is no profit to be reaped at all. Can I ask why? Dozier asked. Sitting on the edge of the bed, Bai Qingqing took a deep breath. Turning to Dozier, he said, word for word, I have leukemia, and it's been 4 years. Dozier was shocked and got up. Then you now. One can only take targeted drugs regularly to prolong life. Bai Qingqing looked away and gathered her hair. So it is. The two talked for a while. Dozier was also probably clear about Bai Qingqing's family situation. He got leukemia when he was 15 and abandoned school. My sister went to work in Marina to save money for her treatment. During this time White Green did not stay in an expensive nursing home. Instead, I saved all the money my sister gave me, renting this little house by myself. He earns money on weekdays by doing odd jobs as well as helping people with their gaming lists. A silence ensued between the two. The atmosphere grew awkward. Seeing Dozier lowering his head, as if he was pondering and hesitating about something, Bai Qingqing pursed her lips and shuddered. Are you regretting this? I actually meant to tell you earlier. It's just, I thought why? Dozier interrupted with a smile. There are top hospitals in Binhai City right now that can successfully treat leukemia. So your illness is not a concern at all. Bai Qingqing lowered her head. I know, but I don't have the money to go for the surgery. And I promised you before because I wanted to see if I could hold out until I could earn enough money for the treatment. I don't want to deceive you. so I'll be clear with you beforehand. Dozier stood up, walked around Bai Qingqing twice. The eyes kept wandering over Bai Qingqing. She couldn't help but cover her body as she watched. What are you doing? Dozier laughed. Let's see if you're worth all the money I've invested or not. I'm okay with it if you don't think it's appropriate. Bai Qingqing lowered her eyes in disappointment. It's so hard to see a glimmer of hope, but one can only watch it break. People like me. Oh, how do you deserve a full life? I'm going out for a bit. Wait for me to come back. Dozier waved his hand and took a big step outside. Where are you going? Bai Qingqing followed out and asked. Just stay out of the way and stay here and wait for me to come back. Dozier slowly climbed down to the rooftop. The figure faded away. Only Bai Qingqing was left standing alone outside the attic, looking at the unobstructed view of the sky in front of him. But after a long time, Dozier still hasn't come back. Bai Qingqing smiled miserably and entered the house. Sure enough, one of your own who died without knowing what qualifies someone to give themselves such a high-paying job? People are not little cuties. Why should I help a short-timer? Bai Qingqing had tears in her eyes, plopped down on the bed and buried his head under the covers again. Whimpering sobs haunted the loft, mixed with the hum of an old electric fan turning. It seemed unbearably lonely and painful. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out from the door. Sorry to be a little late getting back from a long trip. It's Dozier's voice. I can't believe he's back. Bai Qingqing scrambled to get up, her face still streaked with tears. It was too late to wipe it off. Just a twist of the head. She then saw the handsome figure pushing through the door. Dozier is holding a document in his left hand. In his right hand, he was carrying a Lovecraft 5S cell phone box. Smiling, he walked over to Bai Qingqing. Why are you crying? Think I won't come back? The center of his mind was guessed by Dozier. Bai Qingqing's face turned red, wiping a tear from his eye. No, you're looking at it the wrong way. Seeing Bai Qingqing's sophistry, Dozier didn't break it down. He sat on the bed and placed the papers in front of Bai Qingqing. It's a simple labor contract, and once you sign it, you'll only be working under my company for the next 10 years. The salary is the same as previously stated, and subsequent bonuses are paid to you depending on the increase in benefits. Bai Qingqing almost didn't even glance at the contract. Without thinking, he signed his name. Dozier was a bit surprised. Aren't you afraid that I'll do something inside the contract? Bai Qingqing's eyes turned red and rubbed them. I'm already like this. What's there to be afraid of? Dozier was dumbfounded. With that, he handed the Love Crazy 5S to Bai Qingqing. Here's a working machine for you. A sort of upfront reward. Bai Qingqing saw the sign for Love Crazy. Then you know that the phone is extremely expensive. Even waved his hand. Refused. I don't want it. This is too expensive. But Dozier just grabbed her cell phone with its long broken screen, passed in the Microsoft to riches or whatever. QQ. No refusal. I'm your boss now, and this is one of the early paychecks for you. Bai Qingqing saw Dozier being so domineering, as if you can't accept it if you don't. She lowered her head and blushed, muttered, You're just my boss. What gives you the right to control me like that? Say what? No. Nothing. Dozier opened Bai Qingqing's wealthy treasure account. With that, he picked up his cell phone. Open up your own treasure of riches as well. A series of numbers was entered. Bai Qingqing didn't know what Dozier was doing. Just watch his movements in silence. When Dozier handed her the cell phone, a clear electronic voice slammed into her ears. Ji Fubao arrived. $500,000. What? What? Is it your own ears that are mishearing? Bai Qingqing directly stayed in place, her face frozen. $500,000? Is it for me? Bai Qingqing looked at Dozier in shock. The beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief. Seeing how surprised she was, Dozier laughed. The money is already on your wealthy treasure. See for yourself. After a while, only then did Bai Qingqing dare to look down at her phone. Both of her hands were trembling slightly. The Toastmaster balance displayed on the screen is clearly visible. 500,000 and 7,468. Dozier unexpectedly transferred a whole $500,000 to himself. The moment Bai Qingqing suddenly felt an unprecedented wave of sour emotions hit her. Voice trembling. You, what do you mean by that? Dozier shrugged his shoulders and laughed. Consider this money as my paycheck in advance. Take it and spend it first, and we'll go to Binhai Hospital to treat you after a while. Let's get you cured first, and as for paying back the money or whatever, just deduct it from your paycheck in the future. There were crystals flickering in Bai Qingqing's eyes. That he would go to such lengths for himself? Aren't you afraid that I won't be cured? Or that I'll turn against you and run away after I'm cured? Bai Qingqing brought out a sobbing voice and her body continued to twitch. Dozier also stood up, come up to Bai Qingqing. Laughing, he said, You're definitely cured. And I'm sure you'd never do that. How can he be so nice? It's only the first time we've met. It's amazing how much you just trust yourself. And he lent himself $500,000 with a wave of his hand. and he said he would take himself to the marina for treatment. This moment, the Du Jian Bai Qingqing's eyes instantly became incomparably taller. It directly took over Bai Qingqing's heart. Looking at Duja's handsome face in front of him, Bai Qingqing was moved beyond words in her heart. She's been sick since, been depressed, except for his own sister. A posture of indifference that rejects almost everyone. But this moment, emotions that had been suppressed for years exploded instantly. It turns out that you, yourself, are entitled to the pity of others, or the handsome man in front of me who had paid so much for himself. Bai Qingqing has tears in her eyes. Straight away, he jumped into Dozher's arms. The reader hasn't had a chance to speak. His lips were then covered by Bai Qingqing. Reader, thank you very much indeed. Tears flowed from the corners of Bai Qingqing's eyes. Clumsy movements. Thank you for everything you've done for me. I don't know if I'll ever get the chance to repay you, but right now, I just want to thank you in my own way for everything you've given me. Aromatic scents fill the air. How come again? Lin used the same gesture last night. Surprisingly, it came back today. Bai Qingqing was his intended number one employee. As a boss, you should lead by example. It's only right to make a distinction between public and private with your employees. Besides, people are seriously ill. Do it yourself. What's the difference between that and an animal? Dozher shook his head, ready to break free, but Bai Qingqing's face was flushed. Make a kitten-like purring sound that is extraordinarily tantalizing. Description omitted. Dozher's brain was on fire. A beast is a beast. You can't be worse than an animal, can you? 100,000 words are omitted here. P.S. Bai Jia angrily said, Qingqing, you must leave the readers. Bai Qingqing cried. Why? Sister, I love him. Why can't I be with the reader? I can't live at all without my readers. Why don't you agree with us being together? Bai Jia covered her face and said sadly, because the reader is the same I told you about HB. So what? I don't care. Page, chapter 24, no. She's my aunt, like that year in a hurry, carving out forever together. Such a beautiful rumor. The cell phone is ringing. Dozher loosens one hand fondly, seeing that it was Lin who called. Dozher hurriedly pressed the answer button. Lin's voice rang on the phone. Dozher, I couldn't see you as soon as I woke up. Where did you go? Dozher wrapped his arms around Bai Qingqing. One hand covered it. Bai Qingqing heard that it was a woman's voice though, but there was no talking either. Instead, he lay obediently on Dozher's chest. I'm out studying for my driver's license. I'll be back soon. How's your health? Lin on the other end of the phone reddened her cheeks. Still a little sore. Haven't gotten out of bed yet. Dozher apologized. I'm sorry Lin. I was too excited last night. Lin Qingning shrunk her head under the quilt and said shyly. Geez, don't you say that again. I'm the one who had to be like that. Where's Auntie Lin? Auntie went out in the morning and never came back. You haven't eaten yet then, have you? I'll go back and bring you some. No, I'm not hungry. Dozher, you go ahead and get busy. I'm ignoring you. Come back early. I'm hanging up first. Oh. Dozher barked. A kiss to the phone. Lin Qingning winced. Kissed back. With that, there was a beep and the phone hung up. Bai Qingqing scratched the circle and asked with a smile. Girlfriend? What's the matter? Jealous? Dozher smiled and rubbed her hair. Bai Qingqing's body jerked slightly. It only felt like a strange electric current was flowing through his body. Cheeks scarlet. No, I'm content to be by your side. Seeing Bai Qingqing in such a bird-like posture, Dozher couldn't help but kiss again. That kiss lasted an hour. Dozher got dressed. Once again, he kissed Bai Qingqing's face. With that, he turned and left. After Bai Qingqing saw Dozher leave, with great difficulty, he rose to his feet. Get dressed and come to the table. Remove a pair of clippers. With that, she lifted the covers and cut a bright red color from the sheet, neatly folded and placed in a drawer. It was her first time, although Dozher already has a girlfriend, but she doesn't care. As long as Dozher didn't dislike himself, Bai Qingqing was willing to stay by Dozher's side all the time. She's going to be Dozher's woman, even if it's a so-called mistress. 20 minutes or less. Bai Qingqing, who was mending the bed sheets, suddenly heard footsteps outside the door. Puzzled, he opened the door and looked. Dozher smiled and stood in front of the door. Surprisingly, he doubled back. Bai Qingqing cried with joy and jumped into Dozher's arms. Why are you back again? Dozher kissed her forehead. I just saw a house downstairs for rent, so I rented it, and I'll help you move all your stuff down there. Bai Qingqing was touched to the core and cried to Dozher. No, I'm fine living here. Don't waste so much money. Dozher said in an undeniable tone. No, you are my woman, so you must listen to me. Bai Qingqing's eyes turned even redder. With that, he wrapped his arms around Dozher's neck and kissed him again. Time for a kiss and another hour to pass. By the time Dozher got home, it's already past 4 in the afternoon. Auntie Lin hasn't come back yet. Duzha went straight into the house carrying the girl's supplements he had just bought. Lin Qingning, who was cowering under the covers, saw Duzha and directly hugged him. Dozher kissed her lovingly. Bought you some tonic. I'll cook it for you later. Lin Lime nodded curtly. Duzha then cooked a bowl of blood-replenishing and chi-nourishing soup for Lin Qingling. Another serving of agaricus syrup was taken out. Lin Lime drank it. It just felt hot in my body. I also bought you some clothes when I came back yesterday. Would you like to put them on now? Duzha touched Lin Qingliang's head and said. A hint of surprise flashed in Lin Qingliang's eyes. She hadn't bought new clothes in a long time. I was going to go out and buy it with Dozher over the summer. I didn't expect Duzha to come back from out of town and bring himself new clothes. A quick nod followed. Want to wear it. With that, Duzha took out the clothes he brought back from Marina yesterday. Let Lin Lime try it on. White intricate floral maxi dress, a pearl-studded visor, diamond clasp with silk square scarf, Cartier's girly bracelet and earrings sparkle. Makes Limey Lin look. It's like a well-bred young lady from a rich family. And beautifully dressed like this. There were enough 3 sets that were not duplicated, and it was up to Lin Qingliang to pick them out. There were also 2 exquisite bags of great value. Lime Lin loves each and every one of them. Wear it on your body and keep looking at it in the mirror. Does it look good on me? Will it go well with my temperament? Duzha looked at the extremely cute Lin Qingliang and laughed. It's a good match. If I didn't know you, I would have thought that some big star had come to my house. It's not that much of a stretch. You just coax me. Lin Qingliang beamed. And then another question came to mind. These clothes are so nice. They must be expensive, right? Lin Lime fondly averted her eyes from the pretty dress. Heartbroken, he looked at Dozher. Why don't you just return it? My old clothes wore just fine. Duzha lost a laugh. It's not expensive. It's only a few $100s. I bought some for Auntie Lon as well. You're the apple of my eye. It's just buying some clothes. What's the big deal? Lin Qingliang was coaxed by Duzha, her face red. With that, he silently lifted his leg, showing her white silk stockings to Dozher. Delicate, smooth calves were straight and slender, plus the added bonus of an expensive outfit. It makes Limey Lin look even better. Duzha looked at the time, just 5 o'clock. With that, he directly hugged Lin Qingliang and walked to the side. Wait, the clothes are going to be crumpled. Crinkle it and buy it again. 7 o'clock in the evening. Auntie Lon dragged her tired body to knock on the door. Lin Lime opened the door. Hurriedly, he helped Auntie Lon in. Auntie, you're back? Duzha also came out of the kitchen and brought out a plate of steaming hot dishes. Auntie Lon, let's eat. Auntie Lon looked at the two of them and said bitterly. Duzha, I want to hire someone to clean up the store again, but I'm afraid of that group's retaliation. I really don't know what to do. Hearing that Auntie Lon is troubled by this, Duzha smiled and comforted. It's okay, Auntie Lon, I've been to the police station again this morning, and they said that the group won't come out to do any more mischief. Auntie Lon was surprised. Is that really what they said? Those guys look so fierce and probably had the police station behind them. How could it be so easy to just let it go? Dozher put the rice in front of Auntie Ran. Of course, none of them will ever appear before us again. 8 o'clock in the evening. Lin Qingliang let Aunt Lon into the house, trying on the clothes that Dozher gave them. Auntie Lon blushed as she looked at the matching clothes on her body that extremely emphasized her figure. The dress style is too original. A strapless short dress that perfectly flatters the curves of your body, topped with a flowing mulberry silk shawl. The white, jade-like shoulders and graceful collarbones were unreservedly on display. Sexy and flirty, exudes deadly seduction. The diamonds on the bracelet sparkled, intertwined with Valentino's red-soled heels. A crystal necklace of corrodians hung from the white neck. It fell straight into the deep ravine. Chanel's black and gold bag. Jimmy Choo's long stud earrings. These pairings perfectly accentuate Auntie Lan's figure. The whole aura of the person has changed radically. Exudes amazing seduction. Lin Lime looked at her mom in surprise. Auntie, you look like a posh noblewoman in a movie. I won't even recognize you. Nonsense. Auntie is old. Auntie Lan's ears reddened slightly. Keep turning around in front of the mirror. The more I look at this ensemble, the more I like it. All of these outfits Dutcher bought for her are beautiful. All of them. It's just a little too revealing. There is a sense of springtime. It always feels like the skirt kind of covers the back, and the style of clothes is so bold. I'm a 30-something-year-old woman myself. How can one still manage this style of dress? But Auntie Lon thought for a moment. This was, after all, the clothes Duzha had bought for himself. Can't help but want it. With that, Lin Qingliang excitedly pulled Auntie Lon, whose cheeks were flushed, out of the room. The two beauties instantly lit up the entire living room. Lime is simple and lovely, and Auntie Lon is mature and seductive. I'll go. Dozher stood straight up. The eyes were awestruck. Auntie Lan and Lin Lime now looked exactly like a pair of sisters with a small age difference. Beautiful and very seductive. Auntie Lan's voice was as thin as a fly. The eyes were too shy to look at Duzhe. Inside, I don't know how, but I'm panicking. Duzhe. Auntie is in her 30s. This kind of clothes, wearing it out makes people laugh. Lin Qingning smiled and hugged Aunt Lan's waist. Which is not true. Auntie is still young. Walking on the street. I don't know how many people can be attracted back. Yeah, Auntie Lan looks like she's only in her 20s. And standing with Lime. If you didn't know, you'd think you were twin sisters. Duzhe also smiled and praised. Auntie Lan's cheeks burned as she lowered her head at Duzhe's compliment. She didn't know why she was suddenly so shy. Abridged. Chapter 25, by Jia and by Qingning. Night. Clean and tidy bedroom. By Qingning was lying on the soft bed, holding the love-crazy cell phone that Duzhe had bought for himself today, but she was scratching around on her phone, distracted. As soon as I think about the things I did today, Bai Qingqing's cheeks then burned. How could I not help myself from doing that kind of thing? Duzhe already has a girlfriend and he is still with him. Instantly Bai Qingqing's cheeks were flushed, but she didn't regret it in the least. Duzhe was the best person to treat him besides his own sister. The two had only known each other for less than half a day. It's amazing that he's just willing to sign a well-paying job contract with his lifeless self, and it comes right out at $500,000 for itself. Both taking himself to Shanghai for treatment and renting himself such a big house before he left. The two of them clearly didn't know each other, and he was willing to give so much for himself. Young, golden and handsome, going out on a limb and being so nice. Such a perfect Duzhe easily captured Bai Qingqing's heart that had been sealed for many years. Duzhe, don't worry, I'll always be by your side from now on, as long as you don't mind. I, Bai Qingqing, am willing to remain silent and be your subordinate. Just as Bai Qingqing closed her eyes to reflect on what happened with Duzhe today. Buzz off. A phone call came through. The top of the cell phone screen displayed two words, sister. Bai Qingqing then remembered. Yeah, it's such a big deal. I can't believe I forgot to tell my sister about it in the first place. The thought of my sister saving money for her own treatment. I haven't been back home in years after working in the marina. Bai Qingqing then burst into tears, but she decided not to tell her sister yet. Rather, I'm waiting for Duzhe to take himself to Shanghai. Go surprise your sister. Bai Qingqing wiped her tears and took the phone. With a sob. Sis. The woman on the other end of the line sounded unusually excited. Qingqing, sis has some good news for you. A few days ago, sis made a big deal and sold 10 houses. Enough to earn more than $300,000. When sis works hard for a few more years, she'll have the money to cure you. If Duzhe were here. I'm afraid the owner of the voice was immediately apparent. But it wasn't just the other day. The sales whitetail that you met in Marina? Bai Qingqing heard that her sister had earned so much money. The first thing I felt was not joy, but heartache. My sister works alone in Marina, and uneducated and old. And to earn so much money, how much suffering must it be? Immediately afterward, Bai Qingqing cried. Sister, you don't have to work so hard. I can already earn my own money. The woman on the other end of the line softly soothed. Well, my good sister is the best. The two sisters chatted for a while before hanging up. In a two-person shared house in Marina del Rey, Paige wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. Tian Xingli, who was removing her makeup on the side, laughed. How about it, Sister Bai? If you had put your foot down earlier, you would have been able to save up enough money for your sister's treatment a long time ago. Bai Jia said with some apprehension. Xingli, this time it's just our luck that we met a rich man like Duzhe. In the future, if you really let me do something like that again, I still kind of can't do it. Tian Xingli wiped her face with a hot towel. Sister Bai, in our line of work, if you want to make money, this is the only way. Look at me. I have no education and no background. I came to Binhai from my hometown with a big bag all by myself. I don't know how many times I've hit the wall, and that's how I barely got the hang of surviving here. We women, where are the means of earning anything but ourselves? Sacrificing a little now for the sake of a happy life later is nothing at all. Sister Bai frowned and said, that's what the words say. But I'm still afraid that Qingqing will know that her sister is such a person. If Qingqing knew, I don't know how sad she'd be. Seeing Bai Jia's mood a little low, Tian Xingli hurriedly consoled, Sister Bai, don't worry, you're doing all this for your sister's good. Even if she knows about it, she will definitely forgive you. Bai Jia wiped the corners of her eyes and sobbed. I hope so. As long as Qingqing's illness can be cured, I'll be satisfied. Tian Xingli sighed. A family has its own problems. Didn't she herself choose to come here in order to have a bright future with her fiancé? But he himself doesn't have such a high moral ground. He has seen everything in the past few years in Binhai. After a few minutes, Bai Jia, who had recovered her mood a bit, smiled and asked, don't just talk about me, Qingli, tell me about that fiancé of yours. It's been several years and I haven't seen you playing a video with him or anything. Tian Qingli rolled her eyes, sat up and said, he doesn't even have a smartphone. The two of us just call and chat usually. I haven't been back to my hometown for a few years. I've almost forgotten what he looks like. Bai Jie laughed, at least you have a fiancé to rely on in the future. So what if I have a fiancé? He just knows that he can't support me in the future by keeping that little Thai supermarket and earning those 3 dates. A few moments of disgust showed in Tian Qingli's eyes. I've thought about it, and I'll break up with him after a while. Originally it was my family who forced me to get to know him, and I don't like him at all. From now on, I'll stay in Marina and catch a big rich boss, whether he has a wife and children or not, even if he is more than 10 years older than me, as long as he can give me money to spend, even if I have to be a mistress for him for the rest of my life, I will accept it. Bai Jie looked at the determined Tian Qingli with surprise, though she knew it seemed like a thing to do to her fiancé. That was just how society was. You don't even have $100,000 in your hand, you don't even use a smartphone, and you're completely out of touch with society. All day long, I work in the village at a small supermarket, earning a couple of $1,000s. Why should I ask for a beautiful woman who has spent time in a big city? Go back to the remote town with you and live your life. Not to mention a woman like Apricot Pear who knows how to take advantage of opportunities. Just one day of talking to Debtor, just made a wild $400, 000 plus by selling the house. How could a woman like that want to continue with a mediocre fiancé? Paige sighed helplessly. Maybe it's good that Apricot Pear is like this. One may never again come across an opportunity like the other day. If my sister's illness really worsens, and you can't get enough money for yourself, might choose to find a big boss myself, as long as that person is willing to give himself a sum of money, to cure my sister, even if you let yourself follow him for the rest of your life. Paige was also willing. Two women with different minds were just about to fall asleep. Suddenly Tian Qingli's cell phone rang. Who's sending messages this late? She picked up her cell phone and opened the Microsoft message. With that, he saw that the big boss, Du Zhe, had sent himself a message, or the same buildings as before. Buy me 10 more houses, with you and Bai Jie taking full responsibility for me. I'll give you a $10 million deposit tomorrow, and then pay the rest of the $10 million when all the formalities are completed. It's Debtor again. I can't believe he's going to buy a house. Oh, my God, how he's so rich. Tian Qingli's entire body froze. One had just been thinking about finding a big rich boss. Debtor rolled his eyes and sent himself the message to go ahead and buy 10 more houses. That's another $20 million. Tian Qingli was so excited she wanted to run back and forth across the floor twice. He is simply a blessing in his own right. Isn't such a man the rich big boss he's looking for? And so handsome. With that, she hurriedly replied, okay, boss do, but I can't do it now at a favorable price like the last time, so the price may be a bit more than last time. Do you think it's okay? Du Zhe quickly replied, money is not a problem, as long as it's still a house in those buildings. Okay, Mr. Du, I'll arrange it for you right away. Bai Jie looked at Tian Qingli, who was so excited that she was about to fly, with a curious face and asked, who sent you that message? Happy like that? Apricot Tanaka simply threw away her cell phone, hugging Bai Jie hard and gleefully. It's Du Zhe, now we're going to make a lot of money again. Bai Jie was a bit dumbfounded. Du Zhe? What did he say to you? He just messaged me and said he's going to buy 10 more houses and that we'll both be solely responsible for them. Really? Paige was also so happy that she sat up straight away. He had just paid out about $300,000 in commission himself. Right now Debtor is actually going to send himself another performance. Could it be that Du Zhe is the big boss that he will rely on in the future? Bai Jie hastily covered her burning cheeks. Blah blah blah. What was he thinking? He was so much younger than himself. How could he be nice? On the sidelines, Tian Qingli didn't care about the time and immediately dialed the phone number of the property manager. The real estate manager was just about to get mad when he saw that it was so late and he even called himself. All of a sudden you hear Apricot Tian telling herself she can still go ahead and sell those crappy houses. Tell him to hurry up and approve it. Never mind the damn rules. Any later and the client backtracks. This time, Apricot Tanaka's tone could be described as condescending. No fear of the property manager at all. Just kidding. The old lady can sell 10 more houses on that worthless piece of property. This kind of war record is placed on the whole company. It's kind of the first of its kind. If he tells himself any more about the rules, smack him a couple times yourself. Let a couple of buildings just completely rot there. The kind you can't even get out later. Chapter 26. Buy a car and get a free sale. 7 o'clock in the morning. Debtor woke up on time. First, I practiced anodizing a few times in my room. Feel the physicality grow again. This speed made Du Zhe wonder at the awesomeness of this strange martial art. Last night, Lin Qingning and Aunt Lan were having a heart-to-heart talk. It caused Dozier to get a little bored. Forget it. Just bear with it for a day. Think of it as an exercise in willpower. Open the treasure of riches. The message showed the first to be credited with over $30 million. Doing data the other day. He lost money all the way and now has less than $10 million left in his hand. That's why I purposely bought heavy bets last night. 2 games were played in the early morning. Cameroon 1-4 Samba. This power gap is vast. Spinach is also trying desperately to adjust the numbers. Dozier pressed Samba to win by 3 million. Surprisingly, I ended up winning just under $300,000. But the platters in the other game are 1-3 Chick-fil-A. It would fall into the category of being a complete and total blast of cold. No one expected the Checkers, who are a top-tier team, to be routed. The odds have skyrocketed. Straight after the first game of the World Cup. 6x odds. Once again, Dozier raked in nearly $30 million. A fortune. Du Chul. Getting rich again. Net of windfall income tax. There's over 23 million left. It's because of the knowledge that you will make so much money the next day. So last night, Dozier then informed Tian Xingli to buy himself 10 more houses. Invest all of that $20 million or so in a house. After simply eating the breakfast that Auntie Lan had made, Dozier then took a taxi to the Mercedes-Benz store in the city. Always take a cab out. Dozier still felt uncomfortable. What's more, the test results are due the day after tomorrow. At that time, the 2 Chu Mangyao and Chenya will definitely have to sneak away. Sit in the car by yourself. It's both convenient to take a look at the situation. And again, you can when both come out with a swagger or at their most down and out. Soon, Dozier arrived at the entrance of the Mercedes-Benz store. Just stepped through the door. Welcome. To the left of the door, a flirtatious saleswoman with dyed red hair bent over and smiled. But after she looked up and saw that it was a young man who had come, the face instantly changed from attentive to contemptuous and perfunctory. Must be another poor kid who just looks and doesn't buy. So young to have any money. The redhead saleswoman's mouth dropped. A hint of disdain flowed. Still got your crazy cell phone? Maybe it's a loaner to buy it and pretend it's yours. Ignore the saleswoman. Dozier walked directly to the most expensive Mercedes in the center of the showroom 65L. Look at the body that reveals luxury everywhere. Dozier nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. A car like this is barely worthy of what you are worth today. With that, he asked, give me an idea of the add-on options for this car. And how much does it cost in total? The red-haired saleswoman's tone was cold. A hint of arrogance was revealed in his eyes. This gentleman, this car is the most expensive in our store. It costs a lot. If you're looking for a car, I can show you our A-series models. Dozier's face was full of questions. The car is only a couple million at most. One doesn't give a damn about it. How dare she think she can't afford it? Seeing that Dozier didn't reply, the redhead saleswoman also lost the last of her patience. Just then another middle-aged man in a suit came in at the door. See the man in the suit come in. The redhead saleswoman instantly beamed with joy. Now that's what I call a customer coming in to buy a car. With that, he looked at Dozier with even more disdain. It's not like you to dress like you're everywhere. At first glance, you can tell it's poor people who come in to clock in and take pictures. The red-headed saleswoman pretended to look at her watch. Make a show of being busy. Well, sir, I have other clients to entertain. So if you're interested, we'll talk more about it afterward. With that she beckoned. Called in a young green saleswoman. Lin Yu. This gentleman wants to know about the car. So greet him well. I have more important customers to receive. The red-haired saleswoman purposely emphasized the tone of the words. More important. Then they just turned around and left. With a smile on his face, he ran quickly to the man in the suit. Lin Yu looks very young. It's like a college student in school. She looked at Dozier a little nervously. A sweet smile on his face. Hello sir, glad to be of service. Which car would you like to know more about? Dozier craned his head to look at the red-haired saleswoman who was attentively entertaining the man in the suit. Seems like he's still too low. How dare you look down on yourself even as a seller of smiles? Shaking his head and losing his smile, he said, just introduce me to this S65L. Seeing that Dozier wanted to know about the most expensive car in the store, Lin Yu didn't look down on Dozier like that red-headed saleswoman. Instead, he patiently introduced Dozier to the vehicle's performance and interior design, and various user-friendly configurations. Dozier nodded frequently. Not bad for a multi-million-dollar luxury car. Many of the features are in no way inferior to a good mid-range car a decade from now. The redhead saleswoman in the distance is warmly entertaining the man in the suit. The snowy whites are faintly visible when bending over. It drew frequent sideways glances from the men in suits. A large lustful light shone in his eyes. She introduced the man in the suit to a Mercedes E260L. It's worth about $500,000. But the man in the suit still kept hesitating. Always wanted to keep talking about the price. The redhead saleswoman was in no hurry, still smiling and displaying himself. The man in the suit's eyes dropped out of his head as he watched. Seeing the man in the suit in this colorful, hungry look, the redhead saleswoman laughed darkly. Looks like the business is solid again. He hadn't even taken into the waiting room to show off his skills himself. Go in later. Custody. He immediately rushed out and grabbed the car. At the thought, she craned her head to look behind her. I just saw the sight of Lin Yu giving Doja a serious explanation. The red-headed saleswoman couldn't help but sneer. It's true that the new guy just doesn't have a clue. Talking to people like that is a waste of time. Even this successful man beside himself is looking at nothing more than an E-series. How is it possible that the guy wants to see as soon as he comes in 65L? If he can afford it, I'll serve him for 10 days and 10 nights. With that, the redhead saleswoman approached the man in the suit more enthusiastically. The word is out that the price is negotiable. Why don't we go sit in the waiting room and talk about it? But what she didn't see, immersed in her joy, was this. Doja had been led by Lin Yu, walked to the waiting room where the contract was signed. The top-of-the-line Mercedes-Benz S65L. The cost of licensing and insurance and all that adds up to $3.5 million. This price Doja thought was fair, so he simply let Lin Yu lead him to sign the contract and pay the money. A whopping $3.5 million. Buy the car in full. This is Doja. Being rich is being bossy. P.S. The red-haired saleswoman regretfully kneels in front of Doja and keeps crying. Mr. Reader, it's my dog's eyes. Please don't take it personally. Doja sneered. Let me ask you, what gear is Mercedes? The red-haired saleswoman faltered. Why file? Then why don't you hurry up and do as you're told? Yes, Mr. Esteemed reader. I'll get you a Y-file. Chapter 27, Seduction of Female Salesman. 4 consecutive strikes of Sandal Barracks. The other side. The redhead saleswoman took the arm of the man in the suit, winks and walks into the other waiting room. After 5 minutes, the man in the suit's face panicked as he was hustled out of the waiting room. Broken curses came from inside. Damn, what are you pretending to be if you don't have any money? Get thee out of here. The redhead saleswoman is barefoot. Exasperated, he stormed out of the room. If I ever see you again, I'll have you skinned. The man in the suit was so embarrassed that he covered his reddened face and scurried out. How in the world can there be such a dog? The redhead saleswoman's chest puffed out in anger. She thought the man in the suit had a lot of money in his pockets. I didn't realize I was just halfway through the process, ready for the man in the suit to sign the contract before he does anything. The man in the suit actually bargained, said to do the job before signing. All of a sudden it made the redhead saleswoman suspicious. Get on the bus before you buy a ticket? What kind of rule is that? One sells cars, one is not out for sale. With that, the red-haired saleswoman followed up with a series of questions. Under her constant pressure, the man in the suit shivered and told the truth. One presses the money. I just heard that there are beautiful women offering special services when you buy a car in a Mercedes store, so I borrowed a suit to take my chances. Hearing this, the redhead saleswoman was so angry that her heart was about to jump out of her chest. What kind of service do you want out here if you don't have money? I've been fighting swallows all my life, and I'm surprised I almost got pecked by one. I didn't realize I was sort of reading people, but I've never seen such an oddity. I can't believe I'm pretending to be rich to buy a car, trying to trick himself into giving him a technical job. Ugh, in hell. Almost got white-knuckled. Both drank 2 large glasses of water in a row. The redhead saleswoman still felt like she couldn't swallow it. Just then, a weak voice rang out. Sister Ting, where did you put the official seal? I'll use it. The red-headed saleswoman casually said. It's in the counter table. Go get it. Lin Yu hugged a pile of documents and said, Thank you, Sister Ting. I'll go and stamp then. With that she turned and walked happily away. It's okay. You cover. Lin Yu. The redhead saleswoman's voice was 3 degrees higher. You, what do you want the official seal for? It was then that she saw the person who had just spoken. Surprisingly, it was the intern who had been assigned to entertain that poor man by himself. Employee Lin Yu. Shouldn't she be entertaining the poor guy? What's with the contract all of a sudden? Did Doja buy that Mercedes S65L? But she immediately shook her head. No way. Just based on Doja's plain dress, except for that tragically handsome face and 6 feet 7 inches tall. The rest of the place is simply unremarkable at all when thrown into the pile. How could he afford a Mercedes? With that, the red-haired saleswoman hurriedly blocked Lin Yu. Ask her if she talked to another customer about the order. But Lin Yu's words directly pierced through her mental defenses. No, it's the same handsome guy from before. He just asked about configurations and stuff. Didn't negotiate the price at all. Just bought the most expensive Mercedes in full 65L. Well, Sister Ting, the guests are still waiting for me in the waiting room, so I'll go first. After saying that, Lin Yu walked towards the counter cheerfully. Only a messy, stony-faced redhead for sale was left behind. How is this possible? I can't believe I looked away twice in one day. That Debtor turned out to be a hidden tycoon. Is he from Shandong? I've heard that the rich people over there don't care about their racks. Wear flip-flops and big pants all year round. In fact, all of them are rich men with a dozen buildings in their hands. You can make tens of millions of dollars a year just by collecting rent. That's right. The more the redhead saleswoman thought about it, the more she realized she had guessed correctly. Debtor must be that low-key rich. At the moment she kind of wanted to slap herself twice. Such an honored guest. How did he offend himself? Not only did you lose the order, maybe people still hold a grudge for their previous contemptuous attitude. No way. The redhead saleswoman hurriedly took out a mirror and lipstick and began to touch up her makeup. Whatever it takes to make Debtor stop resenting himself. Otherwise you may not be able to keep your job. After looking in the mirror several times, the redhead saleswoman let out a soft breath, strike a flirty pose, followed by high heels, ta-da-da-da-da-da-da to Lin Yu's waiting room. The stamp should be just fine here. Lin Yu picked up all the documents and looked at them with satisfaction. With that, he was going to find Debtor, but the door to the waiting room wouldn't open. It seems to be locked. Strange. Who locked the door? Just as Lin Yu was about to go get the key, a female co-worker, however, came over and stopped her, laughing playfully. You go ahead and license and insure the car. People are probably asleep right now. Lin Yu was filled with confusion. Sleeping? Come out on your own. That handsome guy doesn't look sleepy either. Does he? Never mind. I'll just go ahead and do what I need to do. 2 hours later, the door to the waiting room opened with a bang. The redhead saleswoman walked out slowly, holding onto the wall. Her hair was loose, and she had broken one of her high heels. Inside the waiting room there is a pool table for casual use. The two played pool for hours. At the moment the redhead sales face eyes looked inside the room with slight fear. A voice came from the waiting room. And then I'll buy a fully loaded Mercedes S400L and the order is on you. Hear that? The redhead saleswoman was ecstatic. She had thought that it would be Debtor who would be able to not hold a grudge against herself. I didn't think I would be able to pick up a list, even if you drink a strong cooler by yourself. But that can't be so cool. The red-haired saleswoman smiled charmingly and said, Yes, honorable Mr. Debtor, I'll go and check you in right now. There's no rush. Go get a wet wipe and wipe the lipstick from my hair first. Debtor ordered. Hair? The redhead saleswoman froze at first, then immediately reacted to what was going on. Blushing, okay, I'm on my way. Wait until the redhead saleswoman leaves again. Another half hour has passed. Lin Yu had already finished organizing all the matters long ago, just waiting for Debtor to take the car away. Debtor took the car keys, after saying thanks to Lin Yu. Then it was time to sit on the couch, while enjoying the rest of the female sales enthusiastically serving tea and water, while waiting for the redhead saleswoman to give herself that Mercedes paperwork for S400L. The car was bought for Auntie Lan. After all, Auntie Lan was now dressed so maturely and aesthetically. Same as the rich wife who just died her husband and inherited $10 billion. If you're still riding a little crappy electric bike, wouldn't it be extremely inconsistent with her temperament? So Debtor also bought her a $1 million Mercedes-Benz scented car with a beautiful woman. Auntie Lan is elegant and generous, sexy and beautiful. Raise your hand and rhyme. If Auntie Lan was wearing a delicate open cheongsam, slinking toward the Mercedes, gently pull open the car door. Take your seat gracefully. Close the car door with another snap. The windows are down, revealing a seductive face. The scene was so beautiful that Debtor couldn't even begin to imagine how beautiful it was. If you were yourself. Ugh, what was I thinking again? She's my aunt. It's your fault. Angie, anode, winky face. You just bully me for not being able to talk. P.S. The red-haired saleswoman shyly said, Mr. Reader, please, just buy someone else a car. Isn't a few million just a drop in the bucket for you? Debtor threw all the billiard balls in front of her and sneered. $200,000 apiece. How much you can sell is all up to you. Chapter 28. Wait until the redhead saleswoman panicked and got all the paperwork done. It's already 12 noon. Auntie Ran called Debtor. Said she'd made dinner. Asked Dutcher when he'll be home for dinner. Debtor said he would be back for dinner soon and told them to eat first. Get up and walk over to the counter. Lin Yu was full of joy. Debtor was her first client. Make yourself a nice commission. Turns out it's not that hard to be self-supporting. And the redhead saleswoman saw Debtor coming towards her. On the other hand, his legs could not help but soften and he almost fell to the ground. This man had given himself too much oppression before. Honorable Mr. Debtor, is there anything else you wish to order? Debtor took the contract and the car keys. I can't drive 2 cars, so one of you will drive one for me. Lin Yu smiled. No problem, Mr. Debtor. She just got her driver's license this year and is full of self-confidence. The redhead saleswoman nodded weakly as her cheeks flushed. Both of these cars have the top-of-the-line peekaboo version of the glass. If Debtor was sitting in the passenger side and was going to do something to himself, wouldn't one soil that expensive Mercedes S400L? But to her dismay, Debtor sat directly on the Mercedes that Lin Yu drove 65L. The redhead saleswoman stifled a sigh of relief. I'd like to discuss the smoothness of the Mercedes engine with him myself. Two Mercedes-Benz cars with a combined price tag of over $5 million. The walk still has a lot of pizzazz. Pedestrians on the road frequently looked sideways. Lin Yu drove the car steadily and skillfully. The Mercedes-Benz pocket gear was like a toy in her hands. Debtor looked at Lin Yu with interest. Why did you come here to work in sales if your family is so rich? Ha! Lin Yu yelped. Surprised, he looked at Debtor. Mr. Debtor, what are you talking about? My family doesn't have much money. Debtor let out a laugh, reaching out directly to grab at Lin Yu. What's he up to? Could it be that you want to submerge yourself? Just thought of that. Lin Yu then prepared to jump out of the car with a sharp brake and escape, but not before she hit the brakes. A silver-white diamond necklace was then ripped out by Debtor. This necklace is supposed to be a Tiffany's petal full of diamonds, and it's going for at least $100,000 domestically, isn't it? Lin Yu blushed when she saw Debtor just pull out her necklace. Yes. Is it? You're looking at it wrong. I bought this at a roadside stand for a dozen dollars only. Seeing that Lin Yu didn't admit it, Debtor didn't say much either. It had been himself who had asked just because he was curious and because he saw how pretty she looked and wanted to tease her a bit. Whatever she was, it was none of her business. Half an hour later, the two imposing Mercedes-Benz luxury cars were then parked inside a parking lot near Debtor's house. Debtor got out of the car and left straight away. Aunt Lan and Lin Lime were still waiting for him to come home for dinner. The redhead saleswoman had a sultry look in her eyes, staring straight at Debtor's distant figure. Lin Yu, on the other hand, kept her head down. Buckle the floor with your heels. It's almost gouging out 3 rooms for the floor. It was amazing that he could read the brand of his necklace, and joking with me like that. Could he be one of those people sent to follow and investigate me? No way. Can't stay here any longer. I'd better go straight back to Riverside. Wipe the sweat off first. I'll heat up the food, Auntie Lan said as she wiped Debtor's sweat. Lin Qingning brought a cup of cool white water and put it in front of Debtor's face. Debtor, have a drink first. Seeing both of them come together in front of her to care for her, Debtor couldn't help but have the feeling that the head of the family had come home to be served. It's kinda cozy. Wait until after dinner. Debtor decided not to hide the fact that he was now rich. He himself has so much money in his hands now. It's time for Auntie Lan and Lime to live the life of the rich. He got straight to the point. Auntie Lan, Lime, I've been spinning and gambling on the internet lately. What? Hear the words spinach and gambling. Auntie Lan stood up in surprise. Debtor, 9 out of 10 gamblers lose. Those who gamble are all crooks. You mustn't believe it. Auntie has seen a lot of people lose their homes because of gambling. Maybe it's a trap laid by someone else. Lin Qingning was also filled with anxiety, not even caring that his sister-in-law was still around, taking Debtor's hand directly. Debtor, in the future, we will definitely be able to make money by decent means. You mustn't go back to gambling. What if they're taken? Then, what would happen to me and Mom then? The two women kept exhorting Debtor. I'm afraid that Debtor will go astray and lose all his belongings. Lin Lime had even sworn secretly. Get a good job when you graduate on your own. Must be able to afford Debtor. Even if we let him stay home and play games every day, he must not be allowed to get into the bad habit of gambling. Seeing the two so excited, Debtor cried and laughed. I forgot about it myself. Auntie Lan and Lime don't even know what World Cup betting is. They must have thought they were going to the casino to play poker. He then briefly told the duo what World Cup spinach was. It's all about spending small amounts of money to do big things. A couple dozen dollars in, a couple hundred out, and he's already made a lot of money off the World Cup himself. I've got $7 or $8 million in cash on me right now. And he showed the duo all of his Toastmaster balances. But Auntie Lan and Lin Lime still had a hard time accepting this, thinking that Debtor must have been tricked. I've heard of a number of people deliberately transferring money to their bank cards. The goal is to plant the charges, so as to get someone in jail and take away the family fortune. Seeing that the two are still unconvinced and are worried, they tell themselves to call the police first. So Debtor zoomed right in. The two were led to the parking lot where the two Mercedes were parked. Auntie Lan, Lime, I'm really rich. These are the 2 cars I just bought this morning, and the purchase contracts are still here. Auntie Lang took the contract with a lot of skepticism. It says $3.5 million in full for the Mercedes S65L. $3.5 million? So expensive? Auntie Lan felt her hands shaking, until she saw those 2 big black letters on the contract. Debtor. It was a moment before Auntie Lan dared to believe it. It turns out Duja didn't lie to them. He literally made tens of millions of dollars. Lin Qingning was also happy for Duja from the bottom of her heart. I really envy Chu Mangyao, being able to monopolize Duja's heart. With that, Auntie Lan opened another contract. Wanted to see how much that car cost. Mercedes-Benz S400L, $1,580,000 in full. Purchased from Qin Lan. Qin Lan. Isn't Qin Lan me? How did Dozier buy a car with his name on it? I must have misread it. Auntie Lan shook her zenith and looked toward the contract again. But those two big, piercing, solid black letters, Qin Lan, still reflected in his eyes. It really is yourself. Chapter 29 Tsinghua Special Recruitment Lin Qingning. Auntie Lan was so shocked that the contract in her hand fell to the floor. Dumbfounded, he looked at the faintly smiling Dozier. The voice stuttered. Dozier. You this. Dozier smiled and handed a car key into Auntie Lan's soft little hand. Auntie Lan, this car will be yours from now on. If it wasn't for the fact that Lime hadn't taken her driver's license yet, I would have been ready to buy her a car as well. Hearing that Dozier was actually going to hand over such an expensive car to himself. There's even going to be one for Lime. Auntie Lan was touched though. Still, it was a quick refusal. Anxiously, he said, how can this be? It's all your money. How can you give it to your aunt? Go to the store and get it replaced. How can Auntie want your money? That's money you'll save for a daughter-in-law later. Lin Qingning also came over to discourage him. Said Dozier even saved both of their lives the day before yesterday. It would have been too much to pay back, and now it's even more so. Dozier persuaded him for half a day, but the two remained unrelenting. Had to ask him to take the car back. In the end, Dozier directly pulled Auntie Lan's hand with one hand. Forced the car keys in. Auntie Lan, just take it. You've taken such good care of me for so many years. It's only right. Seeing Dozier so determined, Auntie Lan also sighed hopelessly. Okay then, but Auntie is just driving, and you'll still be in charge of this car from now on. That's right, Auntie. With that, Auntie Lang briefly tried out the car. The more I drive it, the more I like it. Dozier is also really good. Why are you so nice to your aunt and uncle? It's clothes shopping and car shopping again. It's not even a marriage. If they got married, wouldn't they spoil themselves in Lime? After 10 minutes or so, a few people went home. As soon as he arrived home, Lin Qingling's cell phone rang. Take it out. Surprisingly, it's a Yanjing phone number. Hello, is this candidate Lin Lime from City No? 1 Middle School? XX. It's me. What can I do for you? Hi, I'm an admissions instructor at YWU and would like to take you through our YWU. The word Tsinghua coming from the cell phone was so delightful. Auntie Lan's face showed excitement, and the crystals in her eyes flashed. My niece got into Tsinghua. Lime got into Tsinghua University. Dozier was also very happy. You won't be able to check your results until 12 noon tomorrow. Only those with exceptionally high scores will be snatched up early by the two top institutions. Tsinghua Yen University. It looks like Lime definitely got on the test this time over. 700. But the face of Lin Lime, who answered the phone, did not see much joy. Just very perfunctory words like aha, understand, okay, until the phone hangs up. Auntie Lan hugged Lime outright in ecstasy. Excitedly, I asked her if she was sure about going to Tsinghua. Questions about whether to prepare anything ahead of time or something like that. However, Lin Qingning couldn't raise the slightest bit of interest. Not a word. After a while, Auntie Lan, who noticed something was wrong, let go of Lin Qingning. Puzzled, he asked, Lime, what's wrong with you? Why do you still look upset when you got into AYWU? Dozier was also very puzzled. It was logical that Lime should be cheering at this time. Lin Qingning looked at Aunt Lan in silence. Then he looked at Dozier. She bit her lip tightly. It was as if teardrops flashed in his eyes. Auntie Lan was anxious and held Lin Qingling's shoulders. What's going on? Lime, tell Auntie. I'll make sure to find a way for you. Lime had a hard time getting into Yanda University. To be delayed because of something. What can we do about that? Lin Qingling pursed her lips, then said in a low and firm voice. Auntie, I don't want to go to Tsinghua Yen University. I have my own ideas. When she finished, she ignored the stunned Auntie Lan. Hastily he turned and ran into the house. As the door to the room heaved shut, Auntie Lan sat on the sofa with a face full of incredulity. What the hell happened? How could Lime not want to go to Tsinghua Yen University, which he had been working so hard for? On the side, Dozier patted Auntie Lan's shoulder. As he patted her, he comforted her. Don't worry Auntie Lan, I'll go persuade Lime. You wait in the living room. Auntie Lan sadly held Dozier's palm with tearful eyes. Dozier, just try to persuade Lime. It's good for her to grow up and have her own thoughts. Dozier smiled and patted Auntie Lan's hand. With that, he walked towards Lin Lime's room. Squeak. Dozier closed the door. Lin Qingling, who was lying on the bed and sobbing in a small voice, immediately got up. He flung himself into Dozher's arms and bawled, Dozher, I don't want to go to some Tsinghua University, I just want to be with you, and I'll go wherever you go, okay? Help me persuade my sister-in-law. Dozher slowly stroked Lin Qingling's face. He could have guessed it would be like this from the way Lin Lim looked at him earlier. Don't worry, I'll go persuade Auntie Lan later. Anyway, even if you don't go to college, I have more than enough money to support you. What's more, I'm confident in this college entrance exam. Maybe we'll both go to a good college. Lin Lim blushed and the two just held still. Dozher looked at the time. It's been less than 3 minutes since I came in myself. Just take care of the limes. It's reasonable to think that you'd have to be persuaded for an hour anyhow for something this big. With that, he directly picked up Lin Qingning. A million words are omitted here. On the living room couch, Auntie Lan after a brief moment of calm. It also gradually woke up to the reason why Lime was unwilling to go to Tsinghua University. Ugh, why didn't I think of that myself just now? Lime likes Dozher that much. Even did that with him 2 days ago. With Dozher's grades, the most he can get is an average 1 book. How could Lime leave out Dozher? What about going to school in Yanjing by yourself? LOL. Auntie Lan sighed. Forget it, let Lime go. Dozher is so good to her and so good at what he does. Leave Lime in her hands and feel at ease with yourself. About an hour later, the door to the room creaked open. Dozher led the blushing Lin Qingling and slowly walked out. Auntie Lan's eyes widened slightly. The red lips opened into an O shape. Didn't Lime come into the house with a high single ponytail? How did it come out as a double ponytail? She looked again at Lin Lime's shy eyes, where there's no telling what's really been going on for the last hour or so. Auntie Lan's face swished red. Alas, these young people. Really, that's all. Seems to be getting old. Later, when Lime and Dozher are together, it's time to consider the idea of remarrying yourself. Lin Qingling was encouraged by Dozher's eyes. Weakly, he cried out, Sister-in-law, I. Before she could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by Auntie Lan. Lime, Auntie understands where you're coming from. It's good for you to have your own choices now that you're older, and Auntie will always support you. Hearing Mom being so reasonable, Lin Lim cried and hugged him. Auntie Lan also hugged her and kept comforting her. Dozher looked at the two cuddling together sweetly. Somehow, the two Chu Mengyao sisters came to mind. The high school grades come out tomorrow at 12 noon. I also wonder these two how are doing now. Is it cool to spend $1 million on a loan? Chapter 30 Mother and Mother Escape. How's your stuff packed, sis? Chu Mengyao operated her cell phone to buy the ticket while shouting to the room. It's all pretty much packed. Did you get the plane tickets? Chenya walked out of the room, dripping with fragrant sweat. All she was wearing was a tight short sleeve. It fits snugly around the voluptuous body in curves. The bottom half is black yoga shorts. The white thighs were naked and exposed to the air. Though it's 37 years old, but Chenya's body and skin are still perfectly maintained. There's a maturity to it that young women don't have, even compared to the voluptuous Auntie Lan. Chu Mengyao nodded. With that, I paid the $3,000 or so for the airfare. Bought it, sis. 11 a.m. Flight tomorrow. Chenya was puzzled. Yao, don't the results come out at 12 noon? Chu Mengyao rolled her eyes. Sister, when we arrive in Yanjing, we can just find another computer to check the results. With my grades, I'm sure I'll be able to reach the admission line that Yanjing Film Academy said I would. When the time comes, just take a screenshot of your grades and proof of your articling, and you can go in and advance your education. As soon as I heard that my sister was so confident, Chenya was instantly enraptured, hurriedly getting up. Yao, when you arrive at Yanning you must seriously study the performing arts, and in the future become a world-renowned big star. Hearing Chenya's constant babbling, Chu Mengyao frowned. No patience at all to keep listening. Since my sister fainted and went to the hospital. These days Chu Mengyao was getting more and more impatient with her sister, rambling in my own ear almost every day. Something about going to college and studying hard. Don't play with misfits. We don't have a lot of money in our hands, so we need to spend it on the right things and learn to package ourselves. Seize every opportunity to present yourself. Blah 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 a whole lot. Why do we have no money at home? Isn't it all because of you? Got very sick. It cost the family over $300,000. If I hadn't been so brazen, went to ask Dozher to borrow $1 million to save the day. Where do you get the chance to babble in front of me? If you don't get sick, maybe I'll have a full $1 million. When the time comes to go to Swallow Shadow, I wonder how many resources I'll be able to access. Of course, Chu Mengyao only dared to harp on these words in her heart for a while. Chenya studied art for herself over the years and became a star. A lot of effort was put into it as well, so Chu Mengyao was still able to hold back the nagging for now. Okay, sis, you get busy. I've got things to do. I'm going out first. Immediately afterward, Chu Mengyao changed into an exquisite outfit. Carrying her purse, she wiggled her way out of the house. The heels clattered. Any way you look at it, it looks like you're out fooling around. Chenya helplessly looked at Chu Mengyao, who went out the door and sighed. My sister is old enough to have her own ideas. It seems that she can't discipline her in the future like she did before. In the meantime, noisy KTV upstairs. A yellow-haired boy burst into the house in a hurry. Brother Chicken, come to life. Inside the room, there was a carnivorous bald man with a green and black cardigan tattooed on his body. Brother Chicken took a big drag on his cigarette. What kind of job? Chopping up people or stealing territory? Yellow Hair handed over his cell phone and shook his head. None of that. It says let's go collect the loan. The one who owes the loan just bought a plane ticket to Yanjing tomorrow and wants to run away. Run out on a loan? How much do you owe? As far as that goes? Sean took Yellow Hair's cell phone suspiciously. With just one glance, he jumped in shock. What a tough guy. I can't believe I took out a loan from over 30 shady websites. A full million RMB. It's a pass-through loan. No wonder the job was scheduled so quickly. It's been more than half a month. Profit rolls on profit rolls on profit. The man had enough to pay back over $1,800,000. Who wouldn't run for it? Chicken Man casually clicked on the video that came with the file, only to see an innocent and pretty student girl inside crunching away. I hereby solemnly promise that I am Chu Mengyao herself. ID number. Ouch, or a little beauty. It looks like it hasn't been deflowered yet. I don't know if it's tender enough either. This beauty is running away. She must not have any money on her to pay it back. Chicken Man was drooling with a lecherous grin on his face. Does it say what to do when the other party can't pay it back? Yellow Hair smiled knowingly and said, the information shows that she also has a 37-year-old sister, and I heard that she is also very well maintained. If you can't pay it back, surely you still play by the rules and throw them all into the clubhouse to pay off your debts. Brother Chicken laughed out loud. Then why don't you go and quickly step on the spot and get ready? Don't let this pair of sisters get away from me. Tomorrow I'm going to taste the saltiness. Yellow Hair smiled lewdly. Brother Chicken, can you let the brothers have some soup too? Growing up, I haven't played with a sister flower yet. No problem. When the time comes, you guys line up outside, one by one. Brother Chicken let out a lewd smile. Those with cleanliness in front of the old man in line. First one up. Brother Chicken is awesome. Early the next morning, Duzha then drove his car to Chu Mengyao, in front of Chenya's duo's home. A quick glance at the time showed it was just 6:30. His eyes were cold as he looked at the door of the room not far away. 2ES. Today I want you to lie down in front of me as dogs. Time is gradually passing. There were gradually a few more vehicles outside the house. Through the car window, Duzha could see that there were some fierce faces inside. It seems that those loan collectors received the news that Chu Mengyao was going to escape. I've come here today specifically to send people to block the door. About 10 minutes later, the door to the room snapped open. The tall, white-skinned Chu Mengyao carried a small purse and stepped on high heels, pulling a compact airplane case in his left hand. He took the lead. She frowned and looked toward the house. Annoyed. Sis, hurry up. I told you not to bring those useless things. Really? Chenya was wearing a loose long skirt, but it couldn't hide the proud figure underneath it. Curvy and dimpled. It looked even more seductive than the well-dressed Chu Mengyao. She was carrying a large bag, walking out slowly and dragging a large suitcase in his hand. It's a strange pity to throw these things away. You can still use them again when you get them to Yanjing. You can save a lot of money. Hearing the word save money, Chu Mengyao's attitude was obviously a few points better. Well then, it's getting late. Let's get going. Okay, then let's get a quick cab and head to the airport now. Just as the two girls, Chu Mengyao and Chenya, had just walked down the street, a wanton voice rang out. I'm sorry, you two sisters, you're not going anywhere today. Immediately afterward, more than 24 tattooed hulks got out of several cars, surrounding the Chu Mengyao duo with lustful eyes. You, who are you people? What's going on? Seeing the sudden appearance of so many ferocious big men, Chu Mengyao and Chenya were scared. Thought I had met a mugger. Hurriedly, he pulled out his cell phone and prepared to call the police, but not before they had a chance to fight. The cell phone was then snatched by the gangsters. The two were also roughly pulled behind the house. What are you doing? There's surveillance here, don't you know? Believe it or not, the police will arrest you. You assholes. The two women leaned against the wall, their bodies trembling. Surveillance? It went down last night when you guys were buying tickets. Chicken Man topped his shiny head with color. Chenya protected her sister behind her and angrily questioned. Who the hell are you and what do you want? Brother Chicken's eyes went straight when he saw the voluptuous beauty in front of him. Ouch. Why does this sister look prettier than her sister? It was worth the ing trip. You've run your own errands and you don't know? How dare you come to ask me? What? Xu Mengyao and Chenya were dumbfounded. How could the two of them have any dealings with the group of triads in front of them? What the hell are you guys talking about? We didn't even mess with you guys. Seeing the sisters pretending to be quite similar, Brother Chicken sneered and said, "Cut the crap. Did you guys borrow $1 million some time ago?" How did he know that he asked Dozier to borrow $1 million? Xu Mengyao's face changed. Did Duchul send them to collect the debt? Damn Dutcher. One does not just lend you $1 million. I'm going to leave without saying goodbye and pay you back in a few years. Why do you have to go so far? I can't believe I let these triads come to my door to collect debts. What a waste to let you lick it for 3 years. With that, Xu Mengyao, who thought she knew the ins and outs, wasn't afraid. Walking up to Chenya, he said in a cold voice, "Isn't it just that you owe Dozier $1 million? How dare he let you guys come to his door to collect a debt? You guys let him out and I'll come talk to him myself." But Chicken Man was clueless as hell. What Dozier? What is this crazy talking about? Brother Chicken sneered. Don't you dare pretend to be a fool to me. More than half a month ago, you borrowed $1 million loan online. Now with interest, that's $1,888,000. Hurry up and give me the money, or else, don't blame me for being rude. P.S. Xu Mengyao's body was bruised and purple, looking incomparably miserable. Chenya's skin on the side, however, was polished and bright, without a single scratch. Reader, why don't you torture her? Had to catch me lecturing? Dozier coldly smiled. She will at least say, "Oh, how about you? Like a dead man. Do you still want the money? Want money. Wanna still come over here? Oh." Chapter 31. Can T pay? Then go out and sell it to me. What? $1,888,000 is owed. Chenya's eyes rolled back in her head and she almost fainted. Xu Mengyao was even more dumbfounded and directly froze in place. How is that possible? Didn't you borrow $1 million from Dozier? When did it become money for lending sites? Xu Mengyao gritted her teeth and said angrily, "Impossible. You're talking nonsense. I borrowed my money from a friend and never even touched any lending sites. So don't even think about slandering me." Seeing that Xu Mengyao still wanted to argue, Chicken Man took out his cell phone straight away. Opened the file sent collectively by the lending sites. Damn. By now you're still pretending. Open your doggy eyes and show me clearly. This man is not you. At those words Xu Mengyao looked at her cell phone. Only a video was playing on it. Standing by himself in front of Dozier's house, he swore, "I hereby solemnly promise that I am Xu Mengyao herself. ID number. And there's your own ID underneath the video as well as the bills you owe. It adds up to exactly 1 million. Duchul, I can't believe you're the one who hurt me." Xu Mengyao roared in her heart, trembling with anger. His face was like a flaming cloud of anger. She really didn't expect the $1 million she borrowed. "I can't believe it's such a shady loan shark." He took his ID and videotaped himself. "I can't believe I set a trap for myself. Took out $1 million loan to myself from one of those shady websites. This asshole. It's a shame that I trusted him so much. He was the only one approached for a loan. Duchul, you're so cruel." Xu Mengyao hated Dozier at the moment and really wanted to rush to him and question him why. But Chicken Man doesn't care so much. He scratched his ears and yelled, "Have you seen it clearly? If you have seen it clearly, pay it back quickly. Or don't blame the grandpa for not being polite." Xu Mengyao shouted, "That's not the money I borrowed. It's Dozier who operated with my cell phone. If you guys want money, just go get it from him." Chenya behind her also reacted and hurriedly said, "Yes, I can testify that it was that person called Dozier who cheated my Yao Yao and took out a loan of $1 million. Brother Chicken flicked his earwax and said disdainfully, "I don't care who cheated you guys. The ID card is yours and so is the video. This money will have to be paid back by you." Seeing this bald guy in front of him with a determined attitude, the 20 or so tattooed hulks around them were stupid again. Each had a bad look in their eyes, as if they would pounce and tear the two apart in the next second. The two girls, Xu Mengyao and Chenya, were inwardly terrified. "Okay, we'll pay it back, but can you give us some grace and we'll pay back the $1 million after a couple months?" Chenya still wants to make a deal with Brother Chicken, but Chicken Man slapped her straight across the face, beat Chenya until she bled from the corner of her mouth. "Sis." Xu Mengyao hugged Chenya and howled. Brother Chicken raised his sandbag-sized fist and said viciously, "And a few months of ing grace? You think I don't know that you guys bought your tickets to fly to Yanjing a long time ago? A couple hours later, I'm afraid the people are gone." At those words Xu Mengyao was horrified. It was amazing that the group even knew that they had bought plane tickets and were going to run away. And it's not paying back $1 million. It's paying us back $1,880,000. Hearing this astronomical figure, Xu Mengyao didn't even have the idea to continue crying over Chenya anymore. He said angrily, "How can you be so black-hearted? I borrowed that $1 million for less than a month. How can there be such a high interest rate?" Ha 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 ha. All the surrounding triads all burst out laughing. Chicken Man taunted. Bitch, you're ing borrowing from a shady loan shark. Why else do you think the money arrived so quickly? Chu Mengyao was shocked. That money was indeed 10 minutes Doja got himself. More than half a month. Nearly double the interest. It's amazing that Doja got himself such a shady loan. Chenya also came to her senses and looked at the group of triads around her in fear. Yao yao. Why don't you give them the little money you have left first? She was genuinely scared. It's not that I'm afraid of what's going to happen to me. It's that I'm afraid of what's going to happen to my sister. After all, this group is mixed black. What if he did something to his sister? Chu Mengyao heard her sister tell her to give them all the money. Anxiously, she said, Sister, there's less than $300,000 left of that money. We simply can't afford to pay it back. What? There's less than 300,000 left? Brother Chicken was overjoyed and rubbed his hands together. That means you guys simply can't come up with $1,888,000 now, right? Chu Mengyao took a few steps back in fear. Chenya, with blood flowing from the corner of her mouth, said angrily, That's right, we just can't afford to pay it back now. You can either wait a few months before asking for the money, or you can take us to court. We don't have any assets anyway, so sue all you want. Look at the naive emboldened nature of these two. A circle of people around them laughed indulgently. Both Chu Mengyao and Chenya were laughed at by them to the point that their hearts fluttered. What are you guys laughing at? Brother Chicken rubbed his hands together and stared at Chu Mengyao and Chenya with both eyes. Sexy, who says we're going to sue you? With that said, he kept moving forward, closing in on the duo. Chu Mengyao was so frightened that she screamed in shock and hid behind Chenya. Although Chenya was also scared, she still protected herself in front of her sister. What do you mean by that? Aren't you going to sue us? Brother Chicken stared straight at Chenya. What's the use of suing you guys? You can't get the money. At those words, Chu Mengyao and Chenya simultaneously let out a sigh of relief. Luckily he won't sue in court. Otherwise, Yanning would definitely find out that he was involved in a financial case and would not be admitted. Just as the duo snickered, Brother Chicken revealed a mouthful of large yellow teeth and smiled lewdly. If you don't have money, you two will go to my clubhouse together to sell your kidneys to pay off your debts. Whenever you've sold enough, whatever will let you go. Sell your kidneys? Chenya said angrily, You're committing a crime. Chu Mengyao also angrily rebuked. That's right, believe it or not we'll go to the police station to sue you. This asshole, letting himself go to the clubhouse. And it's still two people in one. It is simply lawless. Sue? Chicken Man snorted. Where are you going to sue? To tell you the truth, you're not going anywhere until the money is paid back. Stay in the clubhouse and serve the customers, or I'll sell you to the north of Burma. As soon as I heard the words north of Maine, the two women were scared to death. These people had the nerve to sell them to northern Burma. Gosh, how huge the forces behind them should be. It was simply not an existence that one could afford to mess with. Seeing the two women stunned by what they said, Brother Chicken smiled lewdly. How about it? Have you thought it through? Whether you take out $1,888,000 now, or go to our clubhouse and sit on a table, choose one for yourself. I'll give you 5 minutes to think about it. Hearing the bald man give an ultimatum, the two women's hearts instantly clenched. $1,888,000. They can't get it out in any way. Fighting back violently and then escaping was not something two weak women could do on their own. Are they just going to be left to their own devices? Going to a sleazy place like a club and selling your kidneys to pay off your debts? Chu Mengyao was remorseful at the moment. Grieving. What's going on? One is just about to start a brand new life. Become a big star. Marry into a rich family. And have money you can't spend. Right now. I can't believe I'm about to be dragged to a club to sell my kidney to pay off my debt. No. This is not the life one deserves. My Chu Mengyao's life can never be like this. 2 minutes to go. Chicken Man's evil voice sounded again. Chu Mengyao's thoughts became extremely confused. No way. I must not be dragged to the clubhouse to sell. I'm the one who's going to be a big star. How can you fall down here? But what can be done at the moment to pay off the debt? It was at the time when Chu Mengyao was anxious and burnt out. Chenya's comforting voice rang out. Yao Yao, don't be afraid. Sis will definitely protect you. Hearing Chenya's voice, Chu Mengyao suddenly had a flash of inspiration. The look changed from sadness to joy. Yeah, sister. I still have my sister. They just said they were going inside the clubhouse. But it doesn't say you have to go by yourself 2 by 2. Instead of two people suffering together, it would be better to just let sis go to the clubhouse alone to pay off her debt, while she herself continues to go to school in Yanjing. Wouldn't that be the perfect solution to the dilemma at the moment? Thinking of this, Chu Mengyao looked at her older sister Chenya at the side in surprise. In the most sincere, emotional voice of his life, the line stretched out. Sister. P.S. Chu Mengyao, 2 yes. 1 yes. Sis, for the sake of my dream of being a star, you'll make a sacrifice. Chapter 32 1,000 for her. 800 for you. Chenya stretched out her arms to protect her baby sister. Faces were horrified and anxious. No matter what, we can't let them hurt Yo-Yo. Just as she was about to cry out for help to see if she could attract passers-by, an extremely emotional voice rang from her ears. Sis. Chenya twisted her head and was seeing Chu Mengyao's pitiful eyes filled with begging. Great sorrow in the heart. Sister's poor sister. Don't worry. If they dare to force you to sell your body, sis is definitely going to die with them. Chu Mengyao's tearful eyes shattered as she looked pitifully at Chenya and said, Sister, all of our family's money has been used to treat you, and even the $1 million we borrowed has been spent on a large portion of the hospital. There's really no money to pay back the loan sharks. Chenya wiped her tears and cried, Yao Yao. I'm sorry, it's all because sis has caused you to suffer. If it wasn't for sis, you wouldn't have gone to borrow money and been set up by Du Jiatuo loan sharks. It's all sis' fault. Teardrops rolled down as Chenya choked on her sobs. C succeeded in arousing his sister's guilt. Chu Mengyao's heart was delighted. Then she struck the iron while it was hot. Sister, right now we owe over $1,800,000 in loan sharks. We can't afford to pay them back. And there are even more terrifying forces behind them. It's not something we can offend. So there's only one way out now. The situation is critical. There are still more than 20 triads watching. Apart from paying back the money, Chenya simply couldn't think of any other way. Seeing her sister say there was a way, Chenya's face was overjoyed. As soon as he grabbed Chu Mengyao's arm, he asked joyfully, Yao Yao, do you really have a way? Chu Mengyao nodded her head seriously and said in a single word, Sis, since we don't have the money to pay off our debt, we'll have to agree to that bald guy's conditions and go to the clubhouse to sell our kidneys to pay off our debt. What? I heard that my sister actually agreed to go to the clubhouse to sell her kidney. Chenya exclaimed incredulously. Are you crazy? Yao Yao, how can you agree to such a dirty request? You're going to be a big star in the future. If people find out about this, your whole life will be over. Chenya was so angry that her face turned red. She really didn't expect her always arrogant sister to bow down so easily. Sister, you are mistaken. Chu Mengyao took Chenya's hand and said reverently, I mean to say that you alone, sister, will go to the clubhouse to pay off your debt while I continue to go to school at the Yinjing Film Academy. What do I hear? Chenya's petite body trembled, unable to believe her ears. Is this something the sister you've raised for 18 years could say? Let yourself go to the clubhouse and sell your kidney to pay off your debt. She's leisurely going to Yinjing to continue her schooling? Yao Yao, are you crazy? Chenya hissed, how can you say such words? I'm your sister. Chu Mengyao anxiously took a few steps forward, tightly grasped Chenya's arm. It's precisely because you're my sister that you have to help me pay my debt. Sister, I still have to become a big star and marry into a rich family and become upper class. If I'm reduced to selling my body in a club to pay off my debts today, then my whole life will be ruined. Isn't it your greatest wish to see me become a big star? I've been studying acting so hard for the past 10 years or so, and it's only because of your influence that I've stuck with it. If you don't go to the clubhouse today instead of me to pay off my debt, then all my years of hard work will be for nothing. Sis, can't you bear to see your own sister with your own eyes fall into the fire? Chu Mengyao's sorrowful voice was like a sharp steel needle. It deeply pierced Chenya's heart. It brought tears to her eyes. I didn't realize that I had taken the place of her mom and dad and raised this cousin for 18 years with great hardship. She went so far as to do it for her star prospects. To send her sister, who raised her with her own hands, inside a dirty clubhouse. The thought of being defiled by those disgusting bloated men. Chenya then felt as if there were countless ants crawling all over her body. Categorically refused. No way. Even if I have to work odd jobs for the rest of my life, I definitely don't want to be dragged inside a clubhouse to sell my kidneys. Yao Yao, you return the remaining $300,000 to them first, then we sisters will figure out a way to pay back the rest together. Seeing Chenya's attitude so resolute, Chu Mengyao was also a bit angry. Even if you're the sister who raised you, you can't be so unreasonable, she questioned loudly. Sister, don't go too far. The question staggered Chenya. I'm out of line? You're the one who claimed you'd put yourself in a club and sell a kidney to pay off your debts. Where did you get the nerve to say I'm too much? Chu Mengyao shook off Chenya's hand and said in a cold voice, Sister, isn't it all because of you that I owe this loan of over $1 million? Just because you were hospitalized for surgery, the diagnosis and treatment fee, the flying knife fee, the surgical fee, the hospitalization fee, before and after added up to almost more than $1 million. How could I possibly owe so much money if it wasn't for your treatment? Now the debt collectors have come to our door. We have no money in hand to pay back. As my sister, you do not go to sell a kidney to pay off the debt. Do you want me to go? It's not like I spent all that money. Besides, that $300,000 is my college expenses. If I give it all back to them, how can I go to Yinjing? Hearing Chu Mengyao's sharp reply, Chenya only felt 5 thunderbolts. Almost unable to stand still, she froze for half a minute before she said in a harsh voice, Yao Yao, I'm your sister, how can you say such things to me? Chu Mengyao was already having a bit of a seizure at the moment for the sake of not being dragged to the clubhouse herself. It's because you're my sister that you have to help me. She squeezed Chenya's hand tightly. Don't you want to see me become a big star the most? If I'm really dragged off to the club as a chicken this time, it will be impossible for me for the rest of my life to set foot in the acting industry again. Chu Mengyao directly knelt down to the ground, her face glued with tears, and hugged Chenya's legs. Sis, for the sake of my dead mom and dad, do it for me and for all the years you've spent training me to be a star. You'll make one last sacrifice. Sis, I will become a big star as fast as I can and make enough money to ransom you from the clubhouse. Please, sis, just help your sister for once. Watching her sister kneel before her, hysterically pleading with herself, Chenya was simply crumbling inside. His face was gray and his body trembled. I didn't realize that I was determined to make my sister a big star and a rich person, but neglected to teach her character and moral development. It was amazing that she was allowed to say such things to herself as a sister. What's the difference between those ES? After a moment of silence, Chenya stopped her tears, looking at the begging face of his sister who was kneeling in front of him. Pow! A vicious slap directly smacked Chu Mengyao's face. Chu Mengyao was confused. Sister, you. Chenya gritted her teeth, her face filled with despair and sadness. She stared dead in Chu Mengyao's eyes. If it weren't for the fact that you're my sister, I wouldn't have agreed to something so shameful anyway. The slap that broke the bond of kinship between you and my sisters. You take that $300,000 and get out. I'll pretend I don't have an ungrateful sister like you from now on. After saying that, Chenya's body instantly softened. Sitting on his knees, he covered his face and cried, because she was about to be dragged to the clubhouse by this mob next. Unlike Chenya's despair, Chu Mengyao's expression instantly changed from sadness to joy. Not bad for studying the performing arts from a young age. Those genuine expressions and words just now. Even Chu Mengyao herself couldn't tell if it was an act or what was going on. But as long as my sister promises herself to go to the clubhouse and sell her kidney to pay off her debt, then one can safely chase the dream of stardom. She supported Chenya, who was crying in pain, and comforted her with tears in her eyes. Don't worry, sis, I'll definitely save up enough money soon to free you. At those words Chenya couldn't hold back any longer, crying out loud, lamenting how his life is so bitter. This scene of a selling sister is simply touching, but Chicken Man on the sidelines was having none of it. He rolled up his sleeves and said viciously, You two stinking ES, you've been babbling for half a day. What kind of are you talking about? Do you guys think that if you owe that much money, one guy is going to sell it and pay it off? Chu Mengyao immediately came back to her senses and loudly argued, My sister has agreed to go to the clubhouse with you guys. What more do you want? Brother Chicken looked at Chenya and swallowed a large mouthful of saliva furiously. You owe a usurious loan, and a day's interest is calculated on the previous day's principal plus interest. Now it's going up at least 20,000 a day. With your sister's good looks, it's only $1,000 a time at most. It's got to be 20 times a day to afford to pay it back. Not to mention the fact that the interest rate is going up every day from now on, and it's not enough for her alone. Hearing such a reply, Chu Mengyao jumped up with great anger. Pointing at Chenya, she said, Open your eyes and see clearly. My sister is so young and beautifully maintained, and it's only $1,000 a time? Didn't you say it was an upscale club? Which of my sister's body and looks is not top-notch, even compared to me? 800 for you. Chu Mengyao instantly dangled. I can't believe I'm less expensive than my sister? The author didn't know the price and made it up, so don't blame the reader owner. Chapter 33. Hearing that his price was even lower than Chenya's, Chu Mengyao was even so angry that she forgot about her own situation. Argued that she was young and beautiful and could sing and dance and perform. Why is it only $800? Chicken Brother laughed his head off. He really did not expect this woman to actually dwell on this problem now. You're about to be dragged off to sit on a table by your old man and you still don't know the situation? Don't with me? I'm telling you, if you don't pay up today, none of you are going to run. Although you two are not too high per unit, but with your special status, if you appear at the same time, I bet you can earn at least $5,000. As long as you're diligent, it won't take you 2 months to pay off your debts. Chu Mengyao was so angry that she was trembling. 10 or 8 games a day, and 2 months. By that time, she would have become a hornet's nest. How could she marry into a rich family? Don't you guys even think about it? I'm not going to the clubhouse. Just take my sister and don't touch me. Hearing these words, Chenya, who was already grieving to the core, became even more heartbroken. Is that something a person can say? She was her sister at least. How could she say such things to herself, sacrificing herself to save her future? Oh, Chenya smiled miserably. What a failure to be a sister yourself. Brother Chicken didn't want to listen to Chu Mengyao's nonsense. Directly greeted the brothers to get on the hands and force her to the clubhouse before saying anything. When the time comes, I'm not afraid that she won't listen. A few strong dudes came together and soon had Chu Mengyao firmly restrained. She broke down and cried, shouting to Chenya, who was sitting on the ground. Sis, save me, sis. I don't want to be taken to the clubhouse. Don't want to sell. You save me. Although Chenya hated Chu Mengyao for sending herself out, she was her own sister after all. She rushed up and frantically pulled the triads that were restraining Chu Mengyao. Let go of my sister and I'll go with you. The two tore and bit and fought. Chicken Man was furious. How dare you resist? Straight away, he rushed up and snapped two big ear scratchers to greet him. Chu Mengyao and Chenya's faces were instantly red and swollen as they covered their faces and cried in pain. One more scream and I'll beat you to death. Pull away from me. In the Mercedes in the distance, Dozier laughed and clapped his hands. Cool. It's awesome. Especially when Chenya slapped Chu Mengyao in the face earlier. It was simply a great joy. Chu Mengyao, this stinky, was even more than she thought. He had expected the two to fight tooth and nail, determined not to go to the sale. I didn't expect Chu Mengyao to be so shameless as to let Chenya go to the clubhouse alone to sell. She herself took off in pain and headed to Yinjing for school, not caring in the slightest about Chenya's death. How can people be so cheap? Dozier smacked his lips. He had still underestimated her before. See, the two were slapped several more times and blood spilled from their mouths and noses. I'm about to get pulled into a car and taken to a clubhouse to be sold. Dozier also stopped watching the show and prepared to strike. Now these two can't be taken to serve others. Their own revenge plan has just begun. Let go of me. Help. Somebody. Who? Brother Chicken covered Chu Mengyao's mouth and pulled her towards the car with a lewd smile. Chenya in the back was also firmly restrained by a few big men, tearfully pushing and shoving her forward. Just as they were about to be thrown into the car, an ear-piercing roar suddenly sounded. A solid black Grand Prix came roaring in. Get out of the way. The group of people were startled and hurriedly dodged backwards. The Mercedes made a nice sharp break in front of them and came to a roaring halt in front of the crowd. To the astonishment of all, a handsome and dashing figure slowly pulled open the car door and appeared in everyone's eyes. Dozier. Chu Mengyao's eyes erupted with fire, and hissing sounds snatched out of her mouth. It's you, asshole. You caused me to owe loan sharks and you still have the face to show up? Chenya, who was dead silent in the back, heard the two words Dozier, couldn't help but get angry too. He was the one who caused the two of them to owe $1,800,000 and to be dragged to the clubhouse to pay off their debts. Dozier had a smile on his face as he looked at Chu Mengyao and Chenya freely. Two you guys have had your day. Brother Chicken saw Dozier driving a luxurious Mercedes-Benz and seemed to have an uncomplicated background. Frowning, he said, friend, what are you doing stopping us? Dozier walked in front of him, towering over him. Chu Mengyao still has $300,000 in her hand. Return it to you first, and pay the rest in installments. Hearing that Dozier even dared to speak in such a tone, Brother Chicken was instantly enraged. Driving a Mercedes? You're great? You won't know what a triad is until you've been beaten up with peach blossoms. Give it to me. Throw him out with the car. More than 24 men came wailing. 3 minutes later, a group of triads were all foaming at the mouth and collapsed to the ground. Brother Chicken, with a swollen nose and a pig's head, was lying at Dozier's feet. Big brother, I'm wrong. It's me who has eyes and doesn't recognize Tai. Please let us go. Where did this overwhelmingly fierce man come from? Surprisingly, he knocked over more than 20 of them by himself. It's even better than the bodyguards around Master Tiger. Chu Mengyao in the back had her mouth directly open into an O shape. It was impossible to believe that the man in front of him was Dozier. When did he get so good? Chenya also looked at Dozier with a face full of incredulity, her beautiful eyes wide. Is this the dog licker Yo-Yo was talking about? That's a vicious wolf on a leash any way you look at it. Dozier bends down and squeezes Chicken's neck. Surprisingly, he lifted him straight up. I said that the $300,000 in Chu Mengyao's hand will be returned to you first, and the rest will be paid in installments. Any comments? Chicken Man's face was pinched into a greenish-purple color, and his feet stomped in the air, choking back tears. He said, Master, we don't want this money. Please let us go. Chu Mengyao's eyes were greatly delighted. Great. No need to pay it back. Damn you. Du Chul. Don't think I'll forgive you just because of this. Don't. It's only right to pay what you owe. So if you say don't want it, you don't want it? Brother Chicken was foaming at the mouth, and quickly changed his words. Yes. She can't lose a single penny of this $300,000. Chu Mengyao. With that, Dozier casually threw the mountain chicken beside Chu Mengyao like a piece of trash. Then don't hurry up and let her transfer the money. Chicken breathed heavily, scared to death. Almost died myself. Xu Mengyao on the side pointed at Du Jia and angrily questioned. Du Jia, what do you mean? You've beaten them down. Why do you still want me to pay back the money? Hearing this stinking prattle on, Du Jia looked at Chicken and said in a cold voice, if you still want to lie down, you won't be able to get up for the rest of your life. Chicken instantly jumped up in a cold sweat. Turning to Xu Mengyao, he carefully said, Miss, please give me the $300,000. Xu Mengyao wasn't scared at the moment and snapped, who are you calling miss? I won't give you a single point. This, Chicken was feeling tricky. Suddenly, Du Jia said, just treat her like a stinking, how you ask for money on weekdays, how you ask for it now. At those words Xu Mengyao was shocked and looked at Du Jia angrily. What did you say? Ah, there was a crunch. Chicken slapped Xu Mengyao in the face as hard as he could, making her wince. Cursing angrily, he said, ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** 34 revealing the face. The master has allowed himself to treat her like a. So what's there to be afraid of? It was as if he wanted to take out his depression from the previous beating. Slap. He slapped again. The hit caused Chu Mengyao to stagger and sit paralyzed on Chenya. Hurry up and get the money out or I'll whip you to death. You, said Chicken, about to take over Chu Mengyao's cell phone, but they were stopped dead in their tracks by Chenya, which was the only money the sisters had left. If it's all taken away, what's the future? But Chicken slapped Chenya right in the face again. Asterisk 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 that. With that, he lifted Chu Mengyao's hair and crackled and smacked it, until the beating made Chu Mengyao beg for mercy. That's what made me cry and turn over all the money. Master, do you see this money? Chicken winks and smiles as he comes to Duja's face. Duja looked at Chu Mengyao, whose cheeks were swollen high from the beating, with satisfaction and laughed. You take the money, and from now on you will come every week to ask for the bill until it is paid off, and if they ever fail to pay it back, they will be brutally beaten and dragged to the clubhouse to pay off the debt. Brother Chicken said yes in a row. Get lost. Upon hearing this, Brother Chicken then took a group of brothers to sit on the big gold cup and ran away nimbly. It's horrible. Even if this man is rich, he's so good at fighting. Lazi wouldn't have messed with any second generation. On the ground, Chu Mengyao stared blankly at her cell phone with a zero balance. My money, all gone. She frantically ran in front of Duja's face and cursed. It's all you. Duja, you return my money. Snap. Dozier backhanded the strength of the hand was so strong that it directly jerked Chu Mengyao into Chenya's arms. Chu Mengyao covered her face and stared at Duja incredulously. Hit me? He's a lickspill. How dare he hit me? Wasn't he afraid that in a fit of rage he wouldn't let him lick it? Chenya painfully hugged her sister who was swollen into a pig's head and angrily looked at Duja. It's you who borrowed the loan sharks for Yao Yao, which caused us sisters to be forced to the door with debts. So you have to pay back all of this over $1 million in arrears, or we'll go to the court and sue you for fraud. Take you to jail. Facing the group of triads from before, Chenya was too scared to say anything. But this Dozier in front of me, just a student the same age as my sister. Even if you can fight a little bit, how good can you be? So at this moment, Chenya could be described as a stern accuser. Idiot. Duja shook his head and directly crossed over them, heading towards the room. What did you say? Chenya also helped Chu Mengyao to follow her in, glaring angrily at Duja. You obviously have the ability to drive them away. Why do you want us to pay back the money? Do you know that all that money is for Yao Yao's college education? Now that it's all given to them, what are you going to make Yo-Yo do in school? Chu Mengyao also stared at Duja with indignation. Duja, I want an explanation. Explain? Duja sneered and sat on the sofa with a big grin, scrutinizing the two in front of him. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The explanation is that when you came to me and asked to borrow money, I knew you had no intention of paying me back and were going to run away after college. So I'm going to trick you into borrowing $1 million from the loan sharks so that you two stinking ES can only be dragged to the clubhouse by the debt collectors. What do you think of this explanation? Duja coldly forced his eyes on the two, and his stern eyes made the two hearts lower their heads. How did he know we were going to run? But Chu Mengyao wasn't worthy of being an acting genius that could be looked up to by Yin Jing. She immediately burst into tears and made a pained face. Duja, when did I say I wasn't going to pay you back? Could it be that in your eyes, I, Chu Mengyao, am that kind of person? I just want to pay back the money a few years later. When I become a big star in the future, I will definitely pay you back double, or even triple. Oh, if it wasn't for the fact that in his previous life, he couldn't contact Chu Mengyao to death, and in the end, he was forced by them to flee far away from the country. Dozier was almost fooled by her miserable look. Chu Mengyao is a total. One can only use unconventional means against such a. Duja paralyzed his hands and said helplessly, what you did just now has amply proved that you're a stinking who doesn't care about anything for the sake of money. So why should I believe what you say? Seeing Duju asking for a reason, Xu Mengyao's heart was delighted, knowing that your chance has come. She had seen it all before when Duzha had appeared across the room in that luxurious Mercedes-Benz. It turned out that Duzha was so rich that he hadn't even realized it before. If I could salvage my place in his heart, I might be able to keep hanging on to him. Let him pay for his own debt and pack his own schooling. Continue to chase your dream of becoming an actress and marrying into a wealthy family. Immediately Chu Mengyao's eyes overflowed with tears as she sadly said, Duzha, what kind of person am I? Could it be that you're still not clear about these 3 years? In fact, I've always been deeply in love with you. Otherwise I wouldn't have been the first to think of borrowing money from you as soon as something happened to my family. I know, you think it's a little wrong that I decided to pay you back later without giving you any advance notice, but I'm trying to fulfill my dream. 2. I want to get better so that I can be a better match for you. You know, Dozier? Looking at his sister's gradually drawn eyes, Chenya was dumbfounded. Earlier she had told herself that she just saw Doze as a licking dog. I didn't realize it was acting so glued together now. These 10 years of performing arts have not been in vain. Put. Duzha couldn't hold back any longer and laughed outright. Chu Mengyao pouted. What are you laughing at? Do you think what I'm saying is false? Snap. Duzha applauded and laughed. It's really worthy of being an acting genius. You can't even tell there's a hint of disguise. It's all emotion. Then he laughed coldly, pointing at Chenya, saying, in order to keep the $300,000 in your hand before, you even went so far as to leave your own sister behind, letting her go to the clubhouse to sell her kidney to pay off the debt, while you yourself went to school in Yanjing cleanly, not caring a bit about the death or life of your sister, who has been painstakingly raising you for 18 years, and has given everything for you. What are you, who are so heartless even to your own sister, if not a money-grubbing? These words caused Chu Mengyao to blush and freeze in place. No, he saw this too? But how can you blame yourself? That's $1,888,000 in usury, which he can't afford to pay back, and they're going to take 2 of them inside the clubhouse to pay off the debt. My sister is older and has been through that kind of thing. Even if you get caught, it's no big deal. All is compensation for these 10 years. But you can't do it yourself. I, Chu Mengyao, am a young girl in the prime of her youth. She is about to step into Yanning and become a red-hot actress, marrying into a rich family and becoming a broad wife. How can you fall in a place like this? Sisters are birds of the same feather, but in times of trouble the sister flies first. As a sister, she doesn't stand up for herself at this time. Should we just watch both of them fall into the fire? Unlike Chu Mengyao's embarrassment at being discovered, Chenya on the side was already sobbing uncontrollably. Covering his mouth, he kept shedding tears. My sister had left herself behind before, using her future to force herself to buy blessings to pay off her debts, and the man in front of him, whom he had only met for the first time, was angrily speaking up for himself. Tells of how hard it was to raise his sister all the way up. This touched Chenya to the core. The eyes that looked at Duzha also became more and more gentle. They even forgot for a moment that Duzha was the enemy that the sisters were now united against. This feeling of being understood, of being protected. She hadn't experienced it since her husband died. The corner of Duzha's mouth rose slightly when he saw the different reactions of the 2 men. Success. Dividing the Paris positions was one of his aims. Originally, he was still worried about how to implement it. Who knew that Chu Mengyao's previous operation was simply a divine assist? No amount of sophistry on her part would change the nature of the matter of her selling her sister for glory. Stinking, played her own sister out. See what you do next. Dozier sat on the couch with playful eyes. Next, it was time for Chu Mengyao to once again sell her sister for money and completely lose Chenya's affection for her. Chapter 35. Sister doesn't blame you. Sister forgives you. Realizing that it was his previous actions of selling his teammates that made Duzha completely disgusted, Chu Mengyao hastily unleashed her performing talents once again. She directly knelt on the ground and hugged Chenya's leg, crying bitterly. Sister, I was wrong. Chu Mengyao wiped her tears. I was too scared at that time, and I was momentarily lost in my mind, only thinking of quickly fulfilling your expectation of me becoming a star for more than 10 years. For the sake of my dreams, that's the kind of shameless thing to say. Chu Mengyao tugged at Chenya's skirt, her eyes tearful. You forgive me, sis. I'll never do anything to upset you again. Seeing both parents die, his sister, who was raised by himself, fell to her knees and wept. Chenya couldn't help but weep as her eyes reddened. Yeah, facing that vicious mob, even she was scared to death, let alone Yo-Yo who was only 18 years old. She must have been terrified at the time. Add to that the fact that she had been brought up to instill in her the idea that she had to be a star. That's why it's so wrong to do something like that. That must be it. After thinking he had found a reason why his sister was compelled, Chenya couldn't hold back any longer and directly hugged Chu Mengyao, crying, It's okay, Yo-Yo. Sis forgives you. Sis knows you must have been stunned. Sis doesn't blame you. Yo-Yo. The scene was tearful as the sisters hugged and cried. This Chenya really deserved to be sold. It's so easy to get ripped off. Duja but clearly saw Chu Mangyao quietly glancing at himself. After seeing that he didn't react much, he cried even louder. Duja's face instantly became brilliant. Aftermath of the movie. If Chu Mangyao succeeded in stepping into acting, she would definitely be at the level of a movie queen. It's just too much of an act. He actually tricked Chenya, who was saddened by being betrayed by her sister a moment before. Both are though asterisk 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 asterisk. But Chenya is still too one-sided. Her finesse was only directed at people other than Chu Mangyao. Even after the matter of selling her sister for glory just now, she still hadn't lost much of her love for Chu Mangyao. And on the contrary, what about Chu Mangyao? You can be so hypocritical and even to the sister who raised you. What a hill to climb. Duja was mesmerized by the drama, but Chu Mangyao couldn't act it out. Any more crying and the tears will really dry up. She wiped her tears and looked at Doja. Duja, actually I didn't mean to owe you money and not pay you back. I have a bitter reason. At those words Chenya's body shook, but seeing my sister in so much pain, she couldn't say a word. Duja crossed his legs and sneered. Oh, not repaying your debt and buying a ticket to abscond. And you even say you have a hard time? What? Did someone force you not to pay me back? At those words, Chu Mangyao was overjoyed inwardly. Doja is simply a godsend. He himself was trying to get his sister to admit that she was the one who forced him not to pay the money back. Although Chu Mangyao also extremely agreed with her sister's words, she had to pick herself clean at this time. Fake a forced look. Only Chu Mengyao's eyes fluttered as she stammered. I. As soon as Duja saw this posing that dead out, he knew that she was starting to perform again. As expected, after Chu Mangyao stammered and hesitated for half a day, she was almost about to break down to the point of crying out. A voice saddened to the core rang out. I'm the one who made Yao Yao not pay back the money. I forced her. Chenya cried as she hugged her sister who was deeply condemned by her conscience. It was me who urged Yao Yao to pull the plug on you and run away to Yinjing in order for her to have money for college. It's none of Yao Yao's business. She saw how her sister was on the verge of breaking down when she was forced by Duzhou in order not to tell the truth. Chenya just couldn't hold back her inner grief any longer. I blame myself for making my sister suffer repeatedly between her affection and her conscience. If you want to blame me, just blame me. It's all because I forced Yo-Yo to do it. Chu Mangyao also let out a loud cry, burying herself in Chenya's arms and choking continuously. Sis, I really don't want to do this to Duja. I've been very fond of him for the past 3 years. Why don't you let me return that $1 million? Chenya wiped her tears and cried. I'm sorry, Yao Yao. It's Sis who's wrong. Sis is sorry. Sis. The two sisters cried and hugged each other in a touching way. What are you guys pretending for? What a head wearing a mask stinks. Duja's eyes were contemptuous to the extreme. The two segments of Chenya are obviously lower. It had been completely seized by Chu Mangyao. The charge was placed on Chenya's head, and Chenya took it willingly. It was as if everything Chu Mangyao did was forced upon her. She herself is still an innocent to the core. Unworldly little girl. Chenya tilted her head and cried to Duja. Young man, this is all my fault. I looked down on you and thought that you were not good enough for Yao Yao. That's why I did something wrong like that. If you have any grudges, just direct them all at me. Yao Yao is innocent. Chu Mengyao's eyes were streaming with tears, but the depths of her eyes were full of surprise. Even his sister had spoken up for him, so this should convince Duja. With that, she stole another glance at Doja, only to see Duja still smiling coldly. Even if what you guys say is true, so what? Chu Mangyao has already borrowed from loan sharks. To tell you the truth, the power behind that group of people is so huge that even I can only drive them away for a moment. This $1,888,000. If you don't pay them back, I can't stop them. You will, in the end, be dragged to the clubhouse to pay your debts. What? Chu Mangyao was shocked. It's amazing how powerful that group of people is. If you don't pay back the money, you can't even protect yourself from Duchul? Duja spread his hands and said helplessly, the most I can do is to make them not ask you to clear more than $1 million at once like before. As long as you can pay them back more than 100,000 every week. I believe that for my sake, they won't make things difficult for you. Seeing Duja with this look as if he had paid a lot for the sake of the two sisters, Chu Mangyao became furious inside. The reason why I owe that $188 million myself is not all because when I asked you to borrow money, did you secretly give me a loan shark? If it wasn't for you, how did I end up like this? What are you pretending to be innocent about now? However, although Chu Mangyao thought this inwardly, her face did not dare to show anything at all, because Duja is the only straw that saves her life right now. Just with that extremely luxurious Mercedes he drove earlier, Chu Mangyao knew that Duja definitely had the ability to pay off all the money he owed for himself. With that, she slumped to her knees and looked at Duja pitifully. Doja, I know you'll be able to help me pay off the rest of the money. I'm begging you. Help me. Chenya, who was on the side, also hastily spoke up. Young man, after all, you've liked Yao Yao for 3 years. You can't just stand by and watch Yao Yao as she's pushed into the fire. Just help us for once. The two men have sincere eyes and promise to pay Duja back as soon as they earn the money. It doesn't matter how much or how little you make. Duja looked at the duo in front of him who were constantly begging for their help and was surprised and lost his smile. They knew they had gotten them into a quagmire, but they just didn't dare say so. Instead, you can still only see yourself as a lifesaver, kneeling in agony. In his previous life, he was really stupid, actually stupidly really put together $1 million in the past, and suffered a lot of deception and torture. Luckily, in this life, one strikes first, backhanding Chu Mengyao and Chenya into the abyss. Alas, since you all have said so, I am embarrassed to see death. Chu Mengyao and Chenya were overjoyed. It was not in vain that they had begged for half a day. It's finally working. Seeing that the two women looked overjoyed, Duja secretly sneered and then stretched his back. Getting up, he walked over to the duo. He lifted Chu Mengyao's chin. Look at her, forcing a smile on her face. Flirting, he said, Yao Yao, I've been chasing you for 3 years, and I've never had any further contact with you yet. You want me to pay off that much money for you? You have to give something, right? Chu Mengyao's face instantly became brilliant. He really is still coveting my body. Chapter 36, Selling Sister for Honor Again. Hearing Duja's words, Chu Mengyao instantly understood what he meant. Want money unless she. How is this possible? She was to retain her jade body and fight hard at the Yinjing Film Academy. Become the presence of a big innocent star in show business. How can you commit yourself to a lickspittle like Du Chul? What's more, if you're not original anymore, how can you marry into a rich family? So Chu Mengyao's first thought was to reject it. No matter what, you can't give up your body. Chu Mengyao said bitterly, Duja, don't. I know you like me, but what's the point if you use this kind of coercion to get me? As long as you help me pay back the money first, we'll have plenty of time to spend together when we're both in college, and then we'll have a real love affair, okay? Chenya also helped out. Yes. Young man, a strong twisted melon is not sweet. Right now Yao Yao is not ready to accept you. Just give her some time to think about it. His own sister is still going to be a big star. How can she be played just because of this $1 million or so? Who would have thought that? Duja just smiled coldly, pinched Chu Mengyao's chin harder and harder. A strongly twisted melon is not sweet, but it quenches the thirst. Want my money and don't want to pay a little for it? How in heaven's name can you do that? Chu Mengyao was anxious. If even Duja didn't help himself, then next week if that mob comes to your door, the two of them could literally be dragged to the clubhouse. Seeing Duja pushing his sister so hard, Chenya angrily clenched her teeth and said, Do you have to ask Yao Yao to offer her body to you before you're willing to take out that $1,888,000? Duja let go of his hand and looked at the two men mockingly. No, it's fine with me if you offer yourselves, but I mean I'll pay you what you pay, according to the pricing the group gave you earlier. What? Chu Mengyao and Chenya were instantly furious. Isn't that still the equivalent of asking them to sell? What's the difference between that and being dragged to the clubhouse? Chu Mengyao stood up and questioned loudly. Duja, I really misjudged you. I didn't expect you to be such a nasty and dirty person. Chenya on the side also had an ugly face. He was in his 30s, and he was so insulted by a brat. But Duja didn't care so much. He laughed. Whatever you guys say, if you want money, this is the only way. I'll at most give you double the price for the sake of being classmates. With that he turned around and walked straight into the bedroom. You're on your own. It's trying to earn the money that's important to pay off your debts before next week comes around. It's still horrible to get bent out of shape and end up getting caught paying your debts. I'll only give you half an hour to think about it, and whoever it is, I'll double the price. It's up to you if you're willing to pay. The door to the room closed with a snap. The duo of Chu Mengyao and Chenya froze in place. The way to earn money is right in front of their faces. But the question is who dares to earn it? Chenya wiped her tears and stood up, pulling Chu Mengyao. Yao Yao, don't be afraid. Let's go to the police. I don't believe that group of people really dare to be lawless. However, Chu Mengyao's face was miserable. It's useless, sis. The power behind them is too terrifying. If we don't pay back the money, we can only be slaughtered by them. At those words Chenya was like a thunderclap and sat paralyzed on the floor, muttering, Is there really nothing more that can be done? Wei. Chu Mengyao repeated several times before. Suddenly his eyes lit up and he called out in surprise. Sister, why don't you go swap with Duja? What? Chenya's eyes instantly widened. Humiliated and incredulous, he stared at Chu Mengyao. Anger ensued and she slapped her across the face. Do you realize what you're saying? You heartless. She was grieving inside. He himself had just been backstabbed by his sister this morning. and he didn't realize that he had only just forgiven her. It's not even half an hour yet. I can't believe she backstabbed herself again. Chu Mengyao cried and knelt in front of Chenya, pleading, "Sister, this is the only way. If you don't, neither of us will escape next week. Instead of us all being captured and facing countless different goods every day, why don't we just say yes to Duja? After all, he's handsome and gives double the price." Listening to Chu Mengyao's anticlimactic reply, Chenya was crying and angry, not caring in the slightest that Chu Mengyao's face was already red and swollen from the beating. "A few more slaps. Do you still consider me your sister? How could you do this to me? I'm your sister, not a hen." Chu Mengyao forced herself to endure the pain and hugged Chenya as she continuously cried, "Sis, I'm begging you. I still want to be a big star and marry into a rich family. I can't fold here. Instead of us both being kidnapped by the triads, it's better if you agree to Duja. Please, sis, just do it for me, okay?" Hearing his own sister's cries, Chenya was also grief-stricken, though she also knew that it was the least sacrificial way to go. But being betrayed twice in a row by her sister still made her grieve to the core. What's the use of having a sister like that? After the sisters had mourned for 10 minutes, Chenya silently got up and dried her tears. After finally glancing at Chu Mengyao, he opened the bedroom door. "Chu Mengyao, this is the last time I'll help you. After the money is paid back, our sisterly bond will be broken." Chu Mengyao looked at her sisters departing back. A flicker of fluke showed in his eyes. Luckily, she still remembered the last of her sisterly love. Otherwise Chu Mengyao really didn't know what to do for the best. 3 hours later, content not readily available. With a snap, the door to the room opened. Dutcher, wearing only a pair of slippers, rubbed his brow. "Not in good shape today. Chenya does have a few strengths as well." He then rushed at Chu Mengyao, who was dumbfounded by his stature, and said, "Go outside and buy some rice and come back, and buy another bottle of Red Bull on the way." When Chu Mengyao heard this, she became furious. "How long are you going to insult me? Do you realize that this is my home and you did such a nasty thing? How dare you ask me to buy food? You are simply..." Toastmasters arrives at $500. Chu Mengyao silently stood up and said in a cold voice, "Is one bottle of Red Bull enough?" Duja said with amusement and contempt, "Do you think you bought it for me to drink?" Chu Mengyao. With that, Dozier closed the bedroom door again. Chu Mengyao looked at her watch. 11:25. There's only half an hour left until the test results come out. Although a lot of things had happened this morning, the thought that he would soon be heading to Yanjing Film Academy, Chu Mengyao's heart was still agitated. All these years of hard work, even today at the cost of betraying a loved one. Isn't this the moment to get ahead? "Sister, don't worry, you're definitely worth it. I'm going to be a big star. Make you proud of me. It's in the black room, so I suggest bosses give a good review. Add it to your bookshelf. Comment more, and maybe there's a chance it'll come out. And if I don't update one day, it's the book that's gone." Chapter 37 408. The dream is finished. Chu Mengyao took her cell phone and quickly ran out the door. Simply bought 3 cheap fast food meals for $24. Returning past the drugstore, she mused again and again. Still, to the amazed eyes of the store clerk, I bought a bottle of safety pills. She didn't want to somehow have an extra sibling. When she got home, she knocked on the door. Dozier didn't even wear slippers this time and opened the door. As soon as he received the fast food, before Chu Mengyao could say anything, then with a snap, he closed the door behind him. "Hey!" Chu Mengyao was so angry that her face was ugly. The home computer is inside his bedroom. The only way to check your grades is to go in, but inside now. Oops, that's annoying. Chu Mengyao watched the clock approach 12 o'clock little by little, inwardly anxious. "No, I want to know the test scores now." With that she steeled her courage and knocked on the door again. "Duja, I'd like to go in and check my test scores. Is that okay?" Duja in the room looked at Chenya playfully. "Sister Chen, tell me, should we let her come in now?" Chenya turned her back to Duja and said in a cold voice, "Whatever." She didn't want to see that rebellious daughter who sold her sister for glory at all though, but she had already given 18 years in order to train Chu Mengyao to become a big star. She also wanted to see her sister get into the Yanjing Film Academy. The corner of Duja's mouth lifted up as he shouted, "Come in, check your grades and get out quickly. Don't disturb Sister Chen's earning." Chenya blushed and tightened her body. Chu Mengyao outside the house heard Duja's voice and hurriedly pushed open the door of the room. Without looking away, he calmly walked past the two men. "Don't even dare to look up." She sat down at her computer and booted it up as if nothing had happened, ready to check her grades. Duja drove the A8 while watching Chu Mengyao enter the exam website. At this point it is as follows. Laptops. Chu Mengyao, 1938. Taiwanese writer. Narrate. Elegant. Duja, 1963. Taiwanese composer. Chenya patted 2 pillows so that it was more comfortable. She looked at the back of Chu Mengyao's head, her face indifferent, not saying a word. It was as if he didn't know this sister. Seeing the relationship between the two drop to freezing point. It's like there's a vendetta. How could Duja's mood be more than one word? This pair turned against each other and the ennui is really something to see. It was also easier for himself to clean up that syndicate boss later. To cross the line. Be sure to cross the line. Chu Mengyao nervously clicked into the exam website and entered the account password to start checking. For those few seconds when the page loaded, time seemed to freeze. Boom! 408. How? A heavy hammer hit directly on the tip of Chu Mengyao's heart. Surprisingly, she was a full short of Yan Ying's designated score 17 points. Chu Mengyao's brain went blank and she directly stood up, crying loudly, "Impossible! There must be a mistake in grading the test papers. It's impossible for me to score so low." Hearing Chu Mengyao's cries, Chenya disregarded the fact that she was still doing business. Crawling straight to the computer, he pushed Chu Mengyao away. "Fix your eyes. 408. That's a hell of a way to get on Yanning." Chenya was furious. A slap on Chu Mengyao's face. Cursing, "How did you pass the exam? Are you worthy of all my years of hard work? Do you realize that I was so exhausted just now trying to pay off my debt? Is this how you repay me?" Saying that, he slapped Chu Mengyao a few more times, causing her to beg for mercy. "Don't fight, sis. Don't fight." Dozier looked at the two men who were writhing together and felt amused. Directly and graciously, he took out his cell phone and recorded a video. "I'll have nothing to do but take it out and observe it from now on." With that, he walked over to the computer and took a look. Chu Mengyao surprisingly only took 408. Even though she scored top marks in the ECE, this was still a full short of Yanning's 17 points. There's no way to get in. The biggest dream of her life was arguably half-dashed. Dozier was in a good mood and then began to check his results. Should control the score around 680. Score presentation, Dozier, 687. Okay, enough to go to Marina University. It's just as well that you can take Lime with you. Even. He looked to Chu Mengyao, who was being beaten on the side. She was already sobbing from Chenya's beating, not to mention owing loan sharks. He also sold his sister twice for honor. The affectionate relationship with Chenya is also completely shattered. For her own sake, she can get into Yanjing Film Academy, become a big star and marry into a rich family. Now that the dream was dashed, she was dumbfounded, keeping passively beaten, with dead eyes. He even forgot to run away. Dozier took a look at it. "But that's not good enough. How can you lose your fighting spirit so quickly? I have an enemy of my own that I need you to help me bring down." Dozier sneered and hurriedly pinched the exasperated Chenya. Persuaded. "Sister Chen, stop fighting. If you fight again, you'll kill Yo-Yo." Chenya struggled frantically, shouting, "Don't you touch me. I have to beat this useless unfilial sister to death today, in order to pay off my debt and let her go to school to become a big star. I've put myself on the line, and she didn't even get into Yanning. Can she afford me?" Chu Mengyao cried with blurred tears and kept howling. "It's over. It's all over." His own dreams of stardom and luxury were all shattered. Just then, Duzha's teasing voice rang out. "It's not like Yanjing Film Academy is the only option if you want to become a big star." At those words, Chenya and Chu Mengyao both hurriedly looked at Duzha. Chu Mengyao was even more excited and ran to Duzha. "Duzha, what solution do you have? Tell me quickly, please." Chenya also turned around and faced Duzha, her eyes filled with hope. Duzha let go of Chenya and clothed her. Laughing at the two girls, she said, "Although Yanjing Film Academy is the best cradle of film and television in China, there are also many resources in other top colleges, such as the Binhai Drama Academy, which is very good. So why do we have to focus on it?" Hearing that Duzha was asking himself to enroll in a different school, Chu Mengyao's eyes instantly dimmed. "When I first set up my training, my grades were good, so I only signed a guaranteed agreement with Yanning, and I can go on if I pass the line. As for the other academies, I didn't sign up for any of them since I didn't have my eye on them at the time, and their tuition fees were particularly high, so I simply couldn't afford to go. Woohoo!" Chu Mengyao covered her face and cried out, heartbroken. Duzha bra Chenya Mayor smiled. "If you want to go to college, I can give you some money." Hearing this, Chu Mengyao raised her head violently and said in surprise, "Really, Duzha? Are you really willing to lend me money for school?" I didn't expect Dozier to realize he was after all. "I can't believe I'm still so good to myself." Ooh, so touching. But facing Chu Mengyao's expectant eyes, Duzha just laughed mercilessly and coldly. "Borrow? Do you think it's possible for me to lend you a penny?" At those words, Chu Mengyao's expression immediately froze. "Yeah, he just set himself up before, leaving me $1,088,000 in debt to loan sharks. Not only is he now penniless, he's also a skanky with no credit who just wants to run away. How could Dozier lend himself any more money?" Seeing that Chu Mengyao froze, Duja laughed. Although I won't lend you money, I'm a man of equal exchange, or as I said before, I'll give double the price, whether you want to earn it or not. How much or how little you earn, you can see for yourself. He still wanted his body. Chu Mengyao clenched her teeth. Her own innocent body is a killer for her to stand on her own feet in the entertainment industry. Even if you make a deal with Dozier now, earn money to go to college and become a star, but only an innocent jade girl can marry into a rich family. Wouldn't he just lose his biggest dream if he cheaped out on Doze? What to do? What to do? Chu Mengyao was so anxious that she didn't know what to do. Sis, what should I do now? Sister. Yeah, I still have my sister. According to the double, I'm only $1.600, but sis gets $2.000. The price/performance ratio is far superior. That is to say, instead of even coming to sell me, might as well make sis work harder. With that, Chu Mengyao once again looked at Chunya, her eyes filled with anticipation. Sister. Sincere and deeply felt, completely forgetting that Chunya had already been sold by her once. Chapter 38. Sister, try a little harder. Chunya was very surprised by Chu Mengyao's sweet to the point of being mushy voice. What are you yelling at me for again? I'm still carrying your $1.88 million loan. There's nothing I can do to help you by yelling. Chu Mengyao pulled Chunya's arm and pursed her lips. Sister, I know you're working very hard, but I still want you to work a little harder. Work a few more times to earn my tuition along with that $1 million loan in addition to that $1 million loan. By the way, Nima, reverse sister, gave you face. Chunya became furious, pushing Chu Mengyao away and hissing, why are you so shameless? I really had bad luck to have a sister like you. It was fine if you sold me once or twice, but now you want to sell me a third time? If you need money so badly, why don't you go on your own? Why do I have to earn it? I owe you. Abridged, Chunya said angrily, even if I want to. But don't you ask Duja's opinion? One transaction is only $2,000. You want me to earn tens of thousands of dollars a day. Do you not want me to live? Or do you not want Duja to live? Hearing her sister say this, Chu Mengyao also realized that she was being whimsical. There is a limit to how many times a day this trade can be made. It's not like Dozier can make them that much every day. But I didn't expect Duja to take over. I have no problem with that. Still, as long as you guys want to earn it, I'm always available. Hearing these words, Chu Mengyao's eyes were once again filled with hope. It was as if a desperate man had grabbed the last straw. Chunya was flustered inside by her look and said, You have to consider Sis's feelings, right? Sis isn't made of iron. How can she earn so much money? Seeing that Chunya had loosened up a bit, Chu Mengyao hurriedly hugged her. Sister, don't worry. My sister will definitely assist you to the fullest and buy you all kinds of supplements. Anyway, it's already done. So just think of it as another sacrifice for me, okay? Eventually Chunya compromised. It couldn't be helped. Chu Mengyao was her own sister after all. If she was taken down by Duja, then she would never be able to become a star and marry into a rich family again. Pity the sisters. Dozier was also touched by the deep feeling between them, so he made it a point to take care of business several more times, so that they can make a little more money and be considered good people themselves. 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Duja transferred $18,000 to Chu Mengyao. Before leaving, Chu Mengyao called out to him and said, Why don't you stay here at night? Of course, Duja knows what she means. Want to earn a little more. Understandable. Then he refused. No, I won't have time in the evening unless you're willing to accompany me. By the way, remember to go to the drugstore and get some medicine. Chu Mengyao pointed to a bottle on the table and said, I bought it. I'll let my sister eat it later. Quite well prepared. Duja turned around and said, In addition to this, buy another bottle of pain relief and blood circulation. Chu Mengyao, is that so terrible? Went to the mall and bought some nice clothes and gifts. Duja drove directly to Bai Qingqing's house, past the Crown Club on the way. He was surprised to find the club open for business again. He had killed more than 20 people in there himself, and it was surprising that they could all be silenced. Seems to have a deep background, but what business is it of my own? I don't know them. With that, Duja kicked the gas and went straight to Bai Qingqing's downstairs. After knocking on the door of her room, Bai Qingqing opened the door and realized that it was Duja who had come to find herself. Excitedly, he hugged right up. Dozier, what brings you over to see me? Duja wrapped his arms around her waist and laughed. I missed you and bought you some clothes and gifts on the way. Bai Qingqing pressed his hand and shyly said, There's no need to buy anything. I'm already satisfied that you can come to see me. Duja picked Bai Qingqing up by the waist. That won't do. I've been picking for a long time. Come on, go to your room and you try on the clothes to see if they fit. 2 hours later, Bai Qingqing shyly looked at Duja and lightly pouted. Bad egg. You bully me. Duja hugged her and laughed. Men are not bad. Women do not love it. With that, he put on his clothes and said to Bai Qingning, "Wait for me for a month. Then we'll go to the marina to cure you." Bai Qingning, "So when can I start broadcasting?" Duzha kissed her, "Everything will wait until you are cured. When the time comes, I'll first register the company in Binhai and then pick you up. I have things to do, so I'll go first. It's to keep your girlfriend company, isn't it? Badass. That's a good guess. I'll see you in a couple days." At 8 o'clock in the evening, Duzha was having dinner with Auntie Lan and Lime, told them about the points. 687 they got on the test. Lin Qingning was overjoyed. She took the exam 703, ranking in the top 20 in the province. Originally, she had thought about following Duzha to enroll, even if it was to go to an ordinary one or even two she recognized. She doesn't care what happens to her as long as she's with Duzha, but she didn't expect Duzha to give her a big surprise. 687 points. The two of them could go to a good college together. Auntie Lan on the side even shed tears directly, covering her mouth and crying. Growing up. Those two little kids from back then are all grown up. In the blink of an eye, both Lime and Duzha were actually about to step into college. Wait until they graduate and get married. She herself is Duzha's auntie-in-law. A little after 1 in the evening, the storm is dying down. Duzha tucked Lin Qingling in and quietly went to the balcony of the living room. After practicing Yangji a few times first, my body was inexplicably a bit overwhelmed by the high intensity of combat I had been maintaining today. Otherwise he would have been out at 3 o'clock by now. Only after feeling the increase in physical fitness did Duzha feel relieved to take out his cell phone. Tonight is the final group game of the Samba World Cup. After the kickoff, it will be time for the knockout stage. That's when all the spinach numbers will see a huge boost. The money on the plate is thoroughly in the trillions. It drives everyone crazy. And that the Samba team that won focuses on the most 1-7 defeat of the Chariots by happened in the semifinals. These days Duzha, in order to have some funds in hand, almost all bets make less money. He still has more than $23 million on his Toastmaster account. Wait for Bai Jie and Tian Xingli to complete the formalities for the other 10 houses, and then transfer more than $10 million by themselves. There's a little over 10 million left in the hand. That's enough. With that, Dozher first spent $4 million on 2 games of spinach. A stick country kicking a Belgian country. 1 Portugal kicks Ghana. All bets are lost on purpose. It also means he'll lose $4 million tonight for nothing. But you can't catch a wolf by giving up the child. Before long, he'll make back 40 million, maybe even 400 million. After a general viewing of the group stage advancement list, it is no different from the previous life. That's a relief for Dozher. Just as he was about to go back to rest, there was a snap and a drip. Dozher looked up suspiciously. Reader 2 Handsome Synergy, the protagonist of this book, Duzha, pays New Year's greetings to all the handsome readers and bosses. I wish you all joy, happiness, peace and good luck. By the way, the author humbly hopes that the boss is rewarded with a freebie and a 5-star review. Happy New Year! Chapter 39 Auntie Lan's Misunderstanding. Dozher looked up once. Abridged. Just see the balcony hanging full of clothes. Dozher felt a bit incredulous, even after kissing Lime himself so many times in the past few days. You didn't wash this much? Duzha shook his head. Auntie Lan must have forgotten to put it away after washing it. Ugh. Auntie Lan is really something too. There's still this one man in the family. So to avoid embarrassment, Duzha reached out his hand, ready to take down all those clothes that had been dried. Auntie Lan gently opened the door, tiptoeing out. By the way, he glanced heartily at the next room. Abridged. Luckily, they'd gone to bed a long time ago. Otherwise one is really ashamed of oneself. The clothes I washed the other day were still on the balcony, so I had to go get one for myself and put it on quickly. Thinking of this, Auntie Lan hurried towards the balcony. What? Dutcher! Auntie Lan's eyes widened and her steps came to a screeching halt. The rosy lips were slightly open, looking incredulously at Duzha in front of him. Duzha, who was eye to eye with Auntie Lan, had no expression of embarrassment and laughed. Auntie Lan, why aren't you sleeping at this late hour? Oh, I'm going to the bathroom. Auntie Lan was a little incoherent, her face scarlet. What's going on? Why am I the one who's embarrassed? Shouldn't he be the one panicking? Suddenly, Duzha asked, Auntie Lan, are those clothes in your hand? Ha! Auntie Lan was alarmed and scrambled to hide her clothes behind herself. Oh yeah, I accidentally got it wet. Gathering her hair, Auntie Lan bit her lip and asked, Duzha, what are you doing? Cam, I'm sure I can't avoid embarrassment. Duzha had a bit of a headache, not realizing that he was merely trying to help Auntie Lan collect her clothes. Surprisingly, it just happened to be seen by Auntie Lan. Why would Auntie Lan come out to dry her clothes in the middle of the night? Didn't see her wash tonight either. Seeing that there was no way to divert attention, Duzha could only brazen it out. I saw so many clothes hanging on the balcony, some of them dry. so I thought I'd put them away. These are all your clothes, aren't they, Auntie Lan? Doja handed over the clothes and Auntie Lan took them in a panic. Her face was as red as blood, and her voice was like a mosquito. It's mine. Thank you for helping me collect my clothes. Doja waved his hand, indicating that it was okay. It's okay, Auntie Lan, I'll go back to bed then. You have an early night too. When Doja left, Auntie Lan was relieved, looking at the few pieces in hand. Oops, how could Duchiol be like that? They're all more than 3 hours, hasn't it been? Nope. Auntie Lan covered her small mouth in surprise. It's also possible that Doja has a fetish for it, but Lime was too good and shy to ever agree. After a few fruitless attempts, Doja did this kind of thing. Auntie Lan sighed softly. Looks like he'll have to find time to talk to Lime tomorrow. If a man wants to do something, let's just be women and go against the grain. Look, it's driven Doja to this point. With that, Auntie Lan changed into clean clothes, and after washing the previous one, she hitched it to the balcony and went back to the house to sleep. The next morning at dinner, Auntie Lan didn't even dare to raise her head to look at Doja. Her face flushed abnormally. Doja didn't say anything either and just ate his own meal. Last night was just awkward. There were just 3 people at the table, and neither said a word. The atmosphere was a bit awkward. Lin Line was wondering what was going on. Did something happen that I don't know about? Putting down the chopsticks, Doja stood up. I'm full. I have something to do, so I'll go out first and come back in the evening. Lin Qingning hummed, then brought Doja shoes to change into. When Doja left, Lin Qingling was ready to clean up the dishes. Instead, Auntie walked up to herself and said, Lime, Auntie has something to say to you. Lin Qingling listened to her sister-in-law's words, and the more she listened, the redder her ears became. Turns out there's more to that kind of thing than just that. There's a lot of twists and turns. Doja, I'll be there at 9 o'clock. Tell your sister to get ready. Chu Mengyao returned. Okay, you do it, I'll go inform my sister. Then she shouted to the house. Sis, Doja will be here at 9 o'clock. Are you ready? Chen Ye, who was putting on makeup inside the room, heard Chu Mengyao's voice and said irritably, what are you rushing for? It's not like you're doing the work. Hearing her sister's reprimand, Chu Mengyao didn't dare to talk back. Their relationship had completely deteriorated after Doja left yesterday. At home it's like a stranger with a cold face. Chen Ye moved to scold her, completely missing the loving look she had before. Moreover, Chu Mengyao didn't dare to return a word to Chen Ye, in case it pisses off your sister. If you don't make money to pay off your debts, what will you do with your tuition? Inside the house, Chen Ye looked in the mirror, carefully applied eyeliner and lipstick. I've trimmed my eyelashes several times and still don't think they're perfect. Her cheeks burned at the thought of all the time she had experienced with Doja yesterday. It's been a whole decade, and Chen Ye even thought for a moment that she was frigid. I didn't realize that Doja reactivated her yesterday. Never recovered until now. Looking at myself inside the mirror, my skin has become more hydrated than before, and my complexion is much better. Chen Ye smiled drunkenly. This business, it seemed like it wasn't too bad of a deal. The sound of a car outside the door. Doja walked in carrying some newly purchased clothes. Chu Mengyao hurriedly got up and said, my sister is already waiting for you. Go ahead. Hearing Chu Mengyao's words, Doja somewhat wanted to laugh. Why is this sister acting like a pimp? With that, Doja threw the clothes in his hand to Chu Mengyao. Let your sister change her clothes and take some medicine on the way. Chu Mengyao nodded mechanically. What time are you leaving today? Doja looked at the time. It was only 9 o'clock, and thought for a moment. Said, let's say 6 p.m. You remember to make something for lunch. Chu Mengyao let out a sound, then carried her clothes into the house. 3 hours later, Chen Ye, who was wearing lace pajamas, took small sips of the black chicken soup bought by Chu Mengyao and ate a few more painkillers. Doja, on the other hand, was gorging himself on pork loin fried with leeks and drinking goat kidney soup with wolfberry. At 6 in the afternoon, Doja came out and said to Chu Mengyao, change your home mattress, my knees hurt. Chu Mengyao stretched out a hand and said expressionlessly, pay up. Without saying anything, Doja directly transferred $20,000, and then transferred another $2,000. $2,000 is for you to get a mattress. Remember to get a softer one. How's my sister? It's okay, I don't have to eat at night anyway. After leaving Chu Mengyao's house, Doja went back home. After eating, he went back to the house to practice Yanji. At 10:30 p.m. Lin Lime arrived as promised. Surprisingly, he was holding several different styles of clothing in his hands. Doja was puzzled. Lime, what are you doing? Lin Qingling said shyly. Before it was me who didn't know your preferences. Now you have to take whichever one you want. Dutcher? No. What the hell is going on at home while I'm out on my daytime quest? Then Doja shook his head and held his forehead. Then give me a pink one. Chapter 40 Congratulation from the 8 directions in peaceful entry and exit. Time 7 a.m. Chunya and Chu Mengyao's home. In the bedroom were Doze and Chunya. Outside on the couch sat Chu Mengyao. Go outside and get some jello. In a big Heineken cup. Dozier shouted from inside the house. Chu Mengyao quickly went out and bought 3 jellies, closing her eyes and sending them inside. Buy 10 packs of jumping jacks. The strong ones. Go get some ice from the fridge. What's wrong, Sister Chen? Okay. Beat the ice into a smoothie and put some sugar on it. Get another glass of warm water. Your sister is thirsty. Chu Mengyao was going crazy. In just 3 hours, she had run out several times, so she took a cup of warm water in and closed her eyes and said angrily, Duzha, what other tricks do you want to play? Can you finish at once? Is it annoying? Before Duzha could say anything, Chunya couldn't help herself. She directly stood up and slapped Chu Mengyao in the face. Snap! Chunya angrily scolded. Let you do some work. Look at you aggravated. Can't replace you. You don't know how busy we are. Upon hearing that she was asked to come, Chu Mengyao was instantly abashed and hurriedly ran out of the house. Useless thing. Chunya cursed, then said to Duzha, Reader, don't mind her. She's just spoiled by me since she was a child. Keep busy and ignore her. Dozier got up and stepped aside. Forget it, it's no fun. This made Chunya anxious and hastily took a sip of warm water. Duzha's eyes lit up. It seems interesting again. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Duzha transferred $10,000 to Chu Mengyao's wealthy treasure. Chu Mengyao looked at him suspiciously. Just this much? I've delivered things 7 or 8 times, and it's only $10,000? Duzha snorted. The front doesn't count. The back is the deal. With that, Chu Mengyao watched Duzha leave with an ugly face. He had clearly come to amuse himself. And what the front doesn't count? I heard that this has to be counted once in a NKTV. Duzha was clearly bullying the 2 sisters. With that, Chu Mengyao walked into the house and said to Chunya, Sister, can you stop doing things that have nothing to do with earning money in the future? The originally weak Chunya was instantly energized upon hearing this. Duong stood up with a bang, grabbing Chu Mengyao's ear. He scolded, You come, or you come? Don't know anything, pussy talk is still so much. Do you have experience you? You just scream. Chu Mengyao wailed with tears in her eyes, but then he doesn't count the money. It's only 10,000 today, and next week the gang will come to collect the money. Chunya gave her a few more slaps. Anyway, your sister, I tried my best. Not enough money. You figure it out. Chu Mengyao wanted to cry. What can I do? At 3 o'clock, Dozier stopped the car, went to the mall and bought some men's upscale clothing. Just bought a couple outfits after. Suddenly a phone call came in. It's Marina, the headlight salesman, Apricot Tanaka. Hey, Mr. Do. The formalities for the 10 houses you bought again are all done. You see? Duzha said. Okay, I'll go to Binhai in a few days and give you the rest of the money. It was just the right time to buy a house near the Marina University, so it would be convenient to pick up Auntie Lan and Lime to come over. When the phone hung up, Bai Jia hurriedly asked, Apricot pear, what did Mr. Duzha say? Tianxingli laughed. Duzha said that he will come to Binhai in a few days. I'm afraid that we will have to accompany him again at that time, or else the $10 million is not good to ask for. At that, Bai Jia bit her lip and blushed. A company, just a company. For Qingqing, let me do whatever I want. As he carried his clothes and prepared to go home, I was surprised to see 3 people arguing next to my Mercedes. A flower-armed teenager with a green-haired young lady and a middle-aged bald guy. The bald man grabbed the green-haired girl's arm and cursed. Bitch, what are you shooting at my car for? Want to steal something? Ah. The little Taeyukai struggled hard. Damn it, you spread it out for me. Who stole from you? The flower-armed boy rushed forward when he saw his girlfriend being grabbed. What are you doing? Snap. The bald man slapped him across the face. Spittle flew and he said menacingly, Get out. The flower-armed boy immediately pulled up his short sleeves, leaving his flowery arms, which were only tattooed with lines and not colored due to lack of money, fully exposed. Then, in the little Taeyukai's hopeful eyes, the flower-armed boy roared, Just get lost. Then he ran away without looking back. If you have the guts to wait here, I'll go to the pool hall and call my brother over. The little Taeyukai watched incredulously as her boyfriend ran away, her mouth wide open. He's a big deal inside the technical school. A bullseye. How do you come out and get a mouthful and run away? Don't even care if you die. How did I get such a wimpy boyfriend? While the little Taeyukai was getting indignant, the bald head stomped on the hood of the Mercedes-Benz, smiling lewdly at the little Taeyukai. He said, Little sister, if you don't give me an explanation, I'll send you to the police station. The little Taeyukai looked at the bald man and then at the luxurious to the core Mercedes beside him, as if, it's okay to give him an explanation. Just as the little Tae-yukai was about to agree. Boom! The bald man's body flew straight out. Move your dirty feet. Doja walked closer and said in a cold voice. It's not even enough to borrow your own car to get a girl. How dare you step on the hood? The little Tae-yukai looked at Doja blankly, her eyes full of little stars. So handsome. He's so manly. If my boyfriend was him, he would be so cool. The bald man got up angrily and cursed. This is my car. Step on it if you want to. You little. Drip dash. A loud car honk. Doja pressed the car keys and looked at the bald man playfully. The bald man instantly blushed and sweated coldly. I didn't realize that I was just pretending, but I ran into the right person. This person looks like a rich second generation. I'm afraid it's easy to unload one of their legs. With that, the bald man immediately bent down and apologized. Doja didn't want to bother with such a small person and waved his hand for him to get lost. Thereupon the bald man ran awkwardly down the side road and took off on a three-handed Cindy electric bike. Doja let out a laugh and then prepared to open the car door. Hey, handsome. A pretty voice rang out as the little Tae-yukai walked up to Doja and greeted him with a smile. Doja looked at her mental dress. Green hair, bare shoulder short sleeves, white belt, black pants, and daisy canvas shoes. The only thing I can say about the looks is that they're not bad. They're just skinny, properly spiritual little sister. Something? The little Tae-yukai took out her cell phone. It's fine. I just want to get to know you. Add a tweet. Doja smiled and followed her gaze, moving to his own Mercedes. Don't blame love for coming too late. It's you who didn't drive a Mercedes. But I don't know how many superb ones I've tasted myself. Not much interest in this kind of little Taiwanese girl. With that, Doja pulled open the car door and sat in. Sorry, I only use QQ. I didn't realize that the little Tae-yukai had pulled away from the passenger side as well and sat right in. It's okay, QQ me too. Doja was speechless. He didn't want to eat it himself, but she took the initiative to send it to his door. Based on the principle of not wasting, Doja did not drive her down. That's fine. The glass is top of the line peekaboo film and there are 8 spring shocks, so it should be fine. Doja locked the car door and was just about to speak. The little Tae-yukai was seen holding her cell phone and was taking selfies over and over again. A beak, a beal, a green hair covering his face, and the mouth also kept praising the reader. You're so nice, handsome and rich, and you're also a good fighter. Much better than my boyfriend Bing. He even left me behind just now and ran away directly. It really pissed me off. If only. Wait a minute. Doja interrupted. Your boyfriend is Bing? The little Tae-yukai queried. Yeah. Doja stared at her face. So what's your name? The little Tae-yukai ruffled her hair. Shuhua. What's wrong? Holy. Doja was surprised. Shouldn't Bing's girlfriend be Yu Hui? At those words, Shuhua was greatly embarrassed, as if he had been caught stealing food. Lowering her head, she said, It's Yu Wei, but I just thought Bing was pretty good at school, and I was just casually playing around with him, not trying to interfere. Say, how did you know that Yu Wei is Bing's girlfriend? The corner of Doja's mouth twitched. I knew about this 20 years ago. Just as he wanted to ask something more, Doja was surprised to see that Shuhua had already climbed into the back seat. What are you doing in the back seat? Shuhua took off his shoes and said indifferently, Just making a friend. Coming or not? Is this how all the little girls make friends nowadays? So generous? Doja shook his head, then turned on the seat massage and flipped to the back seat. When time shook, an hour passed. Doja was just about to get dressed when he saw Shuhua flip his side, revealing the green tattoo on his waist. Left, 8 parties to congratulate. Right, peace in and out. Chapter 41 You're much better than my boyfriend. Saw the 2 tattoos that resembled accelerometer sensors. Doja sat himself back down just as he got up. Congratulate from all directions and be safe in and out. The whole thing is like a New Year's message, just short of lighting firecrackers and celebrating with fervor. So Doja set off firecrackers for an hour to suit the mood. It crackled and popped, loud as hell. Shua reclined in the back seat, gasping for air, his face flushed. You're so much better than Bing. He could never do what you do. Sometimes 10 minutes between classes. We run up to the rooftop and end up getting into class early. Doja puffed and brayed Shua twice. Then he's pretty wasted, both bloodless and inhuman. And I don't know how he managed to pick up Yu Wei. Shuhua lifted her leg obediently and said, Yu Wei is quite pretty. Many people chase after her. It's just that no one at school dares to mess with Bing and he's very nice to us. That's why. Lighten up. Doja gathered his strength slightly and said, How good is he to you? Shuhua thought for a moment and scratched his hair. Often take us to the billiard hall, and it is 4 people with a table. Go to the internet cafe is also. Please directly invite us to pack night. Eat spicy hot often give us eggs and ham. Doja was instantly speechless when he heard these things, but associated with the fact that the other guy was just a spiritual guy. There wasn't much money in hand to be so generous with treats. It was quite a character. And then he laughed. Then he's not a bad person. And he's quite good to you guys. Xu Hua bristled. What's so good about it? Just now I kind of saw him clearly. Just a softie. Not as hard as you. Gas. I'll never see him again when we get back. And by the way, tell Yu Hui that Bing is a wimp and doesn't deserve her at all. Listening to Xu Hua's chatter, Duzha didn't listen much. It's none of your business anyway. Just do your job. Half an hour later, Xu Hua slowly got out of the car and waved his cell phone at Doze. Can I ask you to hang out with me later? Duzha smiled and squeezed her. No problem. Next time call your friend Yu Wei. There's a lot of people. Xu Hua laughed and punched Duzha's arm. What? You've played with one of his girlfriends and you still want to play with a second? Good things come in pairs. Keep in touch. I'll leave first. Xu Hua waved, then watched Duzha drive away. So handsome. Reader. Simply my Prince Charming. With that, Xu Hua called a tripper and drove himself back home. Just arrived at the house. Then he saw a familiar figure running towards him. Bing excitedly held Xu Hua's hand. Xu Hua, are you alright? I just ran to the pool hall and didn't find my brother. Let's break up. Bing. Xu Hua said calmly. Bing was struck by lightning. Why? Xu Hua, are you afraid that Yu Hui will find out? It's fine. I can. Xu Hua pushed him away, his eyes looking extremely forlorn. No reason. Love is gone. The rose withers alone. Hearing this, Bing froze for a long time. It was only then that his eyes went blank and he said, There's a grave in my heart where I buried the undead and loved. The corner of eye twitched the words. Xu Hua's when she heard loved. Was he too harsh on Bing? Even though he's not as good as a hair on the reader's head, he just came back and broke up with Bing right after he did that to the reader himself. Isn't that a little too desperate? Xu Hua then hugs Bing, who is sad to leave, and says he is willing to give him another chance. The two went to the hotel together. 3 minutes later, Xu Hua left the house in a huff, cursing, useless Bing. The next few days, Dozier has always managed his schedule strictly. From 8 in the morning to 3 in the afternoon, go to Chu Mengyao's house to find Chenya for business. From 4 to 6 p.m. Stay with Bai Qingqing, and by the way, go to the hospital for a checkup and prescription of some special medicine. From 7 to 10 p.m. Practice Yan Qi to restore your body. At around 10:30 p.m. Lin Lan quietly went inside to stay with Duzha and went to bed at 2 a.m. That is, the reader is physically amazing. If it were an ordinary man, he would be dead in a day. The World Cup's 8th quarter-finals were also played in the last few days. As the only efficient way to make money at the moment, Dozier still bet on a few games. Big profits are being made along with big losses. Combined, it only made about $5 million. In another week or so, it will be almost time for the semi-final between the Sambas and the Chariots. It was then that Dutcher laid down the gauntlet. Chu Mengyao was very irritable these days. One not only has to pay back those triad loan sharks now, and to prepare myself to attend the Marina Theatre Academy. What is Marina? The economic center of the country. The Marina Theatre Academy has exorbitant tuition fees, plus living expenses to buy cosmetics, clothes and bags to increase your competitiveness. All this money adds up to $100,000 or $200,000 a year that simply isn't possible. But you don't have the earning power yourself, so everything depends on their own sister Chenya and Duzha to do business. Originally, Chu Mengyao was still gloating over the fact that she didn't have to offer her body and that her sister Chenya would earn money for her. But soon she couldn't be happier, because Duzha doesn't seem too interested in Chenya anymore. I remember that on the first day, Duzha transferred a full $18,000 to himself. The next day it was even more than $20,000 straight up. I even generously gave myself $2,000 for a softer mattress. It would have been nice if it had gone on like that, $10,000 or $20,000 a day, and it's still a layup. This rate of money making is simply unheard of. It's just that his own sister Chenya is suffering. At $2,000 a pop, it's basically 10 businesses a day, and that doesn't include the part that doesn't count up front. Duzha was also powerful, and he didn't shout no once for several days in a row, but in the past 2 days his interest has dropped significantly. Just yesterday, for example, Dozier came at 7 a.m. and left at 1 p.m. Only transferred $8,000 to myself. At that time, Chu Mengyao got angry and questioned why he was so light today. Instead, Dozier just stretches and says that he's a little tired of it and doesn't feel it. Scumbag! What's wrong with my sister? Mature and sexy, voluptuous and beautiful. The triple digits are off the charts. 103, 70, 99. You're saying you don't feel anything? But Chu Mengyao didn't dare to offend Duzha, a big client. You can only go and ask your sister, Chenya, if she didn't do her best. But there was nothing Chenya could do. Crying, she says she's given everything she can, but she just can't keep Dozier's heart. He also doesn't add a bookshelf, or order a reminder, or even whip himself with free swag. This made Chenya feel very sad. Is it possible that you are really getting old? Less attractive to Dozier? But one does one's business in front of a mirror. It's clear that you're happy to see Dozier too. Today is the start of another round of business. By 1:30 p.m. Dozier had gotten dressed and come out. Chu Mangyao on the sofa immediately got up and stopped him, saying with a straight face, "Dozier, we need to talk." Dozier raised an eyebrow, then sat down on the couch with a big grin. Talk about what? Chenya inside the room also got dressed and quietly sat next to Chu Mangyao. It was the first time the two of them had been on a united front in days. One is trying to pay off debt to go to school and become a star. One is for the wonderful feeling of not having been there before. The two had the same purpose, and with that came today's scene. Chu Mangyao said to Dozier, "How many times have you done business today?" Dozier looked at the scarlet-faced Chenya and laughed. "First 4, last 3. What's wrong?" Chu Mangyao sneered. "That means you only have to give me $6,000 today? What's the matter? Isn't 6,000 a day enough?" Dozier said indifferently. Chu Mangyao angrily slapped the corner of the table, stood up and shouted, "Of course it's not enough. You were the one who had the guys collecting loans for over $100,000 a week, which means we're now making at least $20,000 a day. But what about you? Except for the first 2 days when it was more or less the same. These days it's been 18,000. And even today you went even further, having to leave at 1:30 and giving me only 6,000. Aren't you doing a little too much?" Chapter 42 Chu Mangyao goes to the hospital. Hearing Chu Mangyao say that she had gone too far, Dozier was instantly amused. "Why? Yourself the other day when you said you were willing to give you guys a quick moneymaker." One acted more humiliated than the other. "It's only been a few days and you're actually starting to think you're paying less?" He looked to the side at Chenya, whose face was flushed and her eyebrows were flowing. Wanted to hear what they had to say. Chenya couldn't help but tighten her body when she saw Dozier looking at her, but then realized this was the living room, so she stammered under Chu Mangyao's hateful eyes. "Dozier." Yao Yao's tone may be a bit heavy, but the words are not bad. Chenya ruffled her hair and bit her red lip. "You did look a bit different these 2 days. Every time you left an hour or two in advance, and you only stared at the front. If you're concerned about my health, then it's not necessary. For Yao Yao's sake, I have no complaints even if I suffer a lot of pain and fatigue." Chu Mangyao, who was at the side, heard these words, goosebumps all over the place. "You don't have to rush yourself. These days, my sister Chenya woke up before 6 to dress up and smiled beautifully every time, and act like you're doing it for yourself. You're just more of a than you are." Dozier got up, clapped his hands and laughed. What a sisterly love. So it turns out that Sister Chen is doing this for Mangyao. No wonder she's so serious every time. Chenya's face was as red as blood, and she lowered her head, not daring to look at Dozier again. Then Chu Mangyao added, "Don't you avoid my question. Dozier, answer this positively. Why don't you do business more often?" Dozier sneered. "Nothing, just a little tired. Have you ever seen anyone but me who can be happy 7 or 8 times a day?" Chu Mangyao shook her head. "Never seen it." Dozier added, "That's not right. I gave you guys $20,000 the other day because of the novelty. Get it?" He pointed at Chenya and said, "This feeling is much shallower now, and it won't stay with me, so I don't want to trade more than a couple times a day. Got it?" Chu Mangyao was furious. She knew that this was all a made-up excuse by Dozier. If he has the energy to front 4 and back 3, he definitely has the ability to do the back 7. It's just that Dozier has been playing with himself. Chu Mangyao slammed the table and huffed. "Dozier, don't pretend to be confused for me here. I'll buy you whatever you want these days. Even, I've shamelessly bought it for you and sent it in, and now you're playing me here. What do you want?" Seeing Chu Mangyao actually lashing out at herself, her big patron, Dozier also stopped pretending and laughed. "Didn't you already say that? I just want to play you. This is impossible," Chu Mangyao said angrily. "My first time. Anyway, there's still a use for it. There's no way I'll give it to you." Chenya was also afraid that her sister would come and steal the reader from her. Hurriedly got up and hugged Reader's arm. "Reader, don't be angry. She's still young. Don't get on her bad side." But Dozier remained unmoved. "Chu Mangyao, let me tell you, how much I pay you a day is up to me, not you. Your behavior today has made me angry, and from now on, I may or may not come every day, so behave yourself." After saying that, Dozier took big steps outside. Seeing this, Chu Mangyao hurriedly and anxiously stopped Dozier. "He can't leave. The day after tomorrow the gangsters will come to collect the debt, but I've only saved 80,000 or so at the moment. If Dozier really doesn't come, then the day after tomorrow myself and my sister will end up miserable. But your own innocence is really important for your future career. It's impossible to give it to Dozier. Chu Mengyao hesitated and finally made up her mind. Gritting his teeth with hatred, he said, Du Zhe, I can't give myself to you, but I can. What do you think? Hearing Chu Mengyao's words, a cold smile spread across Du Zhe's face. Sure, who made you my old classmate? With that, Du Zhe directly carried Chu Mengyao and walked towards the house. Chu Mengyao merely struggled slightly, and then helplessly gave up resisting. The look of grief and anger was extreme. Forget it. Just put up with it for the sake of your future. Chenya behind her was about to take a piece, but Du Zhe refused. Sister Chen, this is not considered a formal business. Even if it's a piece, the unit price is still the same. Hearing these words, Chenya could only stop in her tracks forlornly. The tunnel to Chengdu was so long that the train took 5 hours to get there. It was 6 o'clock when Dozier got off the bus, took a brief hot shower. With that, he said to Chenya, who was lifting her skirt on the sofa, Sister Chen, I still have things to do today. I'll come back to you tomorrow. At those words Chenya pouted and didn't dare to say anything more. Abridged. Chenya pushed open the bedroom door and looked at Chu Mengyao who was in a trance and in pain. After sighing, she said with concern, Yao Yao, are you alright? Chu Mengyao's eyes were red and swollen as tears rolled down her face. Sorry bosses. This book is too easy to review, so I hope to add a bookshelf to catch up in time to avoid not seeing the latest chapters. Chapter 43. The belt is dipped in iodophor and sterilized as it is beaten. Day 2. Chenya was beautifully painted with exquisite makeup. A long, purple-fitted dress with a lot of flavor. The slender legs were wrapped in black stockings, revealing a bit of mystery and sexiness. The pair of black-faced, red-soled, thin high-heeled shoes on her feet kept striking the ground with a crisp, sharp sound. The face was anxious, and every now and then he looked out of the window with a few expectant eyes. Chu Mengyao, who was lying on the couch on the side and applying medicine, saw Chenya's actions. Can't help but be a little angry. I asked you to help me apply the medicine, but you didn't. You went inside to put on your own makeup. He's your guest. I'm your sister. I can't tell what's more important. I can't tell you how strange the doctors looked at me after I went to the hospital last night. After prescribing some internal medication and internal application, the doctor also kindly warned that generally, young people, it's better to pay attention. After all, the body is the most important thing. At that time, Chu Mengyao was so shy that she was about to burrow into a crack in the ground. Damn Dutcher! Boom boom! The window rattled with the familiar sound of a car. The well-dressed Chengyao was overjoyed. Hastily, he ran to the window with his skirt in hand and poked his head in. Upon seeing the familiar Mercedes, Chenya could not hide the excitement on her face. How come Duchul came half an hour later than yesterday? I've been waiting for a long time myself. The lipstick is melting. What if the readers hate you later? Looks like it needs a little more paint. Duju was wearing a high-class suit and shiny leather shoes. His height of 1.87 m was erect and powerful. Handsome face, deep eyes. The moment it was reflected in the window, it made Chenya blush for it. After attentively opening the door for the reader, Chenya pursed her lips and smiled. Du Zhe, you're here, come inside. Looking at the fawning smile on the face of Chenya, the sister, Dozier was unmoved. He just cast his gaze to Chu Mengyao who was lying on the side on the sofa applying medicine. Frowning, I said, what are you doing? Why don't you go wash up? Hearing these words, Chu Mengyao's face was indignant. It's not all because of you. I'm seriously injured right now. I can't do business today. You and I. Bye. Without waiting for Chu Mengyao to finish her words, Duzhe's face was cold and he directly turned his head. What? Chu Mengyao directly froze. You just left so dry? My sister's still here. Ha? Do you have to stare at me? But before Chu Mengyao could say anything, Chenya Xian, who had dressed carefully all morning, was too anxious to walk. Panicked, he stopped Du Zhe and said anxiously, Du Zhe, don't go. Yao Yao is inconvenient right now. Why don't you go in first and watch some TV? Du Zhe looked at the beautiful mature sister in front of him. Coldly, he said, then I want to watch Happy Superman and Everyday Superman. Is there a TV in the house? Chenya nodded in shock, not knowing what Du Zhe was talking about. What Superman? Isn't that an M movie? Seeing Chenya not responding, Du Zhe turned to look at Chu Mengyao. I'll ask again. Is it convenient now? Hearing this irrefutable voice of Du Zhe, Chu Mengyao's anger was accompanied by a trace of fear in her heart. After all, the impression Du Zhe left on her yesterday. It's just horrible. Then Chu Mengyao asked in a consultative tone, Du Zhe, I was injured yesterday and I'm still applying medicine. Why don't you go ahead today? Front? Du Zhe snorted and pointed at Chu Mengyao and said sternly, I'll say the rules again. The front doesn't count. If you want to lose money, you can try it. Hearing Du Zhe being so unreasonable, Chu Mengyao also came to be angry. Ignoring the pain, he stood up directly and said angrily, then I'm quitting, so do what you like. Quit? Dozier walked over to her and picked up the bottle of ointment for internal use. Greeted Chu Mangyao instantly became ashamed of the line of sight. Play flavor, Chu Mangyao. Don't forget, the opportunity to make money, is you begged me to give you? You want to dare no problem, but you want to think about the consequences? Hearing Dozier say these words, Chu Mangyao instantly felt some fear. Yeah, well, tomorrow the gang of hacks is coming in for a loan. Even if you add in the 22,000 you earned yesterday, together with my sister's 6,000, it's only a little over 90,000. It was said to be over $100,000 if you can't pay it back. Thinking of this, Chu Mengyao's eyes were infuriated with tears, crying, but, I'm in particular pain. Can't you feel sorry for me? A vain attempt to flood Dozier with a hint of sympathy and change his rules by complaining. But how could Dozier allow the rules to be changed? Once a rule is broken, it is no longer a deterrent. Do you have to break the rules once when someone cries in the future? Even if the King of Heaven comes, the front doesn't count. Not to mention, Dozier directly threw the medicine on the ground and with a cold face, bumped Chenya to leave. Chu Mangyao cried out, and Chenya hurriedly hugged Dozier. The heels almost broke. Oops, the reader is the one who feels sad when he or she is gone. Then she reprimanded Chu Mangyao. Yao, you are too ignorant. How can you be so disobedient when the readers spend their precious time to see you? Do whatever the readers tell you to do. What's wrong with pain? Just bear it? If the readers get upset and stop reading the book because of you, we'll both have to be taken to the clubhouse. You won't even be able to talk about the pain then. Hearing his sister speak so anticlimactically, Chu Mangyao felt even more sad, chest heaving violently with emotion. You're my sister. How dare you disown me as your sister for your own selfish desires? What did I do in my previous life to meet you? Helping outsiders to bully me. Under the triple pressure of Chenya's constant lectures and desire for money, as well as the debt forced by the black sharks of tomorrow, Chu Mangyao eventually chose to give in. Turning to Dozier, he said weakly, but I still have to apply the medicine, so I might not have much of a chance. Hearing Chu Mangyao change her words, Dozier looked at Chenya with satisfaction. The big bitch crushes the little bitch, and it lives up to its name. Seeing that what she did made Dozier happy, Chenya then shyly lowered her head. In fact, he himself was just trying to get Dozier to stay. Sisters and all that. The moment she sold me, it had long since not mattered too much. Dozier walked towards the couch and picked up the bottle of pills on the floor. Chu Mengyao's two legs spun around on the ground. Embarrassed. I told you I was hurt, and you still don't believe me. But Dozier ignored her and directly picked her up in a crossbody and walked towards the room. It's okay, dip the belt in iodophor and sterilize it as you go. Chenya felt that she still couldn't accept it, so he stopped walking and looked forlorn. Dozier's voice was heard coming from the room. 3:30 in the afternoon. Sister Chan, be ready. Chenya cheerfully said yes, then ran towards the house and began to fix her makeup. He really is still interested in me. There's nothing new about it. While readers always like to pump themselves there with free little advertising gifts, they are, LOL, Hackazette. You, as a person, are just too handsome, too strong, too mighty, too charismatic. Chapter 44. You can only earn it if I let you. Chicken Man was panicking at this point, because when he came to ask for the bill today, he saw that horrible man again. When he got back that day, he reported it to the top. I thought someone from above would be sent out, but I didn't expect to be stigmatized. Said the crown next door had just been exterminated and there was a lot of commotion. He's waiting to die if he's still messing around making enemies at this point. As long as the other person is still willing to pay it back, don't make trouble. With that, Brother Chicken nodded his head at Dozier, extremely humble. After seeing that Dozier didn't react much, he then took out his cell phone and asked Chu Mangyao for money. Chu Mangyao watched with bated breath as the $120,000 she had earned with great difficulty was about to be transferred away in its entirety. Then she looked at Dozier behind her, and a bold thought rose in her heart. Chu Mangyao said to Brother Chicken, can you leave me $20,000 every week? I have something important to do. It's... Brother Chicken looked at Dozier in the back. If that was his intention, there was nothing one could do about it. But Dozier just silently closed his eyes and turned around. Brother Chicken will immediately understand. Public affairs, preaching people awe. Then he snapped and snatched the cell phone, yelling, why should I leave you 20,000? You can't pay back what loan sharks you borrowed in the first place. Give it to you. After forcing Chu Mangyao to enter the payment password, Brother Chicken directly led the people away. Next week we will come back. This time only more than 120,000. Next week to try hard. Early return early and well. Standing in place. Chu Mengyao's face was indignant to the extreme. Still trying? Do you have any idea what I do for a living? Also work hard and pay it off early. then one's face would have changed long ago. After venting hard inside, Chu Mengyao turned around and looked at Duja icily. All my money has been taken. Now you're satisfied. It took a week of hard work to be able to afford to pay off the loan sharks you set me up with. Ha! Not to mention my tuition fees. Dozier, you're ruthless. Dozier shrugged indifferently and stepped forward to take a little. It wasn't until Chu Mengyao grimaced in pain that she leisurely said, still, I'll always give double the unit price of the clubhouse. And if you're always one to go blindly ahead and like to make loose change, then there's nothing I can do about it. Told her myself yesterday, but Chu Mengyao strictly refused, and didn't even put her heart into it when she dinged. Dutcher brought it up again a little after 3 in the afternoon. Chenya blushed and politely stated that she couldn't accept it. Upon hearing this reply, Dozier was silent and just Duja spent a total of $30,000 that day. Chenya alone earned herself $20,000. After watching Chicken Man and the others leave in their big gold cups, Chu Mengyao only felt that her heart was viciously seized. $120,000. A whole 120,000. It's only 600 per unit on its own. So how much business does it have to do? Her heart was dripping blood. And then she turned around and took Duja's arm in one hand. He was about to head for the room. His voice cold. Go, give me the money. But what Chu Mengyao didn't expect was for Duja to violently pull out his arm. Chu Mengyao didn't understand and looked at Duja suspiciously. Only Duja's eyes teased as if he was looking at a wretch. And he coldly said, who do you think you are? You can ask for money whenever you want? Chu Mengyao scratched her head in anger and jumped to her feet. What do you mean? Haven't you always wanted to be with me? Is it because he knows he's tired too? Chu Mengyao's line of sight shifted downward. And the more she looked, the more she felt that it might just be the same as she had guessed. After all, yesterday went from 8:30 to 7:30 p.m. Duja gave them a full $30,000. Even if he's made of iron, he's not going to be able to handle it. Seeing Chu Mengyao reveal a look that thought she understood the situation, Duja walked directly next to Chu Mengyao. Let her know why HRB 400 rebar is known as the most conscientious building material. After realizing that the reason was hard enough, Chu Mengyao's cheeks rolled. So it was her guess that was wrong. But why wouldn't Dozier want to earn money with himself? Seeing Chu Mengyao once again cast a puzzled look, Duja shrugged off her hand and walked straight to his Mercedes S65 Deluxe. Chu Mengyao, remember, the initiative is always in my hands. The front doesn't count. It's the ground rules. Besides, you can only earn this money if I say you can. And if I say no, you won't get a dime for this business even if you do. Take the day off and think about it. It's up to you to earn more or less. It's not like I need that much money. With that, Duja twisted the key and the Mercedes let out a roar as it drove off into the distance. You, Duja, stop right there. Seeing the taillights of Dozier's faraway car, Chu Mengyao's chest rose and fell violently in anger. He was pinpointing the fact that he needed a lot of money now to pay off his debts and pave the way for attending the Shanghai Drama Academy in the future. That's why it's random to hold yourself. The goal is to force yourself to agree to collabs. Damned I get. He doesn't even treat me like a human being. In the Mercedes, Duja looked at Chu Mengyao who was so angry in the rearview mirror that she stomped her feet. A vengeful grin spread across his face. A step-by-step obedience test is what it's all about. Like this one, slowly taking all her lifeblood. Let her know that she is nothing more than a manipulative puppet. She had to pose for whatever she was told to pose for herself. You just can't put a face on it. Just once. Then one immediately lets go and hangs her out to dry for the day. Save her the trouble of thinking she's important. Just a plaything plus a tool of revenge for herself. When he got home, Dozier just wanted to rest. Lin Qingning then came over and hugged him and said, Dozier, Auntie hasn't driven for a long time and wants to practice her driving skills. Let's go to Baoyuan Temple for a spin today, okay? Auntie Lan on the side also laughed. Dozier, today's weather is so nice. How about we go to the temple together to offer incense and worship Buddha? Seeing that both men had spoken, Dozier readily agreed. Auntie Lan and Lion drove the Mercedes S400L and were the first to go downstairs. Dozier just changed his clothes and was ready to go downstairs. The phone suddenly vibrated. Xu Hua, hey handsome, I'm hanging out with Yu Wei at Baoyuan Temple today. Would you like to make friends with her and play too? Yu Wei? Isn't it that useless Bing's girlfriend? Okay, I've got some things to do. 1. Be there in 2.5 hours. We'll wait for you. The last 2 chapters are being reviewed. So bosses wait. It's been 9 hours and still hasn't been vetted. Bosses add a bookshelf and get ready for the dark room. Chapter 45 Time Allocation. When Duja's top-of-the-line luxury Mercedes-Benz S65L drove into the parking lot outside of Baoyuan Temple, it instantly attracted the attention of almost all the visitors present. The car door opened slowly. Duja was dressed in a simple casual outfit and wore an understated wristwatch on his hand. Even though he tried to make himself as inconspicuous as possible, But Dozier's incredibly handsome face and the luxurious to the core Mercedes still easily captured the hearts of all the women in the room. That guy is so handsome. Handsome and rich. Must be a rich kid. Did he see us when he clicked in? So handsome. Dozier leaned against the Mercedes and sent a message to Lin Qingning, asking how many minutes before they arrived. And just as he was playing with his cell phone, there was a strange scene in the parking lot. A dozen or so thin-waisted, long-legged, stylishly dressed beauties all surrounded Dozier in front of him without a second thought. Some pretended to be on the phone, their voices delicate, and every now and then they looked shyly at Dozier. Some of them touched up their makeup in small mirrors and showed their waists and legs to Dozier as much as they wanted. But Dozier's eyelids never lifted the slightest bit. There's even a bold red skirt beauty. Twisting his waist, he deliberately approached Dozier. As he passed by Dozier, he accidentally dropped his sunglasses at his feet. With that, the red short-skirted beauty covered her half-packed skirt and looked at Dozier. A look of embarrassment passed over his face as he was unable to pick it up, chirping, "That. Hello, could you pick up my sunglasses?" The beautiful woman gave a dark cry of perfection. "Follow your station." As soon as he bends down, the moment he looks up he can see. "No." Dozier's cold voice directly made the red short-skirted beauty go down. "Be looking for the north," scratching his head. "See, looking for the north," making a gesture. "That's just as well. What makes you a tiny pair of tips dare to come and join in the fun?" The short red-skirted beauty was embarrassed, but still, he was not dead, and was about to say a few more words. Suddenly there was another burst of sound. A Mercedes-Benz S400L parked right next to Dozier. The car door opens. The pure to the core Lin was the first to get out of the car with a beautiful sunny smile. Immediately after that, a mature and gorgeous noblewoman also got down from the driver's seat. The two were like a rose in full bloom and a daffodil in its first blossom. A mature beauty and a youthful girl walk side by side to Dozier. Instantly make these flying chickens, who want to fly the coop, walk away quickly in shame. Lin Qingning hugged Dozier's arm. "Dozier, you drive so fast. My sister-in-law and I can't keep up with you at all. Didn't you just take the driving test in the past few days?" Dozier laughed. "I've been going out to take the driving test every day for the past few days, from morning to night, and the road I took the test on was quite special, so that's why I've been driving faster." He looked at Auntie Lan on the side again and asked, "Auntie Lan, are you still used to driving the car?" Auntie Lan was a little depressed. "Driving up is okay, but the steering wheel and the seat is a little crowded. The position is adjusted far away, I cannot step on the gas pedal." "Adjusted closer then." At that Dozier slapped his forehead lightly. "Gee, I forgot to consider Auntie Lan's figure. What a serious lack of space in the driver's seat." "It's fine. Just get someone to modify it next time. Let's go in first." "Aha." Then the three of them stepped onto the ladder one by one. Lin Qingling excitedly wrapped her arms around Dozier and bounced around. Auntie Lang wiggled the sinker too, but the steps were too steep. The center of gravity is not very stable. She could only hold on to Dozier's arm while slowly walking up the stairs. The three were shoulder to shoulder, extremely close to each other. This scene looks as if Dozier and his two girlfriends are going up a mountain together. Auntie Lan is plump and gorgeous. Lin Lime is sweet and lovely. And Dozier is handsome. A number of people on the steps were surprised to see the eye-catching trio. Eyes vary. "Hey, this is the well of whatever, isn't it? TSK, 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 taboo. This young man is amazing. To actually come across such a superb pair. If I had the money, I'm sure I'd be more spendthrift than he is playing." Lin Qingling's mind was on Dozier. Didn't hear the whispers of these people, but Auntie Lan heard it loud and clear. Her pretty face instantly turned red, like a ripe apple. "What are these people talking about? I'm Auntie Dutcher, and I'm Lime's sister-in-law." And Lime was still with Dozier. "Like that? How can they say that both of us were adopted by Dozier? Just, aha?" Auntie Lan lowered her head and thought carefully. It seemed as if he and Lime had been staying at Dozier's house all this time, doing his laundry and cooking and organizing the house, both wearing beautiful clothes bought by Dozier and driving a car bought by Dozier. It seems there is indeed a sense of being raised. Auntie Lan supported Dozier's arm and glanced at him slightly. Seeing that Dozier was chatting with his niece, he didn't hear those bad words. She breathed a sigh of relief at that. No, one can't let others misunderstand the relationship between him and Dozier outside. With that, Auntie Lan tried to stabilize her center of gravity and gradually loosened Dozier's arm. But just for a moment she let go completely. The center of gravity carried the body forward in a sudden, uncontrollable tilt. "In front of you are hard, verdant stone steps." "Ah!" Auntie Lan screamed, so frightened that she hastily tugged on Dozier's arm, but the center of gravity was still too heavy to stabilize the body. Dozier heard Auntie Lan's alarmed cry and quickly held Auntie Lan's waist. "Auntie Lan, be careful." Auntie Lan hurriedly wrapped her arms around Dozier, stunned, almost planted. "Auntie, are you alright?" Lin Qingning asked with concern. Auntie Lan only felt a strange electric current in her waist spread all over her body along Duja's fingertips. Looking at Duja's handsome side face, Auntie Lan's heart suddenly raced without knowing how. Thumping. Duchul is so handsome. He looks nothing like he did when he was a kid. Now he's getting to be all mature and steady. No wonder Lime liked him so much. With a slight push, Duja helped Auntie Lan up. Auntie Lan, slow down when you walk. The slope is too steep and convex. Auntie Lan's eyelashes fluttered like a frightened deer. Patting himself on the chest, he said, well, I wasn't paying attention just now. She also didn't dare to just let go of Duja anymore, and she clutched onto Duja's arm the whole way. Afraid I'll fall again. The trio split up as they climbed to the entrance of the Baoyuan Temple viewpoint. Auntie Lan didn't want to be misunderstood by others again about the relationship between her and Duja Lime, and Lin Lime was happy to be alone with Duja. After seeing Auntie Lan leave, Duja also breathed a sigh of relief. After all, it did seem a bit awkward with both Auntie Lan and Lime surrounding themselves. After leading Lin Lime around for 10 minutes, Dozier yawned in boredom. It's full of people selling peace signs and open Buddha beads. It's not like a temple. It's comparable to a Kos shopping street. Suddenly, Duja saw a large forest behind the commercial street. Lush, dense vegetation and not a hint of human presence. Lime. Lin Lime twisted her head and asked, what for? Duja pointed to the dense woods and laughed. I just saw a billion little squirrels out there with exceptionally long tails, swishing and scurrying into the woods. Really? Lin Qingning happily took Duja's hand. Well, let's go inside and have a look. I've always wanted to rub a little squirrel's tail. It must be long and soft. That's not necessarily. Half and half. What? It's okay. With that, the two headed inside the woods. An hour later, Lin Qingling pouted and walked in front of Duja. As he walked, he looked back at Dozier. Liar. Where's the little squirrel? It's just. Lin Qingling blushed and stomped her foot in exasperation. Duja hurriedly hugged her and comforted her several times. Lin Qingling blushed scarlet before she took Duja's hand. Shame on you. If someone sees you, you'll lose face. Duja laughed. Auntie Lan is still waiting for us. We can't let Auntie Lan call and rush us at that time. Lin Qingling thought about it and agreed. If it took any longer, he wouldn't be able to stand on his own feet. With that, the two of them walked over to Auntie Lan's side piece by piece. After meeting Auntie Lan, the three of them hung around for a while. Later in the day, Lime Lin and Aunt Lan went to the temple to ask for a sign to solve their destiny. When I arrived, I found a long queue and the monk who interpreted the sign was still in a daze. Dozier waited with them for a while. It feels like it's about time. Just say you're going outside for a while. After separating from the two women, Dozier took out his cell phone. Sent a tweet to Shua. Dozier, where? Shu Hua, I can go back and forth. Yu Wei Shi. Dozier, that's not what I asked. Shu Hua. Snack Street on the left side of the scenic spot. Chapter 46 FO Ancestors have the virtue of good life. Before seeing Yu Wei, Dozier thought she was a spiritual little sister like Shu Hua. How else would it be related to the useless Bing? I didn't realize that not only did Yu Wei look pretty good in person, but she also looked like a good girl. Shu Hua, who was on the side, smiled and introduced Yu Wei. This is the friend I was telling you about. His name is Du Zhu, and he was the one who helped me last time when Bing was scared off. Yu Wei looked at the tall and handsome Du Zhu in front of her. The sight focused on the underside of his stomach. Shyly, she held out her right hand. Hello, my name is Kim Yu Wei. Dozier. After briefly shaking her hand, Duja then looked at Shu Hua with questioning eyes. Shu Hua hurriedly pulled Duja aside, explaining, I confessed everything to Yu Wei 2 days ago, and now they've broken up. Shu Hua explains to Duja some more about the relationship between Bing and Yu Wei. Dozier listened with great interest. After hearing Shua say he met a particularly powerful man. Not only can you lift high, but you can also bounce. Yu Wei hadn't been very convinced. But Shu Hua directly took out the pain relief and blood circulation pills that he had gone to the pharmacy to buy. It was Yu Wei's turn to be stunned. Unexpectedly. Has it reached this level? She thought again about graduation being right around the corner. Bing was to be assigned to the Sunan Electronics Factory, and himself and Shu Hua to the Binhai Electronics Factory. Anyway, I won't be able to see you in the future. And then I broke up with Bing with alacrity. Follow Schwab piece by piece to meet this extraordinary man. Now that we all know each other, let's go for a stroll. Shu Hua pulled the two of them around inside the snack street. Snacks in the scenic area are expensive, so they basically just look and don't buy. No wonder my little sister has a good figure. Walking around hungry like this every day, anyone would have to be skinny. So Duja directly and generously took out the Apple 5S and bought a bunch of food and drinks for them. It cost just under $300. But this already made Shu Hua and Yu Hui's eyes twinkle with little stars. They didn't dare to buy like this when they used to ride out on electric motors with the windbags from the technical school. There are ghost houses here at the temple that offer accommodation for incense burners. It's overpriced, but there are some insightful statues to worship. Friendly the people of. To honest writes FO. While passing by, Shu Hua stopped and said seriously to Du Jie, "My mouth is a bit thirsty." Yue Wei, who was on the side, hurriedly handed over a bottle of Coke. Shu Hua scad and glared at her. "I'm not drinking this." Yue Wei replaced it with another bottle of orange juice, and Shu Hua still said, "Gee, I don't drink that either. So you're thirsty and don't want something to drink." Ah. Shu Hua patted Yue Wei and gave her a wink. Yue Wei saw that Shu Hua was shooting a bit downward and immediately understood. With that, he stood in front of Du Jie. "Du Jie, my mouth is a bit thirsty too." Seeing that both are thirsty, Dozier couldn't bear to let them go any further, so they found a place to rest nearby. This is a temple after all. It's not good. FO ancestor has the virtue of good life. This is giving him merit. What's wrong with that? It was 3 hours before a few people came out onto the street. Shu Hua and Yu Hui looked at Du Jie with adoring faces, eyes full of little stars. Du Jie first gave the two of them $5,000 of pocket money. The two were flattered. They hadn't seen so much money in all their lives. Then Du Jie called another cab for both of them and sent them home. Before leaving, Yue Wei also wrapped her arm around Du Jie and said that she could still find them to come out to play in the future. Du Jie smiled and nodded. In the future he would have to spend most of his time in Marina. It was hard to say if he would be able to see it. After a few minutes, Du Jie returned to the temple next to the lotus pond to wait for Auntie Lan and Lime to come over. Waited about half an hour. From a distance, he saw the hourglass-shaped Auntie Lan approaching. "Auntie Lan, where's Lime?" Aunt Lan pointed to the distance and said, "Lime went to the restroom." I didn't expect to wait for hours just waiting in line. Then he looked at Du Jie and asked, "Where did you go around?" Du Jie casually said, "Nothing much, just wandered around the neighborhood and worshipped the FO. Auntie Lang." Suddenly, Auntie Lan pointed at Du Jie's pants and asked, "Du Jie, what's this?" Dozier looked down. TSK. These two still have to pay attention to details in the future. But he immediately looked up and said, without changing his face, I didn't expect Auntie Lan to squat down directly and dip her hand into the water in the lotus pond. The longer you put it off, the harder it is to wash. So it's better if Auntie helps you." With that, Auntie Lan helped Du Jie wipe his pants. Sense the anomaly. Auntie Lan blushed like blood, swishing red to the roots of her ears. But in order not to be embarrassed, she still gently, pretending not to notice anything. Du Jie looked at Auntie Lan, his eyes fluttering. I don't know how Auntie Lan keeps her figure so well when she's over 30. Doesn't even look like he's in his 30s. Is there some kind of maintenance secret? The reason for this is worth deeper its own investigation of. Chenart is in a hurry today. She left the house before dawn in the morning and took a long stroll through the market. Bought a lot of clothes that would make your nose bleed just by looking at them. Dozier is going to love it. Yo-Yo had far more time for herself these days. Although Du Jie drove fast, the distance was much shorter after all. So Chenya bought a lot of fun-boosting contraptions. When she came to the door of her house, Chenya purposely looked at the time. It was just 2:30, and Yo-Yo's time was over. Chenya stepped on her high heels and knocked on Xu Mengyao bedroom. Du Jie, it's my turn. Xu Mengyao said angrily. Chenya, how come I didn't realize you were so cheap before? Readers smoke you with free gifts every day, and you're still sticking it up. We need to have some backbone even if we're selling our kidneys. Okay. Chenya reddened and said weakly, but the readers like to smoke me, and I'm willing to do so. There are so many imperial uncles in tomato. If I don't let the readers have their fun, maybe I'll be put on the cold bookshelf one day and not be favored by the readers. This book seems like it will no longer be machine reviewed. Know what I mean? 2 chapters have already deleted quite a lot of stuff. Bosses, please add the bookshelf. May not be able to search it someday. Chapter 47 Du Jie, the Brazen Bandit. Knock knock. Chenya knocked on the bedroom door several times in a row, but there was just no one to open it for her. Strange? Could it be that it's time for the moment of truth? But I didn't hear Yo-Yo's voice either. With that, Chenya threw all the clothes and fabrics she had bought, as well as rubber and plastic, on the couch, knocked on the bedroom door again. Yo-Yo, are you done? It's sister's turn. After several shouts, still no one opened the door. Now Chenya was a bit anxious. Hastily, he looked at his watch. 2:33. Angry Chenya stomped her feet, her high heels clattering. Oops. Yo-Yo the dead ninny. What a glutton for punishment. Does she realize that what she's wasting right now is my time? I already have so little time. And you're taking it up. Do you still see me as your sister? With that, Chenya slammed her face and slammed the door even more violently. Du Jie, are you done? Let Yao Yao come out. But even as she slammed the door with a clunk, there was still no semblance of movement in the bedroom. A frightening conclusion suddenly occurred to the flustered Chenya's mind. Could it be that Yao Yao had captured Duja's heart back with her 3 years of accumulation? No way. That's not fair to me. Chenya covered her heart and revealed an aggrieved expression. The aunt and uncle died early. These 18 years of raising Yo-Yo by herself, losing the best years of a woman's youth. While other women are getting dressed up and enjoying the good life, he had already started working to support Yo-Yo himself. Nurture her with the best you can give. Music, acting, broadcasting, and form all sorts of expensive classes enrolled her from a young age. Shift the center of all your life to her. Give what you want. He even dug into his savings for Yo-Yo to study art. You can become a big star in the future and live a rich life. I don't know how much I've suffered in 18 years, arguing with someone over a small amount of money. Gradually, she changes from a shy young girl in her first days to a snarky middle-aged woman, living without a shred of self at all. Until Dozier showed up, he was the one who showed himself that he was nothing more than a pretty little woman. If there was no more love from Dozier, Chenya had no idea how she was going to survive. As for her younger sister Chu Mengyao, back when she was selling her sister for glory, it wouldn't have much of a place in your own mind. It would have been nice for the two sisters to earn their own living and not bother each other. And now you want to occupy my time? Don't you realize that my unit price is higher than yours? The price/performance ratio can't even be played. No, I must assert my due rights. With that, Chenya coldly grimaced. Reaching out, he slapped hard on the bedroom door. But clatter. The door suddenly opened. I'm sleeping in there. You knock so loud. Ah! A bright red slap mark instantly appeared on Chu Mengyau's face. Sis, you're crazy. The couch. After learning that Dozier was not coming today, Chenya was relieved. Apologetically, he looked at Chu Mengyao who had ice on her face in front of him. Yo-yo, it's sis who was careless. I thought you guys were in the house and not coming out. But how could you have pissed off Dozier this morning, knowing that we have to rely on Dozier to come up with the debt we owe as well as the fees you need for school? Dozier is now the equivalent of our bread and butter. How can you not listen to Dozier? Chu Mengyao gritted her teeth and sneered. First of all, you're my sister and I'm your sister. And now you're even saying that Dozier is our breadwinner. So is it you who calls him dad or me? You say it. Chenya instantly blushed. How can she say she shouted everything? Chenya hurriedly found an excuse. I wasn't doing it for your sake. Her two long, round legs were straddling the couch. Speaking in a serious manner, he said to Chu Mengyao, Yao Yao, we can still owe $1,800,000 in loans now, as well as your school tuition, living expenses and whatnot, adding up to a whole lot of astronomical figures. If you make Dozier angry and don't do business with us, we'll be the ones to suffer in the end. Think about your dreams of stardom. Sister is doing this for your own good. Hearing Chenya's bitter persuasion, Chu Mengyao couldn't help but look at her suspiciously. It's just her addicted these days. Forgetfulness. I myself sometimes wondered if my sister was bending over backwards to earn money. Or did it really fall? Chu Mengyao held her forehead and said, Sister, you say it lightly. Do you know what Dozier has asked of me? At those words Chenya frowned. It couldn't be the same as what he said. What's the request? Indignation flashed in Chu Mengyau's eyes. Gritting his teeth, he said, patchwork. You're also a collage? Chenya was shocked. Dozier has also been subtly prompting her for the past 2 days. But Chenya kept pretending to be confused. It made Dozier angry. Straight away. You're making yourself an extra $4,000 a day. Chu Mengyao raised her head in shock and said, he said that to you too? Chenya nodded shyly. How can Dozier say that to both of us at the same time? But if you don't agree, will it upset Dozier? Never again. Chenya instantly felt a bit distressed and had a headache. Chu Mengyao on the side had long been furious to the point of frenzy. Damn Dutcher. I didn't realize he was that shameless. Brightly said that kind of thing to both sis and me. Chu Mengyao directly stood up and said in a hateful voice. No, we absolutely can't be taken so easily by Dozier. If we don't do something about it, I'm afraid. Her face became a little harder to see, and the more she thought about it, the more frightened she became. Just in case Dozier's demands get more and more excessive, that himself is merely like that with him. I'm afraid it's no longer enough to support his appetite. At that time, he might really be eaten up by Dozier. Lose your innocence from then on. Then Chu Mengyao looked at Chenya and shouted, Sister, no, we have to unite and boycott Dozier together. We absolutely can't let him go any further. And even if he comes tomorrow, we have to be firm in our attitude. And we won't do business with him if we don't take back the collocation request. But, Chenya lowered her head. Weakly, we have limited time. We have to pay off our debt again next week. And, Chenya blushed in shame and twisted her head to the side. Gathering her hair, she said, I think Dozier did a pretty good job. Chu Mengyao stared at her sister with shocked eyes. It's as if you've seen a traitor. Jumping to his feet, he cursed, Sis, you're sick in the head. When Dozier was treating me, He was a humongous bandit. When it comes to you, it's the Navy. Of course you think he did a good job.
Chu Mengyao was so angry that she picked up the medicine she had been prescribed at the hospital the other day.
Holding it up in front of Chenya, he said angrily, "Do you see this bottle of ointment? If it wasn't for Duzhe, I wouldn't have to be in so much pain every day." Listening to Chu Mengyao's yelling, Chenya didn't care in the slightest.
The only thing she was afraid of was that Doze wouldn't come to see her in the future.
How can I live with myself then? Doesn't Duzhe also help you apply medicine every day? Chenya weakly said. You.
Chu Mengyao was so angry that she was speechless, but she didn't want to blame her sister too much. After all, Xinyao was doing it so that they could afford to pay off their debts and afford to go to college themselves in the future. She still has feelings for herself.
But the problem is that now they are desperately short of money. If you don't do business with Dozhe, they don't have any financial resources at all.
But Duzhe's request today really makes Chu Mengyao feel a little
so annoying.
What the hell was Dozhe thinking all day long? Chu Mengyao paced anxiously back and forth in the living room,
thinking about what to break. It's important to make money without completely offending Dozhe and losing your economic lifeline. Is there really no other way but that? Thinking about it, Chu Mengyao's eyes lit up. One has finally come up with a compromise. Right. Just do it. Big deal. Just ask for less money.
I've been driving too hard lately and I'd like to break it.
Is that okay, bosses? Chapter 48 Putting together a good meal. 10:30 at night. In the room,
Auntie Lan was wearing a light red silk nightgown.
Her face flushed, white, slender thighs crossed, head down, lips pursed. I don't know what I'm thinking. How could Duchul do that today while he's washing his clothes? Like that. What a shame.
Auntie Lan covered her face, only to feel her cheeks burning fearfully. Is Dozhe doing this because of himself?
No way. Absolutely not. I'm her aunt.
It must have been because of his own carelessness that.
It's a very normal phenomenon. And I'm sure I'm overthinking it.
Auntie Lan shook her head to gradually calm herself down.
But then again it's 10:45. Why hasn't it started yet? She attached her ear to the wall and half the time she didn't hear a single movement. Strange. Is Lime not feeling well today? Thinking of this, Auntie Lan got up in a hurry.
Wanna go see if Lime wants some brown sugar water or something?
She just opened the door. Lime, where are your clothes? Auntie Lan exclaimed.
Lime in front of the bathroom door blushed in shame.
Hastily hugging Shuabai, he ranted. Auntie, I'm just coming out to use the bathroom. I'll be back inside soon. Gee, why are you still up?
Auntie Lan lowered her head sheepishly.
I came out to use the bathroom too.
Lin Qingling's earlobes were so red that they were dripping blood, and she hurriedly moved her feet.
Auntie, I'll go back to the house then. Good night. After saying that,
Lin Qingling directly dashed back to the house and locked the door.
Auntie Lan saw how flustered Lin was, and by association, there didn't seem to be much movement tonight. Is it? She covered her rosy little mouth. First, I pretended to go to the bathroom. After flushing, stand quietly in the doorway of the room. After 10 minutes or so, abridged. So it is.
Aunt Ran bit her lip and looked around the empty living room.
No, not here. What if Lime and Dozhe suddenly come out?
There's no place to hide yourself.
Thought about it for a long time. Auntie Lan's last option was to quietly open the door to Duzhe's room. Chu Mengyao, Duzhe, we need to talk to you today. Dozhe, 8 o'clock. I'll be there. You guys get ready. After returning the message to Chu Mengyao, Duzhe smoothly patted aside Lime's. Goo. What are you doing? Lin Qingling blushed and pouted. Duzhe smiled and sat up. I have something else to do this morning.
So go check outside first and don't let Auntie Lan see me here. Lime stretched her wonderful curves.
Then he got dressed and went out. Auntie, why are you doing your laundry so early in the morning? When I went to the viewpoint yesterday, I was sweating, so I gave my clothes a wash. Oh, but you washed that light red silk nightgown?
Dozhe sat on the couch in a stretched and sure posture,
legs wide and forked.
There was a smirk that seemed to play at the corners of his mouth. Chu Mengyao in front of her had her hands folded in her lap, her spine straight, trying to give myself a few extra pounds with this pose, but unconsciously hooking their fingers together. It still betrayed her forced composure.
And Chenya, who was on the side, lowered her eyebrows, not daring to look up at Dozhe, as if a small woman's home. Duzhe laughed. How's the consideration going? Can we put together a group today? Chu Mengyao clenched her back teeth, eyes full of resignation. Duzhe, after all, the two of us are. There's no way we can agree to your demands. Duzhe's eyes went cold. Still doesn't seem to have completely tamed her. How dare you deceive yourself? Seeing the change in Duzhe's eyes, Chu Mengyao was shocked in her heart. Inexplicably a little frightened, he hastily said, although it can't be exactly what you want, there can be a compromise. At a unit price of 6,000. Dozhe raised his eyebrows. Oh, Chu Mengyao's face instantly turned red,
and her hands tugged at the corners of her clothes in an anxious manner, whispering, It's just that it can, but you can't spell good rice. So it is. The corners of Duja's mouth lifted slightly. It's not bad though. After all, it's still a bit difficult to get them to accept it all at once. Just tame it slowly. You have plenty of time for yourself anyway. Chu Mengyao carefully looked at Duja. Duja, what do you think? Duja faintly turned his gaze to Chenya. Oh, hear those two words. Chenya's body trembled. Hurriedly, he walked next to Duja and obediently did as he was told. Seeing this absurd move, Chu Mengyao directly reddened her cheeks. She really didn't expect Duja to be so quick, but in the way of what he had just said, Chu Mengyao could only remain silent, not saying a word. At 6 in the afternoon, Dozier stretched briefly, just about to leave. Chu Mengyao suddenly called out to Duja. Dozier, the money is less. There in the living room. Duja turned around, and his cold eyes directly caused Chu Mengyao to take a few steps back in fear. What are my rules? Repeat them for me. Chu Mengyao trembled. The front doesn't count. Next time you make a mistake like that, you won't make this money. After Duja dropped a sentence, then he just drove off in the Mercedes. Only Chu Mengyao was left repeating that sentence over and over again. The front doesn't count. The front doesn't count. How did I forget again? The front doesn't count. P.S. Chu Mengyao walked over to Chenya with a teacup. Drink it. Chenya was puzzled. What is this? Trumbo, here's a cup of free little advertising gifts the reader boss just gave you. Hearing Chu Mengyao say that it was a reader, Chenya hastily took it and said in surprise, So much? Chu Mengyao sneered. The reader boss said that if you can drink it all, they will give you a lot more. Chenya was happy to see the hunt and then drank it all in one go. Chapter 49 Qingning. Duja, I'm happy that you're here. Why are you giving me so many gifts? How much does it cost? Seeing Bai Qingqing's heartbroken face, Duja came up to her and laughed. It's okay, they're all small free gifts. Duja gave them. Doesn't Qingqing want them? Bai Qingqing lowered her head and blushed. Nua said, if it's from Duja. Qingqing. 2. At 2 o'clock in the middle of the day, Dozier gave her a call. At that time, Duja seemed to be frying vegetables, crackling. The sound is rather noisy, but Bai Qingqing still heard what Duja said. Come and see her for a late lunch in the afternoon. This made Bai Qingqing so happy that she hurriedly went outside to the supermarket to buy a lot of vegetables, using all the money she earned from her own billing. The $500,000 that Duja gave her, Bai Qingqing didn't move a single cent. In her opinion, Duja had already done so much for himself. One should never spend any more of Dozier's money. Seeing Bai Qingqing wearing an apron, she received the gift in her hand while serving herself with tea and water. Duja's eyes couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Because Qingqing suffers from leukemia and her sister goes to work abroad to earn money, she can't come back home all year round. So Qingqing had to take care of herself. Laundry, cooking, housekeeping, and occasionally going to simple odd jobs or internet cafe lists to earn money to lighten my sister's load. She was obviously only a year or two older than Lime, but there was inexplicably an air of maturity about her that was the same as Auntie Lan's. Why am I thinking of Auntie Lan for some reason? Dozier shook his head to clear it. Bai Qingqing opened the refrigerator door. Duja, you sit on the sofa for a while. I'll go to the kitchen and fry the food first. Dozier stepped forward and wrapped his arms around her waist. A few gentle kisses on her crimson earlobes. You're not well, so I'll help you fry too. In the kitchen, Bai Qingqing was frying on the gas stove on the left, and Duja was also frying on the gas stove on the right. But after frying for a while, Bai Qingqing suddenly realized that Duja wasn't firing. Then he looked at him quizzically. What's wrong? Dozier shook his head and went outside to retrieve a high heel from the shoe rack. Bai Qingqing instantly blushed and then changed into high heels. She was already tall, at a full 5'2", after 6 centimeters heels. Wearing, the height is directly approaching 1 meter 8. You know that even Duja is only 5 feet 7 inches. Duja looked at Bai Qingqing, who was quite a bit taller, and laughed. Alright, keep frying. Bai Qingqing nodded shyly. A total of 5 courses with a wide range of colors and flavors. It was all fired by Bai Qingqing alone. Duja, how about tasting the dishes I fried? Bai Qingqing said with a sweet face. After Duja tasted a few mouthfuls, he repeatedly praised. Qingqing tastes good. Hearing Duja's praise, Bai Qingqing was overjoyed. If it's good, you can eat more. Not enough, I'll fry it for you again. After finishing his meal, Duja said to Bai Qingqing, by the way, Qingqing, have you eaten the tonic I bought you these past few days? Hearing these words, Bai Qingqing's face instantly changed. Putting down her chopsticks, her eyes averted, she said, I ate, and I eat on time every day. Seeing Bai Qingqing in this state, Dozier knew she was lying to herself. With that, he got up directly and went to Bai Qingqing's house, opened the door, It was amazing that all the boxes of supplements she had bought for herself were gone. It was empty. Alas! Duzha shook his head helplessly. He didn't need to think about it to know that Bai Qingqing must have taken it back again. The ones you buy for yourself are the more expensive and well-known brands. Just return it to any store. This silly ninny. Bai Qingqing stood in the doorway with a shy blush at the base of her ears, hands crossed in front of her body, fingers hooked together uneasily, whispered, Duzha, I didn't do it on purpose. I just thought, there's no need to take such expensive supplements. I've been eating meat for every meal for a while now. Dozher rubbed his brow. So you just returned everything? Bai Qingqing stammered. Not all of it. I still have a box left and sent it to my sister. Seeing that Bai Qingqing still kept a box to send to her sister, Dozher was all pissed off and laughing. Your sister went out to work to cure your leukemia. I can't believe you remembered to send it to your mom instead of keeping it for yourself. Then Duzha put his arm around Bai Qingqing's waist and softly said, I have plenty of money in my hand. No need to save it for me. In the future you should eat and drink. And after a week, I will take you to Shanghai for treatment. I'll buy some more supplements later. You keep half and send the rest to your sister. Bai Qingqing pressed against Duzha's chest. Long ago, he was moved to sob uncontrollably. Well, I know, Dozher, you're so good to me. Duzha kissed the corners of her eyes. Come on, eat a little more tonic and nourish your body. Bai Qingqing raised her head and said, the house is no longer. The door to the room was covered. A rental house in Marina at the moment. Bai Jia's eyes were red with tears as she looked at the box of supplements her daughter had sent, continuously sobbing. Qingqing, it's all my sister's fault. I haven't gone back to see you for several years. I'm sorry, my sister's good sister. Woo. Tian Xingli on the side didn't know how to comfort Bai Jia at this moment. He could only pass her tissues and patted her shoulder. Sister Bai, don't cry. When Duzha comes next week, let's keep him company and try to get the money for your sister's treatment as soon as possible. Bai Jia wiped her tears. Well, for Qingqing, I will definitely work hard. It was almost 10 o'clock when Duzha returned home, but Auntie Lan was surprisingly still on the couch waiting for him to come back. Auntie Lan yawned. Duzha, you're back. Are you hungry? Auntie will put down a bowl of soup noodles for you to eat. Duzha wasn't very hungry and said, Auntie Lan, there's no need to be so troublesome. But Auntie Lan shook her head. It's fine. The noodles were cooked a long time ago. They've been sitting there. Auntie will just iron them for you. A minute later, there was a scream from the kitchen. Duzha rushed into the kitchen when he heard Auntie Lan's call. What is it? Auntie Lang? I saw Auntie Lan's feet covered in steaming noodle soup, next to a bowl of cooked noodles. Auntie Lan was very chagrined and blamed herself. Auntie was going to give you noodles and soup, but I didn't realize that I spilled the soup. And now there's only left xiamian. Duzha, do you still want to eat? Duzha froze for a long time, then nodded. Anything. 12:30 at night. Duzha just pushed open the door to Lin Qingling's room. It just felt like something was wrong. After a light sniff, he pushed his way back into his room. It all smelled good, but it always felt weird somewhere. The aroma in his own house seemed to be a little stronger. Did Lime come to his room more? What's wrong? Lin Lime walked out in a thin nightgown. Duzha shook his head and said, it's nothing. With that the door to the room was covered. A moment later, there was a plump figure in the living room. Entered the room silently. Duzha and Lin Lime got up. It's already 3 poles. Auntie Lan still gets up early in the morning to do the laundry as usual. Lin Qingling and Duzha went out of the bedroom one after another. Duzha, are you still going to get a driver's license? Lin Qingling asked. Duzha smiled. Yeah, I used to take the test before C1. This time I want to take the class driver's license and D-class driver's license together. P.S. Thank you to Big Boss Wakazashi T and the other reader bosses for the gifts. Deeply guilty. I know I'm not a good writer. I just got my license early. Bosses, please forgive me if the later episodes don't satisfy your appetites. Please, honored bosses. Chapter 50 Forcing Chu Mengyao to do business. 7:30 in the morning. Dozher had then driven to the driving school to get his license. Seeing that it was Duzha, the big patron, who came over, Shenya, the homeschool coach, rushed forward. He enthusiastically introduced the driving model for Duzha. We have gone a BMW with license plate minute and gone an Audi with license Platia 8. Mr. Dozher, do you want gone FD or gone F? Dozher circled around the 2 cars several times. The appearance of the 2 cars was scrutinized. The BMW Mini is small and cute, while the Audi A8 is robust. Seems all good. For a moment, Duzha was surprisingly a little embarrassed. After a full minute of choosing, Dozher asked, can I drive both? Driving school instructor Chunya laughed. Of course you can, Mr. Duzha. You are the boss. You can drive whichever one you want. In the end, Duzha chose to drive from gone first the Audi A8. After all, the A8 is still compelling than the BMW, a bit more to drive. Mini. He checked the condition of the A8. Opened the hood first, then the trunk. After making sure there's nothing wrong, it was only then that I gladly got in the car and set off. The other coach, Chu Mengyao, also sat in the co-pilot's seat. Keep an eye on Duzha's driving the whole time to avoid any mishandling on Duzha's part. Gently press the gas pedal and the A8 makes a roaring sound. Duzha smiled slightly. The car was indeed in pretty good condition. With that, he drove off in a puff of smoke. During this time it kept accelerating and speeding down the road. Chu Mengyao hadn't been too flustered, but see Duzha keep stepping on the gas. Not at all distressed by the driving school car. He then warned, drive gently, but Duzha turned a deaf ear. Why can't I drive after I've paid so much money? With that, the steering wheel turned directly onto another road. Chu Mengyao was instantly horrified. Loudly, he said, Duzha, what are you doing? The front is a highway. Duzha didn't say anything and just pressed on the gas. Duzha, stop it. The pointer spins wildly. 140, 180, 220, max. The throttle still didn't stop, and the roar of the engine rolled like muffled thunder. Finally, the dashboard exploded. The two then went into downtime. It was Duzha who eventually came to his senses first. Car sickness. No exclamation points. Hurriedly, he shouted to the dazed Chu Mengyao on the side. Quickly call 120. Hospital emergency room entrance. Chu Mengyao cried and said to the doctor, Doctor, how is my sister doing? That doctor is the same one who treated Chenya last time. He frowned at Chu Mengyao and Duzha. I told you last time that the patient's aftereffects were not cured and he could not exercise strenuously. As children, you should do your basic duty of care. Fortunately, the symptoms are relatively mild, and the patient will be fine after the infusion, so you guys go to the first floor and pay the fee first. As soon as the doctor left, Chu Mengyao then cursed angrily. Duzha, it's all your fault. If it wasn't for you, my sister wouldn't be in this state. You go and pay all the fees right now. But Duzha smiled coldly and said, I did it, but why do I hear it as an aftermath attack? I don't suppose you didn't bother to use the money on your sister's illness last time, so that's why it happened this time, is it? When these words came out, Chu Mengyao instantly froze like a wooden chicken. Aftermath attack? With that, Chu Mengyao recalled when she came back that night. My sister is fainting, alive or dead. At that time, he himself took his sister to the hospital though, but on hearing the doctors say it would take another $100,000 or so to cure it, hesitate yourself. There was no option to spend money immediately to get my sister cured. Instead, she told her sister that when she became a big star, then hire the best medical team to treat her. But I didn't realize that the symptoms would suddenly strike today. I'm the culprit? Chu Mengyao froze in place, not saying a word. Duzha spread his hands and said, not only did you harm your sister, but you also messed up the business that should have been going on normally. Who do you think should pay for this? Hearing Duzha's words, Chu Mengyao just wanted to retort, but can't seem to find a rebuttal at all. He's right about everything. If it wasn't for my own greed in the first place, not willing to give my sister a complete cure for her illness, it simply wouldn't have happened today. So Chu Mengyao gritted her teeth and said, fine, I'll go pay the money. Count yourself as cruel this time. With a turn of her body, Chu Mengyao walked directly towards the first floor payment office. Dozher looked toward the operating room and shook his head. I didn't realize it was actually driving bad. Luckily it's nothing serious. He still had quite a few things to arrange for Chenya to do behind him. About 11 o'clock at noon, Chenya woke up leisurely, and the first thing she saw was her crying sister Chu Mengyao by her side. Then she turned her eyes again and saw Duzha, who was cold-faced on the side. Chenya's eyes instantly lit up. Duzha, what's happening to me? Passed out. Duzha pointed at Chu Mengyao and said, don't be quick to thank your good sister. If it wasn't for the fact that she didn't bother to spend money on treating your aftereffects last time, this time, you'd be pressed into nothing. Chu Mengyao sniffed furiously. What are you talking about you? Last time my sister also agreed. Shut up, Chenya scolded. You dead ninny. At that time I was thinking that the money was borrowed by you, and you still need quite a lot of money for school, so that's why I saved it for you. We earned the money together this time. You give sis the money so she can get well, and this will be cleared up, or else. Chenya snorted coldly. You'll be left alone to pay off your debt from now on. Hearing Chenya say that she let herself pay the debt alone, Chu Mengyao couldn't help but clench her silver teeth. A man who pays his debts? How can I pay it back? The other Duzha was not interested in himself at all. It's not like he's going to give him his body himself. Besides, in 3 days' time, that gang of hacks will be coming to collect again. How do you carry that much weight on your own? Although Chu Mengyao was heartbroken at the labor she had paid for, but still, He decided to first take out part of the 200,000 or so dollars he had earned in the past 4 days to treat his sister. Doing business alone 3 days after yourself. If you work hard, you'll have no problem saving up $100,000 or so, and you shouldn't have to be arrested and taken to the clubhouse. It's not too late for them to do business with Duja to make a big profit when Sis is cured.
So Chu Mengyao feigned anger. What are you talking about? Sister, I'm your sister. Spending money to cure you is not the right thing to do. I'll go to the hospital to pay the money and give you a complete cure. At those words Chenya nodded in relief. With that, Chu Mengyao had just planned to tell Duja that she would be doing business alone for a few days. Just then, I heard Duja speak. I just booked a flight to Marina tomorrow, leaving at 8 in the morning. Chu Mengyao, Dozier is leaving tomorrow. That means that tonight you will have to earn enough to cover the remaining 100,000 or so by yourself. Is that possible in one night's time with your own unit price? P.S. Vomit. The sound of Chenya vomiting came from the bathroom. Chu Mengyao looked at her coldly with her cup in hand. Don't you like to drink the free swag that the readers' bosses get? Why don't you keep drinking? Chenya Fear said. Yao. Sister can't drink anymore. There are too many small free gifts. Spare sister. Spare you? Chu Mengyao laughed coldly. Why didn't you spare me when you threatened me with your stature? Give me a drink. 51. Repair surgery. In the large ward, there were only 2 people, Chu Mengyao and Chenya. Dozier was playing with his cell phone on the walkway outside the hospital room, betting on the World Cup while listening to the bickering in the wards. In the hospital room, Chu Mengyao half-kneeled at Chenya's bedside, her eyes red and swollen, tears streaming down her face. In a trembling voice, she said, Sister, it's kind of like being a younger sister begging you. You should endure this disease for a while, and when we do business a few more times and save enough money, then we will give you a cure, okay? Chu Mengyao was truly flustered at the moment. Originally, she thought she still had over $200,000 in her hand. Even if you take out $100,000 or so for your sister's treatment first, it's nothing. After all, it cured my sister's body. There will be no more sudden fainting in the back of the business. But I didn't expect Duja to just suddenly say that he was leaving for Shanghai tomorrow, and it was gone for over a week. How can he be so irresponsible? My sister and I are depending on him for money now. We're so dedicated to business these days. From morning till night. Which time are you not exhausted and out of breath? He's good. After he knocked my sister out, he patted himself on the back and tried to leave. No emotion at all. Chu Mengyao gritted her teeth, her heart indignant to the extreme. But she didn't dare to say it to offend Duja. Because in the last few days she has come to realize 2 things. One is Dutcher's rule the front doesn't count. One is Duja's temper whoever dares to contradict him. He will be even more violent and wanton in return. Chu Mengyao had already been tortured by these 2 truths many times. The first reasoning makes yourself less money by at least half. The second was because she had disobeyed Dozier's reasonable request and had spoken ill of him. And then it was replaced with a merciless flogging from Dozier. So Chu Mengyao didn't dare to go and beg Duja to stay. One could only put the idea on his sister Chenya. As long as my sister is willing to go without a cure first, then you can top the week yourself. Then when Dozier comes back, earn a few more days worth of money, and then talk about the cure when you have more money in hand. But Chenya was reluctant. If Chu Mengyao was just flustered, then Chenya was completely and utterly afraid. Doing business will inevitably produce with the other side of the Kush dispute. The war of words is also a common occurrence, but she actually fainted right in the middle of doing business. But it scared Chenya. This time he was just knocked out by Dozier himself. But what if Duja kills him next time? Chenya didn't dare to imagine that miserable consequence. So Chenya's attitude was very determined. She looked straight into Chu Mengyao's eyes and said, There's no use for you to say anything. Today this money you must get it out for me until my aftereffects are completely cured. Seeing his sister being so unreasonable, Chu Mengyao couldn't help but be a bit angry as well. She stood up and accused, Sis, I only said to cure it later. I didn't say I wouldn't. Besides, half of this money is also mine. You can't be the only one to say so. Hearing this, Chenya sneered and mocked. Half of it is yours? Yao. Do you have some kind of misperception of your worth? I'm 2,000 per unit, a full $400 more than you, and have done more business than you. So who are you to shy away from telling me that this money is half yours? You. Chu Mengyao's face was red with anger, her chest heaving. Jumping to her feet, she said, Chenya, do you have any conscience left? If it wasn't for treating you in the first place, how could I owe so much money, and face the fate of being arrested and taken to the clubhouse? You're being unreasonable here now that you've gotten better? You can't even hold back a little bit of the aftermath? You just want me to be taken to the clubhouse as a chicken. Hearing this, Chenya instantly became furious. The love between the two of their sisters had actually faded after the incident of Mengyao selling her sister that day. It was only later, working side by side in the business world,
that the relationship warmed up a little, but she didn't expect Chu Mengyao to directly tear her face off. Not even the most basic sisterly love is in play. Angry, Shenya didn't care that she was on an infusion. A slap on Chu Mengyao's face. Cursing, yeah, I'm just asking you to be a chicken. What's up? I've spent an unknown amount of money bringing you up since you were a child. Just your 3 years of high school studying art and going to Yanjing for intensive training cost me all my life savings. How dare you talk to me about money now? If you don't have money, go out and sell it. Go sell your first yi. From now on, you'll pay for all your debts and schooling yourself. I won't earn you another penny. Chu Mengyao was cloaked and covered her red and swollen face. Gritting her teeth, she said, Shenya, do you think you're marvelous for earning so much money? Let me tell you, doing business with Debtor, I haven't gone all out yet. I'd make a lot more than you do if I'd pull out your shamelessness too. At those words Shenya was furious. Step forward and you're going to teach this shameless sister a lesson. However, Chu Mengyao was also tearing her face off with Shenya at the moment, not letting her go in the slightest. She fought hard. You're so old. No one but Duzhu would even want to do business with you. You're milquetoast, and without your first E+, you're not even as good as a pheasant. KTV. Outside the corridor, Dozher heard the cursing inside the ward. A teasing glint appeared in his eyes. Sisters turn against each other and tear each other apart. That's a pretty good bridge, especially since Chu Mengyao said that she hadn't gone all out when she did business. If you go all out, you'll definitely sell it for more than Shenya. It's simply filial death. He was going to have the debt collector. Chicken whatever. Just collect the $200,000 this week. Take away all the money earned from Chu Mengyao's hands, and it said it would collect more the following week. Using this to force Chu Mengyao to give up everything she had, after earning a night's worth of big bucks. And by the way, it boosts her unit price a bit, but I didn't expect that I would knock Shenya out today. Straight away, it would clear a large portion of Chu Mengyao's hand. It's just as well that Qingqing's illness can't be delayed any longer. It's important to get to the Marina Hospital as soon as possible. By the way, buy a house to settle Qingqing down. So Duzhu went along with it and suggested that he would fly to Shanghai tomorrow. It'll be a week or so before I'm back. Can't earn money for such a long time. It was enough for Chu Mengyao to panic. Duzhu opened his cell phone's WeChat while wandering around outside the hospital. Dozher, is the paperwork for the house all done? Tian Xingli, Mr. Duzhu. All the formalities are done. Just waiting for you to come over. Duzhu, okay. I'll go to you in the next 2 days to pay the final payment. Tian Xingli, okay. Bai Jie and I are ready to wait for your arrival. After chatting for a while, Duzhu put away his cell phone. Prepare to go upstairs to see the results of Chu Mengyao and Shenya's tearing up. While passing the front desk of the hospital, Duzhu took another hospital gynecological surgery leaflet in his hand. The door to the room opened. The left and right sides of Chu Mengyao's face were both a bit red and swollen. Ginger is still old and hot, and she is still a bit young to tear up with Shenya. Just now Shenya said that if Chu Mengyao didn't pay her the money today, just spread the matter of Chu Mengyao seeing death and saving her sister who raised herself everywhere, making it known to everyone. Anyway, she, Shenya, wasn't a star and didn't care about fame. When these words came out, they directly took Chu Mengyao's lifeblood. If something like this pops up, let's not talk about being a star. Even the Shanghai Drama Academy couldn't accommodate itself. As soon as she went out, Chu Mengyao saw Duzhu who was sitting on a bench waiting. Pursing her lips, she carefully said, Duzhu, can you borrow? Before she could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by Duzhu. Business is fine, but borrowing money is off the table. Chu Mengyao said anxiously, but you're leaving tomorrow. In 1 night's time, even if I were to die of exhaustion, it would be impossible for me to make up this week's arrears. Are you going to stand by and watch me get taken to the clubhouse to be a chicken? Chu Mengyao's eyes were miserable. Hopefully, it will evoke the feelings that Dozher once had for himself. But she was clearly expecting the wrong thing. Duzhu stood up and pinched Chu Mengyao's Meituan takeout. If you're taken as a chicken, I'll be the first to patronize your business. Men have no. So money will drive them to death. Women have. So money can't force women to die. The way to make a lot of money in 1 night and the way to increase your unit price. I told you about that a long time ago. You're the one who didn't want it. It's done. I advise you to think about it. I'll wait for you in Shenya's room tonight. With that, Dozher turned and walked away. Only Chu Mengyao was left sobbing and shedding tears in place. The money's gone. The body's going to be gone. And there's the possibility of being dragged off to a club as a prostitute. Without the image of an innocent jade girl, how could one become a popular young flower? Not to mention marrying into a rich family? It's over. It's all over. Chu Mengyao froze in place and sat down on the bench with a thud. Is this the end of my life? Her eyes were sad and gradually sagged. Suddenly he glanced at a flyer next to the chair. It says, Chunv membrane repair surgery, tight fit,
Status fidelity. Be a tight woman. As if life isn't quite over. Chapter 52. The market price cannot be inflated. This is the rule. The doctor was troubled. Because the woman in front of her had been harping on herself for half a day. The question is all about, does the repair surgery work? Fidelity? Will it be discovered? In hell. I'm an orthopedic surgeon. What are you asking about gynecological surgery for? Even though it has been explained many times. But Chu Mengyao still kept nagging and not going out. In the end, it was a broken woman on crutches in the back who couldn't take it. Surgery works. I've done it 4 times and managed to muddle through 3 times. Chu Mengyao was puzzled. Then how was it discovered for the 4th time? Oh, the 4th time was the same customer as the first time. And he broke my bones. Half an hour later, Chu Mengyao very readily paid all of Chenya's treatment fees. A total of $175,000. And she didn't even blink. Chenya looked at the payment slip in her hand suspiciously. Another look at his sister Chu Mengyao. Is she really going to be a chicken? Then won't Debtor be on his own from now on? Chu Mengyao shook her head as she looked at Chenya's gradually delighted eyes. Just be happy, sis. After tonight, my unit price will be far above yours. You'll never get a chance to put me down for how much money you make in business again. With that, Chu Mengyao went straight out of the hospital. Even had the luxury of not taking public transportation. Instead, I took a cab home. 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Chu Mengyao returned home and directly pushed open the door to her sister's room. As soon as he entered, he saw Debtor lying on the bed, teasingly looking at himself. Well, more lucrative business. Are you in or out? Chu Mengyao blanked him. You all know what I'm here for. Do we have to ask again? Although Chu Mengyao was selfish and self-serving, she was definitely not too stupid. Debtor had just left with his front foot. On the back foot myself, I found a brochure for membrane repair surgery. Chunv. Needless to think, this must be what Debtor left for himself. The purpose is to tell yourself that the Chunv membrane is just a membrane. If it's broken, it can be mended. It's no big deal. To be because of a momentary reluctance to give up. And caught in the clubhouse. From now on it's great luck every day. That's the end of it. You'll be a hornet's nest yourself by then. You can't make it up even if you want to. With that, Chu Mengyao walked directly to the bed and looked at Debtor. We've done business so many times. So let's not beat around the bush. Let's get straight to the point. How much do you want to buy my Hatsuya for? Debtor straightened up and looked at Chu Mengyao, who had a cold face. Laughing, I'm not buying it. What? Chu Mengyao was instantly dismayed. Her eyes widening. With a shocked face, he looked at Debtor. I've paid all my sister's medical bills and don't have much money left in my hand. In order to come back and get the business done with you so you can make money. But now you're telling me you're not buying? Chu Mengyao cursed in exasperation. Debtor, you are sick. You don't buy what you told me about the room waiting for me at noon. Do you realize that I just paid my sister's bill with almost all of my money? For hurrying back so you can buy me out so I can make some money. Now you're saying you're not buying. Are you playing me? Seeing Chu Mengyao's expression that was so twisted and hideous with anger that she wanted to eat someone, Debtor was still half lying on the sofa, his legs crossed casually. Lazily, he said, I did want to buy it when you first walked in the door, but the look on your face pissed me off, so I changed my mind. It was surprising to hear that it was because of his expression that made Debtor change his mind. Chu Mengyao was also worthy of being a genius in the acting department. In an instant, he put on a big, bright smile. Debtor, why didn't you tell me earlier? I thought you'd really changed your mind. Oh, I know I'm wrong. Debtor closed his eyes and stopped crossing his legs. Fade said, you've made me angry, and I don't want to make deals with people when I'm on fire. Hearing this, Chu Mengyao immediately understood and went directly to the living room. I went to the grocery store a while ago and I don't think I've finished the jelly myself. Chu Mengyao drank a small half cup of warm water and said, can we talk about the price now? Debtor saw that Chu Mengyao had finished drinking all of it and nodded as well. Yes. What price do you have in mind? Chu Mengyao hurriedly said, 80,000. No, it's 100,000. I've learned from someone before. The normal price for a fledgling female college student should be around $20,000. But I'm an art student, and I got a high grade on my art exam, and I can't tell you how many blocks away from those regular college girls I look. Also, I've learned a lot of techniques in the last few days, and I'm more than a match for them in terms of ability. To summarize, I think I'm getting a good deal on the $100. 000 I'm selling it for. Hearing Chu Mengyao's self-promotion, Debtor shook his head. With that, he stretched out his palm. 50,000. That's the price. If you can accept it, you can stay. If you can't, I'll leave now. I heard that I was surprisingly so cheap that I just cut the price in half. Although Chu Mengyao was furious, she still didn't dare to make Debtor angry. Hate said, can I ask why I'm only worth $50,000?
I'm also a first-timer and far superior in every way to those average college girls, so why did you just cut the price in half? Doja faintly said. Your advantage is indeed great, but the market price cannot be changed at will. This is the rule. Your behavior like this belongs to jacking up the price of fortune. It doesn't matter if I, Doja, am alone, but there are hundreds of thousands of readers in front of the phone watching us. If I let you stiffen the market price, then I'll be the book's eternal sinner. I apologize to all the readers. $50,000. It's already on my face that you're eager to save your sister and that we're old customers. It can't be any higher. Chu Mengyao nodded thoughtfully. So that's what happened. I didn't realize that my actions would have such serious consequences. Then she nodded. Yes, but shouldn't my unit price change after this time? Dozier gave her a look. Moved 2 pillows. Yes. From now on your unit price is set at 2002 and press your sister for $200. Chu Mengyao nodded vigorously. Doze, I always thought you were a brutal person, but I didn't realize that sometimes you're kind of cute. Stop comparing so much and start. The readers are waiting. Okay. No wonder I couldn't empathize with it before. Turns out there's such a big difference between the Humvees and the regular army. Chu Mengyao looked to the side at Doja who had 8-pack abs. Her cheeks couldn't help but roll suddenly. Shyly, she moved towards Dutcher. Step aside. Doing business is doing business. If you throw yourself at me, I'll charge you. Doja coldly said. When Chu Mengyao heard that she wanted to charge herself, she got up in a hurry and, who threw in the towel? I just wanted to ask you if you're still in business? Doja tapped on Weixin and sent a message out. Then he hugged Chu Mengyao and said, let's let you earn another $8,800. Doja, Qingning, prepare your luggage. Tomorrow afternoon, I'll take you to Huai, to cure you. Cyan, aha. P.S. Bai Qingning cried and looked at the reader. Reader, I can't believe I have to spend so much money on my cure. Why don't you just forget about it? As long as you can stay with me, it doesn't matter even if I don't get cured. The reader kissed Bai Qingqing's lips and faintly said, it's fine. I'll send you many free small gifts right away, and I'll definitely be able to cure you and stay with me every day in the future. Chapter 53. Birds chirping outside the window. Chickens crowing inside the window. 1:30 in the morning. Chenya's bedroom. Chu Mengyao coughed twice and said, medicine. Doja frowned at her. Abridged. Chu Mengyao blushed and said, not that too. It's the medicine for stopping bleeding and resolving blood stasis that I bought for my sister a few days ago. She really didn't expect it. It's amazing that Dozier is that good. Obviously you can't feel anything when you're doing business on your own. It wasn't until just now that I realized with horror that I was out of my depth. If I don't quickly put on some ointment to revitalize blood circulation and remove blood stasis, I'm afraid I won't even dare to put on the clothes myself, because if you touch it just a little bit, you can hurt yourself. Grind for a while. Chu Mengyao felt her body recover a little. With that, he moved around and slowly took the ointment out. She frowned, trembling, and gave the ointment an even application. It hurts. Chu Mengyao couldn't help but look grudgingly at Doja, who was resting with his eyes closed on the side. No mercy at all. Well, at least it was your first time. Barely covering the wound with a sanitary napkin, Chu Mengyao hissed while quickly putting on her underwear. Then he plopped down next to Doja and said, Doja, when are you leaving for Shanghai tomorrow? Doja drew out a hand, clicked and pressed her Meituan takeout. Leaving this afternoon. Why? You have business tomorrow morning? No. I'm done for a couple days. Chu Mengyao waved her hand in fear. Doing business with myself again would be a real death. I just want to ask you to come with me to the hospital in the morning and see my sister. No go. Dozier refused very dryly, and then looked at Chu Mengyao with a look of a retard. This is a stupid businesswoman, isn't she? How dare you ask yourself to do something? And I don't know if I'm looking for a fight or a fight? Think you've climbed up the ladder by doing business with yourself? Intellectual disability. Chu Mengyao couldn't help but get a little anxious once she heard that Doja had rejected her. He himself had just finished arguing with Chenya today. During that time Chenya had been using the fact that she was earning more money these days. The unit price is high to hold yourself down. Calling yourself out for nothing. So after Chu Mengyao did business with Doja tonight, made almost $80,000 straight up, and it's managed to pull its unit price up from 16 to 2002. Such an appalling war record. If I don't go in front of my sister Chenya tomorrow, I'll show off a bit. Then wouldn't you have suffered in the hospital for nothing? The unit price increase does not go to the hospital. Like a brocade. With that, Chu Mengyao wanted to beg Doja, even if he sends Doja a few more times on his own business. No. Chu Mengyao looked at herself there. It's already hurt beyond repair. Simply not up to the task. With that she opened her mouth again, realizing that her throat was hoarse and not too good. After dryly waiting for half a day, Chu Mengyao didn't come up with any ideas. Seeing that Duja was about to get ready to get dressed and leave,
Chu Mengyao's vision panicked,
and suddenly saw the 2 bottles of ointment that she had opened 2 days ago when she went to the hospital's steelworks department. There's still half a bottle left to use up.
With that, Chu Mengyao took the ointment
to Dozier, who was putting on his pants.
Dozier, if you're willing to go to the hospital with me in the morning,
I'll let you use up all of this half bottle.
For free.
Only when he heard Chu Mengyao's words did Dozier stop his movements.
Playfully, he looked at her.
Brains are still really slow. No wonder he fell into a disadvantage when he fought with Chenya.
Yes, that's a favor I'll do.
Dozier turned back to the bed again and patted his pants.
Chu Mengyao immediately understood and helped Dozier undress. Dutcher, you're so nice. I realized I might be feeling a little bit like I want to fall in love with you. Then give me the money. Better talk business.
Okay,
Dozier, I'm ready.
So start investigating.
7:30 in the morning. Chenya looked angrily at Chu Mengyao,
who was holding Duzha's arm in front of her.
Smugly, the face was ugly as hell. This sister,
I really raised her for nothing.
It's only been one night, and I can't believe they stole the home.
How dare you try to take your sister's place? Seeing Chenya's eyes that wanted to eat people, Chu Mengyao became even more pleased.
Sis, we came to see you this morning. Why do you have a blank face? You're 37 years old. You mustn't dare to get angry. It's easy to get wrinkles. Hearing Chu Mengyao's yin and yang, Chenya was furious. How dare you do that while I'm gone? Do you have any shame left in your eyes? Chu Mengyao let out a light laugh,
walked over to Chenya and laughed.
Aren't we both doing business? Why is it that you can do it and I can't? And
I made way more than you did last night.
One night, 80,000.
Chu Mengyao directly compared her hand and made a figure 8 in front of Chenya.
I'm alone. In one night, just earned $80,000. More than you made in 3 days combined. Let's see how you'll have the face to mention the money thing in front of me later.
Chenya held back her anger and gritted her teeth.
What are you stinking showing off for?
You're just relying on the fact that you still have your first leaf.
So you're selling it for a good price. When I'm cured, there's no telling who'll earn more.
At those words, Chu Mengyao covered her mouth and let out a light laugh. Pointing at Duzha by the window,
he said, that's really embarrassing. As early as last night, Duzha pulled my unit price to 2002 and pressed you for 200. Hearing that Chu Mengyao's unit price is all the way up to 2002, Chenya was struck by lightning. It was as if mom and dad had just died, and their faces were dull and sad. Then pointed at Chu Mengyao, angrily asked, what means are you using? In the end, what means did you use? Just by your yellow hair, girl. Why do you have a higher unit price than me? Chu Mengyao laughed coldly and ruffled Chenya's fingers. How can someone who lives in the past understand the present times? Sis, you're already old. In a short while Duzha won't even have the heart to touch you. It's better to be good at home and sit in the passenger seat. Hearing Chu Mengyao speak so solidly, Chenya became even angrier.
The two sisters then engaged in a passionate spraying match in the hospital room. Even got on and started scratching his hair.
Luckily there was no one else in the hospital room or it would have to be recorded and transmitted to the groom's microwave for all to see. Dozier stood at the window, listening to the birds chirping outside and the chickens crowing inside. Helplessly, he shook his head. A good hospital room has been turned into a chicken temple. To resolve the conflict between their sisters, Dozier decided to take some steps. Then he spoke up and asked, what do you think the bird outside the window was using to make the sound? Hearing their boss give the word,
the two men stopped arguing and tearing each other apart.
Chu Mengyao didn't think twice. Mouth. Chenya then blurted out, throat. Duzha nodded and said to Chu Mengyao, in the future, your unit price will drop by 200. The same as your sister.
Chenya cheered and looked at Duzha with even more drawn eyes.
Chu Mengyao, on the other hand, was dumbfounded and angrily questioned. On what grounds? You said last night that it was set at 2002? Did I answer wrongly?
Duzha shook his head and explained,
the depth of your thinking is still not enough. Reflect on yourself. Chu Mengyao. Chapter 54 Departure to Marina. After problems, solving Chu Mengyao and Chenya, the two, Dozier drove straight home.
He had already spoken to Aunt Lon and Lin Line last night.
I'm going to the marina today myself. I've got my plane ticket. Let them help themselves to the apricot pears. At home, Lin Qingning packed a few changes of clothes for Duzha into the suitcase, put some more food in it. Auntie Lon, on the other hand, had thoughtfully bought Duzha some new pairs of underwear. Lin Qinglu, who was on the side, laughed, Auntie, there's one inside Duzha's room. I'll just go in and take a few out.
There's no need to buy it.
Auntie Lon gave her a blank look and said, how can you wear old clothes all the time? Lin Qingling said, Auntie, I mean to say, abridged, Auntie Lon. By the time Duzha returned home, it was already past 9 o'clock. As soon as Auntie Lon saw that Duzha had returned, hastily, he stepped forward and handed over a hot towel. Wipe the sweat off first. It's so hot out there. Dozier took the towel and wiped the already non-existent amount of sweat from his body. Just handed the towel to Auntie Lin. Lin Qingning brought another cup of brewed green tea. It's been let cool for 3 cups, and it's just as well that you're back in time for the 4th. Dozier took a sip of tea and asked, "Is my luggage all ready?" Aunt Lin and Lin Lime said in unison, "It's been prepared for you for a long time. When are you leaving?" The two then looked at each other. Lin Qingling blushed, and Aunt Lin blushed even more. When Dozier saw the synchronization of the two's gods, he also lost a laugh. Then he spoke. "Lime, you'll be applying for college the day after tomorrow, so don't forget." Lin Lime nodded and said, "Well, I definitely won't forget." Dozier nodded and took the suitcase. "Okay then, I'll leave. The plane leaves in 4 hours." With that, Dozier turned around and went out the door, giving Lin Qingling a look before he left. Lin Qingling's eyes lit up and she directly followed him. "Auntie, I'm going to see Dozier off." Auntie Lin was greatly puzzled. "Isn't Dozier driving to the airport? How are you going to see him off?" "I'll walk in piece by piece to the airport and then take a cab back." Only after Lin Qingling went upstairs did Dozier start the vehicle and set off. An hour later. "Dozier, you're here." Bai Qingqing heard the knock on the door and rushed over to open it. She was really happy and excited today. Last night, Dozier not only said that he would take himself to Marina for treatment, but he would also stay there for almost a week in a row. That meant nearly a week of being alone with Dozier on his own. It simply made her happier than the fact that she was about to be cured. Dozier kissed Bai Qingqing's cheeks, teasing her. Smiling, he asked, "Is everything packed?" Bai Qingqing nodded. She didn't have much in the first place. She had brought a few clothes and household items and was out. She looked up and asked, "When do we leave?" Dozier didn't say anything, but just picked her up by the waist amidst Bai Qingqing's exclamation of surprise. "There's no rush. The plane doesn't leave for another 4 hours." Bai Qingqing blushed and pulled back the covers. Standing up again, he moved around a little. "That's what made me feel better." Dozier stretched and walked again. Bai Qingqing was so scared that she hurriedly hid in the corner of the bed. "Dozier, I can't stand my body." Seeing that he had scared Bai Qingqing like this, Dozier smiled helplessly. "No way." As Yangji became more and more practiced, one's physical fitness and other aspects of one's body kept getting stronger and stronger. "Even though I have been exercising all day, I still don't feel any fatigue at all." "Forget it, let's talk about it after we get to the marina." Bai Qingqing's body is still weak and can't afford to be tossed around. "Wait until you've cured her completely." Dozier had to show Bai Qingqing, who was a League of Legends expert, the troll's third skill. With that, Dozier took Bai Qingqing and drove to the airport. He bought an afternoon ticket and arrived at Marina at 7 in the evening. Before getting on the plane, Dozier opened up the Toastmasters. These days, although he was busy doing business with Chu Mengyao on the one hand, but did not forget to bet in the World Cup. Right now the quarterfinals have been played. Dozier also made frequent moves, focusing heavily on buying each time. The amount of money flowing in the hands is huge. Win big, lose big. Now in his hands, he had actually accumulated a terrifying fortune of nearly $80 million. But Dozier still felt that $80 million was far from enough. There were a lot of things he had to do on his own this trip to the marina, both to buy a big enough house, so that we can pick up Auntie Lin and Lime in the future. It is also necessary to arrange a house for Qingqing to facilitate her convalescence after the treatment. And it's time to start preparing for the creation of a live media company. All of this takes a lot of money to support. But the good thing is that you are at a very good point in time. 2 more days to go. It's time for the semi-finals of this World Cup. The Chariots and Samba will also have that pinnacle matchup that will go down in history. 7:1. Within that handicap where almost everyone felt that the 5-star Samba would take the top spot. I don't know how many people are betting heavily on big bets. All on Samba, hopefully by virtue of pressing for more money, so as to completely grab that already small interest rate into thin air. In response, Dozier just smiled faintly. It's time for this $1 trillion capital tumbler to dig itself into a small hole. Dozier, I'll be at the marina tonight and meet you tomorrow. Apricot Tanaka, received. Page, received. A boss scolded me today and cursed me badly. Let's just say that the main character, Dozier, is overly lucky. What beautiful women are all Doziers. The opportunity to make a fortune was all taken by Dozier. No frustration at all. No sharpening at all. I'd like to say that my pen name is Reader Too Cool, and the main character of this book is Dozier is also a reader. So he was destined for a lifetime of great fortune. A lifetime of good fortune. A lifetime of glory and prosperity. A lifetime of peace and prosperity. A lifetime of good fortune and smooth sailing. I won't let Dozier suffer one more bull **** ordeal setback. Dozier can do whatever he wants. Dozier does everything like a god, because Dozier has suffered and been lied to for 10 years now. Chapter 55 The Well-Behaved Qingqing. Rental house. A black lace nightgown.
Snow-white arms crossed over her chest.
A voluptuous body. And bright headlights. Tian Xingli put down her cell phone.
Turning to Bai Jie on the side,
she said, Sister Bai, Duju will be here tomorrow. Are you ready? Paige was wearing a purple cutout nightgown with the same lace trim and a much longer hemline, covering the firm, rounded buttocks. It also outlines the perfect curve that extends between the legs.
The waist was well proportioned, with a slight hint of soft flesh,
and the lamp was surprisingly one size larger than Tian Xingli.
With a red face,
she said, Don't worry, apricot pear, I'll entertain Duja this time no matter what. Last time,
Bai Jie wasn't as liberal as Tian Xingli. A lot of the poses are not very flattering,
but after all,
Bai Jie's looks and figure were head and shoulders above Tian Xingli's. That's why Duja also focused on her. That's why Bai Jie's situation was even worse than Tian Xingli's last time.
If we were to go by Qingya and Xu Mengyao's unit price, that's $18,000 a day for Bai Jie, and it's still under the rule that the front doesn't count.
You can see how flavorful Bai Jie is. The not-so-skillful rawness also became a plus for her.
Tian Xingli quickly put on her clothes,
urged Bai Jie to hurry up and get dressed and go out. Bai Jie asked in disbelief as she put on her clothes.
It's so late, where else are we going? Go and prepare things properly. It can't be as simple as last time. Tian Xingli quickly dressed and pulled Bai Jie and drove straight to a small, hidden store. The store is small and has 2 doors. When the two went in, Bai Jie just saw what was hanging on the wall. Immediately, he covered his eyes shyly. Apricot, what did you bring me here for?
Bai Jie said in shame.
The items hanging on the wall made the inexperienced Bai Jie shy. However, Apricot Tanaka is not shy and picks them out graciously. Sister Bai, this time is different from last time.
The manager said that there are quite a few people inquiring about that area of houses these days. The manager is planning to raise the price of the room a bit, if we don't make more preparations.
I'm afraid we won't be able to do business this time.
As soon as I heard that the price of the house was going up,
Paige was in a panic. If Dozier is too expensive, he won't buy a house. Then how can I save up for Qingqing's treatment? With that she immediately stepped forward to help Tian Xingli with her purchases. Oops, Sister Bai, that one was outrageous, and this one is even worse. Sister White, you put that down. 8 o'clock in the evening. Dozier wrapped his arm around Bai Qingqing's waist and walked out of the airport. A luxury Lincoln sedan pulls up to the curb.
The driver trotted forward respectfully.
You must be Mr. Dozier. I'm the Palace Hotel's full-time driver, specially here to pick you up.
Dozier nodded and then handed him his luggage,
taking Bai Qingqing's hand into the car. Half an hour later, the Mercedes steadily stopped in front of a splendid 5-star hotel. Walking down the hall, a huge crystal chandelier instantly broke into Bai Qingqing's eyes.
Dropping tens of meters, the hall columns are also beautifully carved with floral patterns,
until Bai Qingqing was dazed and pulled inside by Dozier.
Only then did she return to her senses and ask,
Dozier, how much does it cost to stay here for one night? Why don't we just check out of the room? There must be a cheaper hotel out there. With that, Bai Qingqing wanted to get up, but it was directly caught by Dozier at the waist. It's not expensive. It's just a regular suite. It's only $28,000 a night.
Bai Qingqing's eyes instantly glazed over like 2 black gems, covering his mouth in shock.
He said, $28,000. This is too expensive. Let's just get out of here. With that, Bai Qingqing wanted to get up, but it was yanked back again by Dozier. Laughing, he said, you can't get a refund here, but I do have a way to make some of my money back.
Bai Qingqing lay on the soft bed and asked suspiciously,
what solution?
Dozier smiled mysteriously and then told her in action. As Bai Qingqing's shirt slipped off, her face turned red in a flash.
Originally. So this is what Dozier meant by earning his money back. 2 hours later, the storm subsided.
Bai Qingqing's demeanor was misty. Her eyes were watery inside, and her peach face and red cheeks were extremely alluring. She looked aside at Dozier and realized that he was still full of energy.
It's obviously been 2 hours and I'm surprised I'm not tired at all. Luckily, I'm not the only woman in Dozier's life, or else I would have exhausted myself even if I had. None of it is likely to satisfy Dozier. I really hope that I will be cured soon so that I can better accompany my beloved Dozier. On the other side, Dozier had one hand wrapped around Bai Qingqing while the other hand opened his cell phone. Asked Apricot Tanaka what the price of the house is now. Anatata, Mr. Dozier,
the house price has slightly changed a little bit now.
Dutcher, what are the specific changes? Tian Xingli, Mr. Dozier.
It's inconvenient to talk about it on Weixin.
It's better to wait until you come over tomorrow. Let's talk face to face. Dozier, yes. Remember to call Bai Jie up. Apricot Tanaka, copy that. We're ready to go. Putting down his cell phone, Dozier closed his eyes and rested a little. Start thinking carefully about your next plans. the first thing to do must be to cure Qingning. This is something that should never be delayed and will be treated at the best private hospital in Marina tomorrow morning. The next step would be to continue to raise a lot of money. The World Cup semifinal in the early hours of the day after tomorrow is a must-have item to win yourself a huge amount of money. Samba and Chariot had a shocking score for the first time in a century. This money has to be eaten. Also, the dozens of houses you purchased yourself should go up in price just about this time. He guessed that the change in housing prices that Apricot Tian was talking about was related to this matter. I haven't heard anything yet, but it should be soon. When the money comes in, buy a large flat near the Marina University first. Convenient to bring Auntie La and Lime over to stay. It's also a little easier for a few people to get to school. Also, Qingning will have to arrange for a house to make it easier for him to visit her. You can't be too far away from a large flat. After all, you have to walk back and forth yourself. Then there's the matter of having to register another media company and tap into some experienced staff. Make them responsible for organizing and planning according to their requirements. Let's start with webcasting and short videos. This one is a windfall project. As long as it's cultivated properly, soon you'll be able to eat the internet dividend. This results in extremely lucrative rewards. After carefully envisioning the entirety of what he was going to do, gee, there's a lot going on this trip to Marina. Duzha rubbed his brow and had a bit of a headache. He turned around and hugged Bai Qingning. Bai Qingning wrapped her arms around Duzha's head and thoughtfully pressed his head. Softly, he asked, Dozier, are you tired? Duzha felt Bai Qingning's delicate skin and instantly felt much more relaxed. Not tired, just a little too much going on and a headache from thinking about it. Right, Qingning, tomorrow morning let's go to the hospital first, and arrange for your cure first, so I'll be completely relieved. Hearing that Duzha was obviously so busy, but still gave top priority to his cure, Bai Qingning was immediately moved to tears. Dozier has given so much of himself, but there was nothing I could do to repay him. Bai Qingning's eyes brightened as she whispered to Duzha, Duzha, can you accompany me to the laundry room to wash my clothes? Duzha wondered. There were people inside the hotel who could do their own laundry. Why do you have to wash it yourself? But seeing Bai Qingning's blushing face, Duzha understood. It seems that Qingning has learned a lot during this period of time. This night the washing machine ran for over an hour when it was clearly not energized. 300,000 righteous fathers. Please take 10 seconds of your child's time and come up with a 5-star review. The editor said I didn't need to press the score. He's never seen 600,000 righteous fathers reading since his debut, and only has a 5.6. He said I was a higher rating was the safer one. For crying out loud to the kids. Little Shui Z here on his knees begging 300,000 destined to become a life winner of the righteous fathers. Spend 5 seconds for me to hand out a sword. To help the child survey the limit of 5-star praise, I beg you righteous fathers. Chapter 56 Begging the righteous fathers to open the heavenly gates for me with a sword. 9 o'clock in the morning. In a well-known private hospital in Marina City. Dozier asked, Doctor, how is her condition? Bai Qingning held Duzha's hand with nervous eyes. His palms were sweaty, and he pursed his lips without saying a word. Afraid to hear something bad. Across the table, a white lab coat in his 50s looked carefully at Bai Qingning's medical record sheet. It was a while before he put down the chart and smiled. It's not bad. She has acute promyelocytic leukemia, commonly known as M3. Sort of the only leukemia that can be completely cured so far. And although she came a little late, our hospital is after all the top private hospital in Binhai City. And a complete cure is not a problem. Hearing that you can be completely cured, Bai Qingning could no longer hold back the apprehension in her heart and directly jumped into Duzha's arms, cried out loud and heartbreakingly. It was as if he was trying to let out all the pain and loneliness he had felt for so many years. Dozier hugged her and kept patting her shoulder. Say something comforting. After crying for a long time, Bai Qingning was able to hold back her tears. She's been living in fear of leukemia for the past few years. Every day. I am afraid that suddenly one day my condition will worsen and I will die alone in my house. Luckily, God had an eye for her and let her meet Duzha. Not only was Duzha willing to give her a high-paying job, he even gave himself so much money to cure his illness. He was the best encounter of his own crippled life. After drying Bai Qingning's tears, Duzha turned to the doctor and asked, then what method is needed to be used to cure a condition like Qingning's? The doctor laughed. The current drug we use in our hospital is all-trans-retinoic acid, which cures leukemia through induced differentiation therapy. This method was invented by an academician in our country, and it is effective and has an extremely high cure rate. Duzha touched Bai Qingning's hair and asked, your chemotherapy is really good, but it's still too unstable. Is there a more efficient, safer method? Hearing this, the doctor knew that Duzha should not be short of money. Although all the people who came to their hospital were rich, there weren't really many who were willing to spend a lot of money for a woman. Yes sir, yes. The doctor sat straight up.
Like this cure we have a total of 9, of which the most remarkable efficacy is the occurrence injection,
specifically used to enhance the T-cell immune function.
The effect is extremely significant, almost a shot to see the effect.
That is, the price is a little expensive.
That's it.
Whatever the price. I agree.
Dusha directly interrupted the doctor and said firmly, isn't it just money? He has plenty of his own,
let alone to spend on his own woman. That's why Dusha directly agreed to treat Qingqing's leukemia with Achilles race injection.
But when it came time to pay, Bai Qingqing realized just how expensive the doctor's comment about the price being a bit expensive was. Dusha paid a full $10 million in medical bills,
bought 8 injections of Aquilance,
which is a course of 8 treatments. Bai Qingqing's eyes widened in shock. She couldn't have imagined that it would be so expensive no matter what. She thought it would cost a couple $100,000 at most.
Immediately afterward,
Bai Qingqing's eyes flooded with tears as she cried and looked at Dusha.
Why don't I just go to chemo? I think chemo is just fine and the technology is mature. There's no need.
Well, Dusha directly covered her mouth and said with firm eyes,
Qingqing, I have plenty of money. Don't worry about money. As long as I can cure you, not to mention millions, even if it's tens of millions, I will never frown.
Bai Qingqing was immediately moved to tears and choked back a sob as she nodded her head.
How much blessing had he accumulated in his previous life? It is only in this life that I can come across someone so deeply in love with Dusha. Dusha said to the doctor that if Bai Qingqing's disease was completely cured, the rest of the money, no matter how much was left, would be the hospital's.
The doctor was ecstatic, patting his chest to ensure that Bai Qingqing would be successfully cured,
with absolutely no trace of after effects.
Having just returned to the hotel at noon, Dusha had not yet taken off his shoes. He was then wrapped around Bai Qingqing's neck and moved towards the bed while frantically demanding a kiss, worthy of a 5-star hotel.
The mattress is just soft enough. When the two lay down, 3 hours passed. After lunch, Dusha took Bai Qingqing to the hospital to receive the pre-preparation for the injection of the medicine. Ward. Bai Qingqing is doing all sorts of injections in preparation. Allergy skin test, blood pressure test, etc. The doctor turned to Dusha. We've given her an injection of adaptive medication to avoid complications when inoculating her with Arcolency, and we can start treatment around 7 p.m. Dusha nodded.
Help me arrange 3 more nurses for her to observe at all times.
I'll give them 1,000 a day. Make sure nothing happens at all. The doctor nodded and immediately went to make arrangements. Dusha looked at his cell phone. It was only 3:30.
With that, I sent a tweet to Tian Xingli.
Dusha, I'll be there in a minute. You guys get ready. Anatada, okay, boss Dusha. An hour and a half later,
Dusha went back to the house he had first purchased.
Opening the door, he was greeted by 2 gusts of fragrant air. The two of them, Tian Xingli and Bai Jia, hugged Dusha's arms left and right. Tian Xingli laughed. Boss Dusha, you haven't been here for a long time. I've missed you to death. Bai Jia, who was on the side,
also blushed red and said,
well, I especially miss you too.
Dusha. Dusha smiled and looked at the shy Bai Jia. Tian Xingli, this way beauty, said that she wanted to be even if. I did not expect that even Bai Jia, such a glutinous mature woman, actually said so. It sure seemed like there was something he wanted to tell himself today.
Dusha sat down on the couch, with Tian Xingli and Bai Jia clinging to his sides on the left and right. Although the soft jade was on his side, Dusha still asked first how the formalities of the house were going. Tian Xingli and Bai Jia exchanged a glance, then said, the houses
prices have suddenly fluctuated recently, so our company has raised the price by another $1,000 a square foot.
Up $1,000? Dusha was thoughtful.
It seemed that there must have been some kind of wind that had appeared.
Otherwise this out-of-the-way property couldn't have risen so much inexplicably. Dusha looked at the side of the 2 plump and charming big beauties. Tone frivolous, a flat rise of $1,000. Then I can spend a full 1,800,000 more to buy 10 sets of houses. Isn't that a little too much of a deal? He actually didn't put the extra $1,800,000 he spent in his eyes at all. After all, that money was nothing compared to the price of the house, which later doubled. But to Tian Xingli and Bai Jia, if they let Dusha give up the previous 10 houses because of this $1,800,000, then they'll be sad. Tian Xingli is trying to save up money to have the backbone to divorce her fiancé and live on her own in Marina. Bai Jia, on the other hand, is trying to earn money for her sister Bai Qingqing's medical treatment. And right now Dusha is her only hope of earning medical expenses. Thus, 9 o'clock at night, a cell phone suddenly rang. It instantly attracted Dusha's attention. Bai Jia blushed and said she was sorry. With that she reached for her cell phone and looked at it. Baby sister is inviting you to video call. Readers and bosses, you are my bread and butter. Witnessing me go from 80,000 words in a dark room to 300,000 bosses reading now. The long night at the long look back. All the bumpy road to come. Author Xiao Shuaizi here sincerely pleads with the righteous fathers, begging the bosses to spend on your precious 10 seconds of time. For the child in the 100,000 words tomato new book To Kill a Bloody Road. Kneel down and ask for a 10-second 5-star review from the righteous fathers. If the book is fortunate to be among the 9 points, the small handsome son immediately flew to the city, spending huge sums of money on Chinese women's clothing, bursting photos to all the righteous fathers. Standing post as proof. Righteous fathers, want to see my women's clothes? I'll do as I'm told. Anything. Chapter 57. A surprise sister / kinking for. Quiet room. The sound of a Microsoft video phone kept ringing. Bai Jia's face was embarrassed to the point of embarrassment, holding the cell phone, not knowing what to do. She really didn't expect Qingning to make a sudden call, or a video call that hadn't been made in a long time. In the past, if my sister had called herself, Paige would answer without hesitation, even if she was busy. After all, she hadn't been back to see Cyan in years. But at this moment, one's situation was indeed a bit awkward. The handcuffs had just been opened by Dozier. Even Dozier and Apricot Pear were beside themselves. How does that make you ashamed to take a video call from your sister? I'm sorry, Greenie. Forgive my sister. She is also trying to save money for your treatment. When she saves enough money, my sister will never do this again. I'll always be by your side from now on, and I won't go anywhere. Just as Bai Jia was about to be ruthless and hang up on Qingning, Dozier unplugged it and said, since it's your sister calling, answer it and let's go to the other room. When Bai Jia saw this, her eyes were slightly moved. Turning back, he said, thank you. Dozier nodded. He then went to another plug, after energizing it. At the shocked expression on Tian Xingli's face, just like that, he led her out of the room. As soon as the door closed, Paige quickly pulled the covers over herself. The call was then connected. The cell phone screen turned, and Bai Qingqing's slightly thin face appeared on the screen. Bai Jia's nose was sore and she said, Qingqing, it's so late. Why did you want to get up and call your sister? Is there not enough money? Bai Qingqing on the other end of the phone also had tears in her eyes. Seeing her sister's hair disheveled, her face flushed with an unhealthy redness, and her speech a little hoarse. She must have suffered a lot in Marina, being tired of being life. But even so, she cared so much. Bai Qingqing said in a trembling voice, Sister, I'm fine. I just missed you and gave you a call. Hearing that Qingqing was fine, Bai Jia breathed a sigh of relief. If you don't have any money, tell your sister. She'll call you. Don't save it, and take care of your body. Aha, I know, sis. Bai Qingqing wiped her tears. Right, Qingqing. Bai Jia suddenly remembered something and asked, isn't it time to pay for that sanatorium you're staying in? Sis remembers it hasn't been paid for a long time? Bai Qingqing used to be because she stopped living in the nursing home a long time ago. That's why I'd been afraid to call Bai Jia. But now, she raised her cell phone directly, circled around towards the surroundings. A single deluxe room with several nurses sitting around, keeping a close eye on her status. Sis, you don't have to worry. I'm doing well. Don't work too hard in Shanghai. It is indeed a medical environment when you see the white-green surroundings. Bai Jia was also relieved. Qingqing just knows too much. One's constant fear is that she'll check out of the expensive nursing home. But then again, it's amazing that a $2,000 a month nursing home would arrange for 5 nurses to look after them. That was unexpected. Bai Qingqing pursed her lips and said, Sister, you should also pay attention to your body. Don't overwork yourself. You don't have to worry about my illness. God opened his eyes and gave himself the honor of knowing Doze. When he is fully cured, he must surprise his sister. Bai Jia also covered her mouth and said in a trembling voice, Sister isn't tired. Qingqing, you have to rest well. Sister will definitely think of a way as soon as possible to save money for your treatment. God opened his eyes and gave himself the honor of knowing Doze. When I save up enough money for Qingqing's treatment, I must give Qingqing a surprise. The two exchanged pleasantries for a while before hanging up. Paige wiped the tears from her eyes. She hadn't had a video call with Cyan in a while. You are so incompetent as a sister. I hope that in the future, when Qingqing is cured, she can find a man who treats her better. In the other room, Duzhu was in the middle of graduate school when suddenly his own cell phone rang. With that, he winked at Tian Xingli. When she went out, Duzhu then answered the phone. Bai Qingqing's excited voice came. Duzhu, where have you been? My treatment for today has already ended for quite a while. Heard the treatment was over. Duzhu laughed. I'm out talking business. I'll be right back for you. Well, I'll wait here. With that, Duzhu went straight to the living room and put on his clothes. You guys bring me the contract and I'll pay you the balance. Hearing the sound, Bai Jia and Tian Xingli hurriedly ran out from the house, flying out the contract, fearing that Duzhu would back out. Wait until Dozier signs. After transferring all the final payment, Bai Jia and Tian Xingli couldn't hold back their excitement and thrill. Even think,
but Duzha stopped it in a hurry. He had to hurry back to see Qingning.
An hour and a half later,
Duzha walked into the ward and looked at the doctors and nurses who were doing various tests on Bai Qingning.
Asked, "How was the treatment today?"
The doctor pointed to the various data on the instrument and said,
"The effect of the treatment is extremely outstanding.
The immune cells in the patient's body are very active.
If things continue like this, in a year's time at most, she will basically be able to live like a normal person."
Hearing the doctor's words, Duzha was very satisfied.
"It's not worth the $12 million you spent."
With the doctor's permission,
Duzha brought Bai Qingning back to the hotel. In the early hours of tonight,
it's the Sambas and Chariots game. He bought 30 million straight up for Samba to win. That's what almost 90% of the people are betting on tonight.
Kingdom of Soccer, 5-star Samba. The strength is unquestionable.
But Dozher had made several other preparations.
Let's say 5 million pressed the Chariots to win.
For example, $8 million was spent on each of the various scores. All are popular scores in the tournament and are highly competitive. With that he took out another million.
Pressing the Chariots versus Samba, other, 1. Scribbled. Don't scold the righteous fathers. The highest that was reached abroad was a 6,500x burst rate.
But Duzha knew very well that such an unbelievable multiplier would not be allowed in the country.
His projections for domestic spinach are around 1000x. Scribbling. Righteous fathers don't scold. That means after tonight, the reader would then have $800 million in after-tax assets outright.
Plus those 30 houses that are about to go up in value like crazy.
The assets that Duzha was going to have now could be considered extremely terrifying.
While Duzha was considering what to do next, Bai Qingning slowly came over.
She was just about to.
It was stopped by Dozher. With a serious face,
he said, "No, you just had a round of treatment today. You have to pay more attention to rest, okay?" Hearing Duzha's words,
Bai Qingning pouted in dissatisfaction.
Tooted and tooted. Duzha shook his head helplessly. Okay. Chapter 58 Reader. Billionaire, for a man.
A woman who allows herself to watch football games late at night is definitely a good woman.
And a woman who can watch a game with her is 1 in a million. But a woman who is willing to play ball games with herself is an even better woman in the world. That's what happened to Dozher at the moment. The game between the Chariots and the Sambas was on TV. More than 20 people were fighting over a ball.
And they don't get down on handballs anymore and get fouled. But Dozher didn't have to worry about that in the slightest. Bai Qingning leaned against Duzha, her eyes watery.
In fact, she was already very sleepy, just that she really wanted to accompany Duzha to watch the game together. Although Bai Qingning couldn't understand it, as long as Duzha was happy, she felt happier. On the playing field, 11 minutes or so,
the Chariots countered quickly and caught the Sambas off guard.
Take the lead and get a goal. That's for the Sambas, who are at home. It was a little heavy, but not much discouragement. Lose a goal, just kick it back next. The two teams then continued to trade blows, but the battle was a painful one for all. Another goal for the Chariots. 2 o'clock. The over hundreds of thousands of Samba fans on hand loudly motivated the players, trying to wake up their fighting spirit. But all that came was despair over and over again. 3 o'clock. 4 o'clock. 5 o'clock.
The Chariots completely tore through the 5-star Samba defense. Side by side, they thrashed Samba on the World Cup stage like nobody's business. All the Samba fans went into tears and numbness and endless anger. Eventually the Chariots coach saw that the atmosphere was not right and hurriedly instructed his players during the changeover. "You guys need to stop scoring. There are hundreds of thousands of Sambas here. If we score again we won't be able to get back to the Chariot country." But Samba's will is all but broken. The defense is impotent and the offense is sheepish. 5-star Samba is a complete joke. Ultimately the Chariots were afraid they wouldn't make it out of Samba. Giving up a goal to the Sambas in the last minute of the game was a way to save face. The final battle ended with an unbelievable statistic. 7-1. Dozher breathed a sigh of relief. After tonight, readers will officially be among the billionaires. Bai Qingning yawned and asked, "Is the game over?" Dozher kissed her cheeks. "Well, go to sleep. I'll get you to the hospital tomorrow and then I have some errands to run." "Well, then do you still watch soccer?" Bai Qingning suddenly asked. Dozher froze, then laughed. "Only for another half hour. Oh, alright, I'll try my best." Bai Qingning nodded shyly. An hour later, the two fell into a deep sleep. It was after 10 o'clock the next morning when Dozher slowly woke up. After waking up Bai Qingning, she asked her what she wanted to eat. Bai Qingning stretched. "I ate last night. I'm not hungry at all now." Dozher nodded. Qingning did eat a lot last night. The two then got into the hotel's special car and went to the hospital. After repeatedly instructing the hospital to take care of Bai Qingning, Dozher left by car again. On the way he kept refreshing the Get Rich page. Finally after a dozen refreshes, news alert, Ji Fu Bao scored 800 million renminbi. Readers,
skyrocketing riches, billionaire. Seeing the balance on the wealthy treasure, Doja smiled slightly. Funds are now plentiful to carry out the next moves. Doja first went to find a large real estate agency center. Let them introduce themselves to a Hohai University neighborhood. The suite should be a large flat of around 400 square meters. This big deal directly alarmed the room manager. He personally drove Doja to the eligible high-end residences. Not only is it in the vicinity of HUFS, but it's located on the 36th floor, covering an area of 400 square meters. It has an open view and is decorated in the utmost luxury. It is equipped with 4 rooms, 2 living rooms, check room, laundry room, wine cooler bar, and a 20 square meter viewing balcony. After Doja turned around, he felt very satisfied. Enough for the 3 of you and Auntie Lan Lime to live together. The property manager laughed. The price of this house is currently $119,800 a square foot, and the whole house is luxuriously furnished. All of the best appointments available today. Doja spoke directly. Yes, this is the set. Take the contract. After completing the formalities, he transferred more than $40 million directly. It took less than half a day to get the set. The real estate manager also thoughtfully delivered 2 underground garages for Doja. After buying this large flat, Doja thought again. Since Auntie Lan and Lime were still living with him, then it's time to arrange a house for Qingning. After all, you have to take care of both sides of your hand. Not too close to avoid them meeting too early. It can't be too far away, or you won't be able to get there on your own. Immediately Doja found the previous real estate manager. Tell him to find a residence in the neighborhood with a quiet environment that is easy to recuperate his body. The real estate manager heard the words secluded environment and toned body. Immediately, he understood what Doja meant. Not bad for a rich man who shelled out over $40 million without batting an eye. So much fun at such a young age. Then he introduced Doja to a high-end single-family neighborhood 5 kilometers away. This place is more peaceful and has a lot of greenery, which is especially suitable for toning up your body. And there is a well-known kindergarten in Shanghai not far away from the outside. Do you think it's satisfactory? Doja was a bit speechless. This property manager is quite the conjecture. But let him think what he wanted. Anyway, this environment Doja was still very satisfied. Painfully spent $20 million. Bought a small villa for Bai Qingning as well. It was after 8 o'clock in the evening when this was done. Doja goes back to the hospital to pick up Bai Qingning back to her new home. When Bai Qingning saw that the real estate license was actually written in her name, tears blurred her eyes instantly. Bai Qingning's lips trembled endlessly, hugging Doja for a long time. He was half speechless. After a long time, she choked and spoke. Doja, this is too much. You've already been very good to me. I can't accept so much more from you. Bai Qingning clenched her lower lip. Tears even wet the collar of his shirt. Not long ago one was just a marginalized member of society who could develop and die at any moment. Living a muddled life. It was Doja's appearance that was like a light shining into her dead heart. Not only did they give her a lot of money to improve her life, spent another $10 million to cure myself. Even now, he has spent $20 million to buy himself such a big villa. What kind of providence is that? How could you let yourself run into a man like Doja who took care of you so well? Bai Qingning cried and jumped into Doja's arms, sobbing uncontrollably. Doja patted her shoulder to comfort her. Don't cry. Don't cry. When you're cured, you'll be able to live here without any worries. When the time comes, bring your mom over too and make this your new home. Ooh-hoo. Bai Qingning cried for a long time. At this moment, even if she was asked to die for Doja, she was willing. After a half hour or so, Bai Qingning gathered her hair and shyly whispered in Doja's ear. Doja was surprised and asked, "Did the doctor really say that your body is ready?" "Aha," Bai Qingning shyly said. "He said that the effects of the potion are working quickly, and now can move around a little more vigorously." Thinking of this, Doja no longer hesitated. Straight away, he took Qingning up the stairs. He used to worry about Bai Qingqing's body. It's on point every time, but this time, abridged. P.S. Bai Qingqing excitedly said to Bai Jia, "Did many favorable reviews the readers give you?" Bai Jia blushed and said, "The readers are set to make me rave like Chow. Dear righteous fathers, asking for 5 stars. Chapter 59. 9 o'clock in the morning. 2 meters by 2 meters on a large bed. Even lying down 3 people is more than enough." Bai Qingqing woke up in a daze and rubbed her eyes. She rolled over, intending to hug Doja, only to find out that Doja wasn't around. Bai Qingqing blushed with shame and covered herself tightly under the covers. It was fortunate that she wasn't the only woman in Doja's life, or else I'm afraid she wouldn't even have the strength to walk every day. After a slight break of a few minutes, the sound of clattering footsteps, Doja walked in with a cup of warmed milk and set it on the bedside table. "Qingqing, it's 9 in the morning. It's time to eat." "Oh, 10:30 in the morning."
Bai Qingning sat down on the dining table with a blushing face. It didn't even dare to raise its head to look at Du Jia across from it. Her own head was just covered in the comforter. And she didn't even realize that Du Jia had served breakfast before coming in. Oops. What a shame. Du Jia ate while looking at Bai Qingning, who was blushing like blood. With interest. Qingning was really still too innocent. Even more so than the former apricot Tian and Bai Jia. They both also said themselves twice after they wanted to have a well put together meal. Just reacted to what to do. Du Jia shook his head and lost his smile. It seems that he did leave a deep impression on Qingning last night. After dinner, Du Jia called another special car to go to the hospital. The doctor said to Du Jia, the patient will continue to undergo cellular immune function testing today, as well as adjunctive medication, which will take a full day and won't end until 10 o'clock at night. A whole day? Du Jia frowned. The doctor then explained, it's all just some routine medication checks, and it will be a week before the next course of treatment is implemented. It was then that Du Jia nodded in agreement. With that, he gave his phone number to the 5 nurses on the ward. Tell them to notify themselves as soon as they find out what's going on. The doctor was also instructed to take good care of Bai Qingning. Only after this was done did Dozier take the car back to the newly purchased large flat. Inside the bedroom, Dozier configured himself with a high-performance computer. Today is the day of the exam to fill in the volunteers. Yesterday morning he had made an appointment with Lin Qingning to fill out the volunteer application together. Turning on his computer, Dozier went to the website where he filled out the information. After entering the account password, only then did Du Jia dial Lin Qingling's microphone video call. Dropping. The phone just picked up. Overflowing with a sweet smile, Lin Qingling excitedly said, Du Jia, have you started filling out the volunteers yet? Du Jia looked at her face and smiled. Not yet. I'm waiting for you to sign up with me. Have you turned on your computer yet? Lin Qingling smiled and pointed her cell phone at the computer in front of her. Above is exactly the enrollment information page. I just opened it not long ago too, and was just about to sign up with you. It was while the two were on the phone. Auntie Lan came slinking in wearing a loose home dress. The loose skirt hardly hid her voluptuous figure. The low-lying neckline was vaguely visible as a slippery snow white. The long hair was casually draped, revealing a few points of laziness and a different flavor. Hello Auntie Lan. Dozier smiled and greeted. It's such a big deal. Of course Auntie Lan had to come in and take a look. Aunt Lan saw Du Jia and smiled sweetly. Du Jia, when are you coming back? Lan is bored out of her mind every day now, tidying up your room over and over again. Oops, Auntie, what are you talking about? Where did I? Being told what was on her mind by her own sister-in-law, Lin Qingling was embarrassed. Du Jia looked at the scene of the two beautiful women across the street playfully fighting, and a smile lifted up on his face. Go back soon. A week at the most. After hearing about it for a week, Dozier went back. Lin Qingling also stopped frolicking with Aunt Lan, joyful to the core. He hadn't seen Dozier for days himself. It always feels like something is odd. Auntie Lan also straightened her clothes a little. In the past few days, Du Jia was not at home, and she didn't hear any more familiar voices in the evening. For several nights in a row, she was surprised to have a rare bout of insomnia. After a while, Du Jia began to fill out the enrollment information with Lin Qingling. With both of their grades, there was absolutely no problem with Binhai University. But Auntie Lan has searched a lot of information on filling out volunteers in the past few days. She bent down at Lin Qingling and advised bitterly, you should never volunteer for just one. I'm telling you. She said a lot, but Lin Qingling and Du Jia didn't listen to a single word. Lin Qingling was thinking that with her score of towards the top 700, there shouldn't be any problem getting in. Du Jia, on the other hand, was caught up in something else entirely, like the delicate-faced, lip-smacking Lime. Another example is wearing a loose home dress, slippery and snowy white from bending over. But Auntie Lan, who was engrossed in her speech, was oblivious. Du Jia had originally just casually caught a glimpse of that. It had been a little awkward, ready to avert his gaze, but it seemed to have a strange magic that caught Du Jia's eyes. Nope. Dozier jerked his eyes away. Abridged. Du Jia took a deep breath and told Lin Qingling that he would go to the bathroom first, and so he left in Lin Qingling's astonished eyes. What the hell is going on? Why did he always have some strange feelings whenever he saw Auntie Lan? Can't control it at all. Seeing Du Jia leave, Auntie Lan ruffled her hair shyly. She had noticed since just now that her clothes were too loose, but she still ruffled her long hair frequently, afraid that Du Jia wouldn't be able to see it. By the time Dozier finished washing his face with cold water and came back, Lin Qingling had already reluctantly applied for a few more volunteers under Auntie Lan's pressure. With that, Auntie Lan also looked at Du Jia with firm eyes. It's as if you have to ask Dozier to volunteer for a few more as well, just in case. Seeing this, Du Jia had no choice but to do the same as Lin Qingling, filled out a few more top colleges as well. After doing this, Auntie Lan was satisfied and left the house. As soon as she was out the door, She quickly ran into her room. Her face was scarlet, and she pursed her lips tightly.
Shame on you. Shame on you. How could he himself intentionally in front of Lime? Oops.
After chatting with Lin Qingning for a few more sentences,
the two of them hung up the phone. Duzha then opened his Toastmaster balance again.
Read the recent income and expenses several times.
Like an accountant. Bookkeeping Zhang. But after a while, the score still doesn't add up. No way. It must be the anode again. With that, Duzha directly dialed by Jie and Tian Xingli's phone. How many other houses do you have in your possession? I'll take them all. Remember to sign the contract with me in person. Both together. Chapter 60. Another 20 houses.
Bai Jie and Tian Xingli on the other side of the phone heard Duzha's unquestionable words.
Couldn't believe my ears.
Bai Jie froze in place, mechanically twisting her head and asking, Apricot pear,
what did I hear? Duzha said that he wants them all? What's the concept of all of them?
Right now there are about 30 houses left in those buildings. The two of you each have another 10 house slots this month. I'm afraid it'll be tens of millions more if Dozier wants them all. She knew that Dozier was rich though, but he's clearly spent tens of millions of dollars on 30 houses.
It's amazing that you're buying a house right now.
It's nothing more than an abandoned vacant lot. There's no word on any of the factories that were once said to be built.
Why would Dozier spend so much money on a house there?
Just when Bai Jie was still wondering.
On the sidelines, Tian Xingli had already begun to organize her equipment on the fly.
What stocking heels,
little thin silver tie lien.
All of them were stuffed into their bags in one fell swoop. Seeing his good sister still fuming,
Tian Xingli hurriedly yanked Bai Jie up. Gu, my good sister what are you still gawking at? Here's our chance to soar. As long as we sleep well, earning $500,000 is totally okay. Hearing Tian Xingli's words, Bai Jie also came to her senses.
Yeah, what do you care what Dozier bought these houses for?
Anyway, one takes a commission on the sale of a house.
As long as the house sells, he will be able to earn money for Qingqing's treatment himself. The thought that his baby sister is still facing the disease all day long, Bai Jie just couldn't help but have red eyes.
Qingqing, don't worry. When sis finishes this sleep, she'll only be with you from now on. With that, Bai Jie and Tian Xingli quickly organized what they were going to bring. Take the contract as well as other paperwork immediately.
Rush towards the one suite where Dozier and the girls always go.
An hour and a half later,
Bai Jie and Tian Xingli had already arrived at the room.
Started a tight freshening up. Apricot Tanaka has a chiseled, more voluptuous figure and a slightly sultry brow. Bai Jie's index is even more foul.
Not only is her face and body a step ahead of Tian Xingli's, and there's a knowingness and shyness of a good woman.
After waiting quietly for half an hour,
there was a thump on the door.
It was just after 6 o'clock in the evening. Duzha finally signed all the contracts and procedures. He looked aside again at Bai Jie and Tian Xingli. Asked, are you guys going back tonight?
Bai Jie's throat was slightly hoarse as she said,
it's no problem, Mr. Duzha. You don't have to care about us.
Tian Xingli coughed a few times,
but not a word came out. Just nodded at Dozier. Signaled that there was nothing wrong with him. Okay. Duzha saw the two doing their best. So again, according to the same unit price as Chu Mengyao and Shenya, gave Tian Xingli 8,000 and Bai Jie 12,000 for the agency fee. Afterward, Duzha left. He still had to rush to the hospital to pick up Bai Qingqing. Paige looked at the extra $12,000 on her phone and the stacks of contracts. A smile spread across the corners of his mouth. Qingqing, I've finally earned enough money for your treatment. After a brief hour's rest, the two drove shakily to the office. Apricot pear, drive faster. If you go back later, the manager is off duty again. Bai Jie, my legs are weak. I can't step on the gas. Why don't you drive? Better you drive. My leg just cramped up. When they rushed back to the office, just in time for the lights to go out in the property manager's office, Boom pushed the door open. Straight away, the property manager and a new young female salesperson were taken aback.
The young saleswoman covered her face and rushed out. The real estate manager hurriedly put on his jacket and loudly questioned,
who told you to come in without knocking? Is it that you don't want to? Snap.
Tian Xingli slapped a large stack of contracts directly in front of him.
Don't talk so much. We sold another 20 houses today. Hurry up and stamp it. 20 sets? The real estate manager's eyes went round with shock, hurriedly turning over the contract to confirm it. After reading it carefully for 10 minutes, wait for confirmation that the contract and paperwork are real. Only then did he raise an eyebrow and smile. It's okay. Your commission this month is almost catching up with mine. Only then did he take out his official seal at the urging of the two men. Stamp the contract as well as the formalities one by one. 10:30 at night. Chui Fuai, the owner of Pearl Real Estate, was just about to take a piece of rest with his goddaughter. Suddenly the cell phone rang, disturbing his mood. No notes yet. Who is this, calling in the middle of the night?
He picked up the phone and asked, "Hello?" A slightly older voice came from the other end of the line. "Pearl Real Estate Chui Fuhai, right? I'm from the Marina City Education Bureau. My name is Gao again. I'm the principal of a school that's about to be born. And there's something about money that I need to interview you about." "Hi again? Principal." Chapter 61 Qingning Self-Consciousness. Hearing that it was someone from the Board of Education calling himself Chui Fuhai, the owner of Pearl Real Estate, was puzzled. He ahead of the school board. "What kind of lucrative business are you talking about with your own real estate business? Do we lose money to get them some cheap teachers' apartments? Isn't this nonsense?" Although Chui Fuhai expressed his incomprehension, he didn't directly hang up for Gao again. After all, the Education Bureau is also a bureau. They are all within the system. In case people know the head of the BIA, a few random bad words and he'll be the one in trouble. Chui Fuhai waved his hand at his goddaughter, signaling her to go out first. Then he laughed. "So it's Principal Gao. I wonder what kind of business you want to discuss with me face to face. We at Pearl Realty don't have much to offer, but we're still willing to put up some properties to contribute to education." That statement was a clear message to the principal. "Takashi again. There's nothing I can do to help myself." Gao on the other end of the phone laughed again and said, "Boss Chui misunderstood. What I want to talk to you about is that the city will recently carry out a project to build a new school, and now it just so happens that it needs some excellent real estate companies to contract this project. I wonder if Pearl Realty can carry the load. Build the house." Chui Fuai's old face was on the verge of turning into a chrysanthemum smile. As someone who made his fortune in real estate, he loves to hear that. Especially with the government handout program, it's a total profit. What materials, what labor, what supplies, random quotes and ranting about money. While the government review process is a bit slower, that's not a problem at all. Feel free to spend some money to unclog it, and the payment comes in immediately. Thinking of this, Chui Fuhai hurriedly rejoiced. "Egu, Principal Gao. Don't worry, our Pearl Real Estate Company has a large number of exceptional teams under it, specialized in construction, with first-class quality and speed, and we will definitely be able to contract the project well." Gao laughed again. "Okay, then tomorrow afternoon at 2:30, I'll go to Boss Chui's company. Let's talk about it in detail face to face." Greetings to the high school senior. After hanging up, Chui Fuhai was unimpeded and just felt like he was going to take off this time. Ha ha ha, made a lot of money this time. He only felt a surge of interest. With that, he clapped his hands. "Baby, come on in and keep your godfather company." 2.5 minutes later, Chui Fuhai's eyes widened as he looked at his still oblivious goddaughter. Abridged. An instant burst of anger. A slap right across her face. "I'm finished, and you're still here calling for your mom." The woman was confused by the slap directly to her face. He opened his eyes to see his angry godfather. She then reacted to the fact that she had overacted. "The director is yelling click, and he's still acting, but I can't blame her for that." So he hastened to explain why. Said it was all because he was so good, and it was a moment of love. Chui Fuhai realized that he had misjudged her, hurriedly hugged and began to comfort. "My baby, Godfather is wrong." "Ah, good. Tomorrow take Godfather's card to buy a few bags." "I don't want a bag. I want more. Little. When Godfather's body recovers next month, I'll go back to you." "Good." It was already 10 o'clock at night when Duja picked Bai Qingning up at home. The two exchanged words for another hour or so. Bai Qingning frowned slightly struggling. Duja hastily patted her bare back to soothe her. She barely managed to do so, and then her beautiful eyes looked at Duja. "Doja, have you been having a hard time today?" In the past, although Duja was also very powerful, tonight was fully twice as powerful as before. It was making her a bit of a strain. Duja also didn't know how to answer Qingqing's question. Ever since the afternoon when he and Lin were filling out the volunteers, he had overheard Auntie Lan's. Then the day itself didn't let up. First, he went to see Bai Jie and Tian Xingli to buy a house for 4 or 5 hours. Next came back to talk to Cyan for another hour or so. Still in hot form. Could it be that he was really under Auntie Lan's influence? It's really not because of the anode? Seeing that Duja didn't say anything, Bai Qingqing thought that he was acquiescing. He himself is being cured right now, and there's no way for him to be with Doge wholeheartedly. A man as physically strong and energetic as Doja. I can't serve him properly myself these days. It must be hard for him. With that, Bai Qingqing lay on Duja's chest like a kitten. Moving, he said, "Duja, don't hold yourself back because I'm alone. My body is too weak to fulfill your needs, and you're all alone in Shanghai High, so you can totally go find another woman. It's only natural that a man as good as you should have even more women. This time you're willing to hide your girlfriend from me, accompany me to Binhai, and cure me. I'm already very happy. If it's because of me that it's so hard for you, then I'd rather not go to the cure and spend every day at home with you." Hearing Bai Qingqing's words,
Doja was somewhat moved. Are the two green in line because their names both have a green in them?
Even the words were exactly the same. When Lin came to his room in the middle of the night some time ago, it had said something similar, and now Qingning had even said it again. Both are extremely in love with themselves. He himself could not fail the two in the future no matter what.
Doja stroked by Qingqing's smooth back and said, "Actually, I went out to look for other women this afternoon, and I also found two at a time.
All of them are gorgeous mature women with exceptionally good skills."
"Liar, I don't believe you." By Qingqing bit Doja. "From now on, after you send me to the hospital every day, you have to go outside and find some clean and pretty women to take the heat off of you. When I'm well, I'll make you all day and all night."
She suddenly blushed a little.
She was clearly Doja's woman. It's amazing that you can say something that would make Doja go out and find a woman. So shy.
But for the sake of Doja's health, one must persuade him to go out and find a woman.
Seeing the red-faced, extremely cute Bai Qingqing in his arms, Doja couldn't resist kissing again.
Bai Qingqing thought this in her heart.
No, we must make Doja find a few more women every day. It's already like this. An hour later,
while Bai Qingqing went to the restroom to brush her teeth and take a shower,
Doja took out his cell phone and began to access some information. He was going to buy a couple more cars tomorrow to make it easier to get around these days. By the way, we are renting 2 floors of an office building for the development of a media company. Looks like tomorrow is going to be a busy day. Just as he was about to read the information for a while longer,
a message suddenly popped up on the Microsoft message.
"Shu Mengyao, Doja, I'm applying to raise my unit price a little bit again, no matter how much it goes up, as long as the unit price is higher than my sister's." Chapter 62 Unit Price Issues.
Shu Mengyao's days these days could be said to be somewhat dashing, because she worked her way through it. Very substantial income was earned in a matter of days. Not only did you pay off the door-to-door loan collection, but you had quite a bit left over.
Originally,
Shu Mengyao could only watch her sister Chenya and Doja doing business to make money. I even look forward to Doja doing business a few more times a day. Then Doja lost interest in doing business with Chenya, so he went up to do business himself.
Although the roads are different and the unit price is lower,
but Shu Mengyao still earns 10,800,000 every day.
Originally,
Shu Mengyao was already satisfied with her current income, but since the last time he promised Doja to put together a group, and then it happened that Chenya was knocked out and he had no choice but to have a real deal with Doja about this matter.
Shu Mengyao then drifted a bit. Spending money these days is again as big as it was a while ago.
Bought quite a few different styles of clothes.
Hot street dance leotard, innocent half-sleeve dress,
white knee-high stockings as well as black hip-hugging stockings.
Anyway, how it looks good. And Chenya,
who went home to recuperate her body after surgery the day before yesterday. Then not a word was said to her.
Every day is just a nest in the house by myself, and I don't know what I'm doing. Until this afternoon, when Chenya went for a walk outside.
Shu Mengyao also went in her room to prepare to fill out her volunteer application.
Just as the volunteers were put in and ready to leave, the few books placed on the bed, however, attracted Shu Mengyao's attention. What's she doing reading so many books as a gone? With that, Shu Mengyao curiously picked it up and looked at it. The moment she saw the cover, Shu Mengyao was directly dumbstruck. 100 Ways to Keep a Man's Heart.
How to make a man feel happy and more dependent on himself at the same time.
10 Things to Know About Stealing Your Husband from Your Junior.
A 40-year-old woman's guide to taking care of herself and getting her husband back in the mood.
What kind of books are these? Chenya hasn't been going out for the past few days, so she's been working on these?
Shu Mengyao was getting more and more scared the more she turned over. It's full of pithy quotes and pearls.
It's simply a great tool for women to use against men. My sister was already an extremely beautiful woman and had an explosive body. It's so much more mature and flavorful than myself. If she learns another trick on this, then I'm afraid I can't compete with her at all. Wouldn't you make even less money?
Shu Mengyao was in a cold sweat.
The day before yesterday when Chenya went home to recuperate her body. And they've split the money.
And it threatens to fully implement the principle of distribution according to work.
When you're in a group,
whoever has a higher unit price and more business gets a bigger share of the money.
Originally, Shu Mengyao wasn't too concerned, thinking that Chenya couldn't threaten herself at all.
But that idea vanished when I saw these books.
Chenya was horrible, actually sneaking a look at the inner volume of the book.
She is constantly improving her professionalism.
What about yourself? Eat, drink and be merry every day and become complacent when you earn a little money.
The book said that something about how to target the mistress and make the man more dependent on him.
Isn't it obvious that this is aimed at you? Chenya's deafening sound of flipping books completely woke up Shu Mengyao. Keeps her tossing and turning tonight. No way.
Shu Mengyao sat up with indignant eyes. He must take steps himself, or wait until Doze is snatched away by his sister.
I'm afraid I won't even make a penny by then.
So she sent a direct message to Dozier tonight.
Pray for an upward revision of your own unit price. Duzha saw the message sent by Chu Mengyao. Just a simple reply. Rolling. Chu Mengyao, Duzha, from now on you don't have to move. I can. Dozier, no, I'm more interested in than this. Abridged. Chu Mengyao, you're sick in the head. We are. Dutcher, unit price deducted 500. Chu Mengyao, I was wrong. Don't lower my unit price. After chatting for a few minutes with Chu Mengyao, Dozier gave her a few more hard lessons on the idea of higher returns from grouping together. Then she was left out to dry and ignored. Let Chu Mengyao rate herself. Duzha believes that a person like her absolutely anything for money. After 10 minutes, Bai Qingning came out of the shower. She was still trying to force herself to interact with Dozier for a little while longer, but she is sternly refused by Dozier, saying that she must rest now. The two pulled at it for quite a while. In the end, Duzha couldn't argue with her. Early the next morning, Duzha called a special car and accompanied Bai Qingning to the hospital. Then Dozier went to the luxury car dealership display center, bought 4 cars outright. A Rolls-Royce Gusto happened to be available, fully documented and ready for delivery in a few days. 2 Porsche Panameras, 1 for Auntie Lon and 1 for Lime. A Maserati Geberit, which was given to Cyan. Don't yell at me, righteous fathers. I searched the internet and didn't know the process. Then he went on to prepare the various formalities for the incorporation of the company. This includes renting space and finding a headhunter to find employees responsible for business planning. All in all, the whole day was busy. Outside Pearl Realty, a group of beautiful saleswomen stood in 2 rows to greet the upcoming honored guests. Tian Xingli and Bai Jie stood at the head of the line because of their outstanding body appearance. A few moments later, a Passat pulled up firmly in front of the crowd. Then out walked a middle-aged man in his 50s. Cui Fuhai hurriedly went forward to shake his hand and smiled. Principal Gao, it's a pleasure to meet you. Yao looked again at the beautiful welcoming party on either side of him, his eyes colorful. With that, he turned his head to look at Cui Fuhai. A hard smile appeared on his face. Gao again, please teach me more. Boss Cui. P.S. Chu Mengyao glared angrily at Chenya. Sister, I'm your sister. Are you so defensive of me? And you're studying the art of war? Chenya's face was cold and she hummed. For the sake of a reader's hot freebie, even if you are my sister, you will never be forgiven. Chapter 63. The broken building has turned into a school district. After waiting for Cui Fuhai to lead Gao upstairs again, it took the person in charge of the greeting outside to start cleaning up the scene. Tian Xingli put away the few flower baskets for decoration and was just about to leave. Instead, he saw Bai Jie frozen in place, motionless. His eyes looked in the direction where Cui Fuhai and the others had left. His brows furrowed. I don't know what I'm thinking. What are you looking at? Sister White. Tian Xingli tapped Bai Jie's shoulder and asked in surprise. Bai Jie came back to her senses and asked Tian Xingli. Xingli, did you just feel that man's eyes? It seems like he's been staring at the two of us. Tian Xingli covered her mouth and laughed. Sister Bai, we are so pretty and standing at the front of the line. Isn't it normal for people to look at us more? But, Bai Jie frowned and pursed her lips in a very worried manner. The man's eyes were like bone scrapers. It made her feel very scared. She hadn't traded her body for money before, though, as she did now. But how about a few years in the real estate sales business? The twists and turns in it were clear to her. There are quite a few rich people talking business. All of them would have their secretaries or cabarets to accompany their guests, to achieve cooperation. That person in the party looked like a dignitary with status and position. Even Cui Fuhai, the boss of their Pearl Real Estate, personally greeted them with a respectful attitude. People like that, on the way up, looking colorfully at both of them. In case something is said to the boss, then it wouldn't be dangerous for myself and Apricot Pear. She had raised Qingqing alone for so many years and had kept herself clean. Even if it's to make money for Qingqing's treatment, she's only ever given it to Dozier. 2. If boss Choi Bak-hei really blackmailed them, what can we do about that? We haven't been paid this month's salary yet. On the side, Tian Xingli saw her good sister looking so worried. Then he wrapped his arm around her waist and laughed. Don't worry, Sister Bai, nothing will happen. Even if those awful old men have to make us do something, the big deal is that we'll just quit and quit. Anyway, ever since I met Doze, there's no one else in my body. I can't fit anyone else in my heart. Only a man as tough as he is deserves to have both of us. 2 superbly skilled women. At the same time, hearing Tian Xingli mention Duzhe, Bai Jie's face blushed. Unconsciously, he pursed his lips. Indeed, it seemed as if he had really been conquered by Dozier. Whoever touches her, except Dozier, all find it unbearable. Okay, Sister Bai, let's just go back to the office and figure out how much we'll get paid this month. Tian Xingli pushed against Bai Jie's back. The 2 beautiful mature women fought their way into the company. In the chairman's office, Cui Fuhai poured a cup of tea for Gao again and respectfully said, Principal Gao. If I can get the project contracted this time, I will definitely not forget your benefits, and if you have any need to help, my old Chui will never say anything. Gao, wearing a pair of black-rimmed glasses again, took the teacup and laughed. Boss Chui is polite, but I didn't come here this time to represent me alone. You mean? Chui Fuhai a little puzzled. Not just bidding a small project. Why do you need so many people to participate? That's a lot of money to walk away with. Gao laughed again. The school to be built this time is in response to the city's policy of attracting talent. So the immediate intention is to build 2 schools, a kindergarten and an elementary school next to it. And the location happens to be right under Boss Chui next to the property. XX property? It's right next to the vacant lot. Chui Fuhai instantly understood. Eyes agitated. He was the one who got the message back then. Said a large factory would be invested in that area. So it cost a fortune to build a property next door. But with the factory project fizzling out, prices instantly hit rock bottom. Lost a ton of money. I didn't realize this crappy building now. Surprisingly, it shifted into the school district. It also has a kindergarten and an elementary school at the same time. Plus you can settle in Hohai. That's a full price increase of several times. There is also the project of contracting to build a school. There's a profit in it. Just thinking about it, Chui Fuhai couldn't help but be happy. Principal Gao, just mention whatever conditions you have. I will definitely agree. Gao nodded again. He was still quite satisfied with Chui Fuhai's attitude. The project was passed by the city though, but what was built was, after all, a school. They still have a big say in the school board. Boss Chui, our request is simple. 20 sets of houses in exchange for the opportunity to contract the project. This is not too much, is it? This. Chui Fuhai hesitated for a moment. Then he nodded his head and said, okay, Principal Gao, just as I, old Chui, have made you a friend, I agree to this condition. 20 houses, even after the price increase. It's also just over $1 billion. And take on a project yourself. A couple of years to take hundreds of millions of dollars from the government. Then it's a pleasure to work together. Boss Chui. Chui Fuhai laughed and said, Principal Gao is polite. I'll ask someone to come over and check how many other houses are in that area and give you an overview. With that he made a phone call to the property manager. Tell him to come over with the listing information. The real estate manager bumbled in with the information. It was placed in front of Chui Fuhai with a big smile on his face. The sales under my own staff just sold as many as 30 units of this crappy house that no one wanted last month. Another 20 units were sold earlier this month. If the boss finds out, he'll probably praise me. Chui Fuhai spread out the information and smiled. Principal Gao. Look, the ones labeled green here are unsold, and the ones labeled red are. Gao held up his glasses again and looked at the information in front of him. Asked, did Boss Chui take the wrong one? Where is the green one here? Chui Fuhai was a bit puzzled and hurriedly bowed his head. So much green, how could he not see it? What? Am I blind? Where did all the old man's houses go? With that, Chui Fuhai directly slammed the information angrily in the face of the property manager, growling, what the did you do? I've got so many houses. You sold it all to me? The real estate manager's face hurt from the smash. The expression was aggrieved to the core. I'm doing so well. Why are you hitting me? Boss? We don't sell houses in real estate. What else is there to sell? But seeing that the boss is in a rage, the real estate manager didn't dare to talk too much to explain. Boss, 30 houses in that neighborhood were sold last month, and 20 more yesterday. Hearing this, Chui Fuhai almost spat out blood in anger. Nima, sell the old man 50 houses. What is the difference between that and giving away a few $100 million? Chui Fuhai saw Gaoyatabi, who had a black face on the side. Then he pointed at the nose of the real estate manager and cursed. Who sold the house to me? Go get her for me. The real estate manager coyly said. It's by Jie and Tian Xingli who sold it. I'm going to call them over. He ran out the door. I was afraid of running slow and getting another scolding. Chapter 64 Repurchase of a House. Downstairs office. Bai Jia is calculating this month's performance commission with Tian Xingli. Suddenly the real estate manager came striding in. Angrily, he said, you two are in big trouble this time. The boss wants to see you. Come with me right away. He was just about to turn around when he finished speaking. Instead, they found Bai Jia and Tian Xingli mortared in place, not moving a muscle. The real estate manager jumped to his feet and scolded. Why don't you guys hurry up and follow me? What are you waiting for? Tian Xingli stood up and asked with some concern. Manager, can I ask what the boss called us about? On the side, Bai Jia's heart also sank violently. Could it really be as one suspects? The boss sent them to keep that customer company? The real estate manager is also a veteran of the workplace. In an instant, he could see what the two were worried about. He was both angry and amused, and said, what are you guys thinking? The boss is asking what happened to the 50 houses you sold? Hurry up and come with me. The boss is angry now.
So it's not for them to accompany the guests. Bai Jie breathed a sigh of relief and then followed along with Tian Xingli piece by piece.
Takanaka was and still is a pervert. He used to work in the municipal court. Just blackmailed a female assistant with power to sleep with him. The two often fooled around together. One day Gao was hanging out at his female assistant's house again.
It happened to be discovered by her husband.
Beat up Gao again and brought the matter to the attention of the unit. Hai spent millions more and got backstage help again.
That's what squashed the whole thing. But he was also transferred to a position in the Board of Education.
Not as much power as before,
though, but his is still horny. When he was downstairs earlier, he saw the plump and gorgeous Bai Jie and Tian Xingli, eyes staring straight at them.
I didn't realize it was such a coincidence to see them again now.
Cui Fuhai sank his face and asked Drilly,
XX, did you sell the 50 houses in the neighborhood? Don't you know the company's rules?
Being so stumped by the big boss,
Bai Jie and Tian Xingli were a bit stunned at once.
They hadn't seen Cui Fuhai a few times during the week,
suddenly frightened by such people in positions of authority. The heart can't help but be a little scared again.
Paige folded her two small hands in front of her. The voice had a hint of a quiver in it.
Mr. Cui, we sold the houses, and we know we can only sell 10 houses a month. But that neighborhood, after all, is perennially unsold, and prices have been dropping, which is why 10 more units have sold. Tian Xingli also followed. Yes, Mr. Cui, we are also thinking about the company. The two of them thought Trey was always accusing them of misbehaving.
Sold 10 more houses yet. This was also done with the consent of the property manager.
So the two weren't very worried. The sky was falling and there was a tall man to hold it. But they obviously didn't know about the 50 houses they sold. How high it will sell soon. Cui Fuhai was furious. Don't give me so much crap. You guys got rid of my house. Believe it or not, I'll send all of you to jail under the name of commercial espionage. Sent to jail? Hearing those two words, Bai Jie and Tian Xingli were stunned. Don't you just sell a house normally yourself?
Although it violates the company's rules,
but it's not so bad as to put yourself in jail, is it?
Seeing that Cui Fuhai was still going to curse angrily.
Aside, Takashi stopped him with another laugh. Two young ladies, maybe you still don't know.
The houses in this neighborhood, Mr.
Cui kept still have a big use. Can you communicate with those who bought the houses? Just say that Mr. Cui is willing to spend an extra 1 million per set to buy all of them back.
Gao looked at the two men with colorful eyes again.
Eyes focused on Bai Jie. He's played a lot of teenage teachers before,
but none of them looked as sensible and flavorful as the Bai Jie in front of her.
If Bai Jie wore a teacher's outfit, she would definitely be able to kill all female teachers. Bai Jie and Tian Xingli lowered their heads, somewhat hesitant. They don't know how hard they worked for those 50 houses,
and Dozier has signed the contract.
If we let Dozier return the house again, wouldn't they get their paychecks back then? Paige is still waiting for her paycheck to come in. It's saving Bai Qingqing's life by curing her. Tian Xingli is even more determined to live with money for the rest of her life. So the two didn't say a word.
Cui Fuhai saw the two men with a look of reluctance,
where they don't know that they're in it for the performance commission. He snapped and slammed his teacup on the floor, saying angrily, did you guys think I was joking with you? If you don't contact them, I'll go through the contracts myself and find them one by one. You won't want a dime of your paychecks when the time comes. Let's see what I'll do to you. Gao, who was on the sidelines, tried to dissuade him again and again,
stopping Cui Fuhai from trying to continue smashing things.
Not so much, Boss Choi. They don't know what they've done wrong. Bai Jie and Tian Xingli saw that their boss was actually so angry, seeing that things are really making a big deal out of it. Even if you can't spare any more money, it was also only possible to give a detailed account of what had happened. Tears flowed in Bai Jie's heart. I'm sorry, Xing Cheng. It's my sister who's useless. My sister can't even watch the money she earns. What are you going to do about your treatment later? The hospital treated Bai Qingqing quickly today. Dozier picked her up in the afternoon. Then it was sent to another hospital. The female doctor struck the light several times at Bai Qingqing's throat. Then only then did he ground to Dozier. The patient just has an inflamed throat. Take some medicine and he'll be fine. With that, the female doctor turned to write the prescription. He also muttered, strange. How come there is only inflammation of the throat and no other complicating symptoms? It shouldn't be. Bai Qingqing on the side was so ashamed that her cheeks turned red. He looked down and pinched the corner of his coat, not daring to speak. Behind him, Dozier also coughed lightly a few times, which was used to cover up the embarrassment, until the doctor wraps up the medicine. It was only then that the two men left the hospital at a brisk pace. Wait until Du Zhou and Bai Qingqing got into the newly purchased Maserati. Du Zhijai teased. I told you no. Look, it's inflamed, isn't it? Bai Qingqing pouted. Then I wasn't afraid that you'd feel bad. You'd just make fun of me. Ha ha ha. Seeing Bai Qingning looking so cute, Duzha couldn't help but kiss her twice more.
I was just getting ready to drive home when suddenly the microphone rang.
Tian Xingli, Mr. Duzha, our boss would like to talk to you tonight. He wants to buy back the house you purchased some time ago for $1 million above the closing price. Buy the house back? It seems the word should have gotten out about building a school. That's why that property owner is anxious to acquire it back. Think you don't know the value of a house? Duzha smiled faintly and said to Bai Qingning, Qingning, I'll send you back first. I have some business to attend to tonight.
Bai Qingning nodded. Well, Duzha, you take care of yourself.
It's okay.
It's those two beautiful mature women I told you about who are looking for me.
It just so happens that you're not feeling well today.
Take a break, then take care of their bodies.
Don't overwork them. I know. P.S. Apricot Tanaka hastily stuck her head out the window and looked upstairs. Paige asked in confusion. Apricot pear, what are you doing?
Sister White, the reader's boss said that if we poke our heads out the window, they'll give us free swag later.
Paige, Chapter 65 $100 million in.
$400 million out.
Deluxe private rooms in star hotels. Cui Fuhai's face was grave,
and he shook his wine glass in one hand.
I don't know what I'm thinking about. Sitting off to the side, Takanashi also frowned. Standing next to them, Bai Jie and Tian Xingli stood straight.
Nervousness and anxiety were written all over his face.
Two beautiful and voluptuous mature women are enough to attract anyone's attention.
But Choi Fuk-hei didn't have any such thoughts at all. The main thing is that the body will not recover until next month.
Even the always horny Gao again didn't look at Bai Jie again. Earlier,
Bai Jie and Tian Xingli explained about the sale of the house.
The whole 50 houses. Surprisingly,
they were all bought by a young man named Dozher. It is important to realize that even as a senior staff member of your own school board, it's also only in the last couple of days that I've learned exactly where the school will be located. That Dutcher guy actually started working on a massive home purchase more than half a month in advance. There must be hidden forces behind him.
Could it be someone under the bigwigs at City Hall? And on the side, Cui Fuhai was thinking more than him at this time.
There's a good chance that Dozher was sent by the big boys to reap the rewards early.
50 houses. If you want to take them back yourself, how much would that ing cost?
Crisp footsteps sounded outside the room.
It instantly attracted everyone's attention.
Cui Fuhai and Galyatabi's faces were grave as they twisted their heads to look out the door.
Bai Jie and Tian Xingli,
on the other hand, were full of joy. The plump body no longer trembled slightly.
The sound of Duzha's footsteps gave them great psychological comfort. Under the gazes of the four men, a well-dressed, handsome-looking young man stepped in.
There was a sideways confidence and panache on his face.
Straight away, he sat down in the seat across from Trevor Fuhai and Takanashi. Duzha waved at Bai Jie and Tian Xingli. With that,
the two extremely skilled women hurriedly trotted over with a brisk pace.
Standing on either side of Dozher, it was as if he was his own boss, his own dependents. See this scene.
Cui Fuhai and Galyatabi's faces became even more ugly.
As soon as he came in, he was anticlimactic and aggressive. Looks like there is definitely someone behind it.
Bai Jie poured a cup of tea for Duzha and respectfully handed it to his mouth.
Duzha took a light sip, then laughed. Which one is Boss Cui?
I heard that you were going to buy back the houses in my hand at a price $1 million higher per set.
Across the room, Cui Fuhai's face held up an ugly smile. Mr. Du, I'm the owner of Pearl Real Estate Cui Fuhai.
About those 50 houses.
Actually, because of some special reasons, our company is not going to sell them.
It's just that these two sales have taken matters into their own hands,
which has created a farce.
You see. Farce? I've spent tens of millions of dollars on myself.
Duzha let out a light laugh and looked at Cui Fuhai with the eyes of an idiot.
Boss Cui, since I dared to spend so much money on it,
it means I know the situation there. It's better for you to be sincere in your bidding. Hearing Duzha's words,
Cui Fuhai and Galyatabi both changed their faces.
He really did know about the school district. Gao held up his glasses again and smiled. Mr. Dozher, allow me to. Are you here to buy a house too? Duzha directly interrupted him, a little angry at being interrupted though. Still, Takashi forced a smile on his face. Buying a house, that's not true. I'm from the city school board. My name is Ko again. Nice to meet you for the first time. Hearing the words hi again, Duzha raised an eyebrow and said, You're the principal of that what? He even knows this. Takashi's heart skipped a beat again, and he was instantly a little alarmed.
The position of principal of this school was one that he himself had paid for only a few days ago to smooth things over with the people above him. The final decision hasn't been made public yet,
and only a few people know it's internalized itself.
This person called Dozher really has a scary backstage.
It's me. Mr. Dozher knows me? I knew you 20 years ago.
Duzha directly turned his head and stopped looking at him.
Gao was once again embarrassed, but didn't dare to be angry at all.
nodded at Chui Fuhai. It means that Duzha does have a backstage and it's better not to mess with it. Chui Fuhai sucked in a mouthful of cool air, and then said with a sincere attitude, Mr. Duzha, I'm really sorry for just now, so tell me a number and see how much you really need before you're willing to make a bid? Seeing that Chui Fuhai was willing to negotiate the price properly, Duzha also sat upright. Bai Jia, who was on the side, hurriedly handed over a piece of real estate information. On it is recorded in detail the type, area and transaction price of the 50 houses bought by Duzha. After Duzha swept a few eyes, he said, you should know very well that the price of the house, after a while, will at least quintuple. Hearing this, Chui Fuhai nodded. It is located near a kindergarten and elementary school, or a school district used by the government to attract talents. A quintupling of the price might be a bit low. Duzha closed the information in his hand and threw it aside. I know you guys must be acquiring a lot of houses in the neighborhood during this time, and it's going to cost a ton of money. So, not going to ask for more from you guys either. He stretched out 5 fingers and gestured. 400 million. Just $400 million. And all 50 of these houses will be yours. It's 400 million. Chui Fuhai stood up mischievously. If he didn't know that Duzha had backstage support, he was going to start sending it out loud. You bought the house for just over $100 million. Half a month. Just take the 400 million. Even if your backstage is desperate for money, you can't be that hard on yourself, can you? Mr. Duzha, I really can't take out 400 million. Can you see if the price can be a bit more flexible? Duzha of course knew that Chui Fuhai couldn't take out 400 million. Real estate guys like them. Most of the assets are counted with the land and buildings. It looks like Chui Fuhai has billions of dollars. But it's actually kind of hard to really come up with the cash for even $300 million. Unless he is willing to sell the property at a low price. But Dozher also just made a big offer first. Good to irritate Trevor C's bottom line. He then began a series of negotiations with Chui Fuhai. The end result was that Chui Fuhai came up with $100 million. The other $300 million are secured by real estate. For this result, Duzha felt okay. It just so happens that he didn't find a suitable corporate venue today. With Chui Fuhai's help, it saves a lot of effort. After friendly negotiations, Dozher also left. As he walked away, Chui Fuhai looked at Bai Jie and Tian Xingli with very angry eyes. If it weren't for these two silly women, how did you lose so much money yourself? They'll be fired tomorrow. Seeing his boss looking so angry, Bai Jie and Tian Xingli clenched their teeth. After looking at each other, turning directly behind Duzha, get in the car with him piece by piece. Right now, only Duzha can help them. The duo's expressions were tangled and their eyes trembled slightly. A look of 1,000 words that could not be spoken. Dozher saw the two men in the inside rearview mirror wanting to talk. Just know they must have something they want to ask for. The house they bought themselves was repurchased by their boss. Then their performance commission is naturally gone. That little bit of money is nothing to Dozher though. But for Tian Xingli and Bai Jie, that's a lot of money. The car stopped in front of a hotel. Dozher stepped out of the car first. Looking at the duo in the car, Bai Jie blushed and was a little embarrassed. She also didn't expect to come to such a big luxury hotel. But Apricot Tanaka felt it was a twofer. And you can make money and stay in a star hotel. Made her happy. Straight away, he stepped out of the car and clung to Dozher's arm. After feeling the softness in his left arm, Dozher looked again at the still shy Bai Jie in the car. Bai Jie was embarrassed by the look and couldn't help but curse herself for being so stupid. It's all here. What's the point of hesitating yourself? Xingqing, sister promises. That's the last time I'll ever change money that way. When the paycheck comes in, my sister will take you to the cure. I'll never be separated from you again. With that, Bai Jie stepped out of the car and, red-faced in green, took Dozher's other arm. Feel the lack of strength on both sides. Dozher coughed disgruntledly. Paige blushed and tightened her arms. Only then was Dozher satisfied as he led the duo into the hotel. Worthy of a star hotel, the decoration is luxurious not to mention. Even the room was given 3 computers. It was just convenient for Dozher to play the game in one piece, with idle things flying out of the way that impede the operation of the game. The room was also gradually filled with the game's soundtrack and exclusive sound effects. Tian Xingli, fiancé, I've almost got the money I earned from cuckolding you. We can say goodbye now. Bai Jie, Xingqing, I'm almost done with the money for your treatment. Chapter 66 Helping Bai Jie. After 11 o'clock at night, Dozher leaned back against the bed and looked at the real estate information Chui Fuhai had sent over on his cell phone. Most of the lots are pretty good. I just don't see the site. I want to start a company at the moment. Tian Xingli had long since fallen into a deep sleep, her body lolling to the side. Redacted. Dutcher, on the other hand, was looking through the real estate information. A message came in from Microcenter. Bai Qingqing, Dozher, what are you doing? Seeing that it was a message from Bai Qingning, Duzha clicked on Weixin. Reply to, I'm out looking for those two beautiful mature women again so I don't go back and tire you out. Bai Qingning, disbelieving, grimaces. Dozher, then why don't I take a picture of you? Bai Qingning, don't want to see. You play by yourself. Pay attention to good measures. Duzha, I know. You go to sleep first. I won't go back tonight, touches his head. White-green, good night, sleepy. With that, Duzha put down his cell phone after looking at the real estate information. Start thinking quietly about exactly which pieces of the house to choose. Half an hour later, Baijia blushed a little hard. Can't stop beating his chest. Seeing this, Duzha also helped her pat her back. With that, he received another glass of water. Baijia hastily drank a small mouthful of it, and her face then looked a little better. She looked at the well-built Dozher and blushed. Thank you, Dozher. Duzha laughed a little and said, actually, I wanted to ask you last time. Every time you started out with a reluctant look on your face, but it turned out that you were the one who worked the hardest every time. I'd like to know what you're really up to. What's so hard? Maybe I can give you a hand. Duzha could tell from Baijia's rustiness these times. This beautiful woman looked mature and delicate, but there isn't really much experience. There's no comparison at all with Apricot Tanaka. Yet it's serious every time, and there's always a sense of pleasing yourself. After doing business, she always looked to the contract as well and couldn't control her emotions and was often in tears. This made Duzha a little curious. It was about to take the next step for Baijia. When he heard Duzha's words, his eyes reddened. Still, she rubbed the corners of her eyes. No, nothing, I just want to make more money. I'm just a salesman. Trading my body for money is just the basics. Dozher doesn't believe it's that simple. This time he bought 50 houses through them and earned $400 million, even if he had gotten Chui Fuhai to pay them himself. But Bai Jie and Tian Xingli will eventually be fired. This made Duzha feel a little embarrassed. If Paige is really having a hard time, Duzha is still willing to help as much as he can. And of course, it has to be on a per-unit basis, 2,000 at a time. But collage doesn't double. After all, there's nothing binding them to each other. But for any other woman, Duzha would not give them the chance to settle the unit price at all. Then Duzha stared at Bai Jia's eyes and said seriously, Bai Jia, I'm only going to say this one last time. Seeing as you've been with me so many times, you can tell me if you need any help. I don't take kindness lightly, so you'd better cherish this opportunity. Bai Jia's eyes were filled with hot tears and she kept sobbing. Duzha's words made her emotional beyond words. It was only after a long time that she said with her body trembling, my sister has a very serious disease. It takes a lot of money to cure her. I can't help it. It's a very serious disease. Duzha looked at Bai Jia as she cried and pondered slightly for a moment. No wonder she works so hard. Apricot Tanaka had to work several times less than her every time she counted. It was as if Bai Jia in front of her had her spine drained. Bent over, her hands clenched over her face as she sobbed, her shoulders shaking violently. Her sister has been suffering from leukemia for 4 years. 4 years of stress had long ago made Bai Jia vulnerable. At this moment, Duzha's offer of care completely crushed the woman who pretended to be strong. She no longer repressed it, no longer restrained it. Let the pent-up emotions break the bank. Large teardrops rolled down onto the bed, soaking the sheets. When Duzha saw Bai Jia in this state, he also felt some emotion. That's the most involved and deepest bond between a sister and her sister. Tian Xingli, who had long since woken up from her nap, couldn't help herself. She sat up and said to Bai Jia, Sister Bai, don't be sad. Duzha is a good person. Since he said he would help you, he definitely won't lie to you. Then Tian Xingli looked at Duzha and said seriously, Duzha, Sister Bai and I are not the same. I came out to sell for money and to experience the life of the upper class. The last time I asked for help, it was also because I knew Bai Jia had a sick sister, so I asked her to come along to keep you company. She's a good person. I'm begging you, help her. Bai Jia also raised her head and looked at Duzha helplessly. Duzha lingered on the two men's faces for a moment, then revealed a faint smile. Tomorrow I will go to Chui Fuhai and ask him to send you the wages you deserve. Apricot Tanaka let out a happy cheer, directly embraced by Jia's plump and delicate body. Bai Jia's cheeks were originally crying mournfully, nor could he help but smile a light, cared-for smile. She choked out, Dozher, I really appreciate it. Thank you for being willing to help me. Bai Jia had thought it would be enough for Duzha to help them get their paychecks back. Who would have thought that Duzha's next sentence would directly make her freeze on the spot? Also, are you guys going to lose your jobs tomorrow after you get your paychecks? Apricot Tian Hund. Yeah, you're probably going to get fired tomorrow after you help us with our paychecks. Bai Jia also lowered her head. She was in her 30s. No education yet. If you get fired from the company, I don't really know what kind of job to look for again in the future. But none of that mattered. The most important thing was to cure Qingning first. Just as her thoughts flew to her sister, suddenly, he heard Duja say something. Why don't you guys be a full-time nanny around my woman from now on? She's not well either, and I can't always be with her. So if you guys are willing, I'll take you to her in a couple days to try it out. Duja's words directly caused Bai Jie to freeze in place. Tears came uncontrollably. Duja, surprisingly, was so nice to them. At this moment, Bai Jie felt that she was cared for like never before. Dozier, thank you. She then took the initiative to hug Duja again, her eyes soft as water. Tian Xingli smiled back and ruffled her hair. A job that pays over $10,000 a month is still so easy. It's time to thank Dozier himself. The next morning, Bai Jie and Tian Xingli looked at some contract documents sitting on the bedside table. Somewhat puzzled, Dozier sat off to the side and watched them quietly. The thin-skinned Bai Jie blushed. An apricot Tanaka is showing off her svelte body in a big way. It also threw Duja a wink, as if he wanted to sleep again. Dozier fetched them 2 pens. Tell them that these are the contracts that they will be babysitting in their women's homes from now on. $10,000 a month. Food and lodging included. When she heard $10,000 a month, Tian Xingli didn't even think about it. Casually scanning the contract. Just sign your name. Dozier is a man sitting on hundreds of millions of dollars. How much the paycheck is she doesn't care. As long as he followed Duja, there would be no shortage of benefits for him. Tian Xingli smiled flirtatiously. Mr. Duja, why don't you see how I am? In terms of serving people, I'm not doing too bad, am I? Why don't you raise me as a third child too? It doesn't take much, and I promise to make you happy every day. Dozier smiled and pinched her. Tian Xingli let out a soft cry, then looked at Duja with provocative eyes, as if to say, why don't you take it a step further? On the side, Bai Jie also signed her name on that one contract, but she seems to have a bit more contracts than Apricot Tanaka by a few. Wait until both men have signed all the papers. Duja looked at Bai Jie and Tian Xingli with satisfaction. Then he took out his cell phone and asked Bai Jie to tell himself the account number of Jifu Bao. And then a clear electronic voice rang through the room. To fortune has arrived. $1 million. Bai Jie and Tian Xingli were instantly struck by lightning, frozen on the spot. Duja drew out a contract and smiled at Bai Jie. In the contract you just signed, there was an IOU for $1 million borrowed from me. You take the money for your sister's treatment, and as for repayment, just come and keep me company when I need it, for the single price of 2,000 a time. Looking at Duja's handsome face, the emotion in Bai Jie's heart exploded like a dike flood. All the exhaustion, fear, and helplessness were completely displayed in front of Dozier. She was hugging Duja's waist tightly again, let out a broken whimper. Dozier, give me, righteous fathers, the plot of this book towards the Duja, errands to eat meat please automatically substituting readers. Chapter 67 Worry. The time soon came to 2:30 noon. Bai Jie blushed a delicate red. She tapped Tian Xingli aside, but not before she opened her mouth. Tian Xingli curled right up into a ball and wrapped herself tightly in the quilt. Looks very scared. Ha 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 ha. Apricot pear, why are you so scared like that? Bai Jie teased. Hearing that it was Bai Jie's voice, Tian Xingli then reacted that she was the one who had cupped her hands. She slumped away like a lump of mud and said tiredly, Sister Bai, you're still talking about me. You were so scared before that you ran into the bathroom, leaving me here all alone. Do you know how much I've suffered? The embarrassing incident was brought up and Bai Jie blushed. Just now, her behavior of abandoning her sisters in order to avoid Doze did seem to be shameful. Bai Jie slyly said, No way. I just want you to have that for a little while longer. After all, you haven't seen your fiancé in years. Tian Xingli let out a bad smile and moved up to Bai Jie. I've only been around for a few years. Sister Bai, you've been around for over 10 years. Why are you still being humble with me? With that she began to attack the itchy flesh on Bai Jie's body. It made Paige giggle, and was quickly countered. Both are full-figured and brightly lit. This wonderful scene happened to be captured by Duja, who came back from buying underwear. I can't help but feel that I'm 18 even though I seem to be now, but it's long gone to the time when seeing waves made me think of the sea. He coughed and threw the clothes he was holding onto the bed. Stop it. Put your clothes on first. It's almost afternoon. When the two women heard Duja's voice, they hurriedly stopped fighting. Paige shyly got under the covers, her heart racing. Tian Xingli, on the other hand, stood up graciously and spun around in place, rushing to show Duja. Dozier moved forward as if scared and made a gesture to undress. Frightened, Tian Xingli blushed and also got under the covers to be with Bai Jie. Scared the hell out of me in case Duchul comes back. Then ironically, I can't walk today. Just after 5 in the afternoon, Duja led the two women down from the Pearl Real Estate building. Chui Fuai, who was following behind him, greeted him with a smile. Duja smiled and asked, Boss Chui,
Their salary and commission?
Cui Fuhai patted his chest and smiled broadly.
No problem, Mr. Du. Go back and I'll let the finance settle the bill. It will arrive tomorrow. Well then, we'll leave first. With that, Du Zhou and the two women turned around and got into the car to leave.
Only Cui Fuhai was left standing in front of the company with a happy face.
Land values are not well judged,
so he pressed Dozier for $100 million in capital and
$5 billion in real estate.
He had expected Dozier to want the rather valuable center properties, but I didn't realize that all he wanted was a couple of villas and a two-story office building. Go back and fool some unsuspecting homeowners into selling their homes yourself.
Together with the profits from the contracted projects, this sum of money will not earn its several hundred million. It was while Cui Fuhai couldn't help but laugh freely. With an embarrassed face, Takashi came down the stairs again. He came over to Cui Fuhai's side and said in embarrassment, "Boss Cui, there is a change in the situation. The city suddenly announced that the project is a direct bid. You'll have to go to outsourcing if you want to do it." After the deathly silence, there was Cui Fuhai's heaven-shaking roar. "Gao again.
You at $family% and $mom."
After sending Bai Jie and Tian Xingli to their residence, Dozier was going to just leave,
but Bai Jie tugged on his hand.
Blushing, Tian Xingli, who was on the side,
nodded her head despite her great fear.
With that,
Dozier directly took out his cell phone. Send a tweet to the doctor in charge of treating Cyan.
"Dozier, is the treatment still going well? What time will it be over?"
"Doctor, the patient's health has improved significantly and recovery has been good.
Tonight's treatment will be over by about 9 o'clock. 9 o'clock? Dozier looked at the time. It was only a little after 6. Pretty much. Around 7:30. Dozier got up and got ready to leave.
Bai Jie looked at Dozier's back as he left and silently wept at the corner of her eyes.
"Dozier, thank you. Without you,
there's no way I could have saved up enough money to pay for my sister's treatment.
I owe you $1 million. I'll definitely pay you back later. And you can use it anytime, anywhere, too, because you are the salvation in my life." At 9 o'clock in the evening, Dozier drove Bai Qingning home. On the way,
he couldn't stop twisting his head to look at Bai Qingqing's side face. She looked noticeably better than she had some time ago,
with rosy cheeks and a bright glow. By the time I got home,
it was almost 10 o'clock at night. Bai Qingqing lay in the crook of Dozier's arm and whispered,
"Dozier, my illness is starting to get better now. I want to talk to my sister. She's
still working in Binhai to save money.
She doesn't know that I've come here for treatment." Dozier kissed Bai Qingqing's forehead. Of course he knew what Bai Qingqing was worried about.
A sick girl is sent to Shanghai by a rich man and spends $10 million to cure her.
In his name,
he owns another villa worth tens of millions of dollars and a sports car worth millions. She did nothing but say that she was underwritten. There was simply no other reason to explain it to her sister. Even showing them the contract they had signed for Qing Chang would not do any good.
Dozier held Bai Qingqing's body compassionately. He also has Lime and Auntie Lan to look after. Can't give Qingqing a full future. Qingqing, be honest with your sister. I don't have the means to give you a real name though,
but I will always take care of you as your man for the rest of your life,
including your sister,
and from now on you will live here and I will come over to be with you whenever I can." Bai Qingqing's eyes were red, and with a sobbing voice, she said,
"Well,
I'll make a video call to my sister tomorrow to explain the situation, and whether she can accept it or not, I'll let her see how good you are to me."
Dozier nodded,
then wiped away the tears from the corner of her eyes.
"Good Qingqing, whether your sister agrees for you to stay with me or not, I won't leave you.
I must do my best to convince her."
Chapter 68 Confessing Everything. The next morning, Dozier went out early.
The rest of the day belonged to Green and her sister.
In the room,
Bai Qingqing's eyes were red and she sat at the head of the bed without saying a word. It took a while before she picked up her cell phone.
Trembling, he dialed Bai Jie's Microsoft video call. In the rented room, Bai Jie looked at the latest arrival of more than $500,000 on her cell phone. "Jifubao. Tears kept flowing from my eyes and I couldn't stop them. For whole years, he worked himself to death in Marina to earn money, to someday come up with enough money to pay for Qingqing's surgery. But is leukemia treatment that simple? The cheapest chemo alone, it's hundreds of thousands of dollars before and after, and there's little hope for a cure. Bai Jie's greatest hope at the moment is a hematopoietic stem cell transplant, even if it means transplanting your own bone marrow. No matter what the sacrifice, she was going to get her sister back. As for more expensive targeted therapies and immunotherapies, Bai Jie didn't even dare to think about it. It wasn't even something an ordinary person like her could do. Her current saved paycheck in hand is now about $1 million, plus the $1 million Dozier lent her. It's perfectly fine to take Qingqing inside the hospital in Marina City for surgery. Just thinking about this, Bai Jie couldn't help but wet her eyes again. "Qingqing, my poor sister, you've suffered all these years. When you're cured, I'll never part with you again. With that,
Bai Jia tremblingly clicked on Qing's micro message.
wanted to tell her the good news. Suddenly, the beep 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 beep. Bai Qingning surprisingly called her first. Could it be that in the netherworld Qingning can also feel what I'm feeling at this moment?
Bai Jia wiped her tears and then picked up the phone.
The moment the phone was connected, Bai Qingning couldn't help but feel a sourness in her nose, choking back a sob. Sis, how have you been? Are you tired? Just the word tired? Just full of countless thoughts and heartaches. Bai Jia instantly sobbed uncontrollably, sobbing, Qingning, sis isn't tired. Sis is fine over here. The work is easy, and it earns a lot of money. Qingning, sis give you a good news. Sis save.
Before she could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by Bai Qingning's cries.
Oh, sis, I'm in Marina. I'm by your side right now. Sis, I'm almost cured. You don't have to work so hard for money anymore. I miss you. I miss you so much. Qingning, what did you say? You're in Marina? And you're almost cured?
Bai Jia's voice instantly rose, and her face was filled with unbelievable astonishment.
How come Qingning is in Marina? And where did she get the money for the cure all by herself? Could it have been a trick? That was the first possibility that came to Paige's mind. Then she cried loudly and anxiously. Qingning, where are you now? Quickly tell sis. Sis went over to look for you. She got up immediately and was about to take a cab out.
Bai Qingning held back her raging tears and returned.
Sister, I'm fine. I'm living in a big villa now. I'm doing well. You don't have to worry about me.
With that she turned her cell phone again and photographed the room for Bai Jia to see. The house was cozy and there was no one but Bai Qingning. When Bai Jia saw that Bai Qingning was in no danger, her taut nerves were like a bowstring pulled to its limit.
The snap slackened. His legs went weak and his body sat helplessly on the floor.
Bai Jia's voice trembled.
Qingning, what's going on? You tell sis properly. It's just so magical what's happening. It was so magical that Paige couldn't even believe it was happening.
Bai Qingning looked at her sister's nervous,
frightened face on the screen. Couldn't help but wipe a tear from my eye. Sis,
I can't talk to you on my cell phone for a while, so why don't you come over to my place and I'll explain it to you in person.
When Bai Jia and Qingning took a taxi to XX Garden, couldn't help but be dumbfounded by the sight. Lush rolling woods, staggered clusters of upscale single-family homes, a house here.
A set would cost $20 to $30 million at the very least.
Paige's eyes were vacant and dull,
and she nearly fell to the floor.
Fortunately, Qingning held her up in time. Sister Bai, don't worry, your sister will be fine.
She was also surprised.
Sister Bai's sister, how come she lives in such a luxurious lot? With that, Bai Jia and Qingning walked towards the defense booth.
The security guard asked for their names and confirmed that they matched the names Bai Qingning had said beforehand. The door was then opened painfully. A sightseeing car was also arranged to send them outside the villa where Bai Qingning was.
Ding bell. Paige rang the doorbell apprehensively, her eyes dead set on the closed door.
Her hands squeezed the corners of her coat as her heart thumped.
Squeak. The door opened slowly.
A familiar single figure was revealed.
Bai Jia instantly reddened her eyes. It was Qingning. It was his own sister Qingning. Sis, Bai Qingning cried out,
then jumped into Bai Jia's arms and cried uncontrollably.
Bai Jia couldn't help but bawl as well, sourness filling her chest. On the second floor in Bai Qingning's room,
Bai Jia held Bai Qingning's shoulders and asked incredulously,
so you haven't been living in a nursing home at all these past few years? Did the owner of the company that helped you bring you to Marina treat you and let you stay here?
Bai Qingning blushed.
Well, he was the one who gave me a job. And after I signed the contract, he brought me to Marina to cure my illness. And when I got better, I worked for him to pay him back. Sitting on the couch, Qingling's face was frozen.
The corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. According to what Bai Qingning had just said, that boss had spent a full $10 million on her surgery alone.
What boss would be so stupid? Spending $10 million to treat a girl who plays video games?
He also bought her a big villa so that she could live here without any worries.
That's obviously raised. Qingling couldn't help but feel envious in her eyes,
while at the same time feeling grateful for Sister Bai. She knew what Sister White had worked so hard for all these years.
Right now Bai Qingning doesn't have to worry about her illness, and she is living a good life that ordinary people can only dream of. Sister White is also a complete relief.
Looking at her sister's crimson cheeks, Bai Jia pursed her lips.
With her experience,
she certainly knew that her sister's words were incomplete. The thought of the possibility that my sister was being kept by one of those rich big bosses, Bai Jia's heart was like a big invisible hand clenching hard.
Incredible pain. She fiercely hugged Bai Qingning tightly and wept. Qingning, it's all because sis is useless and can't earn the money to cure you.
Oh, if sis had earned money earlier,
you wouldn't. My good sister, why in the world is all this suffering finding its way to you? Self-blame and remorse filled Bai Jie's heart.
She was afraid that the man was up to no good, deceiving your own sister with false promises or lies. It's even possible that that man is old and has long had children and grandchildren.
It's just money. He wants to compel his sister's body.
Seeing his sister's face,
how could Bai Qingqing not know that she already knew what was going on with her?
I just didn't make it clear to them myself.
Sis, don't think too much. He's quite nice and about my age.
What did you say? Bai Jia quickly looked up, surprised.
You said the guy who helped you was about your age?
Bai Qingqing shyly lowered her head.
Well, and he's also very good to me, taking great care of me. When he was curing me, he didn't hesitate at all,
and directly shelled out $10 million to me.
Hearing that man treat his sister so well,
Bai Jia couldn't help but gulp.
Trembling, she asked, Qingqing, does he like you?
Bai Qingqing's head was almost lowered into her clothes as she blushed.
Well, we've.
In front of her own sister, Bai Qingqing couldn't say something like that after all. But Bai Jia, how could she not see that it was too late?
That's fine, as long as that person can be good to Qingqing. Since he's treating you well, I'm relieved that the two of you will be together.
Her hanging heart had just been lowered when she was seized by Bai Qingqing's next words.
Sis, do like him?
It's just that his girlfriend.
Not me,
Bai Jia.
What? P.S. Bai Jia, Qingqing, tell me, what is the name of that man of yours? Bai Qingqing shyly said,
His name is Reader. He is tall and handsome,
dashing and sunny. With just one glance, he captured my heart. White clean. Sister, too,
has had her heart stolen by readers.
Chapter 69. Villa second floor.
Bai Qingqing had an intoxicated smile on her face.
Slowly,
he told Bai Jia everything that had happened to him in the meantime. I heard that the man took great care of Qingqing. When tens of millions of dollars were spent for her, Paige's furrowed brow only slowly stretched. Looking at his sister with a mesmerized look on her face, Bai Jia shook her head with a bitter smile.
Just as well.
It was enough that someone was willing to take care of Qingqing instead of himself.
LOL.
I didn't realize that guy already had a girlfriend.
Otherwise Qingqing will be very happy in the future.
But Bai Jia didn't expect more. He had already paid so much for Qingqing.
And besides,
Qingqing liked him so much.
It doesn't matter so much anymore if you get married or not. It's just that we don't have a name.
As long as my sister is doing well, none of that matters.
Suddenly, Bai Qingqing asked, by the way, sis, you told me before that you had good news to tell me. What is it? Looking at Qingqing with a happy face, Paige couldn't help but touch her face.
Sis has also met a valuable person during this time,
who has bought dozens of houses and made sis a lot of money. And when he found out I had a sick sister,
he lent sis $1 million straight away and introduced her to a high-paying job.
Said when you get better, you'll work for him to pay off your debts. Hearing that his mom met a good person too, Bai Qingqing was also very happy.
But it was a pity that she was using Duja's money.
Otherwise,
you can pay off your sister's debt. Then she hugged Bai Jia's body and said in tears,
Sister, don't worry, when I get well, I'll go out and earn money,
and I'll be sure to pay people back as soon as possible. Bai Jia touched Qingqing's face and laughed.
Okay, when you get better. Silly Qingqing, what sis owes someone is not to be repaid with money. Instead, it's your own body. Bai Jia couldn't help but think about what happened yesterday again. Her pretty face slightly red. I still owe him $1 million. If we were to go by the unit price that Dozier said, it's enough to pay back Dozier 500 times to pay it off. She bit her crystalline lip, her eyes rippling. Only 500 times. It doesn't seem like enough.
Bai Jia felt as if she had developed a strange feeling within herself towards Du Jia.
It's like gratitude. It's like obsession.
She couldn't say exactly what her feelings were for Doze.
It just feels like,
if it's about using your body to pay off Dozier's debt, then it's best to set the unit price as low as possible.
Make yourself pay it back for the rest of your life.
Bai Jia laughed and asked,
by the way, Qingqing, after hearing you talk for half a day, I still don't know what that man's name is?
Bai Qingqing's small hand pinched the corner of her coat and shyly said,
I'll wait a while to tell him to come home, and then I'll introduce him to you. Then she asked, Sister, who was that person who helped you again? I want to go and thank the person in person. I heard that my daughter wanted to go and thank Dozier. Bai Jia hastened to discourage it, saying that people are in big business. It's a busy time, so I'd better not intrude. Only then did Bai Qingqing stop her mind. Started messaging Dozier to tell him that his sister was here. When Bai Jia saw that Qingqing stopped asking, she breathed a long sigh of relief. If Qingqing knew about the relationship between herself and Du Jia, I wonder what I'll think of my incompetent sister. Dozier had just stepped out of the double-story office building he'd switched to. This is the site he intends to use to build his media company. After arranging for a remodeling company, they were told the style of the overall remodeling. With that, as soon as he went downstairs, he received a micro message on his cell phone from Bai Qingqing. Bai Qingqing, Du Jia, My sister is already here. Do you want to come back to meet her? Debtor, okay, I'll be right back. After replying to the message, Debtor immediately bought a bunch of gifts, get in the car and rush straight to the villa. He couldn't give Bai Qingqing any name but money. I also don't know if Qingqing's sister will agree to what he and Qingqing are doing, but no matter what, I won't give up on Qingqing. It's up to you to succeed in convincing her. Villa entrance. Debtor was just about to open the door, but after thinking about it, he rang the doorbell. Ding dong. The crisp doorbell rang. Upstairs sat Bai Qingqing, who immediately got up and said excitedly, "He's back." Her sister's happy look made Paige smile slightly. It seems that Qingqing really likes him. Tian Xingli, who was standing by the side in boredom, took a step and laughed. "I'll go down and open the door for the others first, to see who is so discerning to be with someone as beautiful as Qingqing." Bai Qingqing blushed. With that, Tian Xingli smiled and walked down the stairs. The moment you open the door, Tian Xingli got a good look at the person in front of her. Eyes instantly widened with disbelief. Out of the blue, he said, "Why you?" Debtor was also very surprised. "Why are you here?" He clearly hadn't told Tian Xingli that he was here to babysit yet. How did she just show up at Qingqing's villa? At that moment, Bai Qingqing's excited voice came from upstairs. The sound of clattering footsteps rang out, and it was none other than Bai Qingqing. Seeing Debtor return, Bai Qingqing excitedly ran downstairs, holding onto Debtor's arm. He shouted upstairs, "Sister, come down. I'll introduce you." Debtor skipped over the dazed Tian Xingli and looked upstairs. Only a soft voice could be heard from upstairs. Fine, sis is coming down." The voice? Why does that sound so familiar? Debtor's pupils instantly tightened, and then looked at the stagnant Tian Xingli on the side. A sense of foreboding went straight to his heart. No way, could it be that? Paige tried to look as dignified as possible. It was, after all, the first time I'd met my sister's man, himself as an unnamed sister-in-law. Anyways, we have to see what kind of person he is first. Bai Qingqing wrapped her arms around Debtor, her face blushing. "Sis, he's the one I told you about. His name is Debtor." Bai Jie was shocked. Bai Jie. Debtor was shocked. Two exclamations of surprise interrupted Bai Qingqing. She looked at the surprised Debtor in front of her in disbelief, and then at her sister, who was frozen in the distance. Puzzled, he asked, "You've met?" Debtor's brain was blank at the moment. Deadpan stared at Bai Jie on the stairs. Bai Jie. Bai Qingqing. How is that possible? How could such a bloody plot happen to you? It's not a ING novel. Debtor's head is spinning a little. If Qingqing and Bai Jie were sisters, that would mean that one was with Bai Jie, then Bai Qingqing, then Qingqing, then Bai Jie, then, and now the truth tells itself that the two of them are sisters. Against Chu Mengyao and Chenya, those two, Debtor doesn't matter at all. But Bai Qingqing is the one he loves. But Bai Jie has also tangled with him many times. How can I face Qingqing from now on? How can you face both sisters at the same time? Debtor was still so shocked. Not to mention Bai Jie, who has a weaker mental capacity. No matter how much she thought about it, she couldn't possibly figure out that Debtor was actually her sister's man. At that moment, Bai Jie only felt a blackness before her eyes. With that, he fell straight down the stairs. Chapter 70. Knowing the relationship. Yang Ji was even more powerful. The couch. The four sat in a circle, but the scene was awkward. The atmosphere was so dull that it was the kind that depresses one's heart. Only Bai Qingqing's cries echoed in the living room. Bai Qingqing hugged Bai Jie's body and cried, "Sister, what happened to you just now? If it wasn't for Debtor's quick action, do you know how dangerous it would have been?" Bai Jie mechanically turned her head to look at Debtor, who was sitting across from her. The eyes were hollow and numb, but after seeing Bai Qingqing, who was crouching over herself and crying, slowly she regained a glimmer of her vigor. In a warm voice, she said, "Sis is fine. It's just that she sat for a long time and suddenly got up a little dizzy." On the side, Tian Xingli brought over a few glasses of water and placed them on the table. With that she sat down in the far chair. Not a word, but the eyes were wonderful. "It's outrageous. It's just outrageous. You wouldn't dare do that on TV." Debtor turned out to be Bai Qingqing's man, and Bai Qingqing was sister Bai's sister. That means Debtor is both with sister Bai and Qingqing, the equivalent of banging a pair of sisters. It's simply against the grain. It's a geography that's been memorized. Compared to apricot Tian's shock, Debtor and Bai Jie felt more pain. Debtor confirms that he has fallen in love with Bai Qingqing, who is suffering from a serious illness but is still sunny and cheerful. But how could he not put behind him what he had done with Bai Jie? Why? Why do they have that kind of relationship? Bai Qingqing cried in a small voice for a while. Then, wiping tears from his eyes, he asked, "By the way, you guys haven't said how you met?" She looked over at Debtor with a puzzled look in her eyes. Debtor was looking a little guilty by Bai Qingqing.
I don't know how to explain it to her. Qingning is now at a critical time to heal her body. In case you let Cyan break down and don't continue with the treatment.
What if he even kills himself? Doja didn't know how to explain. Lies come to my lips and I don't know how to say them.
It was Paige who quickly adjusted her emotions and her eyes regained their luster.
She laughed. Qingning,
it's really fateful to say that Doja is the honorable man I told you about who borrowed $1 million from my sister.
Upon hearing this,
Qingning said excitedly, really? She looked at Doja again.
Doja,
my sister said that someone bought dozens of houses with her and lent my sister $1 million to cure me.
And that person turned out to be you?
Doja turned his head to Baijie.
Baijie's eyes showed a plea. Please, fool Qingning first. Never let Qingning know what happened between us. See what Baijie meant.
Doja held his head and laughed bitterly. I also didn't expect that the person I casually helped would be my own sister-in-law.
Tian Xingli,
who was watching the show from the side, was quick to offer an assist.
Yeah, it's called destiny.
It means that Doja and Qingning
are a match made in heaven. Such a small probability can happen to you.
Hearing Tian Xingli's words,
Qingning's heart became even sweeter. While back home,
Doja met himself. Spend money on treatments for yourself and take care of them carefully.
I didn't expect to meet my sister in Marina, and by some misadventure,
he helped his sister make money and borrowed money for his own medical treatment.
Doja really is the chosen one of his destiny.
She stuck with Doja for the rest of her life.
With one lie, the rest is easy to make up.
Doja and Baijie had a word with each other.
Plus Apricot Tanaka has years of sales experience and is very eloquent. In just half an hour, it was between a few people. Don't tell it in a different way. 10 minutes later, Qingning laughed. So sis, the high-paying job you guys are talking about is Doja asking you guys to take care of me?
Baijie laughed awkwardly. I didn't expect things to turn out like this either.
A few more people chatted for a while. Soon it was time for the noon meal.
Qingning volunteered and had to cook herself so that her sister could taste her own handiwork after a long time.
Tian Xingli also got up in a hurry and said she would go help. The only people left in the living room were the bleary-eyed Baijie and the extremely embarrassed Doja. I really didn't know beforehand that Qingning would be your sister.
Doja scratched his head.
A few more tears flowed from Baijie's eyes indisputably.
She looked over at the man she had decided to stick with for the rest of her life only last night.
Said, the $1 million I owe you. I will definitely pay you back later.
Doja nodded heavily. He knew what Paige meant by that.
The relationship between the two should never be brought up again.
And it should be treated as if they had never known each other.
Baijie's eyes reddened again.
Then she quickly ran to the bathroom and burst into small sobs.
Why is Duchul the man for Qingning? What am I supposed to do with this? We can't share a husband with Qingning, can we?
The noon meal Doja ate tastelessly.
Every now and then, he looked up at Baijie and Qingning across the room. It just felt like an overwhelming headache. How did that happen? He didn't have this kind of feeling when he faced Chu Mengyao and Chenya.
Just for lunch. There was then a vague surge of heat from Doja's body.
It's been going on for a long time. By the time it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Doja couldn't take it anymore.
He then went upstairs and knocked on Qingning's room.
Tian, is Apricot's sister here? All three women were chatting inside the house. Tian Xingli opened the door and saw Doja, whose eyes were slightly bloodshot. Asked, Doja, what's the matter with you? Can you do me a favor? Hearing Doja ask himself to do him a favor, Tian Xingli didn't say much even though she was puzzled. With that, he followed Doja down the stairs. 2 hours later, Apricot Tanaka left in a panic.
This made Doja feel quite helpless.
Forget it, I'll just learn to do civil engineering wherever I go. Tell Green that I won't be back for dinner. With that, Doja drove directly to the city center. P.S. Baijie cried, Reader, why did you choose to be with Qingning? What should I do?
Reader takes Qingning in one hand and reaches out to Baijie with the other. The pearl is a perfect match.
There are bad people in The Righteous Father. Chapter 71. Lin Qingshan, Lin Yu, Zhou Jing, Hohai City Airport.
Lin Yu was wearing white short sleeves and denim pants,
pulling a small suitcase out,
smiling into her cell phone as she walked.
She said, I'm back already, Aster-san.
A gentle female voice came out of the cell phone.
Then hurry up and go home. Don't let Uncle Lin wait and get anxious. Lin Yu let out then asked, Sister Aster, aren't you coming back yet? Alas, you know my situation. Once I go back, I'm sure I'll be pushed to get married, so I'd better stay here, and put it off for a few days if I can. Okay then. A few minutes later, Lin Yu arrived at the airport exit and hung up the phone. An Audi pulled up steadily in front of her. The car glass lowered and the middle-aged man said, Miss, I've come to take you home.
Lin Yu sat on the car and asked suspiciously,
Uncle Zhang, why don't my dad and aunt come to pick me up? Uncle Zhang let out a bitter smile. You'd better go back and take a look yourself. Seeing the expression on Uncle Zhang's face, Lin Yu knew that they must have had another fight. Half an hour later, the vehicle stopped in front of a small house. Lin Yu hadn't even walked up the stairs when she heard the sound of a quarrel upstairs. Lin Qingning, I knew it. You still can't forget that woman. What are you babbling about again? I'm still talking about things. Get out. With that, a beautiful woman with a delicate figure, about 36 or 70 years old, was pushed out of the room. With tears streaming from the corners of her eyes, Zhou Jing cried out to the door of the room. I've seen that woman's picture on top of your cell phone, and you still haven't deleted it. What's so bad about me? You've never touched me once in the last 10 years? In what way am I inferior to her? Lin Qingning in the room hurriedly hung up the phone. Coming out and pointing at Zhou Jing, she said angrily, don't you know I'm busy? Why are you becoming more and more unreasonable now? To see her husband talk about herself like that, Zhou Jing changed her usual image of a good wife and stood up and gritted her teeth. Lin Qingning, if it wasn't for my father in the first place, how could you have climbed up to the position of mayor of Binhai City so quickly? Now that you've risen through the ranks, you're starting to reveal your true nature. I really misjudged the man in the first place. You don't want to touch me at all right now. You're just still thinking about that woman. Hearing this, Lin Qingning viciously raised his hand, but seeing Zhou Jing's stubborn eyes, still, I forced myself to hold back. Enough. I don't want to explain so much to you. Isn't it normal to have no interest after so many years of marriage? After saying that, Lin Qingning returned to the house. Only Zhou Jing was left alone to cover her face and cry where she was. Lin Yu saw her aunt crying and rushed upstairs to comfort her. Seeing that it was Lin Yu who had returned, Zhou Jing cried and hugged her body. Yeah. Why do you think Auntie is so tired of living? Oh, seeing your aunt in such pain. Lin Yu also had a very hard time, but after all, this was an argument between her father and her aunt. There wasn't a thing she could do about it. After crying for a while, Zhou Jing's eyes were red. After wiping her tears, she turned to the room where Lin Qingning was. Viciously, he said, well, since you're not interested in me, I'll just let you know that there are plenty of people who are interested in me. With that, Zhou Jing went straight down the stairs, driving her car and disappearing in a puff of smoke. Seeing this, Lin Yu was afraid that her aunt would do something stupid. Hastily tapping on the door of Lin Qingshang's room. Dad, did you hear what Auntie just said? Why don't you hurry up and go find her? But Lin Qingshang in the room grunted coldly. With her timid nature, it would be strange if she could do anything. Yeah. Come over here and tell Dad what you've learned from going out to work this time. Although Lin Yu was anxious, she didn't dare to go against Lin Qingshang's words. One can only be good enough to go into the room. In a rowdy bar, Duzha was sitting alone on the sofa with several bottles of expensive wine in front of him. He'd been waiting for 20 minutes, but there just wasn't a woman who came over and opened the bottles. Probably they don't think they're worth that much either. Duzha shook his head, and then he was ready to open the wine and get drunk. Suddenly, a black, short-skirted mature woman sat over next to the couch. Despite her petite figure, she was quite beautiful. With a cold face, Zhou Jing turned to Duzha and asked, are you interested in me? Duzha didn't reply to her words, just started the bottle of wine open, throwing it in front of Zhou Jing. Drink it and I'll tell you. Zhou Jing looked at the large bottle of wine in her arms and was a little scared. With that much? You must be drunk as hell after drinking it. She raised her head again to look at the cold-faced Duzha. Again, I couldn't help but think of what my husband, Lin Qingning, had said. Eyes couldn't help but tighten. Okay, you're the one who said you weren't interested in me. Blame it on me. With that, Zhou Jing directly picked up the bottle and opened the spin. Duzha unwrapped a bottle of wine as well and gulped it down. In just an hour, Zhou Jing was drunk as hell. Lying in Duzha's arms, she cried and cursed. He's really not a thing. He hasn't touched me for more than 10 years, and he's still thinking about another woman. Oh. However, Duzha didn't have the heart to listen to her complaints. The searing Yangji breath inside him was in desperate need of venting out. This is a bar, and everyone is here for one reason. That's solving each other's needs. Where's the time to listen to your nonsense here? With that, Duzha hugged the drunken Zhou Jing and went directly to the hotel across the street. Roughly, he threw her on the bed. Zhou Jing's face was red and her eyes were misty. Hands scratched at his neck in a hot-to-trot manner. Duzha looked at her like this. Just know that this is definitely a grieving woman who is alone. After 11 o'clock at night, Duzha stood by the window, his mind still a mess. All he could think about was the issue of Bai Jia and Bai Qingqing's identity. Zhou Jing was half drunk at the moment. While looking up at this man who had completely conquered her, fascination in his eyes. It's been a whole decade since I finally met a real man, she said expectantly. So what's our relationship now? Duzha glanced at her lightly. A single price relationship. Chapter 72 by Jia's Secret. 2 o'clock in the morning. The room was filled with all sorts of strange smells. Zhou Jing lay on the bed, having long since fallen into a deep sleep. The floor was littered with scattered shirts, underwear and underwear. Duzha put on his own clothes and looked at the extremely beautiful woman on the bed. Although her figure was not as voluptuous and beautiful as that of Chenya and Baijie, but it's also one of those petite beauties that looks skinny in clothes, but meaty out of clothes. I just don't know if her husband is physically unable to do so. It's amazing that you can let such a great beauty go and not touch her for over a decade. After looking at the time, Dozier is ready to go back too. He came here just to let loose. Judging by the woman's eyes, tone, and movements in those hours just now, it was highly likely that she would wake up in the morning relying on herself. This kind of deep-voiced with a family is the hardest to deal with. And looking at her dress and jewelry, her family wasn't too bad. People are just out to have fun. Why do you have to ask this and that? You want longevity? He himself would have been bad at handling relationships between women now. How can you possibly get entangled with this one-night stand woman again? With that, Dozier went out for a round and came back with $18,000 in his hand. Dozier has his own rules. Pay what you have to, and give her the unit price at $2,000 a pop. The only rule that stays the same is, the front doesn't count. Otherwise, Dozier would have to give her another $6,000 to do so. After putting the money on the bedside, Dozier went out and left. Because of the young Pole, Dozier quickly absorbed the alcohol in his body and transformed his own chi. After getting downstairs, he directly drove his car and returned to where Bai Qingqing and the girls lived. Gingerly, he went upstairs. Dozier habitually pushed open the door to Bai Qingqing's room. It wasn't that he wanted to do anything, he just wanted to see Bai Qingqing, but go in for a moment. He then regretted it because there were two people lying on the bed. The more slender and thin figure on the left, lying on her side on the bed, was none other than Bai Qingqing. The right side, on the other hand, has a more voluptuous physique, and the summer quilt can't cover that pear-shaped figure. Who else could it be if not Paige? I didn't realize the two of them were sleeping together, but it was right. After all, they hadn't even seen each other in years. With that, Dozier turned around and prepared to go to another room to sleep, but just as he was about to close the door, a low voice suddenly sounded in the room. Dozier, I have something to say to you. On the living room couch, Dozier sat across from Baijie with embarrassment on his face. Last night, he himself had swept her and apricot Tanaka. What about a piece to fill the tank with glass water? In the blink of an eye, there was a big shift in identity straight away. Baijie turned out to be Qingqing's sister. It felt very strange to be in her presence myself. In a sort of pinch, didn't know how to face her at all. Baijie pursed her lips and looked at the embarrassed-looking Dozier. After struggling internally for a long time, he slowly said, Dozier, I actually have a secret I want to tell you. The corner of Duzier's eye twitched. What secret? He was now thunderstruck by the fact that Baijie was Bai Qingqing's sister. Now Baijie was even going to give herself some kind of secret. What could be more shocking to yourself than the fact that you're in a relationship like that? Baijie's cheeks flushed as her two small hands squeezed the corners of her coat tightly. She exhaled a long breath and slowly said, Actually, Qingqing is not my real sister. What? Dozier jolted up and grabbed Baijie's arm. With an agitated expression, he said, Are you telling the truth? Qingqing really isn't your real sister? Baijie looked at the man who had redeemed both herself and Qingqing. The eyes were as gentle as could be. Dozier is more than just someone Qingqing loves dearly, also the man who has decided to be there for himself. One must not let him fall into endless self-blame and remorse just to keep that secret. Then Baijie slowly narrated under Duzier's expectant eyes. In the old days, when I was first married, one of my distant cousins suddenly fell very ill and died soon afterward. Auntie cousin ran off with some other wild man the next day after delivering Green to herself. I was left alone with young Greenie, and my husband had to force me to discard Greenie. But I simply couldn't be cruel enough to insist on raising Qingqing. Eventually he divorced me and I just kept raising Greenie. Speaking of this, Baijie raised her head and looked at the dull-faced Dozier. It wasn't until Qingqing developed leukemia that I came to work alone in Marina, and then the two of us met you. Dozier didn't even dare to blink his eyelids for fear that what Baijie said was false. His mouth kept muttering and repeating, So that's how it is. Luckily it's like this. Paige's eyes showed an ant-like vestigial vision as she looked at the little man. She pressed her hands against Duzier's chest and said, So you shouldn't have any mental guilt at all. I'm me and Qingqing is Qingqing. But then her eyes dimmed and she broke away from Duzier's arms. Under Duzier's puzzled gaze, Baijie whispered, But Qingqing was raised by me after all. Nominally we are still sisters. In the future, you should treat Qingqing well. What happened between us? Just think of it as a dream. With that, a few tears flowed out of Baijie's eyes and fiercely kissed Dozier on his lips, hugging and kissing him with abandon. Dozier was also surprised by her bold appearance. The Yangji breath in his body quickly scorched. Wait until the moment of truth is carried out.
Bai Jia suddenly opened her eyes and pushed Duzha away, shouting, "No! No!" Her eyes struggled with pain and glistened with tears.
"You're already Cyan's man. We can't go on like this. In the future, let's just pretend that nothing happened between us."
With that she tried to get up and leave.
But how could Duzha let her go so easily? Tonight finally unraveled him.
Bai Jia and Bai Qingning pressed for any relationship. The daughter of a distant cousin,
with a bloodline so far away that you don't know where it is.
He took Bai Jia by the hand and yanked her into his arms. Bai Jia blushed and struggled in Duzha's arms.
"Duzha, let go of me. We can't go on like that."
Duzha tightly wrapped his arms around her waist and laughed.
"Don't worry. I won't force you.
I'll just kiss you."
Paige was skeptical. "Really?"
Of course it's true. Looking at Duzha's bright eyes, it didn't seem like he was lying to himself. Then Bai Jia bit her lip.
Anyway,
she and Qingning were only nominal sisters.
Let Dozher give him a kiss. It doesn't seem like a big deal. Fine then. You can kiss, but remember what you said. Only kiss. No other ah.
Dozher smiled triumphantly and rubbed his hands together.
Of course, how could I lie to you? Dozher, can't. Have you forgotten what you said? I'll just touch it, not anywhere else. Dozher, I'm just touching it. Trust me. Okay, I'll believe you one last time. Dozher, I'm really going to get mad. Wrong. I was wrong. I really won't touch you this time. You badass. Into the small dark room again. The righteous fathers.
I did not realize that only 100,000 words, 1,000,000 righteous fathers are reading.
Simply cannot stop. It's a bigger deal this time. Either the book is gone or we're going to have to turn MN into a sister and see what happens in a few days. As long as the righteous fathers know it's MN. Chapter 73 Tian Xingli's Worry. The next morning, when Duzha woke up, Bai Jia, who was on the sidelines, had long since left. Smelling the fresh scent of the pillow next to him was a huge relief. Luckily, Qingning and Bai Jia don't have any relationship.
Otherwise you simply can't face them all at the same time later.
Squeak. Bai Qingning, who was wearing an apron, pushed open the door and smiled. Duzha, get up and eat. Duzha lazily stretched out his two hands, signaling Bai Qingning to pull him up.
Bai Qingning had no choice but to walk forward and was just about to extend her hand.
Suddenly, he was wrapped around Duzha's waist, grabbing her upturned ass. He pulled her to the edge of the bed. Oops, Duzha, they're still waiting downstairs.
Bai Qingning covered her chest shyly.
Duzha smelled the fresh scent between her hair and laughed. It's fine. I'll just give a kiss. It'll be quick. Quickly, half an hour passed.
Bai Qingning panicked and got up in her clothes,
pouting and grunting at Duzha. Bad man.
I'm going down first,
so hurry up and get up. Dozher let out a long breath. Got it. With that,
Bai Qingning calmed down a little, making her face look less red,
before thumping down the stairs. Qingning, what's taking so long? Oh, Dozher is bedridden and I'm pulling him up. Greenie, where's your apron? The apron. The apron broke itself. On the table, the food was an omelette that Bai Qingning had gotten up in the morning and made with milk and bread.
Bai Jia looked at Duzha and Bai Qingning who were acting intimately in front of her. He couldn't help but have a smile of relief on his face.
On the side, Tian Xingli's eyes twitched at the corners of her eyes and said, Sister Bai, what are you laughing at?
When Bai Jia heard Tian Xingli's words,
she said as if waking up from a dream, did you? Was I laughing just now? You're looking at this the wrong way. Apricot.
With that she lowered her head and took small bites of her omelette.
Tian Xingli looked straight at Bai Jia with puzzled eyes. Why do you feel that Sister Bai has become even stranger today? Could there be anything more surprising to her than learning yesterday that Duzha was Qingqing's boyfriend? By 9 o'clock in the morning, several people had finished their meals. With that, Duzha drove the three girls and headed to the hospital together.
After doing a series of tests on Bai Qingning, the doctor confirmed that she had recovered very well.
A second healing session can be done at any time. Upon hearing this,
both Bai Jia and Bai Qingning couldn't help but shed hot tears on their faces.
4 years of torturous leukemia were finally just about to be relieved. The two were even more grateful to Duzha. If it weren't for him, I'm afraid that after a lifetime,
Bai Qingning wouldn't have been able to recover so quickly from her illness. Bai Qingning was admitted to the hospital consulting room for treatment.
Paige, on the other hand, says to stay here with her. Before leaving, Tian Xingli looked at Duzhu and Bai Jia hugging together in surprise.
The eyes were shocked to the core and wonderful.
Is this right? Bai Jia is Bai Qingqing's sister. Why are they hugging again? On the way home, Doz felt a little amused as he looked at the astonished Tian Xingli. With that, he told her about last night. Tell Tian Xingli not to be so surprised, as if he and Bai Jia really violated something. Hearing that Bai Jia and Bai Qingqing had nothing to do with each other at all, Tian Xingli first let out a long breath, and then teased. I was thinking that in the future, if you're in a difficult situation, you'll only be able to find me to play with alone. It seems that this money is not easy to earn.
Both are masters, both have to be served by me. Now Bai Qingning and Bai Jia have both become Duja's women. He was left with himself.
Not as good as others in terms of looks,
and also inferior to sister Bai in terms of figure.
If I don't work harder,
I'm afraid I'll be kicked out of this team sooner or later by Debtor.
Debtor looks over at Apricot Tanaka's MMT, takeout, and she's getting looked down on. The eyes signaled her. Qingning understood, licked her lips and smiled foxy. No good. You're still driving.
Her eyes were bright and rippling.
Debtor patted the steering wheel and laughed. It's fine. The car is an automatic. Qingling's pretty face blushed and nodded.
Then this car's horn made a crisp ding sound.
Not long after, Debtor drove to the villa. A pat on Qingling's head interrupted her immersive auto-shift drive. Qingling looked up in surprise and asked, "Already? I haven't even finished it myself yet. How did I get home so fast?" Debtor unbuckled his seatbelt and laughed. "The faster you drive, the faster I drive." Qingling blushed.
She really wasn't driving her automatic slow just now, but it's still Debtor who's skilled. Just as Debtor was about to get out of the car,
Qingling pulled Debtor's arm with a quick eye. "Debtor, why don't we just stay here?"
She nudged the back seat,
winking.
With that she twisted right around to get out of the passenger side and into the back seat, but only halfway through the drill, she stopped moving.
Because the hips are so rounded and there is not much gap between the seats,
so she's stuck firmly in the middle of the seat.
Qingling looked at Debtor with a pair of big watery eyes, and delicately said, "Boss Debtor, can you help me? I seem to be stuck." When Debtor saw this scene, he couldn't help but think back to the first time he met with Qingling. That's how she pretended to get her shoes. Abridged. 2 hours later, Qingling was lying in Debtor's arms. Her face was smooth, as if she had smeared beauty cream. Debtor placed his right hand on her waist and said, "Actually, you don't need to please me so much. Since I promised you a job and signed a contract, I will definitely not go back on my word."
Qingling tightened her hold on Debtor's arm again and said coquettishly, "That's not the same. Work is work and pleasure is pleasure."
Debtor let out a light laugh. Of course he knew what Qingling was worried about.
It was nothing more than the feeling that within this family, she was the only one who was now an outsider,
and someone else's fiancé. Right now she's been let go from the company and I'm afraid it's going to be hard to find another job.
If he couldn't hold on to Debtor's thighs firmly, I was afraid that he would have to leave the marina and return to the small town.
After a few minutes, Debtor looked helplessly at Qingling who was ready to start working again. Never mind, it was her own idea anyway. Big deal. Just pay her at a base salary of 10,000 and 2,000 per unit. Chapter 74, Goodbye Linyu. At night, Debtor drove alone to the hospital to pick up Bai Jia and Bai Qingning. As for Qingling,
after she smeared the medicine, the body was in excruciating pain,
so sore and weak that I couldn't go anywhere. At 10 o'clock or so, Debtor took his 2 daughters back home.
Bai Qingning's color gradually improved a lot. Before that she always had a pallor on her face, and now she had rosy cheeks.
Not at all like a weak patient.
She stood on the stairs and looked at Bai Jia,
shyly saying, I want to sleep by myself tonight. Obviously,
his head was lowered, but his eyes kept stealing glances at Debtor.
How could Bai Jia not know what Qingning was thinking? But look beyond that.
Just turned and smiled.
That's just as well.
I'll go find Apricot Pear and talk to her for a while in the evening.
Aha.
Bai Qingning pursed her lips and looked at Debtor joyfully. It's been days since I'd been that way with my beloved Debtor.
The heart always feels itchy. Even though Bai Jia was still at home, Bai Qingning kind of couldn't help but crave Debtor's body. So shy.
Saying such things in front of your own sister. Bai Qingning covered her burning cheeks and hurriedly ran into the house,
closing the door with a bang.
He waited for Debtor to arrive.
Debtor looked at Bai Jia who was sitting on the sofa.
I can't help but think that it was also here last night that the two exchanged a few friendly words.
Why aren't you up there yet?
Bai Jia's 2 plump legs crossed,
looking extremely seductive. Debtor sat over,
wrapped his arms around her waist, and breathed into her ear.
Bai Jia's small, crystalline earlobes instantly turned red. Hastily propping up Debtor's chest, he whispered, Aya, Debtor, stop it, go up quickly, Qingning is still waiting for you. Debtor also knew that now was not the time to accompany Bai Jia. After giving her a few kisses on the cheek, he laughed and said, then I'll go up to keep Qingning company. You go find Qingling. Paige nodded shyly. Well, there you go. Just as Debtor turned around, Bai Jia pulled him back again, kissed Debtor with a kiss.
Qingning's body is still under treatment after all.
You're gentle. Debtor laughed. I'm only going up to accompany Qingning today. You won't be jealous, right? Bai Jia let out and said, Ba Qingning is my. What do I have to be jealous of? Apricot Pear, what happened to you? Bai Jia's surprised voice came out. Would you believe me if I said I was allergic? 1 o'clock in the evening.
Doja kissed Bai Qingqing's forehead and wiped away the fine sweat on her forehead again.
With that, he tucked her in again. Only then did he turn and walk out the door and into Paige's room. She's not asleep yet.
When he saw Doja come in, his face was ecstatic.
By nightfall, Tian Xingli was asleep.
Suddenly he felt himself being picked up. She jerked awake and opened her eyes.
Doja has led her to the balcony. At 9 o'clock in the morning, several people took a bus to the hospital, after settling in with several people.
Then Doja drove to the store where he originally bought his Rolls-Royce Gusto. They called this morning to say the car had arrived.
Doja decided to go back home after picking up the car in another day or two. He's been out for over a week. I wonder if Auntie Lan and Lime are bored at home.
Lin Yu is happy today because she has become an honorable car salesman again.
Last night her dad, Lin Qingning,
asked her what it was like to sell cars in a Mercedes-Benz store.
There's no appreciation for treating people, social graces or anything. Lin Yu enumerated them for Lin Qingning as if they were a family.
The people inside the store are articulate, and I've witnessed several customers who were hesitant and undecided about buying a car, called into the waiting room by the sales sister and within 20 minutes,
came out smiling and said he'd buy the car right away. Unfortunately, no matter how much I asked, they wouldn't teach me, saying I was too young. Lin Qingshang's face was suffocating into a pig's liver color. What a Thai store to find. Almost taught my daughter a lesson.
After a long time he said in a deep voice,
forget it, yeah.
That kind of place is still not conducive to you honing your skills.
Tomorrow Dad will find you another company. Lin Yu shook Lin Qingshang's arm and pouted.
I still want to go into car sales.
I feel like I'm already on the verge of getting into the business. Okay, Dad. Just let me go into car sales.
Lin Qingning couldn't stand his daughter being petulant the most,
and then compromised. Okay, tomorrow I'll arrange for you to work at the Rolls-Royce store, where no one will be able to teach you badly.
Lin Yu, though she didn't know why her dad said that no one in the Rolls-Royce store had taught her badly,
but didn't ask for anything, as long as I could keep doing car sales.
The manager respectfully came to Lin Yu and kindly said,
Lin Xiao, Lin Yu, there's a guest coming to go to the booked car later. Please receive him.
Once Lin Yu heard that she had a guest, she smiled and said,
okay,
I'll go prepare the contract formalities and whatnot. With that she ran off at a fast pace. All that was left was the manager with a headache and a bitter look on his face. How did such a great god come to this small store of his own?
If the hospitality is not good,
then his position as manager
will not be gone? In the office, Lin Yu had just finished organizing the contract formalities. With that, he walked out with the official seal. The manager on the sidelines watched as the little granddaddy took the official seal out of his office and blacked out again. The door to the store opened. The tall, handsome-looking Doja walked in. Immediately afterward, he saw an innocent girl who looked a bit familiar walking over quickly. Lin Yu bowed slightly and said, hello, we've prepared your seat for you, please follow me. Doja let out a With that, Lin Yu raised her head, and both of them saw each other's faces at the same time. It's you? Lin Yu looked at the handsome man in front of her in surprise. Isn't he the same Doja who approached him to buy a Mercedes some time ago? How did you come to buy a car where you work again? Could he really be stalking himself? Doja couldn't help but be a little curious when he saw this familiar face. Originally, he just thought Lin Yu's family was rich. That's why I went to the Mercedes store to experience life as a salesman. I didn't realize it had been less than half a month. She then came to work at the Rolls-Royce specialty desk in Marina del Rey. It's not something you can do with just money. Looks like she's something else. Doja sized up Lin Yu with interest. Lin Yu lowered her head, her eyes averted. All he could think about was the necklace that Dozer had yanked out from inside his collar some time ago. He doesn't like me, does he? I can't believe I chased you all the way here. What to do? If he's really after me, should I agree? Chapter 75. How do you know my father is the mayor? Inside the store, Lin Yu was still immersed in her various speculations. What should she do if Doja really came for her? He's so handsome. In case he chases me, I sure as hell couldn't resist. Oops, so shy. Lin Yu's cheeks were red and blushing. Looking into Doja's eyes, she was expectant and shy. Doja slowly opened his mouth with a smile on his face. Lin Yu looked even more excited. It's going to be confessed. It's going to be confessed to me. So panicky. What should I do? Totally different from how I feel when other people confess me. Want to say yes? But the next moment Doja's voice rang out. MS. Lin. Hello again. What brings you to work in Marina? Lin Yu froze. Didn't you chase me here? She raised her head and looked into Doja's clear eyes. There was nothing in it that pressed the kind of desire that other men had for themselves. No way. Am I misunderstanding? She then hurriedly said in embarrassment. Mr. Do. Hello. I didn't expect to have the chance to meet you again either. As for work, it's probably because my previous job performance was good. so the company decided to transfer me to Marina. And by the way,
you were transferred from a Mercedes to a Rolls-Royce, weren't you? Hearing these obviously perfunctory words,
Duzha didn't say anything more.
It was purely an accident to run into each other. He also didn't want to cross paths with Lin Yu too much. Right now focusing on making money and building wealth quickly is the most important thing. Duzha looked at Lin Yu's inexplicably shy face.
Surprisingly,
Lin Lime's appearance flashed in his mind. The two had a similar expression when they were shy. Immediately after that, Lin Yu took Duzha to see the car and sign the contract formalities.
During this time, Lin Yu sneaked glances at Duzha from time to time.
Wanted to see if he was pretending to be high and mighty or if he was actually still trying to chase after himself. But to her dismay, Dozher didn't look at her much the entire time. This made Lin Yu feel a little frustrated. I don't know how many people surrounded her at school. While there are a lot of people who are there because of who she is, the fact that she's extremely good looking also plays a huge part.
But this man in front of him, he had obviously met himself twice. Karma is great, but it shows no interest in itself whatsoever.
That's pretty
stimulating.
Immediately after Duzha signed the paperwork and was about to find someone to drive that Maserati home, Lin Yu offered to drive himself. But how dare the manager feel comfortable with this little granddaddy driving himself?
Got another guy to drive the Maserati. So the end result became a store clerk following Duzha in a Maserati. And Duzha drove his newly purchased Rolls-Royce Gusto with Lin Yu on the passenger side.
The aura of a luxury car is still very strong.
At the very least when Duzha drove on the road, all the surrounding vehicles are far away,
for fear of rubbing and scraping.
On the road, Lin Yu saw Duzha concentrating on driving.
Not a word to myself.
Can't help but feel a little depressed. What's wrong with that? I'm sitting in your car. I can't believe you didn't say a word.
But then a possibility occurred to her.
Unable to help,
his face changed drastically.
Is it possible that he's been acting too attentive and Dozher thinks he's the kind of girl who sees money in the eyes of the beholder? Oops, that must be it.
He must have thought he was looking at him as having money for a Rolls-Royce. That's what made me sit down deadpan. Lin Yu's face became a little anxious, and her heart was aggravated.
Now people must think I'm a frivolous girl. No,
I can't let Dozher misunderstand himself.
With that,
Lin Yu took a deep breath and calmed down.
Softly, that, Mr. Dozher, I have something to tell you. Duzha still stared ahead and didn't look back. Faintly, he said, what is it?
Lin Yu bit her lip and explained.
Actually, my family is also very rich. I'm just looking for a job to sharpen myself. That's why I came out to be a salesperson.
Oh,
I saw that coming, Duzha said. Ever since the in-time he pulled out that necklace of Lin Yu's city, Duzha knew that this girl's family was rich.
Just don't understand why she's telling herself this at this time.
Seeing that Duzha didn't seem to have any reaction, Lin Yu thought that he was bragging. Hurriedly said, there is also one of this car inside my house. Just that I think it's too high profile to go out in this. And I haven't been driving it much. Hearing these words, Duzha sort of understood why Lin Yu was telling him this. Turns out it was because he thought he might think she was a vanity girl. She really does have a good nature to the core innocence about her. How come it seems to have a similar line feel again? Dozher shook his head,
thinking it must be because he hadn't seen Lime in days.
That's why when I saw Lin Yu, that's why I kept thinking about her. Not only do I know that your family is rich, but I also know that there should be someone else in your family who is an official.
The manager of that Rolls-Royce that gets to sit in that seat.
No matter what rich person he saw,
it was impossible for him to have a respectful feeling like he did with Lin Yu. So there must be someone in Lin Yu's family with a big official position who can take him down with a single word.
As expected,
Lin Yu covered her small mouth and exclaimed,
how did you know that my father is the mayor? What?
Duzha's eyes widened and he uttered in surprise.
With that, he braked the car with a kick of the gas. This startled the store clerk who had been following behind in his Maserati,
and he hastened to brake sharply plus steer.
In the car, Duzha twisted his head to look at Lin Yu's face. Surprised, he asked, your dad is the mayor? The mayor of what city?
Lin Yu gathered her hair and whispered,
that's the mayor of Marina del Rey. He's the one who put me to work in the auto store before I met you. Looking at Lin Yu in front of him, Duzha's eyes were filled with joy. When he investigated that enemy in his previous life, he had found out that the other party might be backed by a big shot in the government. And in terms of official position, who can be bigger than the mayor in Marina? So the treasure girl is on her side. Duzha's eyes were filled with aggression, looking at Lin Yu like a big bad wolf that had seen a white rabbit. Through her, one has access to that mayor. From there, it's time to find a way to take down the haters once and for all. Thinking about this, Duzha couldn't help but feel like he was interested in Lin Yu again. But his eyes then regained their composure and he continued to drive. Fade said, I said how you could pop into a Rolls-Royce store as a commissioner in just a few days. So that's how it is. Lin Yu on the co-pilot had thought that after Duzha heard about his father's identity,
Must be madly making advances on himself again like everyone else.
But surprisingly, Dozer seemed to be surprised for just a moment.
And then there was no particular reaction. But it was this look that tickled Lin Yu's interest even more. He was really different from those guys, and wouldn't treat him differently just because his dad was the mayor. Lin Yu slightly inclined her head and looked at Doja's side face,
pondering how to ask for his contact information without making him feel abrupt. And Dozer, who was concentrating on driving, was thinking, how should one ask for her contact information without making her feel abrupt? Chapter 76 Return to hometown. Soon the two drove under the villa. Lin Yu opened the car door and got out, secretly memorizing Doja's residence. In the future, you can go around this side more often if you have nothing to do. The clerk in the back, who was responsible for returning Dozer's Martha, had left on his own. Only Lin Yu was left standing in front of Doja's car. Pretend to look around idly. A look of a curious baby. Doja closed the car door and smiled at Lin Yu. Do you want to go up for a glass of water? Can't just let her go. At least get the contact info. Hearing Doja take the initiative to invite himself in, Lin Yu rejoiced. Yes, it just so happens that I'm a little thirsty. With that, the two walked into the villa piece by piece. Lin Yu sat on the sofa and looked around curiously. The villa is luxuriously decorated. At that time everywhere reveals a brand new feeling. She turned to Doze, who was making himself some coffee. You don't come to stay over here often, do you? This place looks so new. Doja placed the brewed coffee in front of her and laughed. Yeah, since I'm about to report to Binhai University, I bought a house over there and will be living there most of the time from now on. Hearing the words Marina University, Lin Yu's eyes were shining, excitedly saying, you're the high school student who got into Binhai University this year? Great. I can't believe he's from Marina University too. Doja was slightly surprised and said, yeah, I just got into Binhai University this year. What's wrong? She wouldn't happen to be a student at Marina University, would she? As expected. It was not what Doja expected. Lin Yu crossed her arms and said proudly, then you'll have to call me a senior sister. I'm also from Binhai University, and I just got promoted to sophomore this year. So it's a senior sister. No wonder she's so pretty. I always have a familiar feeling when I see you. Doja smiled and complimented. What he said wasn't exactly a compliment, because it was all true. Schoolgirls are real. Pretty is real. It's also true that seeing her always reminds one of Lin. Lin Yu looked at the tall, handsome and outstanding Doja in front of her. Unable to help but blush, her heart fluttered. It's so karmic. It's just too much of a connection. Not only had he met himself twice in the car store, but he was also a student at Marina University, just like himself. Gosh, it's almost like a romance novel. Then Lin Yu bit her lip and said, I remember there's less than half a month before school starts, right? Doja nodded. Well, the admission notice will be distributed soon. I took 687. I should have no problem getting into Binhai University, right? No problem. Lin Yu smiled and nodded. 687 points for Marina University is totally enough. I only at that time scored 665. Doja took a sip of his coffee and said reassuringly, it's good to get in. I was worried that with my scores, it would be up in the air. There's no way there's going to be any suspense. The pack can pass the exam. Lin Yu took out her cell phone. Laughing, he said, do you want to add a microphone? When you start school, I'll take you around inside the school properly? Doja's eyes glowed. He was thinking of adding you as a friend himself. I didn't expect to deliver myself. Then he took out his cell phone and laughed. It's just that I'm a bit worried that the school is too big and I won't be able to find my way when the time comes. So thank you, sister. It's okay. I often sneak around the campus with my classmates. I'm familiar with it. I'll show you a good time then. Is it a sneak with a boy? Oops. What are you talking about? It must be with my friends, all female. Oh, so that's how it is. I thought senior sister already had a boyfriend. I didn't. I didn't even reach out to guys at school to tweet me. Then it looks like I'm pretty lucky. Soon the two were chatting freely for over an hour. From being slightly rusty, they've gotten to the point where they can joke around with each other, as if they had been good friends for years. When Lin Yu was ready to leave, Doja offered to give her a ride. Lin Yu blushed and agreed. Still the same as when it came. Lin Yu sat on the passenger side of that Rolls Royce and Doja drove her. Under Lin Yu's command, Doja quickly turned to a neighborhood. The people living inside seemed to be people of high status. The door was guarded by men in police uniforms, bulging under their collars. Even if Doja drove a Rolls Royce, he couldn't get in. Lin Yu apologized. Sorry, Doja. I can't take you in with me either. Doja nodded and said, it's fine. I'll definitely go to your house to sit down when there's a chance in the future. Lin Yu let out a and then said goodbye to Doja. Only after she had watched Doja leave did Lin Yu happily hum a little song. Bouncing around, he headed for the neighborhood. No sooner had she taken a few steps than a car pulled up beside her. Zhou Jing lowered the window and laughed. Yeah. Who sent you back just now? Is it a boyfriend outside? Lin Yu took a look at the aunt, then blushed and said, No, he's just a schoolmate of mine. We just met a few days ago. Then she looked at Zhou Jing, who was full of smiles, and said, By the way, Auntie, are you not angry with my father anymore? Zhou Jing sighed and said, We're all old married couples. Why are we still angry? I'm used to it anyway. Geez, who has that asshole of a father in their eyes now? All one wanted was to find the handsome man from the night before. Only in him could one realize what it meant to be a real woman. His own future life would be meaningless without him. Get in the car. Yeah. Auntie will take you back. Aha. Doja went back in the afternoon to see the progress of the media company's renovation. As it turns out, in the case of huge hits, the remodeling company is still very strong. It is estimated that in half a month or so, one's company will be completely built. In the evening, he went back to the hospital to pick up the 3 girls, still accompanying Bai Qingning until about 1 o'clock, and then turned next door again. This cycle went on for about 2 days. Bai Qingqing's rehab has also entered a stabilization period, and there will be no more rejection. So Doja was relieved and ready to go home. It's been over a week. He especially missed Auntie Lan and Lime. Of course, there is also the pair of Chu Mengyao and Chenya, kneeling for free gifts from the righteous fathers. The black room is really hard to get through. Chapter 77. Doja bought a plane ticket to return home in 2 days. He focused on accompanying Bai Qingqing in the past 2 days. He took her to the hospital in the morning and stayed with her until the evening when he picked up Bai Qingqing. It's almost like not moving an inch. Bai Qingqing also knew that Doja was close to going back, although she was a little sad inside. She also knew that Doja couldn't possibly put all his energy into himself. In Bai Qingqing's eyes, Doja has a real girlfriend. He's willing to spend more than a week with him in the marina, and she was content. Room. Bai Qingqing's long, smooth hair was draped, and her eyes were sparkling. The skin was hydrated and white, and the dimpled body was soft and supple. Doja, you're leaving tomorrow, and I don't want to sleep tonight, okay? Hearing Bai Qingqing's seductive words, Doja couldn't help but nod. I can't afford not to sleep. I'm waiting next door. Cyan was weaker anyway. After a few hours, must have fallen asleep exhausted. First things first. With that, Doja picked up Bai Qingqing and went to the window. Bai Qingqing let out and kissed Doja's lips. Then, Sima Shenhe, no way. How come Qingqing can stay up so late tonight? On the bed, Doja wrapped his arms around Bai Qingqing's delicate waist, his face bitter. It was already 3 in the morning, and Qingqing was surprisingly still awake, even if her eyelids are already sleepy, but still holding strong and awake. Crouching on Doja's chest, his face was happy and satisfied. Bai Qingqing looked into Doja's eyes and softly said, Doja, I still want to, although the body is already tired. But when she thought about Doja leaving tomorrow, the heart just couldn't control itself and had to hug Doja. Doja looked at his cell phone. 3:15. No way. At this rate, it's going to be dawn. It was necessary to take Qingqing down quickly. Immediately afterward, Bai Qingqing let out a cry of alarm. Thankfully, the room was not equipped with a voice-activated light inside, or it would have been doomed to a long night. Bai Jie and Tian Xingli's rooms were only separated by a wall, but this type of villa is characterized by excellent soundproofing, which is outstanding. Can't hear a thing. Bai Jie lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Without sleeping for a while, you have to raise your head to see if the door is open. But every time, she was disappointed to the core. Doja still hasn't come over. I don't think I've fallen asleep with Qingqing, have I? Although Bai Jie wouldn't be jealous of this, she would still be a little lost. Originally she decided to draw a line in the sand with Doja, but after seeing Doja because of his and Qingqing's status, and feeling overwhelmed with despondency, Paige still couldn't help but spill the beans on the secret she had been keeping for years. While untying the knot in Doja's heart, it also allows himself to be with him without fear. Revel in the joy that Dutcher has brought to himself. Alas, Doja may not be coming tonight. With that, Bai Jie closed her eyes and prepared to sleep. Just then, a figure quietly opened the bedroom door. Paige's eyes lit up and she sat up. What took you so long? Doja lifted the covers while apologizing. Sorry, Qingqing had to stay with me until dawn tonight, so I can't get out of it. So how did you get here now? Oh, Qingqing was so tired that she fell straight asleep just now. It's not like she fainted, is it? On the side, Tian Xingli had long since gone to sleep, with a sweet smile on her face. Thinking back on my month, it's been nothing short of ups and downs. First, I met a big rich guy like Doja. Not only have you made hundreds of thousands of dollars, but you've elevated your entire being.
Right now he has also managed to live in his dream villa,
getting paid 10,000
bucks a month for a good salary,
doing the easiest and most enjoyable job. Every now and then you get a $2,000 per unit subsidy. Life is simply not too good. Nope. Why does it feel like it's swaying around? Like it's on a boat?
It seemed like there was the sound of frying crackling around them.
Tian Xingli's brow furrowed slightly as she became slightly more aware.
But she continued to keep her eyes closed,
keeping herself in a deep sleep. Just kidding.
It's so hard to dream of sleeping with Debtor.
How can you just wake up like that?
Closing her eyes,
Tian Xingli intended to force herself into sleep again. Gobble gobble.
The sound of what sounded like a drink of water rang in his ears again.
Could it be that Sister White is still awake? Wake up and drink water? Or maybe. Suddenly Tian Xingli's eyes snapped open with a delighted expression. Another possibility occurred to her. It's Debtor coming. She then rolled over, and sure enough,
she saw a fine bead of sweat covering Baijia's face, and before her stood a tall figure.
It's none other than Debtor. Tian Xingli happily got up and hugged Debtor's waist. Why didn't you call me when you came? Sister Bai must have been stealing food for half a day. Debtor smiled slightly and held Tian Xingli's full and rounded buttocks.
It wasn't just Baijia who just stole food.
What do you mean? Tian Xingli was a bit puzzled. There was only herself in the room besides Baijia. Does it mean that one also? With that, Doze pointed at her leg as if in amusement. Tian Xingli blushed as soon as she looked down.
Immediately run for the paper.
Shyly, I said how it didn't feel right. So here it is.
Baijia also covered her mouth and laughed softly.
Who let you sleep so much?
I've told you several times that it's your turn.
You just won't wake up. Oops. Sister White. The next morning, at the Marina City Airport, Debtor took some simple luggage, accompanied by the three women. They boarded the airplane. Almost got exposed this morning.
Cheng woke up in the morning and actually tried to kiss herself.
Luckily, I had the foresight to do so.
I practiced Yangqi a couple times first when I got back last night.
Otherwise it's really hard to deliver. On the airplane, Debtor looked out the window at the clouds. Start to sort out your trip to this office. I've basically done everything I wanted to do this time in Marina. Cyan's leukemia is already under treatment.
The results are remarkable and it won't take long to make a full recovery. The Samba World Cup itself won almost $800 million. A lot of real estate and luxury cars were purchased.
Those 50 homes sold as well, converting value quickly.
Gained $100 million in cash and over $300 million worth of real estate. One of the things that pleased Debtor the most was the two-story building.
Each floor has an office area of 800 square meters or more.
He had the house renovated early on.
The intention is to make this a live studio for the media company. Each small room is dressed in a different style,
so as to accommodate all types of Netflix.
Debtor is already in the job market to recruit the right operational talent. Once the company is completely built, start recruiting anchors.
The direction is mainly leaning towards the young,
beautiful and versatile female netizen aspect. The starting number is fast and the flow is still high.
Watching the clouds pass by in a flash outside the window, Debtor couldn't help but cross a cold light in his eyes.
Chu Mengyao. Shanya. You too.
I don't know how you guys are doing these days.
There are no days when you want to go into business with yourself. Chapter 78 Homecoming. A little after 1 p.m., after Debtor got off the plane, he took a taxi home. In less than an hour,
it was downstairs.
Aunt Rant's car was still parked down there, so I guess both of them were in the house. Debtor had a hint of delight in his eyes. As good as the marina is, it's still not as good as your old home. Only when I came back here and saw Auntie Lan and Lime.
It was only when he felt solid in his heart that he felt at home here.
Upstairs, Debtor opened the door. What he saw head-on was Lin Qingning sitting on the sofa, her face full of tears. Lin Qingling's white and tender were all speckled with tears,
and her eyes were swollen from crying.
Seeing Debtor come back,
Lin Qingling smiled through her tears.
Getting up, he ran to Debtor and wrapped an arm around his waist. With a trembling voice, he said, Debtor, you're finally back.
Seeing Lime in tears, Debtor hurriedly hugged and comforted her,
and inquired, Lime, why are you crying? Who bullied you? Tell me. I'll take it out for you.
But Lin Lime shook her head and said,
No one bullied me. It was just now when I was watching TV that I cried. Watching TV? Debtor was a bit confused. What kind of soap opera could make Lime cry like that? He pulled Lin and walked over to the TV. Looking at what was playing inside, he couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. I just saw that The Adventures of Lola was playing on top of the TV.
And the episode Lin watched.
It seems like crying is a normal thing to do.
Lime pulled out another piece of paper and wiped her tears,
sobbing.
When the golden iron beast just blew itself up to save his marshal,
it was just too touching.
Ooh. Debtor hugged and coaxed Lime several more times. That's what stopped Lime from crying.
Alas,
it is indeed rather touching to see the golden iron beast blow itself up.
After all,
Even Doja was in tears when he saw the scene in the first place, not to mention Lime, who has been busy helping Auntie Lan since she was a little girl, and has to read seriously with no time to watch TV. After hugging Lime for a while, Doja inquired, "Right, Lime, where's Auntie Lan? How come I haven't seen her?" Lin Qingning pointed at Doja's room and said, "She's organizing her clothes inside your room." During this period of time, Auntie seems to have changed quite a bit. She used to wash one of her own clothes every day. Now she's washing one of your clothes every day. Said he was afraid you'd gone to the marina too long and your clothes would get moldy. Hearing this, Doja shook his head and lost his smile. Auntie Lan is really good too. She's only been there for a week. How moldy can clothes get? Besides, one wash at a time is fine. What's the operation of washing one piece every day? With that, Doja went to the door of the room and knocked on the door. "Auntie Lan, it's better for me to wash the clothes myself. No need to trouble you." A sharp voice came from the house. "Doja, when did you get back?" "Just got back. Let me wash it." After saying that, Doja was ready to push the door in, but it was Auntie ran against the door. The crack in the door revealed Auntie Lan's white and flushed cheeks. She whispered, "Doja, it's better for Auntie to wash it for you. You go with Qingning to buy some food first. Auntie will cook you something delicious tonight." Hearing Auntie Lan say this, Doja nodded. Auntie Lan is still too good for herself. After living in the house, it was Auntie Lan who took care of herself inside and out. Even the industrious Line was made lazy by Auntie Lan. That would be a pleasure. Auntie Lang. With that, Doja held Lin Qingning and drove downstairs together to buy food at the supermarket. Auntie Lan in the house was relieved when she heard the door close. If Doja had come in just now, I'm sure I'll just get a good look at myself. If I let Doze, who I've watched grow up since I was a child, see my body, wouldn't you lose face? With that, she put Doja's clothes in the washing machine and made the bed again. It was only then that he waited quietly on the couch for Doja and the others to return. Half an hour later, Doja and Lin Lime came back from grocery shopping. Auntie Lan herself cooked a sumptuous meal, sort of a pick-me-up for Doja. After dinner, it was after 3 in the afternoon. In the way of Auntie Lan at home, it wasn't good for Doja to make out with Lin Qingning directly at home, so it was a random excuse. Took Lime to a fancy hotel. Lin Qingling's little face was flushed. It was her first time coming to a place like a hotel. Not to mention coming to a place like this with the one you love. All together, Doja felt a little embarrassed as he looked at the shy Lin Qingning. He himself had been accompanying Qingning Baijie and the others for the past few days. There was no time to play video talk with Lime. The most you can do is post some messages and photos of the beauty of Marina City. It seems like he really needs to make it up to Lime more often. Thus, the Doja organization compensated Lin Lime for almost 4 hours. It was only when Lin Lime couldn't stand on his feet that he stopped compensating. The full-figured Lin Lime lay on her side on the soft mattress, her breath ragged. She hugged Doja tightly while listening to his heartbeat, while thinking, Doja must have been suffocating in the past few days in Marina, otherwise he wouldn't have tossed and turned so much. At this moment, Lin Qingling only felt like her bones were falling apart. Her softness pressed against Doja's chest, her eyes soft. "Doze, I still want to." Doja looked at Lime in surprise and said, "Good Lime, you're already tired today. Wait for tomorrow, okay?" Lin Lime disgruntled made a few sounds. With that, he blushed and knotted his lips. Doja gulped, "I'll go wash up first." But Lin Lime didn't give him a chance at all. Directly, at this time in Chu Mengniao's house, Chenya, who was wearing a beige knitted short sleeve and a light teal long skirt underneath, was busy in the kitchen. She held the recipe in one hand and stirred the bottom of the pot evenly with a spoon. The soft colors of the dress and her warm smile. It's pretty much a good wife and mother-like feeling when you look at it. Chenya's gaze was soft and her eyes were warm. The book says a man's favorite thing is the feeling of home. A gentle wife plus a hot dinner. Just the best way to keep a man's heart. I just don't know when Doja will be back. He would have loved himself even more if he had seen himself changed so dramatically. At this moment, Chenya's eyes were flashing with little hearts. Obviously has been completely conquered by Doja. Reduced to a want free swag from the righteous fathers. Electrocute me hard. Chapter 79 The Silent Struggle of Two Women. In the kitchen, Chenya, who acted gentle and virtuous, was busy cooking according to the recipe. Chu Mengniao, who was sitting on the sofa outside, was looking at her with a cold smile on her face. Her dressing style has changed from her usual innocent white lotus dress. A short, slim-fitting black sleeveless shirt revealed a white, flat belly. Underneath was a short A-line skirt. The length snaps just right at mid-thigh to cover the mysterious allure. Further down were knee-length black stockings and long, straight legs, wrapped tightly in stockings. The beauty was hazy. There was also a pair of thin high heels with an 8 cm heel. It was accompanied by Chu Mengniao gently tapping the ground.
It makes a clear and pleasant sound.
Every now and then she scrutinized what Qinya was wearing.
Another satisfied look down at his outfit.
A scoff surfaced on his face.
This is what you've learned the hard way, day and night? You think dressing up as a virtuous wife and mother, that's all it takes to keep Doozer's heart? Get him to do more business with you? Ha! Don't be funny. We're Quinn now. Gone has to look like a gone. What are you pretending for?
The inside of your head is full of old ideas.
And you cook and do housework. Why don't you just go and wear an old costume? Maybe Dooja will even look at you more.
Chu Mengyao rolled her eyes greatly,
quite disdainful of Chenya's performance. The other day she was filling out her volunteer application.
Several books were seen from Chenya's bed.
What a way to win back a man's heart, outsmart a mistress, and get back to fun.
All of them are tricks used to target yourself. Ever since they decided to share the money they earned from doing business with Dozier on a labor basis, a war without smoke was fought between the two.
In the past,
the price of the collage was $6,000. Whoever is in business can split $3,000 as long as another person is watching. But then the rule was that seeing alone was no longer enough to split the money. Only people who actually do business get $6,000.
In other words, in the future,
Chu Mengyao would also have to actively participate in business.
Otherwise, she'd get a few $1,000s at most for a day's work. So Chu Mengyao downloaded a lot of videos. There were some foreign ones and some Shiguan ones. All top-notch actors and top-notch technicians.
Chu Mengyao then spent the whole day drilling in the house,
observing and learning. From initial amazement, sighing in awe, they become progressively curious, trying it out on their own, understanding and thinking about it. In the end, it sums up one thing, and that is to look at the plate and make a pretense. Some men like it softer. That's why you have to make a slightly poignant face. It's like having a gambling dad, a sick mom, a school-going grandma, a broken home.
That feeling of being powerless and forced to serve them. It's best to bring a few more tears,
which can greatly stimulate a man's senses. This often allows you to ask for a few more tips. And the customer return rate is super high. The customer base is stable and not conflict. And some men like to be a little more arrogant. Even when you are doing business, you have to face the unyielding will. Eyes to be strong with a sense of helplessness. Lips pursed in death, showing the 30 years of the river, and the 30 years of the river, and not fooling the young girl to be poor. Today is the day I'm just forced to do business. You can be happy with me.
Then to have the expression gradually disintegrate on the way to doing business. The eyes went from disdainful to panicked and unsure of what to do.
A feeling of being conquered by a customer, held to death and forgotten.
Customers love nothing more than the look of a blazing horse when it's been tamed.
Some prefer the sassy, flirty kind. This favorite has the most to learn. Not only does it take a lot of practice, but it takes a lot of things working together to appear stacked. Chu Mengyao asked herself that she had studied acting for many years. Definitely holds the first two perfectly, but the last one acted flirtatious and flirty, which she couldn't really learn. After all, her dream of stardom in the future was to run towards the image of an innocent jade girl. If you learn these things, in case you form muscle memory, what if I don't realize it? So instead of deliberately studying, she bought many seductive outfits to solve this dilemma. Three styles go hand in hand. Sister, what are you fighting me for? I definitely make more money doing business with Dozier. Chu Mengyao's eyes glowed with a refined light as she scrutinized Chenya, who was busy in the kitchen. This is a battle you are destined to lose. Soon, Chenya in the kitchen also came out after making a good meal. 1 bowl of soup, 3 courses, hot and aromatic. Chenya sat at the dining table, savoring the meal she had made alone. From time to time, he nodded in satisfaction. The flavor is great. I just don't know if Dozier likes it. She blushed scarlet, where she looked like a mature woman in her 30s. There is clearly a sense of teenage wistfulness. When Dozier comes back, he must behave himself. Be sure to completely mesmerize Dozier. Never let Chu Mengyao steal him. Chu Mengyao on the sofa had a cold smile on her face as she gazed at Chenya, who was eating. 10 minutes later, Chenya wiped her mouth and dumped the rest of the uneaten meal directly into the trash. Without even looking at Chu Mengyao, he was in front of the TV, doing yoga, full to the brim. Plus she changed into yoga pants. Even more so, Chenya's plumpness was incomparable. The couch's Chu Mengyao was wearing headphones. Watch the little video playing on your cell phone, constantly imagining in your mind's eye that the substitute protagonist is yourself. What method should be used to seduce Dozier? Just as the two were fighting for Dutcher, Chu Mengyao and Chenya's cell phones vibrated almost simultaneously. A trace of excitement flashed in both of their eyes. With that, he picked up his cell phone and tapped on his WeChat to take a look. Dozier, tomorrow at 9 o'clock, you two be ready. It's him back. Chenya's eyes were ecstatic and excited. If Duchul came back, wouldn't that bring back his own happiness? He would love the surprise he had worked so hard to prepare over the past few days. Chu Mengyao, on the other hand, was even more jumpy.
and her entire body was so excited that she couldn't suppress it. If Duchul is back, won't he be able to keep earning money? And by the way, hone the skills you've learned. You are going to marry into a rich family in the future. Hubby must have read a lot of women. If he has an empty jade body, the true body of the latter day, without the appropriate skills, that certainly didn't satisfy him. Feel free, Dozier. Don't blame me for treating you like a tool to earn money while improving yourself in the process. With that, the two women walked into the house in unison. There was not a single verbal exchange or eye contact during this time. Chenya entered the room and was the first to open the book. How to get a man to be in himself again interested. Watch and think about your shortcomings. Chu Mengyao, on the other hand, opened the various costumes she had prepared. Stockings that tear easily, leather pants with holes in them, and a tightly woven blindfold that prevents you from seeing anything when you put it on. These can be big killers that you have carefully prepared yourself. I don't believe Dozier is unmoved. From there, you can make more money doing business with yourself. With that, Chu Mengyao clicked on the netbook again to learn the techniques under different costumes. It was part of a silent battle between two men. Chapter 80 Chu Mengyao and Chenya. Around 10:30 at night, Dozier had just finished practicing Yang Qi a few times, and after drinking a glass of water, he started to go to bed to rest. Because today has eased the pain of Lime's lovesickness, her body is a little sore today, so she didn't come over tonight. But a world where only two people feel good and one feels depressed is reached. Next door, Auntie Lan came in early and leaned against the wall, tightly pursed, watery lips, her eyes flavored. What's going on? It's obviously 10:30 already. Why doesn't it start? Auntie Lan looked at the time displayed on her cell phone and couldn't help but feel a little anxious. It's almost 11 o'clock. Why don't you start? Ever since I overheard it some time ago, Xin Lan just couldn't suppress herself any longer. The 10 years or so that she had raised Lime Lin had been filled with pain and suffering. Waking up early and going to bed late every day. I only hope that Lin Lin will get into a good university and have a bright future. This made her, as a sister-in-law, feel extremely happy in her heart. But I didn't expect Lime's happily ever after to come so quickly. Before he even went to college, he was already with Dozier, and he himself stayed at Dozier's house with Lime, though both of their homes have long been repaired, but both men tacitly refrained from mentioning it. Lin Chang Lime is not wanting to be separated from Dozier, wanting to be able to go and stay with Dozier every night. Auntie Lang didn't know what she was in for. It's just that every time I see Dozier, I can't help but feel my body heat up. The heart is inexplicably tickled. It was obvious that he was over 30 years old, but it was surprising that he still had that strange feeling for Dozier. Dozier is Lime's boyfriend. She was Lime's sister-in-law again, though no more than a cousin. But how could one eavesdrop on them when their identity was at stake? Ugh, must have been single for too long. I should have known I should have gotten married in the first place. It's not like we have to do all this now. Annoying. How did he favor these 10 years or so? Just knowing how to take care of Lime. Auntie Lan listened sideways to the next door again, after realizing that there was still not the slightest movement. After all, I didn't hold back, so got up and went out to check it out. She was wearing a purple nightgown and her skin was delicate and snow white, barefoot and small and smooth. She opened the door of her room quietly and, slowly, he made his way to Lime's door, pressed against the door of the room. He listened for half a minute. Still no movement. Auntie Lan was a little disappointed. It looked like it wasn't going to work tonight after all. With that she sighed and turned to walk away. But just as Auntie Lan was about to enter the house, her eyes suddenly lit up as if she remembered something. With that, he walked to the balcony and took one of Dozier's clothes. It's been washed, but it's barely there. The next morning, Dozier got up early and was already awake before 7 o'clock. I wonder if Lime has woken up yet. With that, Dozier got up in his clothes and gently opened the door. After seeing that Auntie Lan didn't get up early to do her laundry like she did before, then he quietly pushed open the door to Lin Lime's room. Lin Lime, who was sleeping, felt strange. It felt like my face was itching. It's like the big fancy cat you had when you were a kid licking yourself. Well, no, it's like there's still the feeling of your sister-in-law patting your own ass. It's just so weird. Lin Qingning frowned as her consciousness gradually returned. With that, he sensed who was next to him. Why is Duchul here so early in the morning? Lin Qingling blushed and pressed Dozier's hand. Her figure was not as foul as Auntie Lan's though, but it was the perfect figure, with a slim waist and full hips. Redacted. Her eyes were misty and her teeth bit her lip lightly. Dozier, why are you up so early? I'm not ready yet. Dozier hauled a breath on her snow-white neck. The itch made Lin Lime shrink her neck, a pinkish red. Lime, I'll be out the door in a minute. I've got some errands to run today. Lin Lime blushed and followed by, until after 8 in the morning. It was only then that Lin Qingling pouted and pushed Dozier, who had a bad smile on his face, out. Bad Dozier. Just bullying people. She blushed and buried herself under the covers again.
There is no such thing as bullying people. People are all. Oops,
time to wash the sheets again.
On the other hand, Doja went out the door and still didn't see Auntie Lan.
In the past, at this time of the day, Auntie Lan would have already made dinner and waited for them to get up.
Doja walked towards the balcony, intending to fetch some clothes to wear.
Many of the clothes he always wore in his room were washed by Auntie Lan.
Had to go out on the balcony to get some. Gee, why do I feel like I'm missing a few clothes? Doja was a little confused as he looked at the nearly half-empty balcony hooks. How do I remember watching it yesterday when the hangers were still full? Auntie Lan put it away for me? But there's nothing in my room? Never mind. Let's just wear something random. Xu Mengyao and Chenya. Those two stinking ES. Maybe they're all waiting for it. Xu Mengyao looked at Chenya,
who was dressed in soft beige clothing, with a hint of mockery at the bottom of her eyes.
Chenya, on the other hand, caught the gaze with precision. Yo, why are you looking at sis like that?
Xu Mengyao fiddled with her rose-red nails and laughed.
Sister, you don't really think you can attract Doja with this outfit, do you? To be honest, you've been out of touch for so long that you have no idea what young people like these days. Saying that,
Xu Mengyao brushed her hands over the stockings on her legs.
Eyeliner narrow. Voice coquettish, I see you later or obediently watch it. Should not you earn money? How can not earn?
Seeing his sister provoking himself like that,
Chenya also couldn't help but sneer. You're a hairy girl. What do you know? When Doja comes in a while, you'll know that you're completely useless.
Xu Mengyao just wanted to argue a word.
Immediately afterward,
the familiar roar of a car was heard from outside the house. Both women were surprised at the same time.
It's Doja coming. P.S. Chenya pushed Xu Mengyao away.
With misty eyes, it's a free small gift from the readers.
Ha! My. All mine.
Readers, give them all to others.
Okay?
Chapter 81 Competition for Doja's favor.
The one who reacted the fastest was still Chenya.
The couch she was sitting on was closest to the door. There was a surprised smile on his face.
Immediately,
he got up and straightened his clothes to make sure there were no creases. It was only then that he ruffled his hair and took the lead in opening the door and walking out to greet Doja.
On the other hand,
Xu Mengyao on the side was sitting steadily.
Disdain for Chenya's actions. Poor tactics. I'll show you what a useful move is in a minute. Outside the room, Doja had just opened the car door. Just saw Chenya with slightly curled hair and a simple home outfit,
walking up to himself with a gentle smile on his face. The voice was gentle.
Doja, you're back. Come inside. Looking at Chenya, whose style had changed dramatically, Doja felt a bit incredulous, although he thought that he had completely taken Chenya under his wing. But I didn't realize that even the personality had changed so much. Doja stroked his chin and looked at the woman in front of him who was like a wise wife and mother. Eyes with a promising smile. Chenya's cheeks heated up at Doja's look, and she lowered her head, twisting the ends of her hair. Doja, why are you looking at me like that? I can see it in my heart. Yellow. This is addicted to playing. Doja reached out his hand and cupped Chenya's face, examining it from side to side. Her face was freshly made up with light makeup and her earrings were understated and delicate. Not to mention, it really does have that neighborhood auntie feel to it. Doja laughed. I like the way you dress, but I'd be very unhappy if your skills dropped. Hearing this, Chenya hastily held Doja's hand and anxiously said, No, I guarantee that it hasn't dropped. I've been studying for the past few days. Well, I'll see about that later. Doja nodded. With that, he led Chenya into the house. As soon as he entered the house, Doja saw Xu Mengyao sitting on the sofa.
Chenya attentively changed Doja's shoes.
It's like a wife serving her husband.
This makes Doja feel quite interesting,
learning quite a lot. But the motionless Xu Mengyao made Doja a little unhappy. Xu Mengyao, can't you see that your sister is busy? You just have the nerve to sit there and do nothing? Hearing these words, Chenya also raised her head without any trace and looked at her sister.
Xu Mengyao crossed her legs and leaned against the sofa. With a smirk on his face, only those who have no confidence in themselves would use such tactics to curry favor with others. She looked at Doja and said confidently,
And I don't need to. I have plenty of moves that can catch your eye. It's not like he's been eating his own ass off for the past week or so.
Where's the use of being so solicitous and pleasing when you've learned what you need to learn?
This is not my Xu Mengyao's style.
Seeing that Xu Mengyao was so confident, even to the point of having a hint of arrogance, there was a cold color in Doja's eyes.
Seems like he's been giving her too much face. It made her completely forget the nature and subject of business. It was herself who qualified her for business. The person she serves is also herself. However, Xu Mengyao had already drifted a bit, thinking that she had quite a bit of capital, even forgot about the ethics of being a koan. After Chenya changed Doja's shoes for him, Doja walked straight to the sofa, tugging on Chenya's hand. Before she could react, just pulled her into an embrace.
Chenya's face blushed with shame as she braced her hands on Duja's chest.
Oh, my god. He's hugging me again. So sturdy and warm.
Though inwardly he was thrilled and his skin rolled a little, but she still made a shy look on her face.
Duja. Oops. What are you doing? I was just about to go to the kitchen to bring you a bowl of porridge.
Duja patted her waist nest and laughed.
It's fine. I don't drink kanji. It's you. Aren't you a little thirsty?
Chenya was so experienced that she instantly understood what Duja meant.
Right. I'm a little thirsty for porridge. Here's some porridge. She rose with joy. And then, Duja, on the other hand, was lying on his back on the sofa with a sleepy look.
Chu Mengyao looked at Duja who was feeding Chenya kanji, and then looked at Chenya who was blushing scarlet. The corners of his mouth turned up slightly.
Sis, are you senile or addicted? Forget all the rules that don't count up front. It's a waste of breath. You're doing a job that has nothing to do with making money?
I'm kind of thankful now that Dozier let me come into the business for a piece of money.
If it's just you, even if we can pay off the debt, and there's no way I'm going to have the money to go to the Marina Theater School. Chenya is drinking kanji, but there's no bowl. Half an hour later,
she cleaned the spoon. Then he sat down next to Duja in a docile manner and waited for his orders.
Looking at Duja, he also sked. It's tamed. Chu Mengyao, who was sitting on the opposite side of the table, interjected. Duja, isn't it time to start doing business? I have quite a few surprises to show you as well.
Upon hearing her words,
Duja's face, which was still quite gentle, immediately turned cold. I entered without even the slightest indication. You call that business? Look what your sister is doing. And look at you. With that,
Duja got up and dragged Chenya towards the bedroom.
Chu Mengyao hurriedly followed with a smile on her face. Finally, you can earn money. I've been waiting for half a day myself. But just the moment Duja and Chenya walked into the house, a cold voice came out. This morning, I'm only doing business with your sister.
Chenya was pleasantly surprised for the entire morning.
It's all on its own. Regarding this statement,
Chu Mengyao admitted to herself that she was extremely dissatisfied. She came to the door and accused.
What do you mean by that, Dozier? I've been waiting for you for over a week too. So why can't I make money?
Duja gave her a cold look.
Just because you're not self-conscious enough. Reflect honestly outside. And come back in when you've thought things through.
With that the bedroom door slammed heavily. The last thing Chu Mengyao saw was Chenya's contemptuous eyes and sneering mouth.
Damn it! Chu Mengyao was a bit frantic. She clearly had everything ready. But surprisingly, it was eliminated before it started. Did those things my sister did really work? Do I have to learn to serve Duchul too? Inside the room, Dozier casually flipped through the books on the bed. After seeing the catalog, he smiled and asked Chenya, "You've been studying these all this time?"
Chenya shyly said,
"It's all haphazard reading. Not much learning." "Yes?"
Dozier closed his eyes and relaxed.
"Let me see if you've grown."
Chenya pursed her lips and slowly walked over.
3 hours later,
Duja opened the door and walked out refreshed.
"Stretching. I'm sure there's been progress.
I can't believe she's in her 30s and still has so many tricks up her sleeve."
This morning, Chenya earned just $4,000. 5 other businesses.
Chenya followed in the back with a hobbled step, rubbed his cheeks.
As soon as the two of them came out,
they saw Chu Mengyao on the dining table. She had several plates of food in front of her.
There are black bean stewed pork ribs, goji berry stewed lamb, gravy lotus seed porridge.
All of them were bought by Chu Mengyao who ran out to buy them personally. Every single dish was prepared for Dozier. She didn't want Duja to fail to do business in the afternoon. Then she wouldn't be able to earn a penny.
Seeing the two of them come out, Chu Mengyao smiled and walked to Duja. Taking his arm, she headed for the table. "Duja, come and taste it. These are dishes that are good for you." Chenya looked at Chu Mengyao's actions with ridicule in her eyes. "Last night you were taunting me about the futility of doing this. How come you're doing the same thing now?" Botched trick. Chapter 82 Correcting Service Attitude.
Duja sat down on the chair and looked at the few dishes in front of him that could restore his energy. Though he himself had a young pole on his side, he didn't need these things to make up for it at all. But these foods can be used as a source of energy for Yangji, practicing martial arts to strengthen the body. Chu Mengyao sat on one side of Duja and attentively pinched food for him.
"Duja, try this. It's delicious. Are you thirsty? I'll serve you a bowl of porridge." Seeing the obviously understanding Chu Mengyao, Duja also nodded. "That's a little bit of being a gon. Remember, your attitude towards service determines your ceiling." Hearing these words, Chu Mengyao was simply enlightened. What Dozier said makes so much sense. I've watched so many Siguan videos in vain. I've been focusing on learning the skills, not learning people's work ethic anymore. Whether it's being a koan or working in show business later on, attitude must be on point. TSK.
Luckily Dozier helped himself to correct that mistake.
Thinking of this,
Chu Mengyao couldn't help but bring a hint of appreciation to her eyes when she looked at Du Jie. I can't imagine the lickspittle who used to chase him for 3 years.
It's amazing how powerful it is now. Not only is it rich and beautiful, but it seems to have a rich life experience. If it wasn't for the fact that I, Chu Mengyao, was going to be a star and marry into a rich family in the future, I'm kind of tempted to make an honest living with you.
Chen Ye, who was sitting on the opposite side of the table,
saw Chu Mengyao lass's eyes and had a vicious chill.
How could she not understand her sister's nature?
No one can touch her heart anymore except money. The table was full of food, but Chen Ye didn't eat a single bite. She was full just now, thanks to Debtor. Just as Chu Mengyao attentively pinched dishes for Du Jie, suddenly there was a clink.
Chu Mengyao covered her mouth and said in embarrassment,
Du Jie, it's all my fault. I was so focused on you that I got the spoon on the floor.
Chen Ye looked at her in this delicate and contrived manner.
Disgusted, he said, if you drop it, just pick it up. Do you want Du Jie to pick it up for you? Chu Mengyao turned around and smiled at her. Of course I'll pick it up. Old sister. She emphasized the word, old emphatically. Angry, Chen Ye clenched her fists.
A smile spread across the face of Debtor,
who was eating. Interesting, it seems that Chu Mengyao's comment that she had a surprise for herself wasn't empty. A few minutes later, even if Chen Ye was slow, she knew that things were definitely not that simple anymore. Who picks up spoons for so long? The spoon Chu Mengyao was talking about must have been exactly the same as the one he had before.
Reverse sister.
How dare you do this under your sister's nose? Chen Ye got up in anger,
her eyes almost spitting out flames.
Playing tricks? Here's the dinner table, not the barroom where you have porridge.
But Chen Ye didn't dare to go forward to stop it.
And Du Jie didn't even say anything more, obviously acquiescing to Chu Mengyao's move.
All she could do was hold back her teeth and sit in her chair and sulk in the dark.
Half an hour later,
Debtor was full and started wiping his mouth.
Chu Mengyao ignored Chen Ye's sharp gaze. Smiling at Du Jie, he said, how is it? Can I do business together this afternoon?
He had just learned that move himself on a foreign video. The moves are new and unique and will surely satisfy Debtor.
As expected, a small smile spread across Du Jie's face. It's a truly awesome move, and even after another decade, it belongs in the upper echelon. With that,
Du Jie nodded in satisfaction.
Seeing this, Chu Mengyao was overjoyed. I never thought Du Jie would be so nice to talk to.
If I had known, I would have been more gentle.
Not long after, Du Jie got up and walked straight into the room. Chen Ye, who was on one side, walked to Chu Mengyao and sneered. Yao Yao.
You've learned a lot these days.
Chu Mengyao laughed. Even if I learn more,
I can't catch up with your book The 10 Do's and Don'ts of Snatching a Husband with a Junior. Treating your sister like a mistress and wanting to monopolize the opportunity to make money in business.
Sister, your tactics are no worse than mine.
Then to each his own.
According to his labor. Just what I need. Who made the money? Better figure it out.
With that, the two men each began to straighten their equipment. Chu Mengyao took out a small box from the room and was the first to open it.
Remove a bunny girl costume with long ears and a fluffy tail. Chen Ye, meanwhile, walked into the kitchen and pulled out an apron of lesser fabric from the cupboard above.
An afternoon had passed and Debtor had driven off. He didn't know the system the two had implemented. Before leaving, he directly transferred $70,000 to Chen Ye.
Inside the room, Chu Mengyao couldn't wait to run to Chen Ye.
Begin careful reconciliation.
Just hold on. There's $4,000 in there that I earned this morning. Sis, are you kidding? $4,000 in one morning? Is that all you can remember about your mouth? What business is it of yours how much I earn? Do your math carefully. Okay, you enjoy. I'm the one who dropped the money.
I'm 7 times.
You're 6. Is that right? Of course there's a mistake. Did you forget the rules again? Hiss, the front doesn't count. So I only have 5? You just only have 5 times. 66,000 times 11.5. Let me do the math. Here's 30,000. Okay.
Chu Mengyao joyfully looked at the extra $30,000 inside the wealthy treasure. The two of them had made a deal to pay back the $1 million loan they owed together.
The rest is all your own.
It's been a long time since I've earned this much myself since the last time I sold my first leaves. If you just work a little harder every day, sooner or later you'll be able to scrape together enough money to go to college on your own. Today itself is less frequent though, but after all, they are still inexperienced. And then observe and learn the service attitude in the evening. I believe that in a few days, I will be able to earn more than my sister.
Chapter 83 Operation Team, Xia Wanjun.
Dutcher's time is gradually returning to what it was at the beginning. From 9 in the morning to 4 in the afternoon. Go to Chu Mengyao and Chen Ye's house to do business. I came home in the afternoon and practiced Yang Qi after dinner.
Accompany Lime at 10:30 p.m. The days are simple and full.
In Chu Mengyao's house, Debtor lay on the bed with his hands lining the back of his head. The corners of his mouth turned up slightly as his eyes went downward.
At the moment Lu, then String, The lower limit is completely broken by himself with money.
The bottom line is something that disappears when you touch it for a long time.
If you add a little more fire yourself later, wouldn't it be better to just ditch the grouping and just turn on the good food? He was about to close his eyes and sleep, letting Chu Mengyao watch herself come. A cell phone rang.
Dozher took the phone and looked at the number.
It's a phone number he left with a headhunter some time ago. At the time,
he said he wanted some business planning talent for webcasting.
Because there weren't many involved in the business back then, the headhunters told themselves to wait.
I didn't think I'd hear anything until college started.
But I didn't realize it would be so soon. Get on the phone. Hello, is this Mr. Du? Dozher faintly said. It's me. Have you found the talent in live broadcast planning?
The voice on the other end of the phone said with some surprise.
Mr. Du, we have found an operations team this time that will definitely meet your needs. Operations team?
Dozher was slightly surprised.
Although there were already many live broadcast organizations in this era,
but the vast majority are still anchors. What I had wanted to do myself was to find some scattered talent and form my own company team. I didn't expect to find it straight out of the box.
Okay, you can give me their contact information. Okay, one of them can be reached at XXXX. 2 minutes later, Dozher directly dialed the phone number of the head of that operation team. The call was answered and a female voice came across the line. Hello, I'm Xia Wanjun. Is this Mr. Dozher?
Her voice was a bit cold,
but not as clear as Bai Qingqing's before. More like stubborn kind of cold.
But Dozher doesn't care what her nature is, as long as she is capable.
It's me. Can you elaborate on your operations team?
Xia Wanjun nodded, and then began to tell the basic information about their team.
There were 5 in all girls, respectively. I've been a media company operator, development planner, program planner, and even an anchor. The experience can be impeccable. It was even responsible for programming a well-known anchor before. Listening to Xia Wanjun's introduction, Dozher also gradually gained a rough understanding of them. Several people are very close to each other and have outstanding abilities.
The best part was that they were also all girls,
and it was much easier to get along with them after Cyan was cured. Not bad. I'm very satisfied with your resumes, and after a while, I'll make a trip to Marina. When the time comes, we'll talk about what happens next on the ground in detail. But Xia Wanjun on the other end of the phone raised a question first. Mr. Dozher, can I ask exactly how big this media company you're about to set up is? Dozher let out a light laugh.
It seemed that this person's goal was not small.
Surprisingly, I asked about the size of the company first. With that, Dozher directly added her WeChat and sent a few photos of the company's location,
as well as the photos being renovated over.
The company's location is in the XX building in 2 floors in total, covering 800 square meters upwards. The District XX.
I expect to recruit 20 or more anchors in the first batch, and I'll leave all of them to you to arrange when the time comes.
On the other side of the phone, Xia Wanjun, who was exquisitely dressed and had a high and cold appearance.
I was also a little surprised to see the 2-story building under renovation. It is important to realize that the average anchor company basically chooses to carry out inside a cheap apartment. Even media companies with some power are at best among remote villas. She'd never seen anyone who could be in this part of the marina. Directly rented 2 floors of such a large office building to open a new company. In case the company is not profitable, that renovation fee alone is enough to make one's head spin. The few sisters next to her took a look at Dozher being so powerful.
They urged, Sister Wanjun, I think people's companies are already big. Yeah, there's no better company for us than this one.
Hearing the words of her own few sisters,
Xia Wanjun also nodded. Okay, Mr. Dozher, then the detailed plan will be discussed when we meet. Dozher nodded. That's fine, but I hope that when we meet, you guys can show me what you can do first. Headhunters don't make lowball offers for these guys. Got $100,000 from myself.
He also wanted to see how strong these guys were.
Xia Wanjun over there also knew what Dozher meant. Then he spoke. Okay,
we'll come up with 5 plans for the company's newest developments before our next meeting.
Alright, then you guys get ready. Any more questions? Dozher said. Xia Wanjun on the other end of the phone hesitated slightly, but still inquired. Excuse me Mr. Dozher,
there have been strange noises from your side since before.
Dozher moved his phone away and glanced at Chenya and Chu Mengyao. Then he laughed. We have 2 dogs at home, and I fed them something. Xia Wanjun was instantly relieved.
She was kinda scared that this new boss was another womanizer.
After all, the last boss was trying to corner her, and even a few of the other sisters.
It was only then that she rose up in anger and revolted, taking her sisters with her in a brazen departure.
Luckily, Dozher isn't like that. Mr. Dozher,
then we'll await your next contact.
Dozher hummed and then hung up, looking down at the 2 women, called them both dogs before. Chenya didn't have much of a reaction. not a single rebuttal to Duja's mind. But Xu Mengyao was very angry. In her opinion, although she was the one serving Duja, the two of them were at best an equal trading relationship. I bring you a service, you pay me. But Dozier went so far as to call her a dog. It was an insult to her. Humph, Dozier, when I've made enough money from you, I'll be completely done with you. It's better to never see each other again for the rest of your life. Duja certainly saw Xu Mengyao's expression change. Bitchy, calling you a dog is insulting to dogs. Even the sister who raised you can betray. An underfed, white-eyed wolf. Against this kind of person, how could Duja not have the means to deal with it? Currently Chenya was already completely submissive to herself, wanting to completely spell out the group. Only Xu Mengyao was left. Unsurprisingly, the acceptance letter will be coming down soon. The most money Xu Mengyao had in her hand was around $500,000. Even with Chenya's money, it's just barely enough to pay off the loan. It's a long way from saving enough money to go to college. There are ways to make her spell it out completely by yourself. Chapter 84 Auntie Lan to the marina. 2 days later, Lin Lan ran up from downstairs gleefully. Duja, our acceptance letter has arrived. She held up the notice in her hand and jumped into Duja's arms. Aunt Lan, who heard the sound, also walked out and smiled as she took the acceptance letter from Lin Qingling's hand. Now that you've both gotten into good colleges, I'll be relieved in the future. Duja was still holding Lin Qingling in his arms and patted her shoulder. Let's go out for a big lunch at noon, just to celebrate. Aha! Lin Lan was thrilled. For the next 4 years, he could stay inside the same school as Duja. Nothing would make her happier than that. At the same time, Xu Mengyao received her acceptance letter. After seeing the seal of the Marina Theater Academy, the expression of joy on Xu Mengyao's face was hard to contain. Although he didn't get into Yanning, the Binhai Drama Academy was not bad. With your own abilities, you will have no problem standing out from it. With that, she ran into the house and shouted, Sis, look, I received an acceptance letter from the Binhai Theater Academy. At the moment she was so excited that she had completely forgotten that the relationship between the two had deteriorated. All I can think about is showing off my acceptance letter. But Chenya was drunk on dressing herself and didn't have the heart to pay attention to her. Just mocking. I've raised you for 18 years to let you go to Yanning, and you just got into a coastal drama academy. I don't know what you're so happy about. Xu Mengyao's face stiffened. She was the one who didn't go to Yanning because she was a dozen points short. That's why I could only go to the marina. I didn't think my sister would give me any compliments at all. Straight up mocking himself. Then Xu Mengyao put down the notice and sneered. I'm just letting you take a look at it. Don't think that you've supplied me with these 18 years of schooling for nothing. When I become a big star and marry into the family, I'll give you a ton of money as usual. You'll just have to wait and see. At that Chenya put down her cosmetics and despised. You haven't saved enough money for college and you're starting to think about becoming a star? Still, without money to package yourself, no opportunity will come your way. Xu Mengyao sat on the sofa and said, So what? There are still 20 days before school starts. Enough for me to make hundreds of thousands of dollars. Plus my acting talent. Seeing this, Chenya didn't say any more. He didn't really count on this sister now anyway. She only thought that she could be with a real man like Duja to make up for those 10 years of youth she lost. The two had been sitting on the couch for almost an hour, but there was still no wait for Dozier to come over. Chenya was a bit anxious and frequently looked up at the window. What's going on? Dozier comes every day. But the one who was more anxious than Chenya was Xu Mengyao. It's simply heartbreaking. If Duja comes one day less, then he is losing tens of thousands of dollars. That's a lot of your future at stake. Immediately afterward, Xu Mengyao directly sent several messages to Du Zhao on Weishuan. Ask him why he didn't come to do business with himself and his sister. On the other side, Dozier is driving to the hotel. See the message on your cell phone. Dozier casually muted his cell phone and set it aside. On the co-pilot, the voluptuous Auntie Lan wondered. Duja, someone sent you a message. Don't you want to read it? Duja laughed. It's just a pushy micromanager. Don't mind her. Hearing that it was a micro-business, Auntie Lan said. Duja. Auntie heard that those micro-businesses are all scams. You can't believe what those people say. It's best to delete them. Dozier smiled slightly and said he'd turn around and delete it for them. In fact, this era was a time of rapid growth for micro-businesses. And there were many people who made a lot of money off of this new business model. Especially housewives and students who desire financial independence. Each one jumped in like a headless fly and paid a stiff tuition fee. Micro-business is actually still a type of e-commerce. It's just that not many people play orthodox online e-commerce at this time. It's what has allowed the development of micro-businesses with lower barriers. When your own live streaming company is up and running, you'll have to launch your e-commerce platform business as well. At noon, several people dined inside an upscale restaurant. Celebrate Du Zhao and Lin for getting into a good college.
and Chu Mengyao made a dozen calls to Duja one after another, all of which were hung up by Duja. Even blacklisted her outright. After Duja drank a cup of tea, he said to Aunt Lan and Lin Qingning, "Aunt Lan, Qingliang, I want to tell you something." "What is it?" Auntie Lan crossed her arms and propped up her rounded chin as she looked over at Duja. Duja cleared his throat and said, "Auntie Lan, Lime and I are going to go to Marina to attend college, so I'm afraid I'll only have time to come back to see you when we're on vacation." Auntie Lan first froze, then smiled and said, "It's fine. Auntie is fine at home alone. You guys go to school well in Binhai. It's important to find a good job in the future." Lin Qingliang was a bit depressed. She and her sister-in-law had been living together for more than 10 years. Never left her to go far away yet. The trip to the Maritimes was hundreds of kilometers apart, and I would not be able to return for several months. I'm still a bit sad to see my sister-in-law go. Duja also noticed the low atmosphere and laughed. "Auntie Lan, I mean, instead of letting you live at home alone, why don't you go to the marina with us?" Auntie Lan waved her hand and politely refused. "Auntie won't go. The rent over there is too expensive, and you have to leave someone at home to look after it." Duja certainly knew what Auntie Lan was worried about. "It's just that I think marina rent is too expensive." She actually still wanted to accompany Lime. Then Duja laughed. "Auntie Lan, you don't need to worry about a place to live. I've bought a house near Binhai University. We'll all just live there when the time comes." "Bought a set?" Auntie Lan was so shocked that she stood straight up, her plumpness trembling and quite tantalizing. Lin Qinglian was also surprised. "Duja, you bought a house near Binhai University? Marina's house prices are already very expensive, let alone still buying a set near Marina University." They knew that Duja had earned some money from spinach, but they couldn't imagine that he had bought a house in Binhai. Duja saw the two men's surprised looks and directly took out his cell phone. "Auntie Lan, look, this is the house I bought in Marina. It's 400 square meters, enough for us to live together." Aunt Lan and Lime Lin came over to Duja and looked at the photo in surprise. Two ethereal scents surrounded each other, each with its own flavor. It made even Duja gulp. Oops. And what was he thinking to himself? Lime even. How could I think about Auntie Lan myself? She is. It's Lime's sister-in-law. It doesn't seem to have anything to do with me. Chapter 85. Dutcher seems to be okay. Inside the hotel room, Auntie Lan looked at Duja with relief and complex eyes. That little kid at the beginning has become so good now. Got into Marina University and bought that big luxurious flat in the neighborhood. It seemed that Lime was completely at ease with himself when he was with Duja in the future. "I just don't know when I'm going to find the right one. It's not a good idea to keep eavesdropping like you do at night." After looking at the house with Auntie Lan and Lime, Dozier again suggested that he wanted to go to the marina sometime earlier. For one thing, he's building a company over there and needs to arrange matters himself. The second was to let Auntie Lan and Lime go ahead and get acclimated to the affluent life of the marina. Auntie Lan and Lime naturally had no objections to this. The two of them had now completely regarded Duja as the pillar of the family. After lunch, Aunt Ran yawned and said she was a little sleepy and needed to go home for a nap. Hearing these words, a touch of delight appeared in Lin Qinglian's eyes. He was wondering how to be alone with Dozier himself. "I didn't realize that my sister-in-law was going straight home to rest." "Then you can't be with Duja." At the thought of this, Lin Lime's small hands hooked together shyly. Dozier readily agrees, and he wants to spend time with Lime in the same piece. I don't know why, but as long as Auntie Lan is by her side, he always had the feeling that his mind was swaying. In particular, the young pole technique operated even more fiercely. With that, Duja directly called a special car and sent Auntie Lan up. Before getting into the car, Auntie Lan lowered the window and said with a smile, "Duja, I'm leaving Lime in your hands, so you have to keep her company." Duja touched his head. It seemed that Auntie Lan didn't really want to rest. Instead, give them space to be alone. "Don't worry, Auntie Lan, I'll take good care of Lime." Auntie Lan gave a light smile and waved at Duja. Dutcher came forward suspiciously. Unexpectedly, Auntie Lan reached out her hand and touched Duja's face with a smile. "You're so mature now that Auntie kind of can't believe that you're the Duja from before. It's like you've grown up overnight." This sudden move surprisingly made the well-read Duja a little embarrassed. Strange. Auntie Lan was just touching her face. Why did she react so strongly? But at the same time he was a little relieved that it was just one night for Auntie Lan and Lime. But for Dozier, everything was a decade in the past. In this life he must take good care of Auntie Lan and Lime. Let them all live in the greatest abundance. Soon Auntie Lan left. In the car, Aunt Rant's cheeks blushed slightly and she looked at her hands. Oops, how did he get his hands on Do's face? But, Auntie Lan pursed her lips and slowly raised her hand, sniffing lightly a few times. "It seems, there's a bit of Dozier's vibe. Master, please drive faster. I'm in a hurry to get home." Back at the hotel, Dozier asks Lime where he wants to go to play, or buy some clothes, jewelry, Or something. But Lin Qingning shook her head, blinking her eyes and looking at Du Zhi with anticipation.
I don't want to go anywhere. I just want to find a place to get some rest.
With that she lowered her head and hooked her finger with a shy face.
Du Zhi immediately understood and smiled as he took out his cell phone. Booked a deluxe suite at this hotel. Looks like Lime is eating his words. 3 hours later,
Lin Qingning was contentedly lying in Du Zhi's arms and fell into a deep sleep.
Du Zhi,
on the other hand, was holding her rounded shoulders with one hand.
With one hand,
he opened his cell phone to reply to Chu Mengyao's message.
Dozier, I don't want to go looking for you guys today. So anoint yourself and take a rest. Chu Mengyao, Du Zhi, do you know that I'll be starting school soon? If you come one day less, I'll earn tens of thousands of dollars less. Anger. Dutcher, unit price reduced by 500. Chu Mengyao, don't. I was wrong. Du Zhi, Dozier, punish you for giving me a free ride alone. Any comments? Chu Mengyao, cheaper. I'll count you 1,000, okay?
Du Zhi was silent and directly threw his cell phone aside. It was just a little obedience test Dozier had put her through. I don't know who gave Chu Mengyao the courage to dare to bargain with himself.
He wasn't the least bit worried that Chu Mengyao wouldn't compromise, because with her current ability, she was simply not qualified to turn the tables on Du Zhi. The truth was just as Du Zhi expected. Chu Mengyao on the other side of the cell phone, after angrily sweeping everything in front of her off the ground, still heavily accepting Dozier's conditions, sort of paid for his recklessness. After seeing Chu Mengyao's compromising message, a cold smile appeared at the corner of Du Zhi's mouth. With her personality and desire for money, she was able to accept a white whore in such a short period of time. It seemed that he had still overestimated Chu Mengyao. People like this have no bottom line to speak of. And it seems like it's time for them to spell it out for good. An hour or so later, Du Zhi woke up Lin Lime and faced Lime, who was again with 2 watery eyes. Dozi repeatedly promises to meet her in her room again in the evening. It was then that Lin Qingning got up reluctantly, after getting dressed. Get in the car and go home with Dozier. Toward the end of the afternoon, Auntie Lan was cooking at home, and Lin Lime jumped in to help her. A moment later, Lin Qingling's nostrils flared. Auntie, what's that smell? So fragrant?
Auntie Lan pinched her face.
You're faint from hunger. Auntie is cooking. Of course it smells good. Abridged.
Chu Mengyao huffed and puffed as she lay on the sofa,
her full breasts rising and falling. Piss me off. Damn it, Dozier.
All I did was ask why you didn't come today.
Surprisingly, it's about to be free.
If that's the way business is done, you can just drink the northwest wind yourself.
The well-dressed Chenya sat on the sofa in boredom and fumed. Dozier didn't come today.
And it was as if she felt de-energized for a moment. Chu Mengyao looked at Chenya with contempt in her eyes.
Although Duchul is great, you can't be obsessed like this.
Our core mission remains to make money.
Chu Mengyao opened her mouth and inquired. Mom, how much money do you have in your hands right now? Chenya looked up at her, then faintly said, about $400,000. Why are you asking? My hand is about the same as yours. It's around $400,000.
Chu Mengyao said excitedly.
That means we've saved enough money to pay back the loan now. Just missing my tuition. Hearing the word tuition, Chenya said, you'll need at least a couple $100,000 for college, and there are still about 20 days before you start school, so you'll be able to earn almost $500,000 or $600,000.
Chu Mengyao nodded. The money for tuition. Chenya would not give her too much. After all, it had been agreed last time that it would be distributed on a per diem basis. Although the cost of the Binhai Drama Academy is a bit higher than Yinning, but if you work a little harder,
at around 600,000, it's still not a problem.
As for Duja's side, she was not worried at all.
That guy is strong as an ox. The only thing in his eyes is the plowed field. Thinking about this, Chu Mengyao blushed a little. It seemed like he wasn't really qualified to talk about Chenya.
The feeling of being in a piece with Dozier was indeed quite comfortable. If it wasn't for the fact that he was aiming for the stars, being with Doz seemed like a good choice.
Chapter 86. Starting to put together a good meal. The next morning, Dozier kissed the sleeping Lin Lime,
then drove off to Chu Mengyao's house.
On the way,
he also sent a few tweets to Bai Qingqing. It's all about asking how she's doing and if she's stabilizing her condition with treatment. By the time he finished chatting with Bai Qingqing, the car had already driven to the entrance of Chu Mengyao's house.
Hearing the familiar sound of a car, the first to open the door to greet him was still the serene-faced Chenya. She tenderly stroked Dutcher's chest. Opening his mouth, he said, Du Zhi, have you eaten breakfast yet? I made some soup. Do you want some?
Looking at the tender Chenya in front of him,
Dozier Tskedin cupped her cheeks.
I can't imagine that her nature has changed so much that she has made herself a little embarrassed to clean up after her.
Let's wait for a while before drinking the soup. I'll go eat some appetizers first. Is Chu Mengyao awake? Chenya pointed at Chu Mengyao's room and said, not yet. She's just a bit lazy. Wait a moment, Dozier.
I'll go get her up and dressed. But Duzha reached out and touched her. No, I'll just go straight in. Feeling the warmth in front of her, Chenya blushed. Alright then, you go in first. I'll heat up the soup. With that, Duzha let go of his hand and walked into Chu Mengyao's room. Half an hour later, Chu Mengyao untied her double ponytail and looked at her falling hair with some heartache. For his part, Dozher came to the table with a disinterested look on his face. Chenya had long since warmed up the soup and even thoughtfully fried a few eggs for Duzha. Several people sat down at the table to eat. During this time Chu Mengyao touched her head from time to time, viciously glaring at Dozher. Damn men! No mercy at all. Chenya, on the other hand, asked Duzha if it was good with an expectant face. Duzha shook his head. Chenya instantly felt disappointed. It seems that his own craftsmanship is still not to his liking, but Duzha's next words made her heart blossom. The soup didn't taste bad, just not nearly as good as you. A simple sentence almost made Chenya collapse on the table in happiness. If only I could be like this in the future. Cook for him. Give him. That would be so nice. Wait until the meal is almost done. Just when Chu Mengyao thought she was going to start the business of the day, Duzha suddenly spoke. There's something I have to tell you guys about. After 10 days, I'm going to go to Binhai. It was like a heavy bomb dropped into the water, making waves. The first to explode was the furious Chu Mengyao. Dozher's going to Marina in 10 days? What a joke. I haven't earned enough for my tuition yet. What will I do if you go to the marina? She kicked away the chair directly and walked over to Duzha, questioning. Duzha, isn't there still about 20 days before school starts? Why are you going so early? Duzha heavily put down his chopsticks, scaring Chu Mengyao with a clanging sound. Then she immediately remembered that it was because she had contradicted Duzha yesterday. Then only this morning it was returned by Dozher. Chu Mengyao's aura instantly weakened a great deal, and she whispered, I just wanted to ask you. You went to the marina so early and couldn't get into the school. Might as well stay here. At least we're there. Chenya also nodded her head repeatedly and said anxiously, Duzha, Yao is right. It was so exciting to see the reaction of the two men. Duzha spread his hands and laughed. It's the same old tricks every day. I'm getting a little tired of eating them. For your information, I'll be at the marina in more than just 10 days. And I'll come to your house for 2 or 3 days at the most within those 10 days. Hearing that Duzha would only come for 2 or 3 days, Chu Mengyao and Chenya instantly panicked. Chu Mengyao was doing it for her tuition and living expenses that she hadn't yet saved enough. Chenya, on the other hand, is because she's about to lose her chance to be with Duzha. Both of them were panicked and rushed to Duzha. Take his arm. Duzha, whatever you want. Just tell me. I promise you everything. Don't ever not come. We'll definitely study harder. Dozher, please, don't leave me. Duzha looked at the two playfully and laughed. Really anything? Chu Mengyao and Chenya nodded seriously. Then Duzha said, a few days ago the unit price went up from 5,000 to 6,000. Now I want to give you a direct rise to 10,000. What do you think? Unit price raised to 10,000. Chu Mengyao was a bit stunned. She still remembered what that group of triads said some time ago. She and Chenya could get up to 5,000. And Dozher said he'd always give twice the unit price. A $10,000 unit also means it's time to put together a good meal. Chu Mengyao looked at Chenya and was somewhat moved. Anyway, I'm already used to 6,000 per unit, so it doesn't seem like it's impossible to accept this 10,000 if it's a good deal. Unlike Chu Mengyao, who was still somewhat hesitant, Chenya hurriedly took Duzha's hand when she thought that she was about to lose him. Anything? I'm fine with it. It's not just $10,000 a pop. I'll take it. Duzha nodded to Chenya with satisfaction. Not bad. She hasn't let herself down yet and is pretty responsive. He looked again at Chu Mengyao, who still had a hint of hesitation on her face. Only Chu Mengyao was seen struggling slightly with her complexion. With firm eyes, he turned to Duzha and said, okay, I promise you. But you must come to my house every day for these 10 days. Seeing Chu Mengyao also completely break the lower limit, Duzha wrapped his arm around her waist and laughed. No problem. I guarantee that in these 10 days, I'll let you earn a lot of money. With that, Duzha led the way into the room. Chu Mengyao looked at Chenya on the opposite side of the room, took a deep breath, and also walked towards the room. Chenya followed closely behind with a complicated gaze. Between the two, they went from being alone, to being two, and then from being on different paths, to being on the same path. It's been quite a journey. Chapter 87 Yoga. In front of Chu Mengyao's house, once again, the righteous chicken man has come over to ask for money. This time, however, Chu Mengyao was not as heartbroken as before. Instead, they just transferred the rest of the big hundreds of thousands of dollars to them. Pay off all the loans you owe at once. A somewhat confused brother chicken looked at Duzha, his eyes full of puzzlement. Brother, didn't we say we'd only charge them $100,000 a week?
Dozier waved his hand at Chicken, signaling that the words were dense. If Chu Mengyao didn't pay off all the black-hearted loans, how was she going to get to the marina early? What's the next step in your own plan? How else can you implement it? After getting an affirmative look from Dozier, Brother Chicken didn't dare to ask more questions and directly led the people away. There's no need to bother investigating whether they've escaped in the future. After repaying the loan, Chu Mengyao had a relaxed look on her face. She rubbed her back, her eyes grimacing as she said, Dozier, have you gotten heavier these days? I'm a bit out of breath. After all, in the morning, I make soup for Chenya Dozier for breakfast. At noon, many more great meats were made, coupled with Dozier's amazing meal size. It was normal to become a little heavier. Dozier looked at the time, 9:40. With that, he pulled Chu Mengyao's hand and walked towards the room. How can I possibly gain weight when I keep up 6 or 7 hours of intense exercise a day? Instead of me, you might as well say that Chenya has gotten heavier. That's why you're feeling a little heavy. When Chu Mengyao thought about it, it was true. After eating a well-put-together meal, Dozier took a break first. Only then did he walk to the living room and looked at Chu Mengyao and Chenya who were busy cooking in the kitchen. He couldn't help but laugh a little. Originally, the relationship between the two of them had deteriorated to a point, but I didn't realize that after I started eating well-put-together meals, it made the two of them a lot nicer again. It's true. Teamwork is the #1 productivity of proximity. Chu Mengyao looked at Chenya beside her while cooking, eyes darting about, making secret comparisons with her own figure. Her body is perfect though now, bumpy as it should be, curvy as it should be, but after all, it was still young and slightly lacking compared to Chenya. Chenya's amazingly curved, plump and soft buttocks alone gave Chu Mengyao a run for her money. Looks like I still need to work on my hips more. After all, being a star is all about form and appearance and being well-rounded. It's also a good idea to manage your own body image. After the noon meal, Dozier did a couple more hours of exercise. Before driving home, it was just before 5 when I got home. Lin was humming in the kitchen. Today she wanted to make some small treats following an online tutorial. Since Lime was hogging the kitchen, Auntie Lan, who had nothing better to do, turned on the TV, changed into a yoga outfit that was extremely flattering to the curves of her body, started following yoga fitness programs on TV and practiced getting in shape. Soothing yoga music played, and Auntie Lan started practicing in front of the couch. Her movements were light and fluid. The full, petite body poses with an incredible flexibility in all sorts of difficult maneuvers. Lift your chest and hips, wrench your legs and bend at the waist. Every move exudes amazing charisma. Not at all like a woman in her 30s, but more like a girl in her 20s in general. Gulp. Sitting in front of the couch, Dozier's throat throbbed. I didn't realize that Auntie Lan was practicing yoga in front of herself. And in those tight yoga clothes, she really didn't see herself as a man. Although Dozier wanted to admire it greatly, it was Auntie Lan after all, so all he could do was look down at his phone and force himself to divert his attention. And Auntie Lan, who had a layer of fine beads of sweat on her forehead, saw Dozier bow his head, couldn't help but bite her lip lightly. It's been a long time since I've practiced yoga myself. She didn't know what was wrong with her today, just to show off his moves in front of Dozier. If Doz doesn't look at it, then isn't he wasting his efforts? Then she pretended that her tone was a bit difficult and said, Dozier, come and help Auntie to lower her waist. Auntie hasn't practiced for a long time and her waist is a bit hard. What? Me? Dozier was a bit surprised, but then it felt right. Lime was still in the kitchen. It seemed like the only way to help Auntie Lan was to help herself. Okay, Auntie Lan, I'm on my way. With that, Dozier walked behind Auntie Lan. At the moment, Auntie Lan had both knees on the ground, her plump waist bending backwards. But how could she not fit on the ground? Dozier, you press down on Auntie's shoulders and press down hard. She wore a tight tank top on the top half of her body, and her shoulders were snow white and soft. Dozier nodded, then extended his hand. Slippery. This was Dozier's first feeling. Press it, Dozier. Even if Auntie says it hurts, you can't let go of your strength. Aunt Lan added. Well, don't worry, Auntie Lang. With that, Dozier pressed down slightly harder. Auntie Lan's waist then fell back, fitting tightly to the ground. Phew, just keep it up. Auntie's got to hold on for 5 minutes yet. Auntie Lan blushed a little, her eyes focused on Dozier's sharp and convex throat. Secretly, he swallowed. Would love to kiss it and see what it feels like. Dozier didn't hear Auntie Rand's comment about holding on for a few minutes, because at the moment all of his attention was caught by a flash of snowy white. Yoga clothes don't have a high neckline by nature. What's more, Auntie Lan was still upside down, so it became even more conspicuous. Dozier unconsciously thought in his heart, Aunt Lan's body. It seems to be even more outrageous than Chenya. Chenya has worn yoga clothes before when she was in business, but it's far from being comparable to Auntie Lan. Auntie Lan's voluptuous figure suits all flattering clothing and has a special flavor that is uniquely hers. In front of him lay a large, voluptuous beauty in a very seductive yoga outfit, and he himself was pressing on her slippery shoulders. How could this be tolerated by himself? A young man who had practiced the yang pole technique? Not 2 minutes. Duzha then felt a little parched. No, if we keep this up, we're sure to do the same thing as the last tour later. Embarrassing Auntie Lan. Gotta get it sorted out quick. After making up his mind, Duzha directly let go of his hand, amidst Aunt Lan's surprise. Letting go of his hands, Auntie, I suddenly remembered there was something else I had to take care of. Going first. Auntie Lan looked at Duzha's somewhat flustered back with some amusement. He was in his 30s, but he didn't think that he would still be so attractive to a young man like Duzha. In the kitchen, Lin Lime poked her head out, some flowers still on her face. Auntie, what's Duzha doing out? Auntie Lan turned off the TV and laughed. I don't know. He said he had some unfinished business and then he went out. With that she went into the house and changed her clothes, took the yoga pants out again and walked out onto the balcony and started scrubbing them. Xu Mengyao had originally thought of going to the gym to work out in the evening, but she didn't realize that she had just changed her clothes when a car roared outside her door. Strange? Why is Duchul coming over now? Puzzled, Xu Mengyao opened the door and asked, Duzha, what are you doing over here so late? Duzha crossed over to her and said without looking back, Tian Wenjing. With that, he went straight to Chenya's room. As soon as Xu Mengyao heard that Duzha had come to field her mirror, immediately excited. Wouldn't that be good for a few more business trips? With Duzha's skills, he'll make at least tens of thousands of dollars. She discarded the idea of going to the gym straight away. What's the point of practicing your buttocks and lifting your hips compared to earning money? But just as she was about to enter the room, boom! The bedroom door closed right up. Xu Mengyao stayed on the spot. Could it be that her attractiveness was not as good as Chenya's? Duzha's voice came from the house. I'm only looking for Chenya today. Go out and play by yourself. Sister Chen, I remember you have a yoga outfit. Can you still find it? Chapter 88 Going to Marina. Several more days passed. The money in Xu Mengyao's and Chenya's hands together had almost amounted to more than $600,000. This amount of money is nothing to Duzha, but it made Xu Mengyao ecstatic, even when he was planning to go to Yanning before. It's only about $300,000 in hand, and still looking after the expense of 2 people. I didn't realize that since I sold Hatsuba and went into business with Dozier, just 1 month, made over $2 million. It's like picking up money in a sack. It was the high-intensity exercise every day that made Xu Mengyao a bit overwhelmed. They've both taken almost a bottle of the safety pills alone. With such frequency, Xu Mengyao was a bit skeptical that she would lose some of her functions. And more than that, she was just worried about the repair surgery she had learned about before. At the time, it was said that the repair surgery was remarkable. But so many times myself, what if when you have the surgery, they say it won't fit, or they can't fix it, or maybe it's a bad patch? What can we do? When she told Dozier about it, Duzha, however, tugged on her double ponytail and laughed. What are you afraid of? You'll know when you go to Marina. Not to mention a minor repair surgery. Even if you're a guy, the hospital can make you look like a teenage girl. Hearing Duzha say that, Xu Mengyao was quite relieved. Still, she asked Dozier to take care of the rest of the place as well and reduce the number of times it was used. But how could Duzha listen to her? It's not your own car, so of course you drive it as hard as you can. Throttle up all the way. 10 days passed slowly. Duzha bought a flight ticket to Marina early. A few people started packing up the apricot pears during the evening. He hadn't brought much of his own clothes, just a few close changes. But Auntie Lan and Lime have a lot more to bring. They started with a trip back home, which they hadn't been to in over a month. First, we cleaned inside and out. Only then did I pack those clothes I was going to take with me. It took 4 large suitcases to fit. Although Duzha advised them that they could bring fewer clothes and wait until they arrived in Marina. Buy more new clothes for both again. But Auntie Lan and Lime were too embarrassed to spend more of Duzha's money. The 2 of them had already made Duzha break so much, and they were going to have to live in Duzha's luxurious large flat in Marina again. Both were a little embarrassed. Duzha was also a bit helpless about this. Auntie Lan and Lime still didn't fully treat their home as if it was their home. Never mind. It's only been a month or so. Just wait for them to get used to it. After everything was packed, Dozier called the courier to the door. Address the mailing to the neighborhood where you bought your new large flat. The doors to the house are locked and the 2 Mercedes are now parked in a nearby garage. Once everything was packed, a few people took a special car to the airport. In a little over an hour, the trio arrived outside the airport. On the other side, a delivery point less than 300 meters apart, Xu Mengyao and Chenya also got out of the crowded cab. They both decided to go to the marina early as well. They can't make any money without Duzha, so they might as well go to the marina together.
Maybe Dozier will find them a few more times. The cab was stuffed to the brim with luggage.
Even Chu Mengyao, who was sitting in the front seat,
was carrying several large bags in her arms. Getting out of the car to carry the luggage made Chu Mengyao feel a bit humiliated. Just because there's a delivery point near the airport with slightly more violent and relatively cheap transportation, Chenya let himself take a cab here with such a piece of luggage. In her thoughts, she should have been wearing sunglasses, carrying a small suitcase, and stepping briskly onto the plane to Marina.
From then on, you can start your own dream of college, stardom, and luxury. But how could it be as lousy as it is now? The cab driver got bored and said, "Please hurry up. It takes so long to move a piece of luggage. Isn't this delaying my business?"
Chu Mengyao said angrily.
"If you think it's a delay, just come down and help us move it, won't you?"
"Fine. I'll do whatever you want me to do as long as you pay me." The driver spread his hands and said,
"You." Chu Mengyao was furious.
If it wasn't for the fact that there were many other people on airplanes around, she wanted to just curse the driver.
Chenya, who was on the side, advised, "Well, it's better to transport the luggage to the courier store first."
Only then did Chu Mengyao indignantly carry all the luggage down one by one. Then she said to Chenya,
"Didn't I say that you don't need to follow me? I'm going to college. What are you following?"
And with so much luggage for renting an apartment, Chenya carried her luggage and walked towards the express store in front of her while saying,
"It's not because I'm worried about you. It's your first time going out so far. How can I feel at ease? Besides,
I've been harboring you in this little town for over a decade to take care of you.
Can't we just go out and look around?" Hearing Chenya say this, Chu Mengyao was also powerless to refute it. "Forget it. Follow if you like. It just so happens that I don't really want to be cooped up in a dormitory all day myself. It's fine to have Chenya go over there and keep herself company."
But how could Chenya go to the marina just because she was worried about Chu Mengyao? She did it solely because she couldn't let go of Dozier. The other day when she and Dozier were in front of the mirror, asked Dozier to go to Marina University and how often he comes back.
Dozier replied, "Come back once every 6 months,
and may stay in Binhai for a long time in the future."
It was this one sentence that completely strengthened Chenya's resolve to go to the marina. If even Dozier is gone, what's the point of staying here alone?
Why don't we go to the coastal area together and let Dozier make some kanji to feed himself in his spare time? Just as the two men were dragging their bags, they passed toward the delivery point.
Dozier also led Auntie Lan and Lime into the airport entrance.
Since Auntie Lan and Lime both had decidedly different temperaments,
add to that the age difference and the feeling of innocence and flirtation interacting, it attracts a lot of envious looks.
And Chu Mengyao also glanced at Dozier's several figures without realizing it.
The eyes instantly became unkind. Dozier really did still have an affair with Lin Qingning. Chapter 89. Gone is to live in a Gon's nest.
After seeing Dozier in a piece with Lin Qingning and another gorgeous woman, Chu Mengyao was secretly sulking in her heart. If Dozier and Lin Qingling were together in the past, she would at most feel a little uncomfortable. Then now she was just a little freaked out.
Even if Chu Mengyao was she was still a woman.
And women tend to have a special affection for their first man.
Not to mention, it's all kinds of firsts,
despite the fact that one is just doing business with Dozier and not going through the motions.
But Chu Mengyao still felt particularly angry. "Dutcher, what's wrong with me? Whether it's body or looks. In what way is it worse than Lin Lime?
You even chased me for 3 years before.
Are you really not interested in me at all? Is money the only thing that matters between us?"
Especially after seeing Dozier's doting eyes on Lin Qingling, Chu Mengyao even felt like her eyes were spitting fire.
"He treats Limey Lin completely differently than he does me."
Looking at Lin Qingling was as if he was looking at some rare treasure. Hold it in the palm of your hand for fear of dropping it, and hold it in your mouth for fear of melting it. But the way he looked at himself was not only cold, but it was as if he was looking at a vessel.
"What is it that I, Chu Mengyao, have that I can't compare to Lin Lime?" Next to her, Chenya's eyes also became a little different at the moment.
It wasn't that she was jealous of the close relationship between Lin Qingling and Dozier.
Instead, he looked over at the woman with a warm smile to Dozier's right. As the same mature woman in her 30s, Chenya could tell at a glance that she was definitely a formidable opponent.
Not only was that woman unique in her demeanor, she was the type of gentle housewife she had always wanted to act out.
And even the body is a more exaggerated hourglass shape than his own.
No wonder Dozier had been so uninterested in himself. Turns out it's because he's already surrounded by a woman even more beautiful and mature than himself.
Suddenly, Chenya stood frozen.
She suddenly remembered the night when Dozier had asked her if she could still find the yoga pants.
"Wait until she's gleefully changed her clothes."
I had expected Dozier to compliment her, but I didn't expect Dozier to shake his head with a bit of a sigh.
"It's still too close to make do."
Looking at Auntie Lan who was standing beside Dozier with a smile on her face, Chenya felt a pang of inexplicable jealousy. If only he could also be brightly beside Dozier.
Just hang out with him and play with him.
The two of them each had different thoughts as they watched the Dozier few people go away. Lin Qinglu and Aunt Lan didn't see the Chu Mengyao duo, but Dozier glanced at the two of them with his afterimage. Chenya's expression was within his expectations. After all, she's the one who listens the most. But what kind of crazy is this Chu Mengyao? You don't think about what you've done, and you have the face to show your teeth here? You're about as valuable as a holy grail. Soon, Dozier took Auntie Lan and Lime away. They bought first class, so naturally they had VIP access and didn't have to wait in line. And after Chu Mengyao and Chenya sent their luggage, they still had to wait in a long line to board the plane. Looking around at the people dressed in ordinary clothes, there were even many people casting glances towards the two rare big beauties of them. Chu Mengyao then felt a vicious chill. He was going to be a big star in the future. How could he squeeze into the economy class with these people? With that, Chu Mengyao directly pulled Chenya and was about to go to the airport counter to upgrade the cabin. Chenya was a bit worried. Yao. First class airfare is still too expensive. I think it's fine just the way it is. Chu Mengyao stood on her feet and said angrily, I don't want to be crowded with these people. We're all going to the marina this time anyway. The big deal is that we'll just get Dozier to do business a few more times, and earn tens of thousands and tens of thousands of dollars. So why should we care about this little bit of airfare? Hearing Chu Mengyao's words, Chenya's eyes lit up. Originally Chu Mengyao was saying to wait until after Dozier went to Binhai. He won't do business with Dozier anymore, but will study hard and work towards becoming a big star. Chenya knew that once Chu Mengyao decided not to do business, then one loses the collocation advantage, and the attraction to Dozier will surely decline. I may not have the chance to be with Dozier again. However, he didn't expect Chu Mengyao to suddenly change her mind and still be willing to continue with the group. Chenya pursed her lips and asked, then Yao, that surgery of yours, there's no rush to do it. Chu Mengyao gritted her teeth. Anyway, I still have to learn for at least a year or two. Big deal. I'll make money while studying. She hadn't planned to continue looking for Dozier, but today, seeing Dozier and Lin Lam so close, Chu Mengyao became a bit uncomfortable. I don't like you, Dozier, but the way you treat me is so irritating. Even though you know I'm going to be a big star and marry into the family, but at the very least, you have me now. Shouldn't you treasure it a little? Now I'll be with you for a little money, but where will you find such a good thing later when I'm rich? Dozier, just you wait. I'll use your money to step up to success. When I'm a big star, you'll be the only one I hate. With that, the duo also purchased first-class tickets, but just not on the same airplane as Dozier. The flight to the marina takes several hours. Dozier then messaged Bai Qingqing from his seat. Just as the two were chatting, there was a drop. Chu Mengyao, Dozier, have you rented an apartment in marina? Seeing that it was a message from Chu Mengyao, Dozier pressed to ignore her. Continue chatting with Bai Qingqing, but Chu Mengyao kept sending him messages, causing Dozier to want to delete her. Dozier, are you annoying me? Business is over. Why are you still sending messages? Chu Mengyao, I've decided to continue doing business with you until I realize my dream. And now I just want to ask you where you've rented a house so I can rent one nearby. Hearing this, Dozier was happy. Originally, he had planned to let Chu Mengyao see the horrible spending power of Binhai after, and then come back crying and begging herself to keep letting her earn money. I didn't realize that it was coming up for air now. Dozier, yes, but now that you're not as difficult as you were before, the unit price will only be half of what you had before. Agreed? Only half? Chu Mengyao was furious. With her looks and figure, even as a peripheral, it's 2,000 or 3,000 a night. Doesn't half of that leave only 1,000? But after careful consideration, Chu Mengyao still felt that she could only accept Dozier. First, Dozier was at least handsome and was his first man. If we put her with those other old, ugly ones, I'm afraid I've thrown up before I've even started. Secondly, one is going to be a public figure in the future. If you do business with different people on a regular basis, in case of a thunderstorm later, it wouldn't blow up. She's seen a lot of sneak peek videos of scouts. Thirdly, Dozier is generous and wins with volume, often making $100,000 or $80,000 a day. Combined the 3 points above, Chu Mengyao still agreed to Dozier's request. After receiving Chu Mengyao's confirmation, Dozier couldn't help but snort. Renting a house. When I think about it, I remember that there seem to be quite a few of those duplex apartment buildings near Marina University, and a lot of them are in business inside. Doesn't that fit Chu Mengyao? If Quinn doesn't live in Quinn's nest, where else can he live? Chapter 90 Arrivals. After thinking about the idea, Dozier sent a message back to Chu Mengyao, said he was buying a house near the Marina University. It just so happens that the Marina Theater School is 2 blocks away from Marina University. One can rent them a house in the neighborhood as compensation for the lower unit price. Seeing the message sent by Dozier, Chu Mengyao then sent with a slight sense of triumph, okay? It seemed that Dozier still had a bit of a desire in his heart to continue doing business with himself. Maybe he's just being tough.
outwardly acting as if he despises himself and administers ravishment, actually still coveting their own. LOL, after all,
they chased me for 3 years in the first place too.
Even after making a fortune and a little money, you still can't hide that heart.
Chu Mengyao laughed and shook her head. It was a pity that Duzha had nothing more than a small amount of money. If he came from a wealthy family, it wasn't as if he could consider it himself. If Duzha knew what Chu Mengyao was thinking at this moment, maybe they'll give her a big bucket of money while doing business.
I have seen dreaming, fantasizing.
I have never seen Chu Mengyao so obsessed.
Do you really think you have any capital left? You can be a big star with your tricks? You want to marry into a rich family? At best,
it becomes a toy for others.
The kind you get tired of playing with and throw away, and think you're on it.
Chenya on the side saw Chu Mengyao with such a self-satisfied expression.
He couldn't help but inquire. Yao Yao, what did Duzha say? Is he still willing to continue doing business? Chu Mengyao picked up her cell phone and lit it up for Chenya to see. How could he simply abandon us both?
Not only did he continue to do business, but he also had to rent us a house to live in.
It's just that the unit price was given a reduction of half. The unit price doesn't matter,
as long as Duzha is still willing,
Chenya said excitedly.
She patted her chest with her small hand to calm her nerves.
As long as he could continue to do business with Duzha, it didn't matter at all if he earned money or not. By 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Duzha's few people had taken the lead and arrived at Binhai. Just after leaving the airport, Lin Qingning couldn't help but let out a wow exclamation. The houses in the marina are so tall, much taller than at home.
Auntie Lan's eyes were also a bit shocked, but it didn't show up as directly as Limey Lin did.
How much does that cost a year to live in such a developed city? Soon, Duzha called a special car.
A few people got in the car and drove towards the large flat.
The name of the residence is very high-end and it's called Bay Residence. The moment you get out of the car,
it wasn't just Lin Qingning.
Even Aunt Lan couldn't help but whiten her eyes. The gardens with ancient trees,
the artificial lake with a vast embedded area,
and the exquisite and noble buildings.
Every blade of grass here is highlighting one word, expensive.
Duzha took the two of them up in the elevator, a staircase covering over 400 square meters. The moment they opened the door,
Lin Qingling and Aunt Lan were directly stunned. They had never seen this kind of house even on TV. Aunt Lan was even more dumbfounded as she asked,
Duzha, tell Auntie, how much did you spend on this house?
Duzha stretched out 4 fingers and laughed.
It's not that expensive. It's just over $40 million. $40 million.
Aunt Lan and Lin Qingling were shocked. Although they knew that Duzha earned a lot of money,
how could they not dare to imagine such a huge sum of money like $40 million? Dozher led the duo around the house. Smart curtains, lights, water heater, coffee maker, automatic washing machine and more. Wine cooler bar, entertainment house has it all.
The two of them were dazzled by watching Auntie Lan. Finally, when Dozher took them to the underground garage, after seeing 2 Porsches and a Rolls-Royce parked there, the two women thoroughly had a whole new perception of Duzha's level of bravado. The once sunny and handsome Duzha is still there, just with one more phrase added to it, wasted. Near noon, Duzha took them to a nearby Western restaurant for dinner. By the way, I contacted the same manager who bought the house before.
Ask him to help find an apartment in a duplex near Marina University. The real estate manager didn't know why a big boss like Duzha was looking for a cheap house like that though. Still, he did his best for Dozher and made a run there himself. In an apartment building, the door to the room opened,
and in the door 2 flirtatiously dressed women counted their money beautifully.
The real estate manager, on the other hand, wiped the lipstick marks off his face. Sigh, this place is still not bad. There are a lot of business women inside this apartment building, and they're all pretty good quality,
and many of them are even college students who have come out to start their own businesses.
Sometimes live, sometimes by foo.
Each one basically costs around $600. He spent $15,000 just now.
I don't know why a big boss like that rents an apartment here. It can't be to make it easier to find gone, can it? A rich man like Duzha, even just waving his hand,
there would be countless women who would rush to him.
Not sure what people's big bosses think though. Still,
the property manager found the best duplex in the neighborhood.
$5,000 a month rent, commercial water and electricity,
and paid 3 months rent in advance. When Duzha received his call, he also marveled at his ability to get things done, whether it's buying a villa for Bai Qingqing or renting an apartment.
This efficiency of people, this action, no wonder they can sit in the position of manager. After transferring him a $100,000 tip, Duzha then drove to the hospital where Bai Qingqing was.
Auntie Lan and Lime are at home learning to use those newfangled appliances.
Hospital entrance. Bai Jia and Tian Xingli were waiting here early. After seeing Duzha's Rolls-Royce appear, the two men greeted them joyfully. Duzha lowered the window and smiled. Where's Qingqing? Is the treatment over?
Bai Jia gathered her hair and said gently.
Qingning just got a shot today and has already slept through it. She won't wake up until 8 o'clock tonight. At 8 o'clock, Debtor nodded. On the side, Qingning was not as shy as Bai Jie. She pulled the car door straight open and got in. Mei laughed. Boss, as soon as you come over you ask how Qingning is doing. Well, at least take a look at the two of us. The two of us have been waiting for you for a long time too? Right, Sister Bai? Bai Jie's face blushed and she pouted. Xingli, what are you talking about? It's supposed to be. Some people go to bed at night calling people names. Oops, I pinched you. Seeing the two, Debtor couldn't help but laugh a little. Green had also just gotten a shot of medicine, so it was not good to go wake her up. Okay, stop it. I'm taking you somewhere. To talk business. At the sound of business talk, Xingli thought she could see the world again. Eyes brightening, he said, what kind of business? With your strength, it shouldn't be small, right? Bai Jie also looked puzzled. Her own two didn't know anything. Asking them to talk business isn't giving Debtor a hard time. Debtor pulled Bai Jie into the car and laughed. The business is not big, just a few $100 million. Immediately thereafter, a nearby star hotel received an order. Deluxe Suite 888, reserved by the distinguished Mr. Debtor. Bai Jie, Xingli, so want to reader's boss free small gift feel almost thirsty at. Chapter 91 The Hopeful Bai Jie. It's after 6 o'clock. A sharp phone rang. Paige braced her sore arms and brought the phone up. Debtor walked towards the restroom under Xingli's sultry eyes and picked up the phone. An exasperated voice immediately came out of the phone. Debtor, I've sent you so many messages and you didn't reply to any of them? Did you forget about me and my mom a long time ago? Chu Mengyao rebuked loudly into her cell phone, saying that Debtor had left the two of them out to dry for over an hour. He also said something about having found a house and going to pick them up when they arrive. Right now they've all been waiting here for half a day. There wasn't even a shadow of Debtor in sight. Waiting for Chu Mengyao to finish shouting, Debtor slowly said, what are you in a hurry for? I still have some things to do here. You guys take a taxi by yourselves. I'll send you the address on Weixin. Then, without waiting for Chu Mengyao to speak, Debtor directly hung up the phone. Originally, he wanted to personally send Chu Mengyao and Chenya over, and in the meantime, do some business so they can earn some money, but as soon as he saw Bai Jie and Xingli, he forgot all about it. After sending over the address and room number to Chu Mengyao, Xingli's voice came from outside. Debtor, it's almost dry. Haven't you finished your call yet? At that Debtor stumbled. Right away. Just give me a few more minutes to send a message. Debtor, Lime, I'll be back later tonight. You and Auntie Lan buy yourself some dinner. Lin Lime, well, you come back early too. Don't stay up too late. Debtor, got it, kisses you. With that, he put away his cell phone and Debtor walked out of the bathroom, getting ready for a good wash and dry baggage. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Bai Qingning woke up leisurely in her hospital bed, and in a blur, she seemed to see Debtor at her bedside. Was it a dream? How come I'm seeing Debtor again? Hearing the word dreaming, Debtor couldn't help but smile. It seemed that Qing could often think of herself during this time. With that, he rubbed Bai Qingqing's delicate face. Cyan, it's me coming back to see you. After feeling the real touch on his face, Bai Qingqing's face turned red with a swish and she hurriedly sat up. I thought I was dreaming. I missed you so much when you were gone all this time. Debtor sat on the edge of the bed and hugged Bai Qingqing's body. I miss you too. Qingqing, don't worry. This time when I come to Binhai, I won't leave again for a long time. Really? Bai Qingqing smiled in surprise. She stood up happily and was about to walk out of the hospital bed. So will you be able to come home and stay with me tonight? Hearing these words, Debtor gave a slight start and his expression became somewhat apologetic. Seeing Debtor's expression, Bai Qingqing's heart thumped. Then he lowered his head. And rightly so, Debtor had a girlfriend. It was only between them that they would have a home. So how could he let Debtor go and stay with himself? Bai Qingqing forced a smile with a little tear in her eyes. Then at least you can send me back, right? Pitiful. The look was pitiful to the core. Debtor kissed away the tears at the corners of her eyes and comforted. Qingqing, don't worry. I'll leave tonight when you're asleep. He still wasn't ready for the two, Lime and Green, to meet at the moment. Both Lime and Green think they are the third party, but in reality, in Debtor's heart, they all had a high status. It's just a question of how to get both of them to be honest about it. Though he knew that with the nature of these two who loved him dearly, no matter what, they both accept each other. But Bai Jie and Xingli definitely want to live with Qingqing. The two of them can't be properly organized. After all, Bai Jie and Qingqing's relationship, and there was Auntie Lan at home, if she knew she was anything but a Lime. There are several more out there. I wonder what it would be like. Why do I care so much about what Auntie Lan thinks again? It seemed that Auntie Lan had still left too much of an impression of being an elder. Soon, Duzha drove Bai Qingqing's few people back home. After dinner,
Bai Jie and Tian Xingli had the sense to say that they were both going out for a walk and would be back late. A snarky look from the two before they leave.
It made Bai Qingqing blush like an apple. Duzha wrapped his arm around Bai Qingqing's waist and laughed. What's the matter? We're all old married couples. Why are you still shy?
Bai Qingqing was mortified and broke away from Duzha's embrace and hurriedly ran upstairs.
With a bang, the door closed. But after less than a minute, with a creak, the door opened a tiny crack. Dozher let out a light laugh and looked at his cell phone. 9:20. That's okay. That's plenty of time. With that, he put away his cell phone and slowly made his way up the stairs. At 11:30 at night, Duzha cried and laughed as he looked at the sleeping Bai Qingqing. She was the one who said she wanted to spend some quality time with her tonight. I didn't realize I'd be sleepy enough to fall asleep now. It seems that today's new injections are indeed very efficacious. After gently kissing Bai Qingqing's face and tucking in the covers, Dozher then left quietly. As soon as he came downstairs, he saw Bai Jie sitting on the sofa. Qingqing fell asleep so quickly? Bai Jie said with some anticipation. Duzha nodded and said, I'll transfer another $5 million to your cell phone. Take care of Qingqing. I may not have time to come over to see her every day from now on. Bai Jie also understood that after all, Duzha was the one who had a girlfriend. It's impossible to spend all your time with Green. But Bai Jie didn't have the slightest complaint. If it wasn't for Duzha, there's no chance at all that Qingqing will ever be cured. He himself wouldn't be able to get away from the scene of working part-time all the time and getting together with Qingqing. Don't worry, we will definitely take care of Qingqing. You don't have to force yourself to take out so much time. Duzha took a long breath. I'll find a way to let Qingqing live with me in the future. Let's go. When he finished, he went out and drove away. Only a surprised Paige was left standing frozen by the couch, constantly thinking back to the words that Dozher said. What do you mean you'll let Qingqing live with him in the future? Could it be that he wanted his girlfriend to know about Qingqing's existence as well? And both under the same roof? Isn't that a little too much? But for a rich man like Dozher, it doesn't seem like a big deal. Bai Jie bit her lip. She had heard many things in Marina. There's a big official in Marina who bought a whole building. There were mistresses he kept on every floor, every day without fail, and the women were aware of each other's presence. With Duzha's skills, even if he has dozens of women at the same time, it's also a breeze. If Qingqing would live with Doze, so do I have a chance too? Paige's eyes instantly glowed and sparkled. Just drove a short distance. Duzha's cell phone then rang. Took it out and saw that it was Chu Mengyao. Duzha, what kind of house you rented for us? Do you realize that all the people living here are those women who have no shame? Hearing Chu Mengyao's words, Duzha directly laughed with joy. Aren't you too? Why look down on people? What's so shameless about earning money by your own efforts? Besides, if Quinn doesn't live in Quinn's nest, where else? You. Chapter 92. The angry Chu Mengyao. Chu Mengyao on the other end of the phone was simply furious. This afternoon, Dozher sent her a location. Looks like a pretty high-end name and a nice location. With that, Chu Mengyao took Chinya to take a taxi there. Once they reached the apartment, Chu Mengyao pushed open the door. Originally, she had thought that the inside was similar to one of those bed and breakfasts, but it turned out to be extremely unexpected. Duzha surprisingly rented her a with a height of nearly 5 meters loft apartment, and the footprint is twice as large as other duplexes, at 60 square meters, fully furnished, with an ensuite bathroom and 2 bedrooms upstairs. Such a house, such a lot. In Marina, it's at least a couple $1,000s. Chenya was shocked, but her heart fluttered again. He really does care about me after all, and is worried that I won't have a place to stay in the Marina. I'll be sure to treat Duzha well when he comes over next time. Chu Mengyao, on the other hand, was even more smug. After chasing yourself for 3 years, you still can't let go of yourself in your heart, right? Whether it's forcing yourself to make over $2 million in business before, or maybe it's helping yourself to rent an apartment now, all show the special care Dutcher has for himself. Ha, Dozher, you can't have my heart, but these little things you do, they're not bad. In the future, if I marry into a rich family, might be able to move some strings and help out with those little deals you've been doing. With that, Chu Mengyao and Chenya moved into this apartment. But when you go shopping downstairs at night, Chu Mengyao, however, noticed a hint of something wrong. There are so many people in and out of this apartment, and most of them are young men. Each one surveyed itself with a stark look. These people have never seen a beautiful woman before, have they? Chu Mengyao gave a disdainful cut. Like these people, the interactions they can have with themselves in their lifetime are just a hurried glance on the road. But in the middle of the queue, at least 7 or 8 more people came over to ask for her contact information. There were even a few drunk ones who directly asked Chu Mengyao how much it cost a night. Chu Mengyao was instantly furious, and after rebuking them, she hurriedly went upstairs. What bad luck to run into these disgusting people. At the moment it was past 10 o'clock at night. Chu Mengyao went back to the house, took a shower, and planned to sleep. But every now and then there were sounds of playfulness from next door, and men's voices. That's odd. I didn't see any male tenants on this floor when I came in. Chu Mengyao originally didn't feel anything, but that voice was getting louder and louder. Even Chu Mengyao could clearly hear what they were saying. How else is this going to make people sleep? Chu Mengyao angrily opened the door, wanting to argue with the person next door. But the very moment she opened the door, the whole thing went haywire. Just a couple of tenants next door with their doors wide open and a couple of horny men standing in front of them. A couple of demurely dressed women winkingly led them inside, and then the door to the room closed. Seeing this, combined with the strange stares of those on their way down the stairs, where else would Chu Mengyao not know that there was a problem here? With that, she opened her cell phone and looked up her building on a nearby student forum. The final information shows that this apartment building is called Quinn Cage. Almost all of them are rented by women and most of them are engaged in the field of live broadcasting, and a dual career. Even the delivery boy had to throw down $600 in his pocket for the effort of going in to make a delivery. Seeing this, how could Chu Mengyao not know that Du Jie had pitted himself? With that, he disregarded Chen Ye's dissuasion. Angrily, he called Dozier. Chu Mengyao gritted her teeth and said, Du Jie, what do you think I am? If the people in the school know that I live here, what should they think of me? Du Jie laughed. It's not also gone. Besides, do you think there's no one from your school living in there? What? Chu Mengyao was a bit confused. This place was so messy. How could there be students from the Marina Theater Academy living here? Du Jie snorted. This doesn't know how serious the situation of college student employment is. So many acting students graduate every year. Did every one of them become big stars? Thanks to the rise of live streaming, they have another path to follow. People like Chu Mengyao, who were convinced that they would become big stars after they got into a drama school, abounded. In the end it is not still bent by reality. You, Chu Mengyao, are just a little bit prettier? What makes you think you can become a big star and marry into a rich family? Du Jie said. Anyway, I've already paid 3 months rent for you, $5,000 a month. You love to live or not? The decision is in your hands. After saying that, Du Jie directly hung up the phone. Chu Mengyao was so angry that she was on the verge of crying. He had insulted herself so much, but after thinking about it, marina rent is so expensive, and there aren't many slightly upscale looking houses left near the school. Here seems to be the best option. And Du Jie also paid himself 3 months of rent. Do not live in vain. Later on, one's unit price is lowered and earning money becomes more difficult. Plus there's school, clothes, and bags to buy. The expenses are particularly high, so it's better to save a little at the moment. Thinking of this, Chu Mengyao took a deep breath and angrily went upstairs to sleep. I'll buy some soundproofing fabric tomorrow and cover all the walls all over. One should never hear that disgusting sound again. Du Jie hung up the phone in a much happier mood. It was a pity that he couldn't see the expression on Chu Mengyao's face, but it doesn't matter. I'll take care of her business in a few days in person. The villa where Bai Qingqing lived was not far from Du Jie's large flat. In 10 minutes, Dozier arrived home. After opening the door, Du Jie was surprised to find that the lights in the living room were still on. Lin Qingning, who was sleepy on the sofa, rubbed her sore eyes. Du Jie, you're back. Are you hungry? Let me make you some food. Seeing that Lin Lime actually waited for herself until so late, Du Jie was heartbroken and hugged Lin Qingliang's body. When Run said, Lime, I'm not hungry. It's already so late. Why are you waiting for me? You should have gone to bed earlier. Lin Qinglu blushed and whispered. I can't sleep. The house is too big. I'm a bit scared to sleep alone. She had her little hands wrapped around one another and her toes screwed to the ground in a shy manner. Du Jie laughed and said, Then you can go to Auntie Lan. Won't the two of you just sleep together? Lin Qingliang bit her lip and her watery eyes looked at Du Jie. Du Jie couldn't stand Lime's look the most and then stopped teasing her. Taking Lin Qingliang's hand, he walked towards his room under her shy gaze. Auntie Lan was so distressed that she lay in bed tossing and turning, unable to sleep. She had tested it in the afternoon. Even with my cell phone playing songs at maximum volume, I couldn't hear a thing next door. Every room is soundproofed to the max. Can't hear a thing even from the living room. Aunt Ran buried her head in her pillow and sighed. What can I do? I won't be able to hear anything from now on. Is it really time to start looking for a boyfriend? But I'm in my 30s. Where would anyone look at me? LOL, upset about that. Chapter 93 Jealous Auntie Lan. 7 o'clock the next morning. Du Jie had already gotten up and saw that Lin Lime was still awake. A light kiss on her forehead followed by a rise. Wait until Dozier opens the bedroom door. But he saw that next to the dining table, Auntie Lan had already made breakfast and was sitting there quietly. Seeing Du Jie come out, Aunt Lan smiled. Up, Du Jie. Go wash your face and come over for dinner. Du Jie was a bit surprised. He and Lime hadn't eaten breakfast in the past month or so. Auntie Lan just makes a little for herself too. Why did you make breakfast for 3 today? Okay, I'll come right after I brush my teeth. With that, Dozier was ready to go into the restroom. But I didn't expect Auntie Lan to have a smile on her face as she got up and said, "It's already 7 o'clock. Why isn't Lime up yet? It's not good to be so lazy." With that, Auntie Lan was ready to push open Lime's bedroom door and tell her to get up. Seeing this scene, Dozier's heart jumped. Lime isn't in her room right now. He hurriedly stepped in front of Lime's room and took Auntie Lan's hand. "Auntie Lan, let Lime rest a little longer. There's nothing to do if you get up so early." Feeling the warmth of Dozier's hand, Auntie Lan's fingertips moved slightly, as if an inexplicable current had traveled through her body. It made her cheeks blush. Originally, she just thought the whole room soundproofing thing was a little too unfair to her. There was a little bit of jealousy. She was just going to scare Dozier this morning. I didn't expect to be pulled by Dozier's hand. Seeing that Dozier was about to let go, Auntie Lan smiled. "That won't do, Dozier. No matter what, this is your home. What does it look like for Lime to always stay up like this?" She moved forward again, still pulling on Dozier's arm with her hand, to move him to one side. The plumpness bullied his body, and the warm and moist feeling instantly made Dozier a bit apathetic. That would be a foul on a soccer field, but he said nothing to get out of the way. The two just stood there in front of Lime's door for quite a while, until Auntie Lan pouted her lips and said, "Dozier, just spoil Lime." Dozier touched his head in some embarrassment. No matter what Auntie Lang says, she can't be allowed to open the door. Auntie Lan took a few steps back helplessly, her face crimson. All right, if you're siding with her so much, Auntie will leave Lime alone." The warm touch disappeared, and Dozier inexplicably felt a small loss. But it's a good thing Auntie Lang doesn't insist on opening the door anymore. It would be embarrassing if she knew Lime was in her room. Soon, Dozier washed up and started eating. Aunt Ran sat across from him, also taking small bites of her meal. The dining table was the most popular high table and barstool for luxury architecture of the time. Because it's a bit high, it's not the same as the original table at home. Auntie Lan always feels sick when she eats. Simply straighten up and spread out on top of the table. It's much more comfortable that way. Auntie Lan nodded in satisfaction, drinking kanji while secretly observing Dozier's expression. Dozier, who was sitting on the opposite side of the table, saw this fragrant scene, almost choked. It's a long way to go. It's something to try when you go down to Chenya later. Soon, Dozier finished his meal. He went downstairs and drove to find the duo of Chu Mengyao and Chenya. Speaking of which, it seems that the place Dozier currently frequents is in this area. Both the large bungalow and the apartment building are in the vicinity of the Marina University, less than 5 kilometers apart. The villa whereby Qingning lived was also within 10 kilometers. Just enclosing a triangle, between triangles has the principle of stability, so it won't even be noticed. 20 minutes later, Dozier arrived near the apartment. After parking the car in an underground garage, Dozier then called Chu Mengyao. "What are you doing calling in the morning? I'll be at your door in 10 minutes. Be ready." Hearing those words, Chu Mengyao instantly woke up from her dazed state. "So early? I haven't gone down to get my medicine yet?" Dozier coldly said. "Whether or not you take the medicine is your business. Hurry up yourself. I'll be there soon." He hung up the phone directly after saying that. Chu Mengyao was so angry that she slammed her pink fist on the quilt. Damn Dozier. He only cared about his own happiness and didn't think about the safety of the two of them at all. But no matter how angry Chu Mengyao was, she wouldn't be cross with money. After all, it's 1,000 at a time. She put on her clothes and knocked on the door of Chenya's room. "What for?" Chenya's somewhat sleepy voice rang out. "Dozier will be here in a few minutes, so take care of him while I go get some medicine." As soon as I heard it was Dozier coming, Chenya immediately stopped being sleepy and hurriedly said, "Then go quickly and buy some ointment back on the way." Dozier must have missed her. That's why he came so quickly. Chu Mengyao outside the door then turned around and went downstairs to buy medicine. 5 minutes later, there was a knock on the door. Chenya had just finished applying her lipstick and hurriedly opened the door with gusto. Dozier's tall and handsome figure instantly appeared in front of her eyes. It made Chenya feel dazzled. Dozier, you're here. Yao Yao went to buy medicine. I'm alone in the house now." Dozier ignored her and instead walked into the house. Looking at his surroundings, he nodded. "Not bad. It does look exactly like the coon's nest from the previous life." Chenya, with a red face, followed behind Dozier, several times wanting to open her mouth, but afraid that Dozier would say she was unsteady. "You can only be anxious for half a day." Dozier sat on the couch and asked, "Did you eat this morning?" Chenya hurriedly replied back, "No, I heard Yao Yao say that you're coming soon. I just cared about dressing up. I didn't have time to cook. Are you hungry? I'll make you some rice to eat." Dozier laughed. "No need, since you haven't eaten."
I'll just make you some kanji to drink.
He really does care about me. Knowing that I hadn't eaten, I specially made me kanji to drink.
Chenya's heart blossomed and she laughed.
Okay, actually I happen to be a bit thirsty too.
Chu Mengyao had been around downstairs for almost an hour. She started with a bottle of more expensive medicine and a blood-boosting ointment.
After all, it's what you always eat and use, so the quality has to be good.
She then searched a half dozen more times and finally got the soundproof cloth she wanted.
Just stick this to the wall and you won't have to listen to those nasty noises around you anymore. She was actually quite happy with the apartment. It's just that so many cons around made Chu Mengyao a bit unacceptable. Even though I'm selling it now, at the very least I'm only serving Debtor alone. It's a lot purer than you guys. With that, Chu Mengyao took her things and went upstairs. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Chenya washing up, wearing a halter top. Her hair was slightly disheveled. Chu Mengyao asked suspiciously, "Hasn't Debtor come yet?" Chenya brushed her teeth and pointed upstairs, signaling that Debtor is sitting up there. "He did come to give me money."
Chu Mengyao was a bit delighted and hurriedly totted up the stairs.
"Debtor, wait. I'll take a pill first. It'll have the same effect if you take it later." "All right. Is that strand a necklace?" "Yeah. It was expensive. Cost me over $10,000. Sturdy or not?" "What? Nothing. No need to tie your hair today. Let me see your necklace." Chapter 94. Cold and beautiful Xiao Wanjun. Just after 11 o'clock noon, Chenya wore a tight black wraparound dress, her body swaying.
Bare tender feet walked down. She coughed heavily twice and slapped her chest several times. Only then did he take a long breath and said to the upstairs, "You guys rest at home for a while. I'll go buy some groceries and come back to cook." Then she changed into a pair of heels and went downstairs.
Debtor patted the back of Chu Mengyao's head and said, "Still making money? Want to rest for a while?" Chu Mengyao firmly said, "Of course I earned it. Having the time off is enough for me to earn $1,000. How can you rest when time is money? What a waste."
By the time Chenya came back from grocery shopping and finished cooking, Chu Mengyao had already earned an extra $2,000 and was in a happy mood. Even his appetite for food was much greater, and he kept on chucking. She said to Chenya, who was propped up on the side with her arm in a daze, "Female, why don't you eat?" Hearing Chu Mengyao's voice, Chenya's body trembled as if she was waking up from a dream. She looked at Debtor's face and shyly lowered her head. You guys eat. I'm not hungry. I just ate." Chu Mengyao frowned. "If you don't eat, you won't have the strength to work in the afternoon. What if you're missing out on tens of thousands of dollars again?" She was just about to open her mouth for more persuasion when something suddenly occurred to her. Turning his head to look at Debtor, who was eating on the side, he also looked at the shy Chenya. It was only then that he nodded in realization. "I can't believe I forgot about this myself." With that, she stopped trying to persuade, and just touched the shallow strangulation marks on her neck. "Damn Dutcher, it's about to rip someone's necklace." 2:30 p.m. Chu Mengyao hurriedly took a half-sleeve short sleeve and put it over herself. Even came down too late to put on shoes, run straight to the door and stop Debtor. "You're leaving now? But it's only 2:30? Chu Mengyao was confused and abnormal. In the past, Debtor did not leave until after 4 or even 5 o'clock. "I can't believe I'm leaving so early today." Debtor just wiped the lipstick off his neck with a tissue. Laughing, he said, "What? Can't bear to see me go?" Chu Mengyao blankly glanced at him and savagely said, "Sure, today only earned less than 50,000, not half as much as before." Debtor looked at the time. It was just 2:30. He made an appointment to meet with that operations team he had recruited at noon. The time is 3:30. Right now there's only an hour left. But Debtor saw Chu Mengyao's expectant eyes. Another look at the hem of her drawn-down coat. After thinking carefully, he took out his cell phone again and sent a message to Xiao Wanjun. "Debtor, why don't you guys come straight to the office and we'll meet you there." After less than half a minute, Xiao Wanjun, "Okay, we'll be right there." "Okay, that saves over half an hour." With that, Debtor put away his cell phone and laughed. "Alright, since you're so retained, then I'll spare half an hour to accompany you." Chu Mengyao was surprised. "Really? Debtor? I can't imagine that you're still understanding." She also didn't expect Debtor to actually be willing to stay. After all, according to the past rules, Debtor was the one who said nothing. It seems he still can't let go of me in his heart. But soon, Chu Mengyao couldn't say a word. Debtor has left. He still had to drive to the company building to meet Xiao Wanjun's operations team. On the way to the car, his cell phone received a message from Chu Mengyao. "Chu Mengyao, Debtor, you're sick. I was trying to make an extra $1,000. How dare you use a free one? Are you still a human being? Rules are rules and the front doesn't count." She wasted half an hour and didn't make a dime. Debtor snorted and ignored her. "I'm lucky I stayed with you. You want to make another $1,000? How come everything good happens to you?" With that, Duja put his cell phone on silent and rushed towards the company building. The mansion was not far from the villa where Bai Qingning was.
More than half a month of overtime renovations. The company is in its infancy and all that's left is for the relevant live streaming equipment to arrive. When he first chose the real estate, Duja wanted a few large villas and this 2-story office building, which alone is worth more than $500 million for these 2 floors of office buildings. After all, regular people rent a floor to use as an office building. What kind of person is rich enough to buy 2 floors outright? Soon, Duja arrived downstairs, just took the elevator to the 25th floor. As soon as the door opened, he saw 5 beautiful women with different temperaments standing at the elevator entrance waiting for him. At the head of the group was a wearing an long, black beauty suit with a fair, delicate and cold face. Oh well. Xiao Wanjun looked at Du Zhou in front of her, slightly dazed. Is this man really their boss? Isn't that a little young? Xiao Wanjun had thought that Duja had to be at least 30 or 40 years old. But look at it this way, as if you were only 20 years old. The few beautiful women operating behind her also had different eyes. After all, a boss as young and handsome as Duja was too rare. Duja walked forward, extended his right hand, and smiled. You're Xiao Wanjun, right?
Xiao Wanjun hurriedly shook Duja's hand and nodded.
It's me, Mr. Du. You are much younger than I thought. Go inside and talk.
Duja took out his door card and pushed open the largest office. This is the chairman's office dedicated to him.
A few people went inside. Duja sat on the sofa and asked, some time ago, I asked everyone to make a few corporate plans. How is it done?
Just a short sentence and the aura on him changed. This was the transformation brought about by the identity and the bottom line that Duja was holding hundreds of millions of cash in his hands.
Money is a man's guts.
People with money give off a sense of bottom line wherever they are.
If the original Doze was like a big sunny boy, so now he's a big boss with deep pockets and an excellent grasp of the company. It directly impressed Xiao Wanjun with a different color. Dozier was different from the horny boss in front of her.
Such people are the ones who are really skillful and capable of doing great things.
With that, several people pulled out the planners they had made in their bags.
Other than Xiao Wanjun, who was a little bit better, the remaining 4 beauties were more or less a little bit restrained.
After all, the sense of oppression Duja gave them was too strong. There's a sense that billionaires are looking at their resumes to choose their consorts. What it's like to choose an employee. Dozier took the planner that the 5 of them had printed out, took a closer look. It was found that they were indeed as capable as the headhunters said they were. Basically every stage of the company's development is given in writing. The most meticulous and detailed of them all was the detailed planning done by Xiao Wanjun. Not only will the company's pre-development preparations be exhaustive, and even the company's system and salary requirements are written out. Even the main genres and styles of the company's live broadcasts are planned. Duja looked up at Xiao Wanjun, his gaze filled with admiration. This woman is a perfect business vehicle. It's unlikely that you'll be able to focus all of your energy on a media company in the future.
And she's the one who can help herself take control of the company.
Feeling Duja's gaze,
Xiao Wanjun unconsciously straightened her body.
Plump tits sticking up like a workplace sweetheart. P.S. Xiao Wanjun blushed scarlet, pushed away the reader's hand, and said angrily, Boss reader, please respect yourself. Wanjun is just your employee. Not your woman. Chapter 95 Dizzy by Jia. After reading the 5 planning forms, Duja probably understood what a few of them were thinking. It's basically all about absorbing and developing smaller anchors, including dancing, chatting, and gaming anchors. Turn up the heat with a linked format. It's also really a common tactic among live streaming companies today. It is also best suited for smaller companies, but apparently they don't realize just how many assets they have in their hands. The company has to be bigger and stronger to create brilliance. What else would one put out so much money for? With that, Duja first affirmed their abilities. Then the conversation turned and said, how many anchors do you guys think it's appropriate for the company to recruit up front? Upon hearing Duja's question, the 5 men pondered slightly for a moment. Xiao Wanjun raised her head and said, Mr. Du, I think that if the company is new, the anchor team should ideally be around 20 people. Because it takes a lot of money and time to develop a great anchor. It's tough to, and we can pick and choose among these guys to push to become signature anchors, build their personal IP. The current rule for live companies is that out of 20 of their anchors, almost one will come out with some fame. 20 is actually a bit much. But when Xiao Wanjun saw that Duja was willing to rent an entire floor of an office building as a live broadcasting company, just know that this owner is by no means small time. He is really trying to build a great live company. That's why she boldly budgeted for this number of anchors. You know, the salaries, operations, traffic referrals, and various other expenses for these people alone. That adds up to a minimum of $300,000 a month. And it's hard to get hot and cash in on being an anchor up front.
Even Doja had to be prepared for the thought of all the investment on these 20 people going down the drain. Originally, she thought that Doja would hesitate slightly for a while. After all, this amount of money was really quite a lot. But Doja let out a laugh and said, "The number of people is too small. It seems I still haven't told you the size of the company." Xiao Wanjun and the others were a bit surprised. 20 people is still less? It's only 50 or 60 anchors under those big companies at the moment. Immediately afterward, in the shocked gazes of several people, Doja slowly said, "The 25th and 26th floors of this office building, I bought all of them, worth nearly $100 million. What I'm going to do is a really iconic and large live company. You will then develop a detailed business plan out on the spot according to this specification." Hearing that Doja actually had such a large asset, Xiao Wanjun was instantly ecstatic. This was the perfect company to test her hand and ability. She then made changes to her plan on the spot, completely set to the standards of a large company. A few other people also began to help Xiao Wanjun with her planning. In less than half an hour, a brand new plan was completely born. Doja looked at it and was satisfied. The basic development plan was satisfactory to him, except for some of the live modes which he had to modify. First of all, dance streams. In addition to having a couple of great anchors, and add to that a troupe of about 10 hot dancing girls, each one has to be a presence that can be pulled out to stand alone. Conduct a different kind of live group broadcast. The chat anchor is culled in favor of a late-night sleep aid anchor who specializes in putting viewers to sleep. Recruit more singing anchors for PK-style duets. After making these changes, Doja was completely satisfied with the plan. Seeing what hot dancing girls group, hypnotized anchors, etc., Doja proposed. Although Xiao Wanjun was puzzled, she didn't say anything. After all, Doja is the boss. Seeing that the time was almost up, Doja got up and said, "Probably the program will be done according to what you have planned. Tomorrow I'll have someone buy all the live broadcast equipment and install it. You guys start being in charge of recruiting anchors. Let me know when it's time to do it together." Xiao Wanjun nodded, her delicate pretty face leaping to attention. A company this big is big enough for her to make a go of it. With that, Doja gave a few people a brief explanation of things before leaving. He was still going to visit Qingning today. 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Doja drove to Bai Qingqing's house. When he opened the door, he saw only Bai Jie alone cleaning the room. Seeing Doja come, Bai Jie greeted him joyfully. The plump petite body directly pressed into Doja's arms. "Where's Qingqing?" Doja asked as he smoothly wrapped his arms around her body. As Doja began to act strange, Bai Jie's eyes instantly became petulant and shy. Cyan is still upstairs resting. An apricot pear drove out to get groceries. She wrapped her arms around Doja's waist, her plump lips biting lightly. "Do you want to go up and check on Cyan first?" Doja picked up her body and went to the couch, placing his hand in front of Bai Jie's face. He laughed. "After all this, are you sure you want me to go up and see Qingqing first?" Bai Jie's cheeks reddened with shame and she hurriedly pressed down on Doja's hand. But Doja was unforgiving, smiling and reaching up to Bai Jie's face and nudging her lips. Bai Jie pursed her lips and delicately said, "Don't. I haven't taken a bath today. Let me go wash up first." "Oops. Shame on you. How could Doja let himself be like this? Shame on you. No. You help me first, then you can take a shower." In the face of Doja, Bai Jie could not even bring up the slightest thought of refusal. With that, she blushed and slowly helped Doja. A few minutes later, Paige whispered, "Okay now?" Doja was satisfied. "It's okay, go ahead. I'll wait for you here." Paige then got up and fled as if she was relieved. "Shame on you. You must wash yourself later." If it was Doja's, she could still accept it. But when it's yourself, Bai Jie feels something is wrong. Which someone like that Just as Paige had just filled the tub with hot water and was ready to begin, suddenly a pair of strong arms were wrapped around her waist. Doja laughed. "It just so happens that I didn't take a bath today either, so save a little water and make do." Bai Jie, dazed by his exhale breath, gave a feeble followed by, then, looking at Bai Jie's big watery eyes, it seemed like she was about to cry. Doja hurriedly picked up Bai Jie and came to her room. Embarrassed, he looked at Bai Jie. "Tomorrow I'll buy some wet water blankets and lay them under the tub to make sure you don't get hurt again." Hearing her man's words, Bai Jie then unfolded her smile. "Get out the medical kit and anoint her." Paige hissed and sucked in her breath in pain. Doja had no choice but to pull her over and lean into his arms for comfort. Bai Jie lay in Doja's arms, feeling the strong muscles and smiling sweetly. "He does love me." Doja doesn't only have Qingqing in his eyes, he also has himself. With his delicate body in his arms, Doja couldn't help but be a little moved again. But Paige pulled his hand through, and fastened the buttons of her dress. "Apricot pear will be back soon, and you're going to be with Cyan. Wait for next time, okay?" Doja nodded helplessly, emotionally drained. Seeing her man in this state, Bai Jie was also somewhat unable to bear it. She took a deep breath and pursed her lips. At best. Oh. Du Jie nodded in a hurry. Injustice. Bai Jie spat at him lightly. Eyes fluttering, shy and charming. Oh. Chapter 96 The Insistent Qingning. When Bai Qingning woke up, the first thing she saw was Du Jie sitting next to her. She was pleasantly surprised, ignoring the fact that she had just woken up and hadn't had time to get dressed. Sitting up straight away, he hugged Du Jie. Du Jie, you came to see me. Feeling Bai Qingning's joy, Du Jie's eyes were gentle and said with a smile, yes, I miss you so much that I can't sleep at night, and I toss and turn to come and find you. Bai Qingning was already thin-skinned, and when she was teased by Du Jie, her face swished red, and she was exceptionally pitiable. In a low, shy voice, he said, nonsense, you must be with your girlfriend at night, how can you think about me? Du Jie pulled the quilt over her tender and delicate body. Of course I want both, it's both her and you in my heart, both of you are very important to me. Hearing Du Jie's sweet words, Bai Qingning instantly swooned, buried in Du Jie's arms. She didn't dare to hope to be as bright as Du Jie's proper girlfriend, but as long as Du Jie has her in his heart, it's enough. The two of them sweetly warmed up for a while. Suddenly Bai Qingning looked up and asked, Du Jie, have you built your live broadcast company yet? She knew that when Du Jie came to Binhai last time, he went out every day to organize the process of registering a company, and a remodeling team has already been found to start building the company. Right now it's been over half a month and the company should be much worse for wear. Du Jie was a bit embarrassed and didn't know how to answer Bai Qingning's question. He hadn't planned to involve Bai Qingning in the live broadcasting business anymore. With his current financial resources, there was no need to let Qingning go live to earn money anymore. Besides, Qingning was now her own woman, and the leukemia hadn't been completely cured. What if it tires her out? Then Du Jie laughed. The company is still early. A lot of processes have not been done down. You first rest assured that the disease is cured. No, but I didn't expect Bai Qingning to say with a serious face. Du Jie, don't keep me out of the work just because I'm your woman. I owe you so much. It's going to be hard to pay it back in this lifetime. And if I can't do something for you, I'll be ashamed to be around you. Seeing her so determined, Du Jie was also very helpless. Although Bai Qingning appeared soft on the outside, she was extremely tough on the inside. Otherwise it would not have been possible to endure the disease alone for 4 years. Du Jie rubbed her face and said helplessly, alright, when the company officially starts, I'll take you to have a look. But I also have a requirement. That is, you'll work for a maximum of 3 hours a day. Not even a second beyond that. Bai Qingning happily hugged Du Jie and gave him a big kiss. Whatever helps. The quilt slipped and one side was white and delicate. Du Jie picked up Bai Qingning and kissed her lips with a smile. Geez, Du Jie, put me down. We're going to eat later. Oops. Yuck. Downstairs, Tian Xingli came back from a hard day's shopping for a bunch of groceries. She volunteered to go grocery shopping every time, forgetting to drive around in that Maserati. When she pulls up to the curb in a sophisticated outfit, the envious stares of passers-by simply made her heart sing. Luckily, she had followed boss Du Jie, or else she would never have experienced this feeling in her life. With that, Apricot Tanaka parked her car downstairs, got the dishes out, a big pocket in your left hand and a big bag in your right, plus the two she brought with her. It was heavy, and just lifting it out of the car made her pant. What's going on? No one's answering Sister Bai's phone when she calls? Tian Xingli gasped and went upstairs and pushed open the door to Bai Jie's room. What came into view was a figure in a thin dress, with a face so flushed that it seemed to be able to pinch out water. Bai Jie got up in surprise and looked at the panting Tian Xingli. Xingli, you're back. Tian Xingli looked at Bai Jie suspiciously, her nostrils flaring as if she was sniffing for something. Seeing her best friend in this state, Bai Jie was puzzled. Xingli, what are you doing? Less than 30 seconds. Tian Xingli looked surprised that it was Du Jie who had come. She hurriedly hugged Bai Jie's arm and shook it from side to side. Sister Bai, did you steal food? Oops. What are you talking about? Bai Jie slapped Tian Xingli's roundness in embarrassment. She'd obviously just sprayed her perfume and apricot pear could actually smell it. How come I didn't know she had it in her? Tian Xingli pitifully said, Aya, Bai Jie, you stole food yourself and didn't even tell me. Do you know how hard it was for me yesterday when Du Jie called for half a day? It's not enough to eat at all. I'm so hungry, Sister White. Bai Jie's head was spinning from Tian Xingli's shaking. Helplessly, he said, it's useless for you to call me. Du Jie is accompanying Qingning. I guess he'll be leaving again after dinner. Hearing this, Tian Xingli immediately smiled and said, it's fine. I'll go cook right away. I'll just follow Du Jie out when he leaves. After saying that, Tian Xingli bounced downstairs to cook. Bai Jie had nothing to do staying in the house and also went down to help Tian Xingli. If she'd eaten earlier, she might have been able to get a piece with apricot pear. Qingning,
It's time to eat.
Bai Jia knocked on the door.
Coming.
The whimpering voice of Bai Qingning came from the house. It clicked. Bai Qingning opened the door with a red face and a tall figure behind her. Bai Jia covered her mouth and pretended to be surprised.
Dujia? When did you come? Say it like you don't know.
Seeing that Bai Jia was so good at pretending,
Dujia also acted and said, I'm just here to see Qingning, and I'll be leaving soon, so I didn't think to bother you guys.
But Bai Jia still insisted that Dujia stay for dinner. Bai Qingning also wanted to stay with Dujia for a while longer and looked at Dujia with a pitiful look, so Dujia reluctantly agreed. By the time Bai Qingning was happy to go downstairs to serve the meal, it was only then that Doze moved to beachside and touched her,
pretending to be unintentional. Snap.
Bai Jia shyly tightened her clothes and whispered,
What are you doing? Qingning just came downstairs. What if she's seen?
Dojia right ahead and slowly descended the stairs. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly.
Didn't you eat before? Didn't eat enough?
Bai Jia covered her mouth and laughed.
Some people are not eating enough. Some people are not eating a single bite at all.
With that she held out her hand and pointed downstairs.
Dujia followed her gaze downward,
just in time to see Tian Xingli come out of the kitchen.
Winking at him. Forgot to feed. My bad. A few people ate together,
during which Du Zhou and Bai Jia continuously gave Bai Qingning dishes.
On the side, Tian Xingli didn't take a few bites and just looked at Dujia's car keys.
Dojia felt her sight,
but was silent.
When the meal was over,
Dujia said goodbye to Bai Qingning. Dujia, you go home and drive slower. Bai Qingning shouted from the doorway. Got it. You also hurry back. I'll be home in 10 minutes.
After saying that, Dujia raised the car glass and left.
After Bai Qingning watched Dujia leave,
she went upstairs with Bai Jia's assistance.
Only Apricot Tanaka stood still, biting her lip. 10 minutes. 10 minutes.
She waited anxiously at the door. After 10 minutes,
finally,
she saw a Rolls-Royce slowly collapsing in front of her. After hitting the double blinkers, the glass of the car lowered to reveal a face that was handsome to the core.
Dujia laughed. Get in the car. Chapter 97. The Impatient Zhou Jing. When Apricot Tanaka went out for an hour, Paige hadn't felt anything yet. After all, it would be unfair not to let Apricot pair stay a little longer when she was in the wrong. But as time passed, another hour passed. Paige was getting a little anxious. Will she ever come back on her own? As expected, it was less than 10 minutes. Dujia then made a phone call, sounding extremely helpless. Why don't you come down to the garage and pick up Apricot pair? Okay, I'll be right there. With that, Bai Jia changed her shoes and hurried to the garage. Opening the door of the car, the face that met his eyes was the shy face of Tian Xingli. Bye. Sister, bye. Please, I'll help you back next time. Bai Jia was dumbfounded. I don't want to turn out like this. Let's wipe the seat first. Dujia, who was sitting next to her, put on Tian Xingli's shoes and said, No need. The seats have automatic heating. You take her back first. I'm afraid that sending her back will be accidentally seen by Qingning. Tian Xingli slowly got out of the car with Bai Jia's assistance. Looking at her good girlfriend's appearance, Bai Jia lightly snapped at Dujia. Look at what you've done. Dujia took her shoulders and laughed. Then let her help you next time. Okay? I don't want it. With that, Bai Jia gave Dujia a goodbye kiss and left. Dojia turned on the heated seats and looked at the back seat of his car. Shake your head and sigh. Leather seats. Pros and cons. There's no way around it. People are afraid of meeting ghosts, and skins are afraid of meeting water. Let's hope it dries. 10 minutes later, Dojia then drove home, only to find an extra chunk of leather seat cushion inside the trash can. It was after 10 o'clock by the time I got home. Dojia opened the door. At a glance, he saw Lime Lin sitting at the counter not knowing what he was writing. So he asked, Lime, what are you writing? Lin Qingling sighed and put down her pen and came to Dujia, hugging him around the waist. She said in frustration, Dujia, I realized that I seem to have become stupid in the past month or so, and I haven't learned anything. Picking up the book now is like reading a book from heaven. At this rate, I'm afraid I'm going to forget everything I know from elementary school, not to mention college knowledge. Hearing that Lin Qingling was worried about her studies, Dujia stroked her hair and comforted. It's okay, college is for fun anyway. Our family has money. We don't need to study so hard. Lin Qingling shook herself in Dujia's arms. No, I can't keep spending your money. I also need to study hard and find a good job right after college to earn money to support my family. Silly Lime, what do we need you for? You and Auntie Lan just need to take care of spending the money. Although Dujia felt that it didn't matter whether Lime learned or not, he still didn't discourage Lime. He looked around and asked, Where's Auntie Lan? Lin Qingling clamped her arm around Dujia's hands that were running around and shyly said, Auntie went inside to sleep a long time ago. I heard Auntie Lan had gone inside. Dujia directly picked up Lin Qingling and kissed her scarlet cheeks. I can't teach you college knowledge, but elementary school knowledge. If you've forgotten it, I can still help.
Lin Qingning wrapped her arms around Duja's neck and whispered, I'm just making an analogy.
How could I forget something as simple as elementary school? I'm also making an analogy to the word tonga, you know? Tongue-in-cheek? What passes for what? I'll tell you later. 6 o'clock in the morning. Lin Qinglu, who was still asleep, was woken up by Duja, rubbing his bleary eyes. Dozier, what are you doing early in the morning? Duja froze, then affirmed, okay. Lin Lime, oh? At 6:30, Duja first gently opened the bedroom door. After confirming that Auntie Lang didn't get up to make breakfast today, it was only then that Lin Lime, who was behind her, eased back into her room. I guess I'd better go to Lime myself from now on. After all, Auntie Ran wouldn't come into my room like she pushed her way into Lime's house. Afterwards, Duja drove out after getting dressed. He started with a trip to the Rolls-Royce showroom. Have them reinstall a set of leather seat cushions for yourself. Duja then looked around, all without seeing Lin Yu's figure. She should be home again. Although Duja was very busy during this time, he still found a little time to chat with Lin Yu. This mayor's daughter is somewhat innocent. No matter what Duja said, she listened attentively. He even often shared some interesting stories inside the school with Duja. Even though Dozier wasn't very good at talking to girls, but it was still more than enough to deal with someone like Lin Yu who hadn't experienced the perils of society. Almost every day, Duja receives photos of beautiful scenery shared by Lin Yu on his WeChat. There's even a few beautiful selfies now and then. Looking at the chat records with Lin Yu on his cell phone, the corner of Duja's mouth lifted. School starts in a few days, so I'll be able to meet up with her then. A villa. Lin Yu was lying on the living room couch. Maisie flipped through the chats with Duja on his cell phone. School will start in a few days, so I'll be able to see Dozier again then. I also wonder if he has a girlfriend. Would it bother him in any way to talk to him as often as he did? To Lin Yu, Dozier was now a slightly closer friend of the opposite sex. He gave himself a different feeling. Not the same as the rich and official kids who are rushing to their dad's status. The way he looked at himself was uncluttered with other ingredients. It's the kind of glow that comes between true friends. The same way Aster-san looked at herself. That said, Aster-san seems to have been forced back by her family to marry that guy. Shouldn't she herself, as a good sister, comfort her? Just as Lin Yu was about to pick up her cell phone and send a message to Gong Ziyuan, an elegant black figure walked briskly past himself to the outside. Auntie, where are you going? Lin Yu looked at Zhou Jing suspiciously. During this recent period of time, Zhou Jing was as if she had lost her soul all day, always chanting something inexplicably, as if looking for something. He goes out for a walk every day. Zhou Jing turned back and laughed. Go out for a walk? Your father is always so busy. He doesn't even have time to come back to keep me company. If I don't go out for a walk, I'm going to get rusty. At those words Lin Yu smiled awkwardly. Last time she thought things had eased up between Auntie and Dad, but she was overthinking it, and the two still looked like they were in love. I'll go with you. It's just as well I'm not doing anything at home. Seeing Lin Yu get up, Zhou Jing hurriedly discouraged. No, you go out with your friends. I'm just getting together with old friends. That's fine then. I'll cook in the evening. Let's eat together when Dad comes back. Lin Yu nodded. Got it. I'm leaving first. Zhou Jing waved her hand. She then drove to the bar that day in a Rolls-Royce of the same model as Dozier. After going in, there was still no sign of Dozier as usual. Alas, Zhou Jing sighed. He himself has been making a trip here almost every day for a while now. Stay for hours at a time. But every time, I can't see the man. A thought of what happened between himself and him that night. Zhou Jing just couldn't help but feel her cheeks burning and her mind fluttering. What an ingrate. Leaving someone at a hotel. Throwing away tens of thousands of dollars and leaving. Is it money that people lack? She drives an expensive Rolls-Royce every day. It's for the meeting with Dozier. Let him know that he's not short of money. He's short of someone who can be there for him. After spending an hour in the bar, Zhou Jing left in disappointment. It looks like we won't be able to run into that man today after all. I'm just going to take a random spin today and just get the car serviced. On the showroom couch, Dozier is drinking coffee and reading the newspaper. A sudden burst of surprise rang out from in front of him. It's you. You're even here? I've been looking for you for ages. Dozier raised an eyebrow and moved away from the newspaper. What came into view was a pretty, aristocratic face with light makeup and a look of surprise. The body is slightly thin, but still very substantial. With just a glance, Dozier recognized who she was. It was the same noblewoman he had bumped into at the bar the other day and taken to the hotel. How did you find this place? And by the look on her face, couldn't have been unaware of the bar-to-hotel rule. Chapter 98 Promising Zhou Jing's Conditions. In the Rolls-Royce parlor, the manager had prepared a separate private room just for the two. Zhou Jing nervously hooked her small hands together. Not a word came out with his head down. Obviously in her 30s, she exudes a little girl's shyness. Dozier looked at the manager's back as he left. Taking a sip of his coffee, he laughed. That guy listens to you a lot. Ha!
Hearing Duja's words, Zhou Jing hurriedly sat upright. She looked into Duja's eyes,
unconsciously lowering her head again. Nua said, it's my family's connection, that's why. Got it. So it's a hoi polloi. Dozier watched as she kept shaking her legs nervously. Can't help but feel a little funny.
Although he knew what this beautiful woman was thinking, the identity of such a person was the most troublesome. It's so nice when you're in a hotel and everyone does their own thing. Wake up and go straight away without disturbing each other. Now that you've come to me, what's the matter? You come out to play a game and you don't turn on the anti-addiction? Doja gently knocked on the table. Stop shaking. Zhou Jing was startled and hurriedly pressed down on her thighs. The shell teeth gently bit the lower lip and looked at Doja with affection.
It's that tone of voice just now. Exactly like the other day. It made her, who had always been high and proud, not have the slightest intention of resisting. Doja looked at the beautiful woman in front of him. She was different from Aunt Lan. Bai Jia and Chenya were different. Not the plump type of mature woman, but still very attractive. Are you unaware of the rules of the bar?
Zhou Jing covered her lips and said in surprise.
What rules? She just wanted to find Doze and have him keep himself company. Is there something else to violate? Doja said in a deep voice. We all came out to have fun. The next day no one knew anyone. Now you find me in front of me. Isn't this adding to the problem?
Zhou Jing was too shy to even look up at Doja.
Just silently pulled a bank card out of his bag. Softly, he said,
this is my subsidiary gold card with $10 million in it.
You take it. That. There's a thing.
Doja looked at the beautiful woman who stumbled over her words and said, you want to teach me how to do things?
Ha!
Zhou Jing quickly waved her hand.
No la, I mean, all this money is for you. You gave me money the other day, so consider these from me. And you paid for the ticket?
Doja raised an eyebrow and pushed the card back in her hand.
Said, I don't lack money. Paying afterward is my principle. And you don't want to pester me. I'm not interested in you. It's better not to meet in the future. After saying that, Doja got up and prepared to leave. But Zhou Jing can be anxious. What will you do if you can't see Doja in the future? With that,
she stepped in front of Doja and hugged his waist.
Eagerly, he said, so what do you want? I'll give you anything. Money, a car or a house.
Feeling the softness in front of him, Doja has no hesitation. Zhou Jing blushed red, and the air around her seemed to be moist for a few moments.
Doja moved her to the side and laughed. Still, I don't lack money at all. So don't come back to me. Watching Doja getting ready to leave again,
Zhou Jing was anxious and her thoughts raced.
A fine man like him, if he's not interested in money, then isn't the only thing he's interested in power? Just the moment Doja was about to open the door, Zhou Jing hurriedly shouted, I know many of Binhai's high officials. If there's anyone you want to meet, I can help. Hearing these words, Doja's footsteps instantly stopped. You know a high-ranking official in Marina? That statement does carry some weight. Now he didn't know much about the officialdom of Marina.
The only way to get to know her mayor's dad is through Lin.
If I can get any information out of this woman, rather a good choice. With that, Doja turned around and asked, your so-called high official, how high is it?
Seeing Doja raise his interest,
Zhou Jing came to him and softly said, anyway, in Binhai, it's very, very high. Is it still higher than Lin Yu's dad?
Doja wrapped his arms around Zhou Jing's waist and laughed.
How high is very high?
Zhou Jing was mesmerized by the burning masculine scent of Doja's body.
Eyes watery. It'll fix most of your things. Her nostrils blazed as if she was already intent. Seeing this, Doja struck while the iron was hot. Then what if I want to know something about business cooperation?
Although Zhou Jing was very eager for Doja, she still had her own bottom line. As long as there are no hidden secrets involved,
I can inquire.
At that, Doja's eyes lit up as he looked at the shy face in his arms.
It seems the woman has some redeeming qualities, worthy of a high-ranking noblewoman. I just don't know who's such a turtle. You don't want such a good wife. You're in such a hurry. Don't worry. I just want to know a little something simple.
Zhou Jing gasped and trembled.
I also have conditions. You have to promise me something. Doja laughed. I know what you want. Can I come to you once a week? No. 3 times a week.
Zhou Jing grasped Doja's chest shirt.
A back can top what? Doja laughed. Then do you want 1 time as 3 times? Or do you want 3 times as 1 time? Hearing these words,
Zhou Jing looked down and considered them carefully.
Raising his head, he said, then it's a deal. Once a week. At the same hotel as last time. No problem. With that, Doja picked up Zhou Jing, moved the coffee and stuff off to the side of the table again. Go back and remember to take your medicine. What kind of medicine? What do you say? Oh, sorry, it's been over 10 years. I kind of forgot. Higher. This table is a little low. So when are you leaving this time? I'll leave when you won't. Zhou Jing, for all asterisk? Then I'll go when you can walk on your own. Bring any other clothes? No. Bring more sets later. Chapter 99. The parlor table looked like someone had tipped over a water glass. Zhou Jing covered her chest and coughed for a long time. The face didn't recover until it went down. Then he looked at the mess. Another look at Dozier, who walked towards the couch and started to get dressed. The eyes couldn't help but become a little more infatuated. With that, she pulled paper towels from her bag and began wiping down the table and floor, and carefully twisted the hair on the floor as well. Complaining to Dozier, he said, "Look at this. My hair is almost being gripped by you." Dozier snorted. "Didn't you tie that up yourself?" Bah! Zhou Jing blushed. Although Dozier is right, he's too unloving. After wrapping the strands of hair and a ball of tissue paper, Zhou Jing walked to the sofa opposite Dozier, her two beautiful legs crossed. Propping his chin up, he asked, "What business news do you want? Funds or stocks? Or maybe some government program? As long as it's not too secretive, I can help." Dozier shook his head, took out his cell phone, and added Zhou Jing's Weixin. Sent her a message. "Just look into the background and assets of this company for me and see what you can do." Hearing this, Zhou Jing looked at the Microsoft message and muttered, "Jinhui Company. I don't think I've heard much about this company. Is it a small business? Why would someone like Dozier care about such a small company?" She looked up at Dozier and saw that he had a serious expression, so she agreed. Inquiring about a small company was easy as pie for her. Seeing Zhou Jing agree, Dozier nodded. This one company is really nothing to him right now, but in a previous life, it was one of the direct culprits that got Dozier into debt. When he first started, it took him several years of fumbling around before he was able to set up a small company, step by step as the company grows slowly and gets on track. This is the same Golden Glory company that has caught wind of the situation and wants to make an investment. For Dozier, who was carrying a bank loan at the time, someone willing to invest in their company. It couldn't be a better thing to ease the pressure on loans and expand. But he didn't realize that the person in charge of this company was the one who commanded the gold master behind Xu Mengyao and Chenya to come. They took a small half of the company for a mere $3 million. Another person was assigned as the capital manager to help run the company. But then when it came to doing business, the company had frequent loopholes. There are out-of-bounds orders, goods rejected in bad faith, and claims due to product quality. The list of problems is endless, and customers owing money would have had to accept only guaranteed bankers' acceptances. But they were also given a private exchange for a commercial promissory note, and the guarantor has either disappeared or has passed away and won't get a penny back. It also ended up rolling up all the assets when the company was in distress. It only left Dozier with a large debt, resulting in the undoing of several years of hard work. That's why the first thing he's going to tackle this time is this one company that's working for the tiger. Having Zhou Jing investigate them was sort of an experiment to test her abilities. If only she could investigate the background and assets of this one company. That means she does have a few redeeming qualities. One more source of channels for yourself. After all, on Lin Yu's side, it was still a bit difficult to reach her mayor father. The two sat in the house for a while longer. Wait until the air conditioner has absorbed all the odors of the house. Duzhitsai took the lead. Zhou Jing, on the other hand, swooped the cosmetics in her bag towards her knees. Make sure you can't see anything before you step out slowly. Dutcher's car has long since had its seat cushions refreshed. The manager also thoughtfully performed a maintenance visit. Driving into the luxurious Rolls-Royce, Dozier came back to the neighborhood of Chu Mengyao's rented apartment. After going upstairs and knocking on the door, the only thing revealed was Chenya's surprised face. Dozier walked into the house, looked up and down, and asked, "Where's Chu Mengyao?" Chenya attentively poured a cup of water and sat on the coffee table in front of Dozier. Wenwen laughed. Yao Yao went to the mall, saying that she wanted to learn about the popular dressing styles in Marina. Dozier smiled noncommittally. It looked like he was going shopping again. Vain little. But this was good. As long as Chu Mengyao had the desire to spend money, she could only be held to death by herself. He looked at Chenya in front of him, only to see that her eyes were misty and her watery eyes were permeated with endless anticipation. This look made even Dozier hold his forehead. There's no need to hold this one in front of you. It seems to have been completely domesticated. Dozier wrapped Chenya's soft waist and laughed. Originally, I was very busy today, but I still found time to come to you. How should you thank me? At those words Chenya's face flushed and she was silent, just pulling over Dozier's hand. He expressed his feeling of feeling Cohen with his action. Dozier left after taking a phone call. It's a message from the media company. Xiao Wanjun said all the live broadcast equipment is in place and is being installed and debugged. I want Dozier to go over there to discuss recruitment matters and the distribution of functions in the company. I can't imagine that they acted quite quickly. It does seem that you have recruited some capable people. Wait until less than 5 minutes after Dozher left.
Chu Mengyao then returned with a bunch of shopping bags and a big smile. She spent almost $40,000 in one day today.
Bought lots of little fashion items, lipsticks, clothes, trinkets.
As soon as he pushed open the door, he saw Chenya gargling at the sink. The loose hair, the reddened cheeks, plus the unmistakable smell. Nothing signaled that Dozher had been here. Chu Mengyao placed the shopping bag on the sofa and looked at Chenya, who kept gargling. Face puzzled. If he didn't know that every time Chenya took medicine, she almost thought it was someone from her old family. Chu Mengyao patted Chenya's back and asked,
"How much money did you earn today? Drinking like this?"
Chenya blushed scarlet and wiped the corners of her mouth,
awkwardly responding, "Not a penny earned." The 4 short words directly caused Chu Mengyao's jaw to drop. "You didn't earn a penny?" Feelings all over the front.
"Ha, oh, this business is doing so well that I'm losing money at my mom's house."
10 minutes later,
Dozher had driven to the downstairs of the company.
After taking the elevator to the 25th floor, he saw a number of workers carrying equipment and some professionals wearing glasses debugging.
Several people from the operations team were directing workers to move from room to room.
Xiao Wanjun was the only one,
stepping on her high heels.
To Dutcher.
She wore a slim-fitting black chambray blazer lined with white V-neck short sleeves, revealing her delicate collarbone.
The black wraparound skirt underneath,
along with a pair of sexy stockings,
looks casual and flirty. But Xiao Wanjun's expression was slightly icy.
High coolness and seduction filled her body at the same time.
Not only did she not look out of place, but complemented each other, looking even more superb.
"Mr.
Du, you're here," Xiao Wanjun softly said. Dozher nodded. "You come with me."
With that he turned and headed for his office.
Xiao Wanjun brought along the statistics she had put aside and followed. As soon as she arrived at the office, Xiao Wanjun showed her outstanding ability.
She had organized and planned a recruitment announcement herself based on the type of anchor Dozher had proposed a few days ago.
Recruitment requirements for different types of anchors, selection process, signing matters.
All of them were organized into a book and placed in front of Dozher. Dozher nodded his head in affirmation after merely casually looking through it for a moment.
"Well done. Let's select according to the requirements you have drawn up. But remember one thing, never stick to academic qualifications. As long as they have the ability, the talent,
and the moral character to pass, we can give them a chance to show what they can do."
Xiao Wanjun nodded as well.
She had originally thought the same thing, but I didn't realize that Dozher had thought of this before it was his turn to speak.
Looks like he's dabbled in the business as well. Right. Dozher looked at Xiao Wanjun again. "I'm going to divide the company's financial duties to you as well, and double your salary. What do you think?" Xiao Wanjun was a bit surprised that she was only the head of the operations team. Dozher went so far as to divide the duties of finance even among himself.
That's a bit too much to delegate,
isn't it? Chapter 101. Xiao Wanjun takes charge of financial examination. Inside the office, Xiao Wanjun stood straight, her legs slender. The black stockings are made even more seductive by the short wraparound skirt. She was slightly dazed at the moment, completely confused as to why Dozher would put himself in charge of the company's finances. "You're obviously just a company operation yourself." Dozher, who was the boss, was sitting quietly in his office chair. "Look at the cold in front of your facile beauty. I've been thinking about it for days myself." It was decided that the financial duties should be planned for Xiao Wanjun's as well. It was because he found that Xiao Wanjun's ability to coordinate and manage was in no way below her planning and operation. Once the company is on the right track, there is not much time to manage it yourself. Instead of finding another second-in-command, it would be better to just let Xiao Wanjun take the top spot. She was asked to take charge of the internal assessment and financial management of the company while doing operational planning. These are the core powers of the company. Manage the money to manage the people.
It can be said that as long as Xiao Wanjun is allowed to be responsible for the performance appraisal and salary distribution of her employees,
her prestige would definitely instantly rise to about the same height as her own.
Become the second in command of the company. Xiao Wanjun waved her hand somewhat at a loss for words.
"Mr. Du,
I think it's better for you to reconsider and let me just take care of the team operations."
Dozher shook his head and said, "No,
you're the only one who's best suited to take on the finance function." He then explained to Xiao Wanjun the reason why he chose her. Let her put together a comprehensive assessment of the anchor's life benefits and status, establishment of assessment rules and distribution of bonuses and salaries, etc. It can be said to be firmly tied to operations.
Xiao Wanjun was greatly surprised to hear this. That's like giving yourself total control of half of the company.
It is important to realize that Dozher created a media company that focuses on live broadcasting. You are able to manage both operations and financial appraisals yourself. It can be said that the status in the hearts of the anchors is no less than that of Dozher, who is the boss. I didn't realize that he had only been meeting with himself for not more than a few days, just to be able to trust myself so much. Compared to the last horny boss, Duja undoubtedly crushed him thousands of times. For a while, Xiao Wanjun only felt a sense of high hopes in her heart. She took a long breath and said with firm eyes, "Alright then, Mr. Du, since you trust me so much, then I will definitely be responsible for this heavy responsibility, and absolutely do my best to the best of my ability." Seeing her so resolute, Duja smiled and nodded. Xiao Wanjun is definitely the kind of business powerhouse who says one thing and does another. Since she said she would do the job well, it was absolutely fine. Good, then this task is yours, and the recruitment matter will be put out today. You'll start with an initial screening on WeChat, starting with good looks and no criminal history. Secondly, they should be between the ages of 18 and 26, with awards in singing or dancing preferred. Xiao Wanjun nodded, then asked, "What about game-type anchors? You know that this is the hottest category of anchors in the world right now, with a lot of traffic and a lot of heat, and the size of the audience playing the game is extremely large. No company is going to pass up this type of anchor." Hearing Xiao Wanjun's inquiry, Duja laughed. "I've been thinking about it for a long time. If I'm a game-type anchor, still think that instead of training a dozen or two small anchors, we should just use all of our resources to bring up one of the best. I've already got a choice for that one, so I'll bring her to meet you in a few days and you guys can focus on recruiting dance and singing anchors." Already have a candidate? Well, Xiao Wanjun nodded thoughtfully. Gaming anchors have a large base and a wide range of genres. It's not normally difficult to stand out if you're just one person. Even though Duja's approach was a bit inappropriate, she supported it unconditionally. After all, Duja is the boss. His company, he calls the shots. After giving Xiao Wanjun this, Duja looked at the time. It was already afternoon. He stood up and said, "Then I'll leave you to work a little harder to oversee the successful installation and operation of all the equipment." Xiao Wanjun nodded. There were quite a few tasks today, so it seemed there was something to be busy about. Soon, Duja went out and took the elevator downstairs. Xiao Wanjun also walked towards the hall, ready to tell her sisters about working overtime and laboring a bit today. Suddenly, the cell phone dripped. She picked up her cell phone and saw that Duja had transferred $12,000 to her Jifu Bao, and attached, "These are your hard-earned money for these days. 2,000 per person. Yuan Jun, you have labored a lot. Take 4,000. As long as you follow me well, the salary bonus is absolutely in place." Xiao Wanjun's pretty face couldn't help but show a touch of surprise. It's amazing that the paycheck is as high as $2,000 in just a few days, and you're still 4,000. Boss Dozier is too generous. The five of them have been quitting their jobs for almost a month now. In a place like the marina, wallets have long been stretched. You're okay on your own. You have quite a bit of savings. But the sisters have been reduced to eating instant noodles every day. I can't imagine how excited they would have been if they had known that their boss had given them $2,000 each directly. As expected, after Xiao Wanjun announced $2,000 per person, the four sisters cheered with outright excitement. "Oh my god, Dozier is simply the most handsome boss I've ever seen. So generous, so rich, so handsome. Super love, Boss Dozier. I want to have a monkey with you. I love you so much. $2,000. Go to the bar tonight. My treat. No drinks." It was almost 6 o'clock when Duja returned home. He's been going out at night for the past few days. Didn't even make it back in time to have a dinner with Auntie Lan and Lime. So today he deliberately went to a large superstore for a long time and spent more than $7,000. Poron and king crab are all freshly steamed. Fine wagyu beef, lamb, fresh as can be. There are also a variety of fine fruits and vegetables. Make a good meal for the evening. A sort of celebration of a late housewarming party. Auntie Lan came out of the kitchen when she heard the door open. Looking at Duja, who bought so many vegetables, he laughed. "Auntie has bought all the vegetables. There's no need to buy so many. It's not like you can eat them all." Duja laughed. "We moved to this home and haven't had a good meal yet, so let's consider it a housewarming feast." Auntie Lan walked over to Duja and looked at the dishes. Surprised, "How much is this going to cost?" "It's just a couple $1,000. It's not expensive." Although Auntie Lan was a bit distressed, she knew that Duja was not at all poor at the moment, so he called out to Lin Lime and came out to help with the cooking. Seeing that both Aunt Lan and Lin Lime went to the kitchen, Dozier was bored of being alone on the couch, so he got up and went into the kitchen as well. "Auntie Lan, Lime, let me fry it." Aunt Lan pushed Duja with her white arm and said, "No need. Duja, go rest outside. Frying and cooking is our women's business. How can I let you do it?" Lin Qingning also chimed in. "Auntie is right. You'd better not come in. Let us fry ourselves." But how could Duja be so good as to sit idly by himself and do nothing? With that, he pulled up his arm and laughed. "Auntie, better let me do it for a while. I'm idle anyway." Auntie Lan had no choice but to give up a little bit of her position.
That's fine. You're just responsible for frying it. You don't have to do much work. Good. Chapter 101 Smart Auntie Lan. With Duja helping with the stir-fry,
Auntie Lan and Lime's efficiency increased by a large margin.
Soon,
a steaming dish was out of the oven.
Obviously there were only 3 people, but it was enough to make a dozen dishes.
The highlights were the 2 plates of steamed poron and king crab.
Although Auntie Lan and Lin Lime's previous life wasn't exactly miserable, it definitely wasn't much richer either.
Both have been seen at the mall at best.
Never could afford to buy it and eat it.
Duja broke the pincers of a boron and handed it to Lin Qingling's mouth. Lin Qingning skimmed over her mouth and refused.
No, this is too big for me to eat. Duja passed it to Auntie Lan again.
But Auntie Lan also said it was too big for her own small mouth to eat. There was nothing Duja could do but peel the meat out of the pincers, give it a long slice with a knife and plate it before handing it to Auntie Lan and Lime. Seeing that Duja was so thoughtful, he peeled and loaded the plate especially for the 2 of them. So Auntie Lan took a thinner strip and put it in her mouth to savor it slowly.
Her eyes lit up as she looked at Duja. Yummy. Extra fresh. Much better than those little ones. Lin Lime also ate one and kept praising it. Duja laughed. If you want to eat it, I'll let you eat it every day in the future.
Auntie Lan put down her chopsticks and softly said,
No need.
Eating too much of this is not good for your health.
It's fine. Dozier said it didn't matter. Just eat something else after and neutralize it. After dinner in the evening, Auntie Lan then went back to bed, saying she was a little under the weather. The 2 people left in the living room at once were Duja and Lin Qingling. The atmosphere gradually heated up and became somewhat ambiguous. Lin Qingling sat beside Duja and said with a red face, Duja, you go back to the house first. I'm going to take a shower and then I'll go find you.
Duja looked at the innocent and playful Lime beside him and smiled as he gathered her into his arms.
Auntie Lan is sleeping,
and there's no one to rub your back if you bathe yourself. Or, Lin Qingling lay in Duja's arms, her breathing disordered.
The entire group was ruffled by Duja. She shyly looked away, and only after a long time did she whisper, Well, wait a moment while I put on the hot water. Hearing this, Duja directly picked up Lin Qingling and said, No need. We're a sun bath water heater. It's always hot. By the time I got out of the shower, it was after 9 p.m. Lin Qingling was draped in a bath towel,
and her skin was delicate and smooth as water beads rolled off her skin. His face was flushed from the heat being turned up too much.
Duja carried her out and laughed. Should I enroll you in a fitness class in a couple days? Or buy a treadmill to put at home and you practice? Lime is still not in the best physical condition. It's only been an hour in the shower, and I'm surprised I'm too dizzy to stand up.
Lin Qingling blushed and buried herself in Duja's arms.
You still say that? It's all your fault. Remember to turn on the air filtration. Got it. Duja kissed her cheek. Then let's go inside and rest now?
Lin Lime pursed her lips and nodded.
With that,
Duja hugged her and walked straight into Lin Lime's room in the center.
After all,
it was still possible for Auntie Lan to go into Lime's house every morning to wake her up.
It would be better to go to Lime at night and leave quietly on your own in the morning, as you had done before. Aunt Ran, who had quietly entered the house early, heard the door slam outside, and no longer pretending to be asleep, he got up quietly. She'd spent the last few days tossing and turning and unable to sleep after losing her customary activities. The room is so soundproof that you can't hear anything yourself. So what should you do? There's a saying that a man's IQ is comparable to Einstein's when he's smoking without a light. This applies just as much to the woman who listens to the wall without sound. Only Auntie Lan leaned against the wall and tore off a post-it note that was stuck on the wall. A tiny, thin hole was revealed in the wall. No amount of soundproofing can protect against this physical means.
A clear and pleasant voice came, and a layer of redness quietly covered Auntie Lan's white face. The eyes were half confused,
half ashamed, seems a little embarrassed. But, I'm sorry, Lime, Auntie is a woman after all. I didn't want to do this either. Early in the morning, Duja wrapped Lin Qingling in his arms and felt his arms a little sore. It seems that even with his current physical fitness, being a pillow all night is also a bit much. After kissing Lin Qingling's cheeks, Duja got up and went out. Just as I arrived in the living room, I heard the familiar sound of laundry. Dozier looked at the washroom, a little puzzled. Auntie Lan's habit of doing the laundry in the morning, how come she's back to it? Alas, there is obviously a washing machine in the house and Auntie Ran just doesn't use it. Alas, our family is not short of that little electricity bill. After simply washing up, Duja drove to find Chu Mengyao. No wonder when people order takeout, they order well put together meals. This stuff is really addictive to eat, and I can't stop myself a bit now. This time, Duja didn't knock on the door again. He directly asked Chu Mengyao for a set of keys when he left last time. Opened the door. Duja then saw Chu Mengyao sitting alone on the sofa watching TV, and I don't know what I'm looking at. With full attention,
Even when she saw Doja come in, she only raised her eyelids. Small-mounted, Doja coldly smiled and asked, "What about her?" Chu Mengyao casually said, "My daughter went to buy breakfast. Do you want some? I'll ask her to buy an extra one." Doja shook his head and walked over to Chu Mengyao, saying, "Tell her not to buy your share." Chu Mengyao frowned. "What do you mean? I'm a bit hungry too?" But then she blushed. "This can't be a meal either." Doja laughed. "Why can't you?" "Bah!" Chu Mengyao spat at him and slowly moved. "Remember to pay. Have you forgotten all the rules that don't count in front of you?" "Oh, I'm sorry, it was my fault. It won't happen next time." "Such a sincere attitude today? So you'll pay?" "No, rules are rules. Cheap. Well, ghost." "Chu Mengyao, are you falling for money? Don't you know that you can't have both money and wealth? What's a piece going to do? Make a difference? Then you're a Doja. You shut up and concentrate." Chenya ran into the house impatiently and said to the reader, Reader, my share. I also want you to generate electricity for love and electrocute me hard." Chapter 102 Teacher Gong Ziyuan. Downstairs in the apartment, the voluptuous Chenya walked upstairs with a breakfast in her hand. A number of men who had just finished their morning chicken passed by. Even though it had already been done, everyone couldn't move their feet at the mere sight of that gorgeous mature woman. Now that's what I call flavor. Compared to those green no-guns upstairs, this 30-something woman is the real ultimate seductress. Feel the lustful glances of those around you. Chenya glanced at them in disgust before leaving in a hurry. "What are you looking at? It's disgusting. I'm exclusively Dutchers. Only a man like him is worth letting me follow. You people deserve it? Chenya hummed lightly, then walked into the elevator. The essence of her character remains really unchanged. Only in front of Doja, she became obedient. She'll do whatever Doja tells her to do. Totally sees Doja as his one and only. I don't know if Doja is coming today or not. Do you want to put on the new set of clothes yourself? As soon as he thought about the lavender tights that Yo-Yo had bought for himself yesterday, Chenya then couldn't help but blush and obediently covered her. Really? Who the hell invented that kind of clothing? Obviously nothing can be covered. How dare you put it up for sale? Shame on you. If Doja comes and sees himself, he'll definitely do some investigating into the various origins of that dress, so that no one else is cheated by the manufacturers and buys that kind of missing goods. With a ding, the elevator doors opened. Chenya walked out carrying her breakfast. I don't know what's wrong with Yao Yao, but she didn't even eat breakfast. That's not good for your stomach. With a snap, Chenya opened the door. Yao Yao, I'm back. She just looked up and saw Chu Mengyao at the moment. Instantly his eyes became stunned to the core. With that, Chenya was a little angry again. Good for you, Chu Mengyao. All I was told was that I didn't have to buy your share of breakfast. Why didn't you tell me that Doja had arrived home? Thanks to me. I was just worried that you would be freer if you didn't eat breakfast. Bad stomach. I'm afraid you've eaten your way into by now armor. Hang in there, you heartless. Chu Mengyao frowned, then got up and walked over to the drinking fountain. As if nothing had happened, he picked up a glass of water and washed it down. She looked at the breakfast in Chenya's hand and said, "You eat. I'm already full." "That's not all you've had." Chenya's pink face was slightly angry. Really selfish. One day you tell yourself that free business isn't worth it, and then you turn around and start it yourself. I'll never let you again, even if it's free. I'm willing. Doja, who was sitting on the sofa, looked faintly at Chenya, his gaze leaping. Chu Mengyao had a bigger temper and always talked back to herself. If he hadn't been quite tough, I'm afraid he would have fallen into a corner when it came to business. In contrast, Chenya's character was much gentler. At least they don't just butt in and talk while doing business. Then Doja looked at Chenya and urged, "What are you still standing there for? Get to work." Hearing Doja call her, Chenya hurriedly gathered her hair and walked over to the sofa. Doja, should I go and change a piece of clothing first? I just went upstairs and got a little sweaty." She had rosy cheeks and pursed lips, plus a slightly sweat-dripping chin. It looks seductive. Doja looked at her with interest. It seems like Chenya, Bai Jia, and Tian Xingli are all saddlebags, and are particularly prone to sweating. Is it because of a fuller figure? Or some other reason? Gee, it's worth a closer investigation. Then Doja wrapped Chenya's waist and said in a low voice, "No need. A piece of washing later will be fine." Chenya's eyes softened as she lengthened the clasp of her silver necklace. Softly, "But the bathrooms at home are a bit small." Doja smiled faintly. "It's fine. I'll figure it out. The bathroom is smaller then." Tick-tock. "That's okay, right?" At a little after noon, Doja went downstairs by himself and bought a meal to eat. When I got back to the house and ate, it was after 2 o'clock. Doja looked down and asked, "Sure you don't want something? We have a busy afternoon ahead of us." Chenya laughed. "I won't eat. Ask Yao Yao." but Chu Mengyao on the side also shook her head.
I ate enough in the morning as well. I'm not hungry. Neither is hungry. So no. Dozier threw the lunchbox to the side and then wiped his mouth. Straight away, he rose and drew away, taking the lead and walking up to the room on the second floor. I've got plenty of time today, so just go ahead and get your hands on them. In a coffee shop near Marina University, Lin Yu slipped in anxiously, beads of sweat covering her innocent face. She had just entered the store when she saw a beautiful woman waving to her. Lin Yu hurriedly walked over and sat in front of her. Happily, she said, Sister Aster, you're really back. Why didn't you tell me so that I could go pick you up in advance? Gong Ziyuan placed the lamp on the table, propped her chin up and laughed. I got back at 2 a.m. Can you wake up if I let you pick it up? Lin Yu spat out her tongue. She could really get up, because college students aren't even in bed at this point. Hey, Aster-san, so does your aunt and uncle know you're back this time? Gong Ziyuan's expression suddenly became a bit forlorn. Sighing, it's because they called me back that I came back. I'm sure they're going to start pushing me to get married again. It's annoying. Lin Yu took a sip of coffee and said, then why don't you find a boyfriend to cover for you first, so that your aunt and uncle can stop for a while? But Gong Ziyuan covered her mouth and laughed. You think it's so easy to find a boyfriend? I don't want to settle that easily. At that Lin Yu nodded. That's right, Sister Ziyuan. So you're coming back to Marina. Are you still going to be a teacher? Of course, being a teacher is my dream. This time when I came back, I asked them to arrange for me to enter Binhai University as a teacher. Gong Ziyuan took a sip of her iced coffee and said with satisfaction, maybe I'll even give you a lesson. Then I'll definitely skip class and then let you give me full marks. Lin Yu joked. The two laughed and talked for a while. Suddenly Gong Ziyuan saw Lin Yu pick up her cell phone and take a picture. Open Weixin and send it to a friend. Asked, yeah, what are you doing taking pictures? Lin Yu hurriedly put away her cell phone and blushed. I'll just send it to my friends to see and share it. Gong Ziyuan looked at Lin Yu whose expression was a bit shy, her eyes moving. He looked like this when he was a teacher in high school. It can often be seen on the faces of those students. It seems that Yu is a boyfriend. I just don't know who is so lucky. Drip. Chunya was a bit depressed. Who sends a message at this time? It's not disturbing, but she immediately took Dozier's cell phone over. Dozier casually opened the Microsoft message. Lin Yu, coffee. JPG. I went out with a sister today. It was so hot. Luckily I had iced coffee to drink. Seeing this, Dozier replied, when school starts, I'll buy you a drink too. Lin Yu, really? Super happy, then it's a deal. Dozier, really? You can drink as much as you want. Lin Yu, thank you. Dozier, I'll buy you a drink when the time comes. Dozier casually sent out a few emoticons and dived away with the excuse that he was busy with something. Chu Mengyao on the side asked, who is it? Lime Lin? She was inexplicably a little uncomfortable in her heart. Even if Lin Qingning was your girlfriend. But also please at least be around me when you are. Show some respect for the fruits of my labor. Will you? I'm tired too. Besides you used to be my favorite. Do you have to be too busy to reply to her messages even when you're on? Seeing that Chu Mengyao actually dared to frown at herself, Dozier coldly opened the stirrups. What the hell? You can't put yourself in your place anymore. The Holy Grail. Chapter 103 Green lights the fire. The next morning, Dozier then drove to the private hospital. Today is the day that Bai Qingqing gets his fourth injection of assurance. If only the strength of the immune cells in Qingqing's body could still be enhanced this time. That means she's basically back to close to half of her normal body's immune function. You will never have to worry about some tiny condition again. Outside the operating room, hours have passed. Dozier sat in his chair, hands clenched into fists, slightly nervous. Bai Jia, who was on the side, saw that Dozier's face was sweating. With that, he took out a wet towel and tenderly wiped Dozier's sweat. Don't worry too much. The doctor said that with the results of Qingqing's treatment some time ago, there's no problem at all this time. Tian Xingli also walked over to Dozier and massaged his shoulders. Feel this soothing afterward. Dozier only closed his eyes, but he still couldn't quiet his mind. It wasn't until the operating room door opened that several people rushed forward to ask questions. The attending doctor smiled. Mr. Du, Miss Bai's treatment has been outstanding. Her immune cell strength has reached 50% of a normal person. Hearing these words, Dozier's hanging heart fell to the ground. Behind her, Bai Jia took out 2 red packets and stuffed them into the doctor's hands. Thank you so much. The attending physician put the red envelope in his wide pocket without a trace. Smiling, he said, this is what we should do. Miss Bai won't wake up until this afternoon, so please be patient and be hospitalized for observation today. Not long after, the people in the operating room pushed the sleeping Bai Qingqing into the single room. Dozier sent a message to Auntie Lan beforehand, saying that he wouldn't be going back tonight because of something. He's going to be at the hospital today, spending time with Qingning. At noon,
Bai Jie made some meals for Duja.
then he drove back with apricot tata in one piece.
Today is Bai Qingning and Duja's private time.
As a female, she naturally wouldn't bother the two of them. It's a little after 6 in the afternoon.
Bai Qingning in the hospital bed then woke up. She saw Duja next to her at a glance and said joyfully,
Duja, I'm almost cured, so I can accompany you in the future. For a long time, Bai Qingning used to feel weak. Every time,
he was the first to lose and had to accompany Doja in other ways.
But this time one is finally close to being fully cured.
It's sure to please Doja.
Duja held Bai Qingting's hand and said gently, when the latter few injections are all done, you'll be considered fully recovered by then.
Aha! Bai Qingning nodded happily and asked,
what time is it now?
She was a little afraid that she'd overslept and that Duja would be gone again in a little while.
Where could Duja not see what Qingning was thinking?
He directly hugged Bai Qingning and smiled.
I'm not leaving tonight, I'll always be here with you. Hearing this,
Bai Qingning said in surprise,
really?
But then she worried. Then your girlfriend?
Forget it, Duja. You'd better go back. I'm pretty much healed. Just have my mom stay with me.
Bai Qingning was a little worried in case Duja's girlfriend knew that he wasn't going home because he was accompanying himself. Then wouldn't he be causing trouble for Doja?
Seeing Bai Qingting's pitiful eyes, Duja couldn't help but cry and laugh. Don't worry, I've already told her I'm not going back tonight, and I'll spend the rest of the evening with you.
Hearing Duja care so much about himself,
Bai Qingting's face swished red.
He himself is nothing more than Duja's raised on the outside. It was amazing that he was willing to go this far for himself. Bai Qingting's eyes were again fond and shy, clutching tightly at the corner of Dutcher's coat,
murmuring in a small voice, Duja, thank you for giving so much for me, and there's nothing I can do to repay you.
Doja patted her little head.
Soothingly, he said, it's okay, as long as you're by my side. It's enough. The two cuddled together and the atmosphere instantly heated up.
Bai Qingting's eyelashes fluttered slightly as she softly said,
Duja, I want to,
said she as her hands began to get restless. Doja was tickled though, but considering that Bai Qingting had just finished surgery, her body was still weak.
Catching her hand, he shook his head. No, you'll have to rest for a few more days.
I want to. Bai Qingting pouted at Duja.
Duja smiled bitterly, bear with me, Qingting, wait for a few days, I'll keep you company.
However, Bai Qingting pulled over Duja's hand and softly said,
but I'm just hot, and my heart is still beating fast.
With that she nodded her lips.
Duja still shook his head, but this time Bai Qingting could not comply. She got herself under the covers. When Duja saw how insistent Bai Qingting was, he couldn't help but hold his forehead. What's that gonna do? Just light the fire and don't care about extinguishing it. Looks like I'll have to go back to the villa tomorrow after all. Early in the morning,
Bai Qingting woke up in Duja's embrace.
Looking at Duja, who had woken up long ago beside him and had been toying with himself, Bai Qingting's face was happy to the core, overflowing with a moving smile. It's a pity that in the future, he won't be able to sleep with Doze every day like this, but as long as she could be with Duja once in a while, she was already happy. The two of them smooched for a while longer. It wasn't until the doctor notified that a retest was in order that Doja got up and left. The doctor asked, Ms. Bai, you didn't eat anything in the morning, did you? It's best to keep an empty stomach if you're checking. Bai Qingting blushed, herself like that. Does it count as eating or not? In the end, it was Duja who explained. Just a little bit of hot milk. It should be fine. The doctor laughed. Warm milk is fine. It doesn't affect the test results. With that, several people took Bai Qingting into the operating room.
Seeing that Bai Qingting has begun to retest, Duja took a long breath and called Bai Jie and Tian Xingli directly.
You guys come on down to the hospital. I have something for you.
Bai Jie and Tian Xingli were still eating breakfast and hurriedly asked,
what's wrong? What happened? Duja said.
Qingqing lit the fire and didn't give it out.
So you guys come over here. Bai Jie. Apricot Tanaka. Across the phone, they both already felt that the day was destined to be sinister. When the clouds have been kept open, the moon will be clear, and the tide will be calm and the jade will be clarified. 20 days in the dark room. Little Shui finally came out alive. Fathers, please fill me up with freebies so I can pull the throttle. The doors are welded shut. Chapter 104, Healing. In the hotel room, Paige woke up slowly, rubbing her bleary eyes. Her brow furrowed slightly as she felt nothing but fatigue and a slight swelling and pain in her body. After bracing himself with difficulty, he looked at the time on his cell phone. I can't believe it's already past 3 in the afternoon. Strange. Didn't I remember it was only 11 o'clock? How did the time pass so quickly? Did he pass out again? Paige shook her head to clear her mind. It was afternoon at the moment, but she still wasn't hungry at all. After all, lunch is a bit much to ingest. Squeak! The door to the room opened and Tian Xingli walked in with a glass of warm water. Sister Bai, you're awake. Drink a glass of water and rinse your mouth. Bai Jia took the cup of water and just took a sip. With that, he set the glass aside and said, no more, I can't drink anymore at all. At those words Tian Xingli let out a giggle. Sitting next to Bai Jia, he laughed. Let you show off, now you can't fit. Before, Sister Bai looked like she hadn't eaten in years. Bai Jia blushed. How could I? And besides, aren't you too, apricot pear? You're still talking about yourself? It's obvious that we're all the same, right? Tian Xingli handed her Bai Jia's clothes and said, I'm not as greedy as you are. I had my fill 2 days ago. Let's get out of here. Duzha said Qingqing is almost done with her checkup. Well, I'll be up in a minute. Apricot, give me a hand. I don't have any strength left in my legs. Apricot Tanaka. He had just let Sister White help him back a few days ago, but he didn't expect to return it now. When the two hurried to the hospital, what came into his eyes was the sweet sight of Duzhu and Bai Qingqing hugging each other. When Bai Qingqing saw the two, she hurriedly hid in Duzha's arms. Her face was shy and her cheeks were as red as apples. If they hadn't come in, they would have just been ready to kiss Dozha themselves. Bai Jia walked over to Qingqing and anxiously asked, Qingqing, how are the test results? What did the doctor say? As long as Bai Qingqing can regain half the immunity of a normal person, then you won't have to worry about those minor ailments anymore. Seeing his female daughter so worried, Bai Qingqing also reddened her eyes. For 4 years, Bai Jia has been running around for herself, busy, for a cure for his leukemia that requires astronomical treatment costs. Even if it was more expensive, she had no complaints. Bai Qingqing wiped the corners of her eyes, tears glistening as she said, Asterisk. The doctor said that my illness has been stabilized, completely out of danger, and that I can live like a normal person in the future. Hearing this, Bai Jia was instantly relieved. Plus the legs were already sore. If it wasn't for Tian Xingli holding her back, she probably would have had to sit on the ground. Finally cured. My Qingqing is finally fine. Bai Jia couldn't help but burst into tears, going forward and hugging Bai Qingqing. The two of them whimpered and mourned. Leukemia, which has haunted Cyan for 4 years like a nightmare, is finally no longer a threat. Du Zhe, who was on the side, also had a pleased smile on his face, walking up and hugging the crying duo tightly. The scene was really cozy. Even Tian Xingli forgot for a moment that something seemed wrong. It took a long time for a few people to separate. Bai Qingqing recovered from a major illness and had blood drawn for tests today, so Duzha took a few people to the medicinal food restaurant to give Qingqing a good body tonic. On the way, Bai Qingqing looked at Bai Jia suspiciously and asked, Asterisk, what did you eat for lunch? Why does it taste weird? Tian Xingli in the front row giggled and covered her mouth tightly, unable to hold back her laughter. Even Duzha, who was driving the car, looked embarrassed and coughed several times to cover it up. Paige was all but lost for words at the question. Stuttering, he made up. What about? It's that at lunchtime, I didn't want to cook, so I drank a carton of plain milk, and only after I finished it did I realize it was expired. So it tasted weird. Hearing this, Bai Qingqing was even more distressed and held Bai Jia's hand. Asterisk, you lied to me again. You're always giving up food and water. You must have known it had expired and drank it anyway. I'll be able to go out and earn money later, so you'll stop being so frugal and not drink anything that's past its expiration date. Paige was so embarrassed that she wanted to open the car door and jump right out. It's really a shame. Well, Qingqing, I know. From now on, I'll definitely drink less. It's not less, it's no more. Okay. It was after 9 o'clock in the evening. It was only then that Dozier drove back home. Went out yesterday morning and didn't get back until tonight. I wonder what Lime and Auntie Lan are doing at home. Just opened the door. I just saw difficult yoga poses playing on the TV. In front of the coffee table, a voluptuous mature woman was practicing along, stretching and twisting. The petite body is supple and fluid. Slim yoga clothes further set off her sexy and seductive, mature and charming, obviously in her 30s, but still hydrated. Aunt Lan heard the sound of the door opening and turned around and smiled. Duzhe, you're back. Are you hungry? Auntie prepared food for you. Duzhe collected his fluttering thoughts and said, I ate outside. Auntie, where's Lime? Lime is in the house. Seems to be studying. Auntie Lang came to the water fountain to drink, sweat dripping down her throat. The whole thing looked smoking hot. Dozier averted his eyes so that he wouldn't get any unwanted ideas. He realized that he seemed to be a little misinformed about Auntie Lan. Before, I always thought that Auntie Lan just stood out a little bit more than Bai Jia, Shunya and the others in terms of her figure. But I didn't realize that it was better in other ways as well. Bai Jia and Shunya are already not low-level jabs, and can have a river level. But tonight Duzhe felt that Auntie Lan was feared to be even more above them. It's scary as hell. Bah! What was one thinking again? Duja walked to the front of the room and said, Auntie Lan, I'll go back to the house to rest for a while. Well, remember to get a change of clothes from the balcony for your evening shower. I've washed them all for you. Aunt Ran tugged at her collar as if she were sweating through it. The beauty of the landscape is swaying and the clusters are visible. Doja didn't dare to look at it again and quickly went inside. Seeing Duja go back, Auntie Lan slowly drank a glass of ice water. Sighing softly, I must be crazy. He's Doja. How can I really need to find someone to marry. I'm getting burnt out. At 11 o'clock at night, Duja unscrewed Lin Qingling's bedroom door. Seeing that Lin Lime was still sitting at her desk, staring at the computer, asked Lime, still reading up on college? Lin Qingling yawned and said glumly, well, it feels so profound. I really don't know how those college students learn such difficult knowledge. Maybe none of them have learned either. What? Nothing. College knowledge is too hard. Better review elementary school first. Elementary school I don't think will be necessary. Well, Chapter 105 Reducing Chumengyao Salary. The next morning, Doja got up early as usual. After, he went out, patting Lime's little head melon. It's been like a three-way street for a couple days. His own house, Qingqing's house, Chumengyao's house. It's a bit of a distraction. It's easiest in your own home. After all, it's just Lime. At the villa, there were 3 people. Bai Qingqing, Bai Jia, and Tian Xingli. Luckily, though, a few of them were staggered in time, so it wasn't too strenuous. Chumum's family is a bit of a pain in the ass. A BMW Mini, an Audi A8, and it doesn't even hurt to drive it yourself. Just give it gas and watch the rest of the car perform. 10 minutes later, Doja arrived. Still parked the car in an underground garage and went upstairs. Chu Mengyao didn't have any habits of waking up early. Chunya was the only one who woke up early to drink kanji. After waiting for more than half an hour, Chu Mengyao still didn't wake up. Chunya looked up, only to see that Doja's face was already a bit unsightly. It's also true that the big patron has been here for so long. She's still sleeping upstairs. Like what? With that, Chunya drew a face towel and carefully wiped her mouth. Softly said, Doja, why don't you let Yao Yao rest a little more today? She might be a little tired these days. Seeing Chunya actually speak for Chu Mengyao, Doja looked at her eyes playfully. And those who didn't know, I'm afraid they really thought Chunya was thinking about Chu Mengyao. Still not trying to monopolize the benefits, but Doja didn't say much about it. Originally, he was most inclined to Chunya today. After all, he met Auntie Lan who practiced yoga again last night. Maturity is really much more tantalizing than youthfulness. Chu Mengyao was still too young after all. Even though it was Chu Mengyao who opened the door for herself today, I'm afraid that I myself would have coldly thrown her a. Today Tian Wenjing, you stay aside. But it would be interesting to see Chu Mengyao's stunned expression of not being able to earn any money. Doja sat down on the couch, picked up his cell phone, and started swiping the video number. And Chunya, seeing that Doja didn't go upstairs, also comprehended the meaning. Showing a shy color, lean over and lend an ear. Doja was quite satisfied today. After all, Chunya was now treating herself very respectfully. It doesn't take a bit of effort at all on your own. He raised his eyes to look upstairs, then shook his head. Never mind. Today is the day. I'm not going to do it today. There was a drop and the phone rang. Although Chunya was a bit reluctant to part with her phone, she still got up and brought it over before resetting it. Doja opened Weishuan and looked at it. It was a message from Xiao Wanjun. Mr. Du, quite a few people have already called and started inquiring about hiring. When do you think we can start interviewing? That fast? It seems like there are quite a few people who want to take the plunge and make money in live streaming these days. But there shouldn't be many that actually have a programmatic effect or talent. Still, you have to take care of it yourself. With that, Doja returned. The interview will start at 10 a.m. tomorrow, and I'll be there then. Xiao Wanjun, okay, Mr. Du, is there anything else you need to explain? Doja thought for a moment and sent, then notify those who applied for the job. Just come here for the interview and make it through the preliminary selection. Then even if they don't get accepted, the company sends $100 for travel expenses as a consolation. Xiao Wanjun on the other side of the cell phone was first a bit surprised when she saw this message. With that, he immediately understood what Doja meant. After all, they give a much better paycheck than any other company. Those who call or tweet about it are more or less unsure. Worrying about coming is a waste of time. Might as well not come and save yourself the trouble. But Mr. Du said that if you pass the primary, you'll get $100 free for the road. This will make recruiting more active except for those who are serious about wanting to participate. Those who are on the fence themselves may be coming along too. After the number of people recruited is high, it is a big wave of gold. There are always a few decent anchors to sift through. Thinking of this, Xiao Wanjuan's pretty face couldn't help but show a few moments of admiration. Mr. Du's tactics of operation are really superior. Also really wealthy. This must have cost out tens of thousands of dollars, at least it should. This way, it's estimated to be less than a week. Anchors who meet the company's requirements will be able to fill up. Okay, Mr. Du. I'll update the job announcement right away. After slightly instructing Xiao Wanjun some more precautions, Dozier then put his cell phone aside. Keep both hands on the steering wheel and focus on driving. After driving for about 2 hours, Dozier got out of the car. It was time for the afternoon, and according to the time allotment, one had to visit Qingqing's house. Before leaving, Chunya took Dozier's hand. With a red face, she said, Dozier, can you help me buy some blood activating medicine? The ones I brought from home are all used up. Dozier cupped her chin and nodded. Yes, but it has to be free once. Hearing that Dozier was actually willing to help himself, Chunya was overjoyed. He's so nice. He cares more about himself than Yoyo does. No problem. It's okay if it's all free from now on. That won't be necessary. I'm the most disciplined person, and you won't lose a penny of what you should pay. Okay, so add the front, okay? It's not like this one counts. Yes, but I have limited time, and you only have an hour. That's enough. Thank you, Dozier. You're so good to me. In the white green room, Dozier practiced Yang Qi for a while she went to take a shower to recover her body. It's after 3 o'clock now. There's a good chance we'll be in the car for another hour or two later. Time is still really kind of tight. In the future, he couldn't delay too long on Xu Mengyao's side. It's just about time for school to start, so it's time to lower her pay a little. In the next few days, I'll leave by myself before noon and come to Green's house for lunch. In the afternoon, I went to the company to run some errands, and in the evening, I came home to have dinner and spend time with Auntie Lan and Lime. Well, that's good. That's it. Dozier, drive slowly on the road. Got it. Cyan. By Qingqing eyed Dozier's car away from the doorway before turning around and preparing to enter the house. But he saw Bai Jia and Tian Xingli go out together. Bai Jia laughed. Qingqing, let's go for a walk outside. You be good at home, oh. Bai Qingqing nodded. She planned to read up on live streaming at home. I hope this helps Dutcher better. 2 hours later, Bai Jia came down from the back seat of the Rolls-Royce, carrying her broken heels. Another careful twist of hair in the car. Only then did the Rolls-Royce buzz off. Dutcher shook his head darkly. He still had to get a new set of seats. P.S. Tian Xingli wondered. Sister Bai, why do you think readers give us so many free swag every day? Bai Jia laughed. Because the reader is in better health, and he's sure to give us more free swag if we're obedient. Right, reader? Chapter 106, the unit price is too high. I don't want to go. Early the next morning, after being useless for a while, Dozier walked out of Lin Qingling's room. The company is hiring anchors at 10 a.m. Today. He also had to go inside the company early to discuss matters with Xiao Wanjun and the girls. Simply made a little breakfast. After dinner, Dozier drove to the company. 10 minutes later, Dozier arrived downstairs at the company. It's only 7 o'clock now, but there are already a lot of people coming. All girls with a little bit of class. At a glance, it's like following a foot-washing town. The reason why it attracts so many people, apart from the fact that Dutcher is offering a pretty good salary package, there was also the extremely tempting announcement of the $100 in road money if you pass the preliminary rounds. Sign up, run for office, and there's a good chance you'll get a day's pay. Why not? It's safe to say that anyone who dares to apply for a job here, more or less confident in myself. At this moment, with Dozier driving an expensive Rolls-Royce to the company's downstairs, the group of pretty women stirred for a few moments. Some people took out their cell phones to take pictures and punch them in, while others were so envious that they whispered. All were speculating about the identity of the people in the car. After parking the car, Dozier got out and closed the door. The young and handsome appearance directly made the group of women marvel. Wow, he's so handsome. Yeah, and so young to be driving a luxury car like a Rolls-Royce. You guys, could he be the owner of the live streaming company we're going to? What are you talking about? How is it possible? How can being a boss be so young and handsome? In my opinion, he must be a rich second generation, the kind who was trapped in love. How sharp was Dozier's hearing, not to mention that it had been honed by the young Pole. Naturally, they heard their whispers loud and clear. With that he took a step and walked straight towards the group of women. No way. Is it really a rich kid? He's not looking at one of us, is he? So handsome. I feel like I'm going to be mesmerized. It's so hard to breathe. What should I do? These women seem to be deeply poisoned by the plot of the period novel, The Domineering President Falling in Love with Me. Dozier was a bit speechless, but understood. After all, it's the era, and there are meteoric dramas everywhere. XX. Dozier revealed a smile and came to the crowd. Speaking aloud, he said, "Hello everyone, may I ask if you are all here to apply for the position of anchor of Noyo Media?" Woju is the name of the media company that Duju applied down. A group of women heard a rich and good-looking second generation like Duju asking them, hastily scrambling to speak. He said, Yeah, we're all here to apply for the job. We've been preparing for this job application for a long time, and we came early. Noyo Media is treated very well, and we're all eager to get into the juice. This group of people were not stupid. Seeing Duja asking if they were here to apply for a job, instantly, he guessed that Duja might be the owner of Noyo Media, so they opened their mouths, hoping to leave a good impression on Duja. Hear the gibberish from this group of Kuan. Duja laughed. We at Wuju Media also welcome you all to the interview, and we hope that all of you will be able to get through today. I'll be waiting for you at the final selection. After saying that, Duja walked through the path that the crowd had made way for and went straight up the stairs. He came here to show them the company's financial power. Let them know that the conditions offered by the company are true. One has sufficient financial resources to support the growth and operation of the company. If anyone doesn't believe me, the Rolls-Royce downstairs will speak for itself. Soon, there were many more photos and comments underneath the recruitment announcement that Xiao Wanjun had sent out online. This company is super rich. The owner drives a Rolls-Royce, and the company is located in an office building. The boss is super handsome and just greeted me. Looks like that $100 for the road was real. This trip wasn't in vain. A large number of comments and replies instantly flooded under the announcement. Again, it attracted a lot of people who rushed to sign up for the selection process, though a lot of them are here to mix up the road. But there are some really posh and talented people among them. Previously they might have thought the job announcement was grandstanding. See, it must be a small company with no power to do marketing. It's the same as making a month 3,000 to 8,000, going for sure 3,000. But after seeing the office building and the Rolls-Royce in the photo, ideas just can't help but change. When Duja went upstairs, he saw Xiao Wanjun directing the other four to set up the scene. Seeing that the boss had arrived, Xiao Wanjun told her four sisters to go ahead and get ready. Instead, she walked over to Dozier and handed over a report. Mr. Du, this is today's recruitment process. Please take a look. Dozier nodded and took the report and looked at it carefully. Recruitment is divided into 3 rounds. The first round is a person responsible for a simple initial screening. Good looks, cleanliness, and a clean record of offenses will pass. The second round was a 3-person interview. See what aspect of the anchor type the person coming in to apply for the job is suited to go. A brief demonstration of relevant talent. The final round was a personal interview between Duja and Xiao Wanjun. Duja laughed. The process arrangement is fine. Just do as you say. This arrangement really makes sense and saves a lot of time. Xiao Wanjun was dressed in an OL outfit and her legs were white and straight. The tall figure was enhanced by the 6-centimeter heels. She bent down slightly. Then please take a break in the office. Mr. Du, the interview will start soon. Okay, go ahead and get busy. Dozier came into the office and looked at the time. It's only 8 o'clock sharp, 2 hours to go. So he took out his cell phone and first sent a good morning to Lin Qingning and Bai Qingqing. Good boy. Then he sent another tweet to Chu Mengyao. Today you're done. Before he could put his cell phone down, he received a call from Chu Mengyao. Dozier impatiently picked up. Chu Mengyao's protesting voice came directly from inside the cell phone. Dozier, why don't you come to do business today? Yesterday you came and didn't even wake me up to get involved. And I didn't earn a penny, which amounts to a $20,000 loss. I'm ready for anything today. Can't you spare a moment? Hearing Chu Mengyao's words filled with thick expectations, Dozier laughed coldly, because the push is too high. Okay? After that he just hung up. Then he pulled Chu Mengyao black, along with Wei Xin. Chu Mengyao on the other side of the phone couldn't get through no matter how she called. Pissed off and on fire. What do you mean? How dare Duchel think it's too expensive? What's expensive? Is it good to be at this price for so many days? I'm really going crazy. Dozier is clearly talking with his eyes wide open. It's also hard to make domestic goods. It's only tens of thousands of dollars a day for exhaustion. And we work so hard to be serious. Even if the price doesn't go up, it's still too expensive. Chu Mengyao angrily threw her cell phone onto the bed. Chenya on the side naturally heard Dozier's words. The whole thing was lost, and it seemed to be its own problem. If he really made Dozier happy, he won't fail to visit me. Looks like it's going to have to be more of a full-on effort after all. With that, Chenya turned to Chu Mengyao with a serious face. Yao. Since Dozier said it's expensive, let's just go cheap. What do you think about $4,000? What did you say? Chu Mengyao was so angry that she directly stood up and pinched Chenya's arm. How can say such a thing when you're my pro? Are you not feeling the prices in Marina? And I still have to go to school, and I still have to buy so many cosmetics, clothes, and bags. If we do lower our unit price, what am I going to wear and use? Do you still want to see me become a big star? Seeing Chu Mengyao so agitated, Chenya retorted. But Duzha has said that we are a bit expensive. If we don't lower the price, what if he doesn't come? As long as there is a volume, the unit price is even a little lower. It's okay, we work hard. Diligence can make up for clumsiness. Chu Mengyao froze, as if. It seems like it makes sense. It still seems to be a low level of awareness on my part. After all, after experiencing the horrible income of 10,000 in the collage, it is still a hard thing to accept to drop to 4,000 in a short time. Couldn't care less though. For their dreams of stardom and luxury, it's worth it to hold back on writing the pith for a while. Okay then, let's do what you said. Unit price. No. Force a big drop. I guess. Bosses, when you see an interesting chapter, take a screenshot and post it in the comments section, so that it can be viewed by those who come after you when it gets reviewed off later. Chapter 107 Recruitment begins. Chenya, Duzha, don't be angry. We just discussed it. It's okay to lower the unit price to 4,000. Duzha glanced at his cell phone and wanted to laugh a little. You can take it for free, let alone a price cut. But one was going to just briefly mention it. Give them a lay of the land and only later are you ready to reduce the number of times. What about forcing them to change the unit price? I didn't expect to get this done in less than 20 minutes today. It went quite well. Dozier, yes, but a lower unit price doesn't mean a lower service. Got it? Chenya impatiently sent out a voice. Don't worry about this. It will definitely make you even more satisfied than before. Dozier, that's fine. I'll go over and investigate tomorrow to see how sincere it is. Chenya, heartsuit. You're greedy enough. You're not the one who's tired. Duzha snorted and then stopped paying attention to the two. Spent an hour or so in the office. Xiao Wanjun, the high and cold workplace manager, walked slowly into the office, inquiring, Mr. Du, can we start the preliminary selection? Duzha looked at the time. Around 9:30. 10 o'clock itself should see the first interviewer. Okay, let's start the primaries. Xiao Wanjun nodded and made a call to the people outside to inform them to start. After hanging up the phone, she stood next to Duzha, straight and unsmiling, like a professional secretary. Seeing this scene, Duzha couldn't help but think highly of her again. Laughing, he said, there's no need to stand next to me. It doesn't matter if there's a secretary or not. Our company doesn't need to make a scene. Xiao Wanjun was first stunned, then bowed slightly. Sitting down on a side couch, she had originally seen that the company was currently understaffed. That's why he's acting as secretary for the time being. After all, in the eyes of outsiders, a company that equips its boss with a secretary is the kind of business that is strong. Companies without secretaries are basically small startup studios. The two sat there for about half an hour. There was a thumping knock at the door. Xiao Wanjuan's voice was crisp. Please come in. Squeak. An innocent-looking, petite young girl slowly walked in. Slightly nervous, she bowed 90 degrees. Dozier could even see her rapidly falling collar. Aobi is simply ruthless. Hello, I'm interviewee number 1 and my name is Mina. Xiao Wanjun stood up and came to her side. Hello, there's no need to be nervous. Show me your resume. Oh, okay. Mina was so nervous that the tip of her nose was sweating. Hastily, he handed over his prepared resume. After briefly looking at it, Xiao Wanjun then took it to Duzha. Duzha was also a little interested after reading it. This Mina turned out to be a dance graduate from an art school. And look at her very well-proportioned form. Petite and full. Could the first interviewer have surprised himself? With that, Duzha spoke. You're a dance major. What kind of dance have you mainly studied? Mina's small hands hooked together nervously when she saw the big boss ask. I've studied ballet, modern and contemporary dance in all of them. Dozier reached out and gestured. Show it. Okay. Mina blushed slightly. With that, he walked to the middle of the office and performed a smooth modern dance. The sense of rhythm and body coordination is okay. Yes, it's over. Go outside and take a rest first. Duzha directly finalized her. So soon? Mina was outright stunned. She hasn't even been in here 10 minutes and she's gone straight through. Even Xiao Wanjun froze a bit, but she didn't say anything. Duzha was the boss, and what he said, he would never hold himself in doubt. Then Duzha laughed. Our recruitment mainly depends on appearance and talent. Now you meet both. Naturally you passed. Mina was pleasantly surprised and bowed several times in a row. Thank you, boss. Thank you. With that, Xiao Wanjun handed her a form to take out and fill in. A few minutes later, an interviewer walked in. She's not doing so well. Appearance is not as impressive as Mina's and there is not much talent. Even the language skills were not very good, and I was too nervous to speak. She was told to go to the person in charge of the primary outside and get $100 for the road.
There was a steady stream of interviewees. The vast majority of them have little talent and come to mingle with roadkill. But there are quite a few somewhat powerful people in there. In 2 hours' time, Duja had only recruited a dozen poor anchors. There was no one else who could match the previous Mina. After lunch, Duja and Xiao Wanjun continued to start the interview. About an hour or so later, finally in came another interviewer who was tall and had glowing white skin. Hello, my name is Xiao Hunan. I'm here to apply for the singing anchor job. Dozier looked at her resume with interest. Asked, you've had experience as an anchor at other media companies before, right? Xiao Hunan smiled slightly, revealing 2 playful little tiger teeth. Well, I used to be the singing type of anchor. Duja likes this kind of teacher with work experience. Show your talent. Xiao Hunan nodded and then cleared a song called Rush Hour. Like that year in a hurry. Carving out forever together. Such a beautiful rumor. After the song was finished, Duja nodded his head in satisfaction. Having work experience is different and professional enough. Okay, pass. Go outside and fill out the intake. Xiao Hunan is also excited. This company's treatment is much better than his previous one. Then the next interviewer came in. The body is more voluptuous and graceful, but the age is also one of the larger ones encountered so far. It's 27 years old. As if she knew her disadvantage. Her cheeks flushed and she bit her lip lightly. Hello, my name is Shang Yue, and I'm here to audition for dance anchor. Shang Yue. Dozier looked at her face. A family name not often seen. Vaguely, I feel as if something is missing in front of the name. Xiao Wanjun took a look at Shang Yue's resume and was first a little surprised, then frowned slightly. Mr. Look. Dozier took a look at her resume. Shang Yue used to be a pillar of the stage theater and is proficient in classical and folk dances. Has won a number of awards. It looks pretty good. And my own company is lacking in ancient style type dance anchors as of right now. Shang Yue fits right in. But as his gaze moved down, Duja's eyes became surprised. In the job search section she actually wrote that she had a 4-year-old. Would like to be able to work a live day job and come home at night to take care of the kids. That's a bit ridiculous. Righteous fathers, can you recommend some other teachers? The number of anchors is still too low. Chapter 108 Xiao Hunan. Mina. Shang Yue. See the information on the onboarding section. Duja couldn't even help but look up at Shang Yue. She wasn't kidding herself. Was she? A dance-type anchor who says she wants to work during the day and go home at night to take care of her kids? It's bull ********. Almost all of the people who came to see the live broadcast had been laboring all day during the day. It's only in the evening that the live streaming software is turned on. Watching an anchor show to relax. It's safe to say that nighttime is when anchors make the most money. This condition of Shang Yue's is absolutely unallowable. Duja put his resume aside and asked in a deep voice, do you know what job you're applying for? Shang Yue pursed her lips and whispered, dance anchor. So don't you know that the prime time slot for anchors is basically at night? Even if you work twice as many hours during the day, it's still not as productive as an hour at night. Hearing Duja's words, Shang Yue was so embarrassed that he couldn't say a complete sentence. It just felt like my heart was pounding, but there was nothing she could do. After all, her daughter was only 4 years old this year. If you don't go back and take care of her yourself, what if something happens to your daughter alone? Thinking of this, Shang Yue's expression became a few more points firmer. Then she gulped and said, I'm sorry, I'm the one who is not qualified for a position in your company. Shang Yue bowed deeply, and then was about to turn around and leave. She had a slightly sad look in her eyes. I've interviewed with several live streaming companies myself. They were all very happy with their dancing skills, but simply couldn't accept his own request. Noyo Media is now the 6th company to reject its own. But just before she turned around and was ready to leave the door, a voice came from behind her. Wait, let me see your dancing talent first. Shang Yue turned back in surprise and looked at Duja, his face puzzled. What do you mean? Duja leaned back in his chair and said, if your ability is worthy of your request, then it's not impossible for me to consider it. He thought so, also based on Shang Yue's outstanding appearance, and the status of the stage drama stage added. After all, this kind of person with real dance skills, and those hot dancers who train for a few months in entertainment companies, there is a qualitative gap. Shang Yue was pleasantly surprised, not realizing that this young boss was willing to give himself a chance. Okay, I'll start here. With that she slowly danced in the middle of the office in a very ancient style. The body is as soft as a weak willow, and the broken steps are light and flavorful. Showcases classical dance to its fullest. Xiao Wanjuan's eyes also flashed with a flash of surprise when she saw Shang Yue's outstanding performance. This woman really does have a few strengths. Dozier nodded in satisfaction. Shang Yue's dancing skills are really outstanding. If he changes into an ancient style costume, temperament and image can definitely be taken up a notch. Yes,
You're the one applicant I've been most pleased with. From what I've seen so far. Shang Yuya caressed her full chest, her body trembling slightly. Adjusting his breathing slightly, he said, thanks. Thank you, boss. Then I am now. Duzha handed her resume to Xiaowanjun, said, go ahead and fill out the paperwork, and I'll talk to you in more detail when everyone has been interviewed. Shang Yuya took the information sheet handed over by Xiaowanjun. After saying thank you, he turned and went out. I don't know if the young boss agrees, but there is hope after all. Unlike bosses in other companies who just let themselves go. Wait until Shang Yuya goes out. Xiaowanjun came to Du Zhou and said, Mr. Du, I still think that if an anchor of her type insists on live broadcasting during the daytime, it's still not enough benefit for the company. Of course, that's just my personal opinion. It's all still up to you to decide. When she finished speaking, she stepped back, the expression on her face remaining flat. Doze smiled. It seemed like she thought she might be looking at Shang Yuya's face and skill. Get her into the company. But I'm afraid that any company would be embarrassed by Shang Yuya's request. Unless that company doesn't want to make money. With that, Duzha laughed. Don't worry. I'll give serious consideration regarding her. Xiaowanjun nodded. The two then proceeded to interview the other members. As in the morning, there were basically few outstanding ones. After recruiting only about a dozen people, everyone who came in for an interview today was interviewed. Duzha looked around and saw that he had probably recruited around 40 people today. Among them, there were 5 others that Xiaowanjun felt the company was currently understaffed, stayed behind to do other work, but in just one day it was able to recruit over 30 live employees. That's still pretty good efficiency. By now it was after 5 in the afternoon. Duzha told Xiaowanjun to go sign contracts for those newbie anchors. Also have Shang Yuya, Xiao Hunan and Mina come to his office. These were the anchors that Duzha was currently planning to focus on. They have to organize their work themselves. Xiaowanjun nodded and then went straight out the door. Extremely fastidious work with no fuss at all. Duzha was extremely appreciative of this and didn't know such an excellent employee like Xiaowanjun. Was the last company kicked in the head or something to let her go? Soon, Shang Yuya, Xiao Hunan and Mina came inside the office. All 3 are beautiful women with high face value. Xiao Hunan is playful and cute, like the pretty sister next door. Mina has dyed blonde hair and looks somewhat stylish and flirty. And unlike the slender figures of the two, Shang Yuya was the full-bodied type, but not yet reached Shenya. By Jia kind of round and plump, between a young woman and a mature woman. The 3 stood in the middle of the office in a formal manner. A little nervous, Dozier scanned a few people from side to side. In his heart, he inexplicably thought of Shang, the scene where chose his consort. The boss was sitting on the sofa, and in front of him stood several sexy beauties, with thin waists and long legs, and seductive postures. Duzha leaned back and said, you guys are all very good. I'm satisfied. Hearing these words, a trace of delight flashed across Xiao Hunan's and Mina's faces. Looks like you're solidly through the interview. Shang Yuya, on the other hand, was feeling a bit sperm-eaten. Red lips slightly opened, looking at Duzha with a stunned face. Can I stay myself? But Boss Dozier hasn't said yes or no to his own request. If he had to come in at night, then he would have to politely decline the job. Chapter 108, Duzha is also considered to be 3 on the. In the office, Duzha took out 3 contracts and laid them on the table. With that he looked first to Mina on the far left. Your modern dance is not bad, but the range of motion is still too great. The camera space on a live broadcast is limited, so you want to try to optimize your dancing to make sure you present yourself in the space within the camera. I will follow up with someone to train you and prepare you. Mina hurriedly nodded, excitedly saying, thank you boss, I'll try my best. With that, Duzha handed her the contract. Your salary consists of a base salary of dollars plus a commission on gifts and a share of other proceeds. Any objections? 3,000. Base salary 3,000. Mina's eyes instantly lit up. That's a full $1,000 more than the previously stated base salary. It seems that he has been chosen by his boss to train himself. She hastily took the contract and said beautifully, no objections. Thank you boss. Duzha nodded and told her to go out and find Xiaowanjun to sign the contract. When Mina left, Duzha came back to Xiao Hunan. Xiao Hunan ruffled his forehead hair a little sheepishly. It's the first time she's met such a young and handsome company owner. Dozier watched her demeanor carefully for a moment. Then he said, your character is a bit introverted. When you do live broadcasts in the future, pay attention to more interaction with the audience and guide the topic of the live broadcast. Do you understand? Xiao Hunan's face flushed red as she hummed. Her character does. Duzha said, your salary is the same as Mina's, so if there's no problem, go out and find Xiaowanjun to sign the contract. She's the company's chief operations and finance director. Xiao Hunan nodded and bowed to Duzha. Thank you boss, I will work hard. With that she turned away as well.
The only two people left in the large office were Du Jia and Shang Yuya. Several moments passed without Du Jia saying anything. Shang Yuya stood in place awkwardly, her face red as if it could drip blood. She said in a trembling voice, "Old boss, if you find it difficult, I. But before she could finish her sentence, Du Jia interrupted. "You're the one I'm most optimistic about out of the three. There's nothing difficult about it, but I still can't agree about the change in your lifetime." Hearing these words, Shang Yuya instantly lost it. And yes, one does go a bit overboard with one's demands. What anchor isn't desperate for nightly traffic? Trying to come home at night to take care of your daughter on your own is a fool's errand. But right now, only the income from the anchor can barely support myself and my daughter. If this job loses itself, that home. Just as she looked disappointed to the core, suddenly, I heard Du Jia say, "I am planning to increase your base salary to 5,000 so that you can ask someone else to take care of your child. You'll be live at the office between the hours of 7 and 2 in the evening. Then you'll go home after work and pick up the kids." "What? Did I hear you right?" Shang Yuya covered her red lips in shock. Boss Dozier was actually willing to offer himself such a good deal? She also considered paying someone else to take care of her daughter and working well herself. But one's paycheck is already small, plus one has to, so it's simply not affordable. But right now Dutcher's boss says he's willing to give himself a raise. It instantly made Shang Yuya ecstatic. Base salary is 4,000, plus commission and split if. Shang Yuya showed a longing look. The offer had been so lucrative that she hadn't dared to imagine it. If it really paid that much, then one would never have to worry about their kids but the next moment Du Jia's words sent her whole body into uncertainty and uneasiness. Only Du Jia walked to the window and looked at the already somewhat darkened sky outside. But that's not a good thing for the company as a whole. All of them passed the interview together, and they were paid only 15,000 plus commission, and only 2,000 base salary when they were transferred. "The three of you are here because I intend to focus on you and train you more. That's why the salary was pulled straight to 3,000 base salary plus commission, which is already not low in a media company. Not to mention that you guys are still new to the job. If I were to raise your salary to 5,000 again, it would definitely cause resentment among the others and even affect the environment of the entire company. But again, you're rather adamant, so I'm hesitant to do this or not." Shang Yuya lowered his head and bit his lips tightly. There was a slight glint of crystal in her eyes. This job is unimaginably important to her. The money in her hand was almost spent. If you can't find a job that pays well yet, what are you going to do with yourself and your child? Not to mention the fact that there's that thing that's been hanging over your head and your kids' heads. Just thinking about this, Shang Yuya's heart felt a strong stabbing pain. That's a full raise of nearly twice the salary. No way. I've got to get this job. She looked up at Dozier's broad back as he thought in front of the window. After taking a deep breath, he then moved his feet forward with difficulty. "Son, forgive mommy. Mom did it for us." Shang Yuya wiped away a tear from the corner of her eye. "Base salary and bottom line. Or is the former more important to you at this point in time?" She walked up slowly. Dozier had just sensed something strange behind him. A warmth then traveled to his back. "What do you do?" He quickly turned around, but he directly affixed himself with Shang Yuya. Dozier looked condescendingly at the blushing Shang Yuya in front of him. Speaking coldly, he said, "What do you mean? Just now I was surprisingly a bit negligent and didn't notice it for a moment. If what was just behind him had been an enemy, the consequences would have been unimaginable." Shang Yuya raised his head, a touch of stubbornness on his face. She trembled. "Boss, please, I really can't lose this job." Then, in Dozier's somewhat surprised gaze, the already condescending Dozier became even more condescending. Dozier raises his head, then his head. "Phew, it's not a name for nothing. It's really something. I wasn't planning on it. You brought it on yourself." Dozier hangs her out to let Shang Yuya know. The company has made great concessions for her, and it is important that she understands what the company is paying for, thus accepting the next special arrangement for her that somewhat defies conception. "But I didn't expect her to use such tactics. Shang Yuya, you are really unauthorized." Hiss. It was just after 7 in the evening. Shang Yuya cleared the couch and squeezed all the toilet paper in his hand. Her face flushed. She stood still. Dozier picked up a contract and handed it to her. "Your salary on the contract is still 3,000 base salary plus commission, but I'll give you 3,000 every month privately, so get out." Hearing these words, Shang Yuya could not hide the excitement in his heart. "Thank you. I will work hard from now on. Thank you." With that she left the office happily, with a slight hobble in her step. Dozier leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes. "Just sort of did it myself. You amikami now." P.S. Shang Yuya happily went to pick up her youngest daughter from school. On the way, my youngest daughter nudged the corner of her mouth and asked suspiciously, "Mommy, what is this?" Shang Yuya blushed and looked at the reader boss who had just been on the mountain with her in front of the screen and said, "This is the free small gift that the reader boss just gave us both mothers. Much better. That reader owner must be very handsome and generous." Chapter 109 Game Anchor. 10 minutes after Shang Yuya left, there was a knock on the door. Duja slightly straightened his clothes and then spoke, "Come in." With that, Xiao Wanjuan's delicate figure walked into the house. In his arms he held a thick pile of information, about 40 copies, stacked high and even topped. "Mr. Du, these are the contracts of the employees recruited today. There are 32 entertainment anchors such as dancers and singers, and 8 others who serve as company employees. Please take a look." With that, Xiao Wanjun placed all the contracts on the table and stood quietly waiting. Dozier casually flipped through the contract. In addition to the 3 Shang Yuya's salary is 3,000 plus commission. The rest of the anchors are in the internship stage, with a salary of 15,000 plus commission, and 2,000 upon transfer. This salary is already considered to be not low within the small transparent anchor. Dozier's main intention is to cultivate the head anchors, and use the linkage of the head anchors to boost popularity. Once you get popularity and traffic, it's easy to make money. The interview went well today. Hard work guys. Dozier nodded his head. Xiao Wanjun said, "This is what we should do. Mr. Du, what is your next intention?" Dozier leaned back in his chair and laughed. "You're in anchor operations, so you should know some teachers who train new anchors, right? Let them train for 3 days first, and adapt to the anchor industry as soon as possible. In addition, specifically have someone conduct multi-on-one training for Shang Yuya, Xiao Hunan and Mina. Make sure they learn everything on the air quickly." Xiao Wanjun nodded. Live broadcasting is actually performing talent, interacting with the audience, and learning some words. It's still essentially a service industry, just newer. The anchor recruitment went pretty well today though, but there is still an omission. Xiao Wanjun came to the desk and looked at Dozier. "Mr. Du, we still haven't recruited an anchor in the gaming field at the moment. All of the people recruited under our banner are talent anchors applicable to Duji, and the current worldly YY live after the change to Tigers. Heat and traffic are up big time, mainly in the gaming category where live streaming is big. If we don't think about it, we might be missing out on coverage areas." She looked into Dozier's eyes, her gaze flickering. Xiao Yuanjun still remembered what Dozier had told her at that time. Regarding the gameplay anchor, he has an extremely suitable candidate. Hearing Xiao Wanjuan's words, Dozier was also satisfied with her dedication to her duties. The development of a media company must be multifaceted. This is something he knows well in his later life, and the game anchors have a strong impression in the minds of their viewers. Dozier stood up and laughed. "If you're a game-type anchor, it's enough for the company to train only one person. And all the resources I have, I'll invest in her." All the resources to throw at one person? Xiao Wanjun felt very puzzled. Which anchor was so powerful that it made General Manager Do pay attention to this extent? Seeing the surprised expression on Xiao Wanjuan's face, Dozier picked up the car keys and smiled at her. "Let's go. I'll take you to meet her so you can see if she's worth it or not." After that, he took the lead and walked out of the office. Xiao Wanjun looked at the sky that had completely dimmed down. After hesitating for a little while, he followed Dozier downstairs in one piece. The two of them arrived at the company's downstairs. Dozier pulled open the car door and took the lead in the driver's seat. After all, the car was a Rolls-Royce, and he didn't want Xiao Wanjun to feel pressured to drive. Wait until Xiao Wanjun gets on the bus. Dozier then directly started the vehicle and drove to the villa where Bai Qingqing lived. On the way, he opened his own WeChat and sent a message to the group chat. Group chat 1, Auntie Lan. "Lime, I won't be home for dinner tonight. I have to work late. Auntie Lan, take care of yourself and come back early. Lime, are you still eating tonight? I'll save you a meal. Dozier, no need. We'll eat out tonight. You guys have an early night." With that, Dozier opened the group chat too. "Qingqing, I'll bring the company's live operation to the house tonight." Bai Qingqing, "Well, I'll go get ready right away." Dozier, "Don't be too nervous. It's our own company." Bai Jie, "Dozier, what time are you leaving tonight? Do you want me to make you some more dinner?" Dozier thought about it, and was indeed a bit pressed for time tonight. After bringing Xiao Wanjun to meet Qingqing, he would then show Qingqing's gaming prowess. It was almost past 10. Plus there's still the matter of putting. Simply can't find the time to investigate their educational standards. It's a busy night and I still have to go home, but I can stay for dinner. Seeing that Dozier was a bit busy, Bai Jie was first a bit disappointed, but then after Tian Xingli whispered in her ear, Bai Jie instantly cheered up. "That's good. I'll go buy groceries and cook now." Group chat 3. Dozier, "Be prepared tomorrow. Get some of everything you should buy and have more." Shenya, Dozier, "Still the same as the last time you prepared it?" Dozier, "Buy a more expensive necklace. The rest is the same as usual. Keep some ice."
I've been a bit on fire lately. Xinya, aha, red heart. Shu Mengyao, Duja, when are you coming? She was a little worried that when Duja came, he would leave himself out to dry like last time and only let Xinya make money. Duja, what's the point of talking so much? I'll cross-wake you up tomorrow even if you're still sleeping. Shu Mengyao, that's good. Thank you. Duja, remember to pay me. I don't want to miss out on another chance to make money. Dozier. 6. Not bad for a little. Shu Mengyao at the other end was also relieved to see Duja say that he would hand himself over to wake up. The last time Duja came he ignored himself and instead let Xinya make a lot of money. But Shu Mengyao didn't blame her either. Instead, he shook his head and sighed. After all this time, she had long ago come to a deep understanding of the fact that his Xinya has been completely reduced to have been. She didn't wake herself up because she wanted to monopolize the money-making opportunities. Rather, she wants to dominate Duja's company so that Duja spends all his time and energy on her. Alas, the poor, after awakening the Star Fury, harmonized or split into 4 characters, skill. You're already disqualified from winning in this game of trading. I'll change your twisted mind later when I'm rich. On the other side, Duja had already arrived at the villa in his car. With that, he got out of the car, and Xiao Wanjun behind him hurriedly followed. At the entrance of the villa, Bai Qingning, Bai Jie and Tian Xingli were all eagerly waiting. Upon seeing Duja's figure, an expression of excitement appeared on all 3 faces at the same time. White and green are thoughts and longings. Paige is thrilled and excited. Tian Xingli, on the other hand, pursed the corners of her lips, and her eyes were like a thief's light. Why does it feel like I've come to a dragon's den? Duja shook his head, and then hugged Bai Qingning who jumped over. Dozier, I missed you so much. Duja patted her waist, then kissed her forehead and said, me too. How are the preparations going? Bai Qingning nodded heavily, signaling that she was confident. Behind her, Xiao Wanjuan's eyes revealed a touch of eccentricity. No wonder Boss Dozier said he was going to allocate all the resources in the gaming field to her. Turns out it's the company's boss's wife, so that's no surprise. Duja let go of Bai Qingning and reached out to introduce, this is our company's chief operating and financial director, Xiao Wanjun. He then turned to Xiao Wanjun and said, this is the game field anchor I told you about, Bai Qingning. Bai Qingning took the lead and extended her hand, saying, hello, Director Xia, please teach me more. Seeing that the company's boss lady was so polite to herself, Xiao Wanjun hurriedly shook her hand and said, MS. Bai, how are you? Seeing that the 2 of them had gotten to know each other briefly, Duja said, go inside first, and let Wanjun take a look at your abilities later. Bai Qingning held Duja's hand and nodded obediently. Then the 2 of them walked into the house, shoulder to shoulder. You and me. Behind her, Xiao Wanjun had an odd expression on her face. What's the point of looking at this yourself? You can't say to the boss's wife, you can't. And with that, he followed helplessly. Chapter 110 Bai Qingqing's live streaming talent. Upon entering the house, Duja then said to Bai Jie, is dinner ready already? I'm a bit hungry now. At noon he had only a small lunch and proceeded to start the interview. Afternoon on the mountain. After that, it's been a little after 8 o'clock now, and I haven't eaten anything yet. It was slightly too much for Duja, who had practiced the Yang Extreme Heart technique. But I didn't expect Bai Jie to apologize. Duja, I just went out to buy food and came back, so the meal won't be ready until later. Why don't you guys go upstairs and talk about work, and I'll call you when dinner is ready. Bai Qingqing was puzzled. Asterisk. Isn't there a lot of stuff in the refrigerator? Why do you need to specialize in buying food outside the district? Tian Xingli laughed. Bai Jie said that the ones in the refrigerator were all bought yesterday and not fresh, so it's better to buy them now. Alright then. Bai Qingqing nodded. Hearing that the meal wasn't ready, Duja said helplessly, alright then, we'll go upstairs and talk first. Qingqing, Wanjun, let's go to the upstairs room first. The 2 of them hummed and followed Duja. Xiao Wanjun also looked suspiciously at Bai Jie downstairs. She was actually Bai Qingqing's. Looked surprisingly young. The woman next to him was also quite impressive in looks and figure. And who is she? A nanny hired by Boss Dozer's family? As for the boss's family, Xiao Wanjuan's mind was now filled with curiosity. Soon, the 3 of them entered the gaming room upstairs that Duja had specially configured for Bai Qingqing, using all the best computer configurations on the market at the time. Bai Qingqing sat down in her seat and opened the League of Legends. Duji explained to Xiao Wanjun, Qingqing mainly plays League of Legends, so she should be okay in the field of live broadcasting. Xiao Wanjun nodded her head and said, currently, the main game anchors are the League of Legends, Crackdown 2 and Grand Theft Auto categories, and it's perfectly fine for MS. Bai to use the League of Legends as her live broadcast content. Hearing this, Duja smiled with satisfaction. With that, Bai Qingqing fired off a ranked hand to show off her skills.
Xiao Wanjun had only intended to take a casual look and go through the motions. After all, this is the boss's wife. But with Bai Qingqing opening up the rankings and revealing her diamond segment, Xiao Wanjun's eyes became a bit unsettled. Downstairs, the two of them, Bai Jia and Tian Xingli, were on fire and started to get ready. Again, I washed my face and brushed my teeth, and combed my hair and changed my clothes. 10 minutes later, the grooming was fresh. Stockings and short dresses, light makeup and lipstick. If it looked like a housewife before, then now it's like a seductive mature woman. Paige went into the kitchen and brought out all the meals. She nudged at Tian Xingli. Tian Xingli smiled flirtatiously, then whirled up the stairs and knocked on the door of the room. Du Zhe, the meal is ready. Come down and eat. Otherwise the meal will get cold and it won't be good for your health to eat it. The first sentence was addressed to Du Zhe, while the last two were addressed to Bai Qingqing. Dozhert sked. He was trying to keep reading. After all, it had just been discussed that Bai Qingqing was going to showcase 4 different heroes, easy to lock in your own nativity. In the future, it would be good to move closer to the female representative of this role to pull up the popularity. He was just about to say that he would eat later when he saw Bai Qingqing turn around. Du Zhe, go eat first, otherwise your body won't be able to make it. Having Sister Wanjun here will do. Qingqing has said so. Du Zhe could only say helplessly, alright then, I'll come up to accompany you guys when I'm done eating. With that he opened the door and went out. Outside the door, Tian Xingli, dressed as a mature woman, smiled lightly and said, Boss Du, it's time to go down for dinner. As soon as Du Zhe saw Tian Xingli's posture, he knew that this meal was not that simple. Looking downstairs again, I saw that Paige was wearing a sexy short dress, sitting on a chair with seductive eyes. A snap ensued, threw the chopsticks to the floor. Seeing this scene, Du Zhe let out a long breath. With that, he swept Tian Xingli toward the stairs. I eat, you eat. It's just as well that we don't bother each other. Oh ha. Let's battle. Oh ha. With full force passion rattle, Dozhert piled the cleanly eaten plates to one side. Bai Jia wiped her mouth and took over a cup of warm water. After drinking half a cup herself, it was handed to Tian Xingli again, who expected Tian Xingli to shake her head, signaling that she didn't need it. With that, it went down with a slight push. Paige was surprised. Apricot pear was really much better than herself. At the very least, I can't do it that naturally and smoothly myself. Du Zhe looked at the time. It was already past 10 in the evening. I also don't know what's going on with Qingqing and Wanjun and the two of them right now. He looked at the two of them, Bai Jia and Tian Xingli, whose gazes were still fiery. Laughing, he said, that's it for today. I still have to go up to see Qingqing. I'll take you guys out some other day. I one half. Upon hearing these words, the duo, who had been disappointed, immediately cheered up. As long as Dozhert remembers their share. With that, Bai Jia helped Du Zhe straighten his clothes. Then Apricot Tanaka started to organize the table, and it had to be cleaned up and down. Dozhert walked up the stairs and just entered the gaming room. It was then that I saw Xiao Wanjun say with some excitement, MS. Bai, you're the best game anchor woman I've seen so far, bar none. Now I'm absolutely convinced that even you alone can hold up the entire live gaming area of the company. Bai Qingqing was a bit shy at her compliment. With a red face, she said, Sister Wanjun, you overestimate me. I still don't know anything. It's not a matter of will or won't. It's really, your live broadcast is so good. Xiao Wanjun looked admiring. Just now, Bai Qingqing's gaming prowess had already shocked her. A beautiful woman who plays League of Legends with real power and has an extremely innocent look. It can definitely beat those half-assed female anchors who only sell cute and beg for gifts. Especially after Bai Qingqing was accidentally killed in battle just now. Her look of self-condemnation, coupled with the subtle gesture of pursing her lips inadvertently, nothing less than adorable and heartbreaking. She was simply born to broadcast the holy body. White, young, thin and beautiful, and her technique is still orgasmic. If she was the one who got all the resources, it would definitely be worth the money. Just as Xiao Wanjun wanted to say something else, then he saw that his boss, Dozhert, had walked in. She hurriedly stood up straight and bowed slightly. Mr. Du, you're here. Du Zhe waved his hand and laughed. There's no need to be so formal during off-duty hours in the future. Xiao Wanjun lowered her head and respectfully said, Okay, Mr. Du Zhe. Chapter 111, Wrestling, Room. Bai Qingqing hugged Du Zhe's arm with a joyful face. Just now, Xiao Wanjun said that she very much had live streaming potential. It was all about to make Bai Qingqing happy. It's always been Dozhert who spends money on himself. Tens of millions of dollars of large villas, millions of sports cars to say bye, and the millions of leukemia cure potions. It could be said that Du Zhe was simply doting on himself to the extreme. Luckily, This live gameplay itself will come in handy somehow. Otherwise, one wouldn't know how to repay Du Zhe in the future. As long as she could help her beloved Du Zhe, Bai Qingqing would do anything. On the side, Xiao Wanjun was still reporting to Du Zhe in detail. What kind of game anchor should the company make out of Bai Qingqing? It ended up being a discussion for about half an hour. It was only then that it was finalized, allowing Bai Qingqing to create a personal style with the Knife Girl, a female character that has received much acclaim in the game, striving to be the female face of the Blade Runner character. Du Zhe also felt that this arrangement was the most reasonable and agreed with Xiao Wanjun, and told Xiao Wanjun that because Bai Qingqing had some reasons, so up to 3 hours of live time per day. Xiao Wanjun felt a bit sorry for this. If only Bai Qingqing could stay on the air for about 8 hours a day, that popularity must have exploded. But people are boss ladies after all. They're just here to experience the live fun. It's not like you're looking to make money or anything. Soon, a few people had negotiated their way downstairs. When they arrived downstairs, Bai Jie and Tian Xingli had long since changed into a housecoat. The style has also become much more gentle from the previous bold and hot. Bai Jie came to Bai Qingqing's side and looked at Xiao Wanjun's face. In a soft voice, she asked, "Director Xia, how was Qingqing's interview result?" Xiao Wanjun laughed. "I'm very impressed by Miss Bai's ability, and I'm sure she'll be able to succeed in the field of live broadcasting." Hearing herself, "So good," Bai Jie happily hugged Bai Qingqing. The level of excitement was even close to catching up with the porridge just now. Du Zhe looked at the two hugging each other, his gaze softening, seeing that the atmosphere in the room was gradually becoming family-oriented. Xiao Wanjun was embarrassed to stay any longer. After all, it was already past 11, and any later would disturb the boss's family's rest. "Mr. Du, you see if there is nothing else, I will leave first." Xiao Wanjun looked at Du Zhe with a bit of inquiry. Du Zhe looked at the time and realized that it was almost 12 o'clock. "I did make people work a lot of overtime today," so Du Zhe smiled. "Trouble you to work hard until now today. Let's go. I'll send you home. There are few cabs in this area at night." Hearing that it's so late, and that the boss has to give himself a personal ride, Xiao Wanjun quickly waved her hand and refused. "This is too much trouble for you, Mr. Du. I'll walk a little farther to get a car, so take an early rest." "No trouble," Du Zhe said. "It just so happens that I'm also driving home, so I'll just drop you off on the way." He then looked at Bai Qingqing and softly said, "Qingqing, I'll leave first then. You rest early. I'll pick you up tomorrow afternoon and take a stroll around the company." Bai Qingqing hummed and walked over to Du Zhe, straightening his clothes for him. Du Zhe then walked out the door and gestured for Xiao Wanjun to follow. Xiao Wanjun was slightly dumbfounded at the moment, but still quickly followed Du Zhe's footsteps and got into the car. What did Mr. to say just now? He's going home too, dropping himself off on the way? Isn't this Mr. Tu's house? Xiao Wanjun slightly inclined her head and looked at Du Zhe's handsome side face from the corner of her eye. His eyes were deep, his features were three-dimensional, and his body revealed the word high-flying handsome. The relationship between Mr. Du and Ms. Bai that he had just observed was clearly not ordinary. But this isn't Mr. Tu's home? Could it be that? Xiao Wanjun thought of a possibility. No way. Absolutely no way. Mr. Du doesn't look like the kind of man who was a womanizer in any way. It must be because Mr. Du hasn't married Ms. Bai yet. That's why he went home. Well, it must be. Just as Xiao Wanjun was consoling herself, like that year in a hurry, carving out forever together. Such a beautiful rumor. Dozier's cell phone rang. After picking up the phone, Lin Qingling's petite and cute voice came from inside. Du Zhe, why aren't you home yet? I'm falling asleep waiting for you. Du Zhe drove with one hand and laughed. There's something going on tonight. I'm rather busy. I'll be home soon. You sleep first, okay? Lin Qingling leaned against the bed and lifted her long, round legs. Look at the little whitewashed feet. I really didn't want to rest so early. Having endured the shame of the wrestling, I'd learned the hard way today. In case you forget tomorrow, won't you have to learn it all over again? Oops, shame on you. Then Lin Qinglu delicately said, then I'll wait for you to come back in my room, and at night I prepared a surprise for you. With that, she hung up the phone. Surprise? Dozier laughed and set his cell phone aside. Looks like we're going back early tonight after all. Just as he was about to hit the gas deep, he felt a startled look coming from the passenger side. Xiao Wanjuan's face was stagnant at the moment, feeling a bit messy. Ms. White from before, and the woman on the phone just now. It seems they all have some affair with Mr. Du. This. No way. He had always thought that Mr. Tu was a good and serious man, but I didn't realize it was also so philandering. Are all men like that? But Mr. Du was at the very least more than 100 times better than his last boss.
That asshole tried to engage in workplace subterfuge.
Xiao Wanjun was also directly leaving with her sisters in anger at that time.
That's what brought us to know Yo Media. Let's hope we can do a good job here. Mr. Du's business must be treated as if he can't see or hear. With that,
Xiao Wanjun withdrew her remaining light and carefully looked ahead.
It's like driving with her. Soon, Duja followed Xiao Wanjun's words and arrived under a low building. The building is in a relatively remote location, at least 15 kilometers from work. Looks like she's in a hurry to get to the office every day. 2. When the car stopped, Duja unlocked the door. Here we are. Tomorrow you can go back at noon for work. After all, tonight delayed you quite a lot of time. Xiao Wanjun waved her hand and said, no need, Mr. Du. The company's pre-development is crucial. I'll be fine. With that she gently opened the car door and stepped out. After bowing slightly to Duja, Xiao Wanjun left.
Seeing that Xiao Wanjun had gone inside the building,
Duja also drove home. And I don't know what surprise Cyan was talking about. In less than half an hour, Duja returned home. When he opened the door,
the living room was still softly lit, apparently by a light that Auntie Lan or Lime had left on for themselves. After turning off the lights, Duja pushed open Lin Qingling's bedroom door.
Upon hearing the sound,
Lin Qinglu quickly tucked her cell phone under her pillow.
Blushing, he said, Duja, you're back.
Duja unlocked the door and walked towards Lin Qingling,
smiling. Qingling, where's the surprise? I've been thinking about it all the way.
He had expected Lime to be like magic, change some magical props and costumes out of the cupboard or out of your body.
But I didn't expect Lin Qingliang to just lift the quilt to the side, revealing a pair of white and pink little feet.
Seeing the puzzled Duja with a puzzled face, Lin Qingliang covered her face shyly.
Duja, I watched some videos today and wanted to ask you don't like wrestling.
Though the voice behind Lin Lime was already very thin, but Dozier still heard those two words keenly. Though one does play with flowers these days, but have never experienced it myself.
With that, Duja took off his shoes and laughed.
As long as it's ching-ching,
I like it.
Lin Qingliang pursed her lips.
Then close your eyes and never open them.
Duja closed his eyes after lying down.
Is that okay?
Lin Lime covered her face in shame.
With that, he looked at his little feet that he had cleaned several times. I also wonder if Dozier will be satisfied. At 3 in the morning,
Duja hugged Lin Qingliang and kissed her cheeks. Lin Qingliang snuggled into Duja's arms and blushed.
How was it? Duja was satisfied.
Very Dev.
It can be a reserved item in the future. Don't. Just this once.
Lin Qingliang shook her head and, seeing Lin Qingliang shake his head,
Duja also shook his head. No, none of us will agree to that.
Chapter 112 Mining cards are also cards.
Refurbished is also new. Quinn Cage at 8 in the morning. It was very quiet in the building,
and no one was even up in the morning when the wild Quins were neither on nor working.
After Duja went upstairs, he directly opened the apartment door. Inside the room, Chu Mengyao was watching TV.
When she saw Duja come in, she smiled and got up.
Duja, you're here so early. Duja closed the door and sat on the sofa. What? It's not good that I'm early?
Chu Mengyao hurriedly pushed away the coffee table and said,
of course it's good. I can't wait for you to come earlier and leave later, so I can still earn more. You don't know how outrageous the prices are in Marina. Let me tell you. Shut up, gibbering and gagging. Is that it?
Duja directly interrupted her. He had no time to listen to her nonsense.
Is Qinyao upstairs? Tell her to come down. She went out.
It should be a while before she comes back,
Chu Mengyao said. Duja sank his face and said, didn't I say to come earlier today? Why did she go out again?
Seeing Duja change his face, Chu Mengyao hurriedly explained. She said that the mint candy she bought yesterday wasn't very good and went to buy a better one.
Oh, that's not so bad.
Only when he heard that Chenya was off to do her business did Duja's face ease a few points.
The television in the living room was playing the TV series Feudal. Dodgy poured tea into her mouth,
her face enchanting and her eyes flirtatious.
Duja, on the other hand,
took out his cell phone and chatted with Xiao Wanjun about the training. Tell her to get those trainers there today.
And it doesn't matter if it's more money. In the afternoon, check out the training yourself in person at the office. After briefly communicating with Xiao Wanjun, Duja put his cell phone aside and closed his eyes. 10 minutes later,
the apartment door snapped open.
Chenya entered the house carrying a plastic bag.
It's loaded with powerful mints,
and the results are out of this world and immediate. As soon as she entered,
she saw Dozier sitting on the couch.
With that, Chenya happily walked over and even accidentally stepped on Chu Mengyao ankle. Chu Mengyao frowned.
I thought to myself,
it's just Duja's arrival. Why are you so excited? It's not like it's a lucrative program right now, so it's a waste of time to do it. Chenya put the plastic bag aside and looked at Duja tenderly. With that,
he took the mints out of the bag.
Some things are just like game accounts. You can't fill them up with more gold. Hate to suck up all the savings you've accumulated. But unluckily, in the area of recharging, Doja is a multi-billionaire. Around 12 noon, Doja was downstairs on the sofa looking at his cell phone. Just now Xiao Wanjun said that the trainers were already in place. He was going to go over there this afternoon and take a look. Chu Mengyao painfully looked at the few strands of hair that had been ripped out of her hand. Damn Doja. Even if you have a lot of hair yourself, you can't help gripping it like that. But she didn't dare to tell Doja to his face. After all, it's one of the most lucrative means of making money for yourself. Chu Mengyao came to Doja's side, her face wanting to speak, and she squirmed in place for half a day. Doja was a bit puzzled and then crossed his legs on the coffee table. It really doesn't know how to get tired. Seeing Doja's gesture, Chu Mengyao defended. Oops, Doja, that's not what I meant. Doja's voice went cold. But I mean it now. Seeing Doja's expression, it seemed like he was a little angry. With that, Chu Mengyao hurriedly opened the refrigerator and took out some ice cubes. Crush them into a cup and pour them into your mouth in one gulp. Say, what did you just ask of me? Doja leaned on the sofa and said to Chu Mengyao by the pool. Chu Mengyao carefully wiped her mouth with a towel. Then he walked up to Doja and squirmed. It's that repair surgery thing. Repair surgery? Doja looked at Chu Mengyao with some doubt. Why is she asking about the repair surgery so soon? Could it be that you think you've made enough money so you want to get out of control? It's not like she looked like that just now. Doja asked. Why do you ask? Don't you want to make money? Chu Mengyao hurriedly waved her hand and said. No. Want to make money. I just want to ask which hospital in Binhai has a better surgical effect. Here you definitely know more than me. Doja thought carefully, and it seemed that the private hospital that treated Qingning was quite good, and the price must be very expensive. So he could ruthlessly rip off Chu Mengyao. There is really that one private hospital that covers quite a bit of surgery. I can ask around for you. Hearing Doja's words, Chu Mengyao was overjoyed. She'd been reading surgery tips for quite some time in the few days she'd been in Marina, but it just feels like every single one of them is unreliable. And she was a bit squeamish about this kind of surgery. She was going to be a big star in the future. It would be a problem if after becoming famous, someone digs up dark information about the kind of surgery you went to the hospital for. So the best option is to go to a private hospital. Pay a little more and you can get away with not having a registered account. In addition, Chu Mengyao wanted to go to the hospital for a checkup first now. See if you are capable of doing the surgery now. After being with Doze, always flashed through her mind inexplicably the words, mine card. It was new once. Now it's new. It's something that no one can say. So Chu Mengyao's plan was to go to the hospital and do the surgery all over again first. Then let Dozier try how well it works. After all, he was the one who had taken the lead at the time and was the most authoritative and vocal about it. It's a bit of a mining card. But a mining card is still a card. And a refurbished card is still new. P.S. Shenya looked at Chu Mengyao, who was scrambling on the side, and revealed a few sneers in her eyes. Now you know how good the Reader Boss's freebies are, and how much more the Reader Boss will give you if you work hard enough. Chapter 113 Driving a car and honking the horn. Inside the apartment, Chu Mengyao looked at Doja with an expectant face. She'd just given Doja a piece of her mind. He wanted to ask him to help refer people to him for surgery, and in the meantime, to try to see if his surgery was successful. Can it be restored to its original form? Doja stroked his chin and pondered for a moment. For surgery, that private hospital can definitely do it for you. I just don't know how well it works. He thought carefully and decided to do Chu Mengyao this favor. After all, the beneficiary is yourself. I haven't used a refurbished mining card in my own main machine yet. Rather, how about trying it out? Since it's no more anticlimactic than it is just blowing up anyway. Thinking of this, Doja nodded and said, alright, seeing as you've done your best during this time, I'll do this favor. Really? Chu Mengyao let out a cry of joy, and then directly jumped into Doja's arms. Her face is full of joyful color. Said, Doja, you people are still strange good Lu. When the operation is done, you can give me a good evaluation. Doja put his cell phone aside and pushed Chu Mengyao onto the carpet. Then he added with a smile, I'm just introducing you to the doctor who will do the surgery, but you still have to pay for it yourself. Understand? Chu Mengyao hurriedly nodded and laughed. Of course I understand this. It wouldn't cost much anyway. That's not necessarily true, Doja said in his heart. How can I do that without screwing you over hard? But I ask people to do things. I owe them favors. Doja walked up the stairs and said to Chu Mengyao with a smile, you have to pay for some labor, right? Damn Doja, how dare you say you're quite nice just now. Surprisingly, it was going to be a draw. Chu Mengyao secretly clenched her teeth, but there was still a big smile on his face. After all, there are other ways to do it instead, without having to spend your own money. No problem, do whatever you want today. I'll do it all. Really?
The corner of Duja's mouth lifted into a smile. Chu Mengyao patted her bear and said confidently, "That's for sure.
I, Chu Mengyao, have always been true to my word."
Saw this say she was true to her word.
Duja almost didn't laugh out loud.
You Chu Mengyao also have the face to say these 4 words.
Alright then,
you go downstairs and get something to go.
I'll go talk to Chenya. Chu Mengyao looked at the blushing Chenya and nodded. Then he looked at Duja and asked, "Do you want me to buy something back? There seems to be enough stuff in the house. Isn't there enough? Or is it something new?" Duja looked down and thought about it, and laughed.
You go buy a few small household clips.
And by the way, buy 2 more whistles back. I want to use them. I hear it's such a simple thing to buy. Chu Mengyao's head revealed a large question mark. Clips and whistles? What a thing!
That these 2 words could ever touch each other.
It's really rare that odd. But Chu Mengyao didn't say much. She was well aware that those who dared to talk back to Duja would be viciously machined back by him. If you talk back, he'll talk back harder. Teach you to lose your temper. Chu Mengyao gave a and went downstairs. These 2 items were a good buy.
And in less than 10 minutes,
she was back.
First, I sat downstairs on the couch for about half an hour. Then I heard Dozier shout,
"Come up here and bring the stuff."
Only then did Chu Mengyao carry the bag and walk into the room.
"Dozier, you asked me to buy these 2 things. What can I use them for?" "Ah, it hurts." "Dozier, what are you doing?" "Shut up. Do you still want me to get you a doctor?" "Want to, but it hurts a little too much lol. If you endure the pain, how come people don't say a word? The gap between people is sometimes bigger than the gap between people and pigs." "Geez, okay, I'll stop whining and do what you like." In the hallway, there were a couple of wildcons on their way out. Puzzled, he looked toward the apartment with the most expensive rent. "What are you doing? You have nothing better to do than play whistling at home?" "The whistles are still so loud. They're reaching outside." For those who don't know, you'd think someone's car horn was blaring. At 2:30 p.m. Dozier left. Downstairs as he got into his Rolls Royce, Duja couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief.
No wonder all those old drivers like to honk like crazy when they drive.
The feel is really good.
Especially the shrill horn sound. It always gives the feeling of wanting to hit the gas like crazy to accelerate.
With a buzz, Duja then started the car and drove to the office.
He had spoken to Xiao Wanjun when he was driving in the apartment earlier. Went to the office at 3 p.m. to check on the progress of the training.
10 minutes later, Duja arrived downstairs at the company, parked the car and take the elevator straight up. Soon the 25th floor arrived. The company is still hiring a small number of anchors. Although the 26th floor was also renovated, basically no one went up there, and it was all concentrated on the 25th floor.
Duja walked into the company and saw from a distance that there were a dozen or so new anchors under his command being taught by a training teacher. All of them were extremely serious about learning.
After all, no one wanted to lose this easy and well-paid job. Duja probably looked at it for a while before withdrawing his gaze. The intensity of the dance is still a bit too low. Nowhere near as much as other anchors on the market, but they are still new now. After all, wait for the broadcast for a while and you'll see the essence of female anchoring. With that, Dozier moved on to another training room. This time he just stood outside the door,
and inside were its singing anchors practicing their songs.
Bought my own computer.
Microphone and sound card are top-notch on the market.
As long as you're not born with a lack of pitch, you can't sing a bad song. A few minutes later, Dozier was gone. Previously,
Xiao Wanjun had told herself about the 3 of them.
Shan Yuya, Xiao Huanan and Mina. Each person has a dedicated instructor for one-on-one instruction. Dozier first sought out the room where Mina was training. Inside,
a 30-something teacher was instructing her in the movements she was lacking.
Mina was wearing a pure white revealing tank top with a slim and sexy waist.
The short hot pants underneath were tight around her hips and unusually full. She dances modern dance with passion,
shaking her head and tossing her hair, through a small wildcat enchantment and vitality. Seeing Duja come in, Mina stopped dancing and scrambled to straighten her loose hair. "Hello Mr. Du."
The training teacher on the side also said hello to Duja.
After all,
the boss who was willing to spend 3 times the salary to hire them was still rare.
Duja smiled and nodded. "Not bad. You're the first one I've seen so far to quickly adapt to the live environment. As long as you can keep this up, you can definitely make a splash in the bucket list." Mina's heart was happy to hear Duja's compliments. Even the boss values himself so much. It seems to be doing quite well for itself. After the daily pie to the staff, then Duja called the training teacher out. Mina watched suspiciously as Mr. Du explained things to the teacher outside. "What kind of thing is this about?" Soon after, Duja left to go find the next tiny tiger south. The trainer walked in with a slightly odd face. She didn't expect that boss Du to know so much about live streaming. Seeing her teacher come in, Mina came forward and asked, "Teacher, what did Mr. Du say to you?" Her eyes were suspicious. It wouldn't be Mr. Du who complimented himself to his face? In fact, let the teacher rigorously train your deficiencies now, I guess. The trainer swept Mina's costume up and down and then spoke. Mr. Du said your hot dance was pretty good. It's just that you didn't do a better job of showing off your strengths. Mina wasn't oblivious to anything. And with that, she looked down and examined what she was wearing. Showing off your thighs and waist and shoulders, where are you not showing off? Looking at Mina's puzzled eyes, the training teacher was a little embarrassed. Mr. Du said that as long as you see the line, it's okay even if you wear long sleeves and long pants. Line? Mina looked down and then let out a shallow whine. Wrap your arms around and hold yourself. Her face was shy. So that's what Boss Dozier was talking about. Was Boss Dozier looking right at his place just now? So shy. But does showing a little bit there really boost the popularity of the booth? Chapter 114 Classical Dance and Pole Dance. After arriving at Xiao Hunan's training room, Dozier sat down on a side chair. Xiao Hunan is a singing female anchor that the company intends to launch. So the training is practicing your voice in front of a microphone. A trainer was correcting her scales. Seeing his boss come in, Xiao Hunan hurriedly took off his headphones and tried to get up, but Dozier pressed his hand downward, signaling that she didn't need to get up and just keep singing. Seeing this, Xiao Hunan sat down with an anxious heart. It started to continue singing, but I don't know if it was because Dozier was beside him. Xiao Hunan was a bit nervous and sang even the simplest scales wrongly in several places. The trainer corrected it all several times, but she still can't control herself. Not singing for a while, she is so nervous and shy that her voice is like a mosquito. Dozier shook his head. Xiao Hunan's technique was very good. He was satisfied. Still, it was a bit of a letdown, being so nervous about facing one of your own. That's if you're officially on the job and dealing with hundreds or even thousands of people at once. She was never going to be able to utilize a bit of her skills. It still seems like she needs to be specifically trained to get over her nerves. As the company's soon-to-be launched headliner, how can she be afraid to face the camera? With that, Dozier got up and left, leaving Xiao Hunan with only a back. Xiao Hunan pursed her lips, her small hands tightly entwined. His face was so red it was dripping blood. Mr. Du must be very disappointed in me? I'm getting such a high base salary and I'm acting like this. What if Mr. Du doesn't think he's suitable for the job? No, one must work hard to gain Mr. Du's approval. Xiao Hunan secretly determined, and then began to practice more diligently. Meanwhile, inside another training room, Shan Yuya, who is currently the most valued by both Dozier and Xiaowanjun, is dancing. Red bodice, slightly antique look. She wore light makeup on her face, danced beautifully, and her waist was as soft as a water snake. The always cool Xiaowanjun couldn't help but have a satisfied smile on her face. Now with the rise of the internet age, all most people see is moving music and hot dancing. It's not often you get to see this beautiful and elegant dance. This distinctive approach to live streaming is absolutely superb. Even the trainer responsible for coming to teach Shan Yua. At this point, it's also awesome. Say that you are not qualified to teach people at all. This is a real dance artist, not one of those fake ancient women who learn a few steps and arm swings and claim to be ancient. Soon, another dance was over. Shan Yuya wiped the sweat from his forehead and calmed his breathing a little. I did get a little tired of jumping earlier. Suddenly, out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of a broad figure in the doorway. Couldn't help but blush fried red. The firmness of that figure was firmly engraved in his heart yesterday. With that, she turned to the doorway and bent slightly. Hello, Mr. Du. It was only when she heard Shang Yuya's words that Xiaowanjun reacted and turned around. Mr. Du, you're here. Dozier walked in through the doorway and nodded. Then he looked at Shang Yuya and smiled. Your dancing skills are very good. It seems that yesterday still didn't allow you to properly utilize your own characteristics. Shang Yuya blushed and stammered. Thank you, Mr. Du, for the compliment. The rest of the two couldn't hear it, but she could understand what Mr. Du meant. Yesterday afternoon on the hill itself, she's not showing flexibility at all. Mr. Tu doesn't still want to, does he? Shang Yuya was a bit flustered and didn't know whether to refuse or comply. One just has to be that way to keep one's job. If you get wrapped up in Mr. Du in the future, you'll have great luck every day. It would have been better to quit early and go to sea. But right now it's the early days of just getting the job. And Director Xia is saying he's going to be a hit. She just couldn't give it up. But to her surprise, Dozier simply complimented her and left it at that. Instead, he called Xiaowanjun aside as if he was discussing something. Seeing the duo in close conversation, Shang Yuya pursed her lips, inexplicably feeling a little sour. She thought she was so attracted to Boss Dozier that he was in love with her. It seems that I was overthinking it, but that's fine. It's better to keep the relationship with boss Dozier pure as a superior, and subordinate, Shu. In the aisle, Xiao Wanjun for the first time made a small comment on Duzha's words. Just now, Mr. Du even told himself that although Shang Yuya's dance was good, it would never be a big hit, trying to get her to combine a little light classic and modern style. For example, wearing a cheongsam and placing a self-rotating steel pipe stand inside the live room, combining classical and pole dancing. Hearing these even somewhat deviant words, Xiao Wanjun felt a bit dumbfounded. This is a little bit too much. Wearing a cheongsam and pole dancing like in a nightclub? Shang Yua is a dance family. How could she agree to such a thing? And that's a bit crooked. Xiao Wanjun frowned slightly and said, Mr. Du, I don't think this is too appropriate. The risk is too great. If the people on the air don't like it, it might cast some shadow on all of Shang Yua's future performances. Duzha smiled and shook his head. I also thought that having her dance classical dance was the most suitable at first, but the current market is not suitable for too pure a performance. People nowadays are living inside the box and it's inevitably a bit depressing. Watching live is also about relaxation, and I'm sure they'd absolutely love it if they could also see the seemingly offbeat style of performance in the booth. But, Xiao Wanjun still wanted to persuade Duzha again, but Duzha directly waved his hand and said that the decision is still left in Shang Yuya's own hands, but he himself would respect Xiao Wanjun's thoughts. The first few days of the show still allowed Shang Yua to maintain his personal style. If there's a big fire, scrap your idea. If there's no big fire, try what you said. Xiao Wanjun agreed helplessly. Who made him the boss? The two then went in and asked Shang Yua's opinion. I didn't expect her to agree straight away, without the slightest sign of hesitation. This made Xiao Wanjun feel a bit surprised. She had thought that Shang Yuya would at least squirm a bit. Seeing director Xiao's doubt, Shang Yuya explained, I think what Mr. Du said also makes sense, and I can also feel that classical dance has fallen a bit out of favor in the past few years, so I want to give it a try. Alright then. Xiao Wanjun also quickly adjusted. Since Mr. Du and Shang Yuya had decided, all he had to do was to try to cooperate with them. A few people discussed the matter for a while, and then Duzha left. He was only making suggestions. It was up to them to implement them. After entering the office, Du Zhigang looked at the live broadcasting platform and personnel plan drawn up by Xiao Wanjun. Tick-tock, the micro-telephone rings. Dozier opened his cell phone to take a look. Zhou Jing, Duzha, the hotel where we first met. I'll wait for you, Redheart. Seeing this news, the corner of Duzha's mouth curled into a smile. It seemed that she had investigated what she had said, or else she wouldn't have asked for a reward. With that, Dozier got up and walked out of the office. After briefly saying to Xiao Wanjun that she was busy with something, she drove to the hotel. It's been a couple days since I've checked out that hotel's floor plan. I also wonder if the hotel's indoor-outdoor is still the same as before. Obviously there were hose fountains in the halls, but the greenery around them was still exceptionally arid and wilting. The hotel manager must not want to do his job. Not even a little water. It's better to substitute flooding when you go by yourself. P.S. Jo sat quietly in her room, her snow-white face with suppressed excitement. No, I must let the readers squeeze me more free small gifts today, so that I have the motivation to continue investigating.